Kaduna Road, Suleja Express Road. Ana zanga-zanga wato protest na yunwa da ake fama da ita. Kowa sun cewa an samu tsadar rayuwa yanzu. Ko ana jifa.
You are about to watch a video now. Because of the frustration, the starvation, the hunger in Nigeria, watch what these northern youths, 3 young men from the north, watch what they did to the Nigerian flag. I'm coming.
Alhamdulillah, Allah mun gode ma da aka yi nasara akan Najeriya. Allah mun gode ma, Allah mun gode ma. Inda aka za ci gaba da tafiya da kasar nan, ya Allah ko ta ina ne Allah karka ba su nasara akan mu. Wallahi tallahi ko da ƴan wuta Najeriya da su buga wani abu na ci gaba, Allah ka ba mu ƴan wuta nasara, wallahi karka ba mu ƴan Najeriya nasara. Ya aka dauke mu musa ku a inuwa ku samu a rana. Wannan wani irin rayuwa ne? Ku duba yan uwan mu dan Allah dan Annabi, ganye mutun yake kodawa ya ci. Wani irin rayuwa ne wannan? Kana dan talaka kana bakin ciki, kana fada da dan uwanka akan kofi na Najeriya da za ta dauka. Kana bakin ciki, kana fada da dan uwanka akan duk abun da bata san da kai ba. Mu muka tura su matsayin da suke ba, amma ka duba yanda aka dauke mu dan girman Allah. Taliya 700 leda don girman Allah, ya ake so iyayen mu su sa ransu. Wani irin rayuwa ne wannan don girman Allah? Talaka bai sai dariya ba, ko yaushe in kai sai wai kai me kudi ne kana jin dadi. Wallahi ga mu nan muna gani ganye yan gwan mu suke kodawa suna ci. Mu farka hare.
Have you seen it? Now
bread 100 naira can appear mad on career because of 100 naira bread. Hey, Nigeria. Hey! Now wow, because of 100 naira bread. Hey! See Nigerians, God day. A bread that they share like this for inside Lagos Island. Abure Street. 100 naira bread. Trio Street for Lagos Island. See as the flog person because of 100 naira bread. Hey! Nigeria don't spoil. See crowd. 100 naira bread. Hey! See. This one na Yoruba line, then they flog Yoruba people like this. Yoruba line. See how Salah
is under fire again, this time over allegations of nepotism. He recently announced a shake-up in Nigeria's Federal Housing Authority. And he's appointed this man as the new MD/CEO, Oyetunde Ojo. He's a former Nigerian MP. He served from 2011 to 2015, but he failed to get re-elected in the 2015 election. After that, he turned to business, reportedly in the oil and gas sector. And now he's the CEO of a housing authority. What's his qualification? Apparently, over a decade's worth of experience in the housing and hospitality industries. That's what the Nigerian government said while appointing him. But exactly when did this happen? When did he get the time to acquire this decade's worth of housing experience? It remains a mystery. But the Nigerian government insists that he is the best man for the job. Of course, they need to hype up his credentials to deflect from his other big achievement. And what's that? Being married to Fola Shade Tinubu, the oldest daughter of President Bola Tinubu. Nepotism is never good for optics after all, and the last thing Tinubu needs is another scandal. The Nigerian president has been racking up controversies ever since he took office. The last one was about an oil field, an offshore oil block called OPL 245. It was a disputed field bought by European oil giants Eni and Shell. There were corruption allegations. Nigeria had sued the oil companies. The case was pending in international tribunals. But last month, the president of Nigeria restored the fields to the Europeans. He ended all legal disputes over the offshore field and called for the matter to be resolved amicably. Now, we can choose to look at this as Tinubu moving forward, as him dropping a long dispute and getting back to business. Or you may wonder about the timing. Eni, one of the European oil firms involved here, signed another deal recently. This happened a few months ago. They sold their Nigerian onshore assets to a local firm, a firm called Onado PLC. The sale was very beneficial for the Nigerian oil company. Its total oil reserves doubled after it bought Eni's assets. And guess who is the chief executive of the Onado group? A man called Adewale Tinubu, or Wale as he's popularly known. The last name is not a coincidence. He is related to the Nigerian president too. He's the president's nephew. So a European oil company sells its business to Tinubu's nephew. The nephew's company benefits, and Nigeria drops litigation against the Europeans soon after. What does that sound like to you? Allegations of nepotism and corruption are hounding the president. But that's not all. He's also been accused of using his office for personal gain, using it to fund a luxurious lifestyle, like with the yacht controversy. Tinubu became president last year. He took office in the month of May. His government had to release a supplementary budget to allocate resources for this year, and this happened in November. The budget came in November. But while the budget was being discussed, an anomaly came to light. Money was earmarked for a presidential yacht, a princely sum of 5 billion naira. That's about $3.5 million US. Now, Nigeria is an economic powerhouse, but it's still a developing nation. There is massive wealth inequality. People are struggling with the cost of living crisis and reeling after the government reduced fuel subsidies last year. In this environment, President Bola Tinubu was buying a yacht on the taxpayers' dime. You can imagine the uproar. Nigerians were furious. So were opposition lawmakers. They forced the government to divert the yacht money. It was funneled into a student loan fund instead. But you see, the yacht had already been delivered.
Can you imagine?
Say this in Hausa, and as someone says, look, I'm not in a position, I've forgotten
Can you
how
imagine?
to do this many years. So would you?
What the?
Superman, like I always say.
See Hausa line for back. See Hausa line for back. Just for them to be online.
Never pursue Igbo people.
Igbo no dey side o. Igbo no dey. Igbo no dey. We cannot do like this.
Igbo dey. Going on. Fight everywhere. Fight everywhere. Palliative. From Madara ward. See, they run with the bag. Then they steal the bag. They don't steal them. They don't steal the bag. Palliative.
Nigerian President Bola Tinubu walking majestically to his office.
Yes, look at him, majestically. You know, when you see videos like this, you know, they want you to think that the president, yes, is working hard for you, not for you. You see that file in his hand. It has two secret plans. One is how to bring down the price of rice and cement. We are talking about solid, actionable plans, not the kind of nonsense trial and error plans that Mr. Cardoso at the central bank, the guy there, has been carrying out. No. The other one is how to make dollar equal to the naira. That's the other plan in that file.
by defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took
more
my
going to
time
be
to
on the
talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave
I'm
you my
coming.
time.
No,
Please,
I'm coming.
please.
I'm coming.
Alex, hold on.
This
You
is what
already
I'm saying.
started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alex,
I'm sorry.
There is
Just
more
let me
in
ask.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him to say, this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with him. I don't know what is wrong with him. Somebody is asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he's coming down to say that, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People stage coup in Nigeria. They never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't lie to you.
Dr. Wumi, yes. if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago,
yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drug, and I know a lot of people who distributed drug. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was Ilubo.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
episode of War is February the 24th, 2024. And we're coming to you live here in New York City. I hope it's wonderful wherever in the world you're joining us. Thank you for another wonderful week. Conversations around issues in Nigeria, Africa, and the rest of the world. Today we are talking about the situation in Nigeria. That's where we should usually start, and we're starting with the current economic hardship and efforts by the government to fix things. We had last week, last week we discussed this, but this week we had a former president or head of state of Nigeria, General Gowon, arrived in Abuja to meet with President Bola Tinubu. He became, I think, the second former head of state to visit Tinubu. And they were talking about how to solve the problem. And Gowon was making a case for Nigerians to be patient with Tinubu, making reference to what he went through during the Civil War, that people thought he wouldn't be able to do it, that he finally did it. People thought he was slow, but he finally got the country back together. So he used that to illustrate what's going on, that Tinubu would deliver for Nigerians. So we want you to join us, and we'll have a conversation around that. There are accusations, of course, about corruption and nepotism against Bola Tinubu in appointments, especially the appointment of his son-in-law to head the Federal Housing Authority. We also have other conversations around the issue of the Labour Party's chairman, who was arrested this week. The police arrested him based on petition written by some party members, and many other stories in the news. So if you want to join us, if you're in the studio, turn on your camera so that we can bring you on to join the conversation. And those at home, we appreciate you, and those that will still join us, we appreciate all of you. So let's welcome to the show the man who has been preaching revolution of recent. Abure, welcome to the show.
Is it of recent? Well,
abandoned the compass, and now
no. I've been I think I've been a rebel since from birth. I know about Coco, so people don't understand. There's something I used to say during the election period. Even the Bible says there's time for everything. I'm a citizen. I'm a Nigerian. The competition is over. Those who won, those who lose. It's time for me to pay attention, regardless of who is in power, for me to know what is going on. Even though I can't do anything about it, but the fact, me having the knowledge of what is going on is very, very necessary. Not just for me, but for my kids, for the future, for this purpose, for here to come and analyze things, what is going on. So the competition time is over. It's for them to focus. And again, people don't. I'm an athlete, so I took to track and field for a reason. It's an individual sport, but even within that, there's still time that we have to come together as a team, which is the relay that we have to work together, regardless of what rivalry was going on between us as an athlete. So the idea that I support Konko, so yes, I did, but at this point he lost. Am I supposed to now be crying? Even my mama tell me, say, who they cry, they see road. So I have to pay attention. I'm a citizen now. I'm in Nigeria. I have to criticize whoever is in government. And objectively, if he's doing well, I tell you he's doing well. If he's doing bad, so that's the role as a citizen that I'm playing. So the competition time is over. It's over. It's time for me to reach out across my competitors. Say, come on. All of us 9 days this game now. Either we lose together or we succeed together. The idea is the time for individual life is over. I lost the election. You won. But at this point, even Obi is saying it, nobody they buy things separately, where you are from the north or the south. So I'm just playing. I'm reaching out to anybody out there. It's time for us to focus. Even if you're a separationist, you can only achieve that if you walk across the aisle. That's the only way you can. There's no way about it. Even if we go to war at the end of the day, we'll still come back to the table. Speaking to what Gowon is talking about, right? I know we'll go into detail. We'll go into detail. So we have to work together. I mean, the politicians, those who lost and won, are working together. So what is wrong with us? What is wrong with us? That's the question I always ask. What is wrong with us? So I'm advocating for Nnamdi Kanu to be out because today he's still the only one that is speaking contrary to what is out there. right? You don't have to agree with him, but somebody has to conscientize the people. If the government don't want to play their role through their national orientation, somebody has to do it, and he is doing it. You don't have to agree with him. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm advocating for anybody who is preaching the opposite narrative that what these elites are parading. I'm for that person. So free him is a thorn in the flesh of my enemy. Which is the elite, which is the governing structure. It's a turn in their flesh. So yes, we might not be on the same way. At the end of the day, we might end up on the opposite side, but so be it. But at this point, as far as today is concerned, for him to achieve victory, for me
if
to
you're struggling with fat loss.
So nah, that's where I am. Anyway, sorry for
Thank you.
so now you because I say I'm a revolutionary. Yes, I am. Even if you go into Athletic Federation of Nigeria, they're not going to tell you say if you win gold, if you go Olympics, they're going to say that guy not trouble.
All right.
Because that point now is personal. I play with my destiny, so it's personal. I always take it personal at that point. I scatter everywhere. They know me for that, either good or bad. So no be today. People like Pansa will always say, "Oh, now me make it sit up, start making sense." I say, "No, you don't know me. I don't talk for public space I did for the past 6 years. Even from college, I joined the people that started what they call think tank form of podcast in my school. So not be today. Now you just know me for the first time, which is okay, but I have a man of a revolution right from day one. Just that everybody get the way they do. I'm new to the game. I'm still learning. I need to study my enemies. I need to study the problem. So that's the journey I am. Me taking to, and again, I'm always supporting northern politicians. Because we our own politicians follow their bid anyway. So what is it? So anyway, there's so much. I don't talk so many things. Somebody goes, I don't hide. Yes, I'm always high. So anyway, let's go there.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages. Good morning, everybody that is in the thing, in the panel. Hey, unfortunately, I don't know what we can do to have a remedy for Nigeria. Nigeria is disintegrating by minutes. Last Saturday, I'm supposed to do palliative for family members. 1 bag of rice. The guy said 70,000. Just send the money before Tuesday, because Monday is sit at home. Tuesday, so that they can start. Once I wire the money, they can do the rice. I said, well, I will send it. I forgot all about it. By Tuesday, 1 bag of rice is now 80,000 naira. Before Friday, 1 bag of rice is almost 90,000 naira. How do we get here? 2015, 1 bag of rice was 7,000 naira. 1 bag of rice. Well, it's unfortunate. For me, what I don't like what is happening is the idea the Igbos are celebrating and gyrating and rubbing it in people's face about Tinubu's mandate. That is something I don't like. You don't need to rub it on anybody's face. Igbos we understand they can survive. There's other tribes or other ethnic groups that will that are doing well in this situation. But Igbos don't need to rub it in people's face. They need to tone it down. Yeah, they have made their point, but they need to really back down on that. So that part I don't like. Unfortunately, Tinubu will be the president of Nigeria for the next 8 years. So everybody get ready for that. He ain't going nowhere. He's going to be alive for the next 8 years. Then after that, El Rufai will be the president of Nigeria. I'm sorry to tell you, that's where he's heading to, whether we like it or not. Until the revolution, Showore continue preaching. Showore continue preaching this revolution until this revolution happens. Until people realize that there is no God out there that will come to do revolution for them. The church is a business. It's a serious business. They have made so much money in Nigeria. Unfortunately, people need to take this to the street, take it to the White House or whichever house that they are making the law. These people don't care about you. They are bullies. And because they are bullies, the only way you can face a bully is to stand firm and say, no, you know what? You can't bully me anymore. Unfortunately, I still have family members in Nigeria. Nigeria is in the state of no, you can't fix Nigeria right now because there's so many factors, ethnic group, religion, different manipulations. So let me just hold it over here and see where we go from here. But unfortunately, they need to release Nnamdi Kanu. He need to walk out of jail because they have tried him and he shouldn't be in jail anymore. He have won the court. They need to let him go. If anything happened to Nnamdi Kanu in that jail, then Igbos will come out. Don't support his tactics, but he need to be a free man.
Thank you,
Sorry, Femi. Let me pin that what CM said last week that actually tied to the question you asked me earlier on. CM said is reading books to understand why or how we get here. I am paying attention to understand where we are going.
All right, Femi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Damages, everyone. Well, I just want to add to, as usual, add to your list of topics. I tend to be the one to give you more topics to discuss, I think, in my opinion. It was about 1,000 topics. I narrowed it down. Of course, you don't believe that. I don't know if something went under the radar. This is Ngeru hydro power plant that was handed over to Penstock, a private concern. And I'm not even sure if it's exactly a new power plant or I really don't know, but they're talking about it adding a significant amount to the power grid. But anyways, but then there's also that not so little matter of what's going on in Abia with this Eyimba economic city first phase and what geometric power is doing. I forget the name of that man that probably was a power minister at some point, the professor, who I think
I think his name is Nnaji or something like
that. Exactly. So there's something significant going on in Abia as well, as I've come to realize lately. So I'm hoping that that becomes something that will be replicated as moving forward as well. Even though I'm not too confident, it doesn't appear that we have governors existing in most states in Nigeria, in any case. And I don't know if you also watched the interview by Sonwolu on Thursday, I think, Thursday or yesterday. I think it was Thursday. I mean, I saw part of it live on as I was preparing for work. And he had some really interesting discussions, especially as it concerns the topics as like the Imota rice mill. But anyway, that's and then of course it was during the week we're hearing patients being preached by Seyi Tinubu while wearing a Richard Mille watch. Of course, you know how we Nigerians are. The discussion went away from people were already mad that he and the Oloja, the president's daughter, were talking about patients. Now move from there to the I think it's 6 figures, five figures that watch he wore. It became the trending topic, you know. And of course, I also had down the cash transfer that's been brought to the fore again. The 75,000. I don't know if you heard the 75,000 naira in 3 years. That we're at it again. We don't know what they're doing about the issue that's still ongoing regarding that the controversy with Beta Edu and Co. They're talking about 75,000 naira being distributed to 50 million household in 3 years. I mean, a lot of things are recurring. We're going back to what happened under Buhari and previously again. Anyway, and of course, there's also not so little matter of customs. Dr. Damages, in case you're not aware, customs have also become market women. You heard about? I don't know if you heard about the case of the food that they're seizing, that they're now supposed to be selling at. So now we have a new market women's association. The customs are in charge. There's also, of course, what I also found. Okay, the Minister of Power I don't know. Maybe you might want to employ him as one of your correspondents. Now they are he's turned reporter, because now he's telling us what needs to happen for power to be readily available. He's telling us they need political will and funding. I don't know if that is news, but that is his latest report. And of course, the burial of Akeredolu, and of course all the continuing food. How do I put it now? You see the trucks that people continually steal food from. We keep seeing these pictures. It's been replicated in several states now, and of course the police in Katsina, in their usual fashion, the police have come again to the fore to tell us that nothing of such happened when there are viral videos all over the place. Let me also. Okay, of course, I don't think you mentioned the case of. Did you mention the case of ECOWAS? The ECOWAS meeting. Now that Mali and Burkina Faso and Niger countered ECOWAS, you saw the meeting that they had all of a sudden, and I was just laughing. I'm like, after Blinken visited recently, who knows what was discussed? For or maybe it was Gowon that may have told Tinubu that, hey, guy, you better retrace your step and stop following what the West tell you, because they'll put you in this situation and then they'll leave you there. And maybe lastly, I don't know, did you go deep into? Did you talk about the APC PDP primaries? And now the implications this will have, because if there's always been this allusion to the fact that if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, and in our own case, it's not that we're just doing things over and over again. We're actually bettering the worst of what we're doing. Because if what happened in February last year is anything to go by, then we're getting the template of what is to come with the elections. It will be just a joke. We'll end it there for now.
All right, Femi, thank you so much.
Let me use Clinton and Anthony Blake Clinton. I remember when I said that, Dr. Rudolph said he made me sound as a conspiracy theorist. Use one adage, say, well, in the form of if a winch fly at night or maybe cry at night, somebody died, whatever. Along that line, you are trying to make very sarcastic of my comment there, but to see Femi actually referring to that is.
All right, CM, welcome to the show.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols duly observed. I think I will take off a little bit from what Ike San Antonio said about this hunger, because to me that is the most important issue in Nigeria today is hunger, poverty, hunger. So for my Igbo people taunting others, no, it's on Igbo. We don't do that. We help. If we can go all over the country and be spreading economic growth, is it just we are eating a plate of rice full of meat that you will be making video and showing? After all, within 5 hours, you have to visit the toilet. Failing which, you may have to see a doctor per voice. So why should you? Why there's nothing to taunt about? Rather, what you should do is that by doing it, if there are people you could silently feed, maybe you gather people in the street, say, look, if you feel like eating, you can join us. Or give contract to one mama cook. Say, prepare one bag of rice. How much will it cost you? Pay them. They prepare it. You go and tell people, like they say in the Bible, a rich man want to, to give a feast. After prepare, tell the children or the people, say, go to the street, get people to come and eat. See, this because there's blessing that goes with it. It doesn't mean we've known where the mistakes is. Even those that made the mistake are regretting it. So coming out to turn them, I do not support that. I do not. Rather, you show example. Like Iwanyanwu said, this is the time to think and then get out of the, the mess. You have to use your sense. So don't taunt others, because when you are taunting them as if, no. After they are hungry. So hunger is a friend of nobody. Now, having said that, let me congratulate Sanwo-Olu. People may be surprised. Say Sanwo-Olu opened the soup kitchen. I think every local government in Lagos State, that if this time they're using Mama Put, that they want people to feed, and then he brought out transport, I think transport fare and some other things that didn't quite, but that of soup something, feeding people, that is quite commendable. You see, all these things, when they say security vote, they can do this. It's just a question of just out of that billion you are cutting away every month, just devote half of it or 50, 60% of it to the poor. And this is the direct. But then, given everything in Nigeria, I don't know how they are going, the logistics, whether it will get to the people it's meant to get to, forget about they say it, and then how they are going to do it. Maybe they give one contract on hand to the supply the mama put, go give them rice. They will cook half bag, Dutch half bag. You know, all those type of things. In the end, people will go there and fight and start to say, is it what the government promised us? Maybe 2 spoons, something that should have been a full plate. And then you may be looking for the meat you won't see. So that is a very good policy wise. I like what he did, and then do it silently. Then at this point, I believe in copying what somebody else is doing, and then you find it's good. Copy it. There's no need. You don't have to wait. Copy it and then extend it to everywhere. So Sanwo-Olu, Lagos being what it is, the richest state in Nigeria, he should even probably let him supervise it. At this point, this is when you show the people you love them. You go to do, even you can be in the queue. People will say, look at governor. You say, yes. That is how you show people the love. Apart from providing the food, you do it. Tell your deputy governor, be in the seat, cover the office while I go, or maybe some commissioners everywhere. So you show the people so that when they see you, those that are even say, okay, even the governor came, he saw what we're eating, and then he supervised it. So that is good. Then burial of, like Femi said, Akeredolu. Yes. Why I have to remember Akeredolu was sometimes leadership, we see leadership in terms of providing infrastructure. Oh, he tarred road, he paid teacher salaries, since he paid all the pensions, cleared all the pensions, and as a governor, he gave school. Yes, those things are good. But remember, as a governor, you are the chief security officer of the state. When the life of those that voted into office is at stake, even for you to stand up to speak on their behalf, that is part of leadership. And Akeredolu did that. That's why the day when they were burying him, I was on phone to somebody. I said, look, this man, the Southwest, my Yoruba people, they should try. And even if it's a major street, something must be named after Akeredolu. Apart from Nigerian Bar Association recognizing his legal intellect and named the Nigerian Bar Association Secretariat in Abuja, and they called it Rotimi Akeredolu House. It means a lot. So the people of Ondo State or the West Southwest, he gave Amoteku what they call something like the political backing. He said no. When the Agbekoya from the farmers in Ondo State say they cried to him, they can't go to farm. He said, no, I'm their commander, I'm their chief security officer. If I can't protect them, then why am I the governor? He has to do something and then flush out the terrorist Fulani herdsmen that have occupied the forest and disturbing people. So that alone is something to be remembered. It might not mean money, it might not be infrastructure, it might not be bridge, it might not be anything, it might not be leaving a 500 billion in the account, but for him to stand up for those farmers, it means a lot. And he made a statement. Then Edo election, Edo election, there's something one narrative I want to say. You see, we always hear a case of maybe a party may have a parallel primary. It's common in Nigeria. You do your own maybe AB Stadium. I will be doing my own in XYZ Stadium. But this PDP in Edo State was Philip Shuaibu conducted his own primary in his own house in Benin. Can you believe that? In his own house. He is the candidate, he is the chief returning officer, he is the accreditation officer, everything. Then people now felt that people from his village, people from Akeko Edo area or in the Edo North, came to pay him solidarity visit to say we stand with you. Then he converted them to PDP delegate and said he's the winner of the election. So it's just very funny what is coming out of Edo State. As for APC and the other party is terrible. And even not even the Labour Party is clean because of what is going on. So what this is pointing to, from my own understanding, is that the people of Edo State should be awake like a fish in the ocean, no sleeping, because it portends having a sense of foreboding that there may not really be election, but there will be result, and it will be massive. Anybody can be declared. If the parties, Labour can say, I won in so I won, I declare myself. So they should be very, very, and not just Odo people, the entire Nigerians should. Let us for once get it right. Let the beavers, everything work. So let me stop so far. Thank you.
Thank you, CM. Mazi Prince, welcome to the show.
So before we continue, can we remember that we need to give massively for your thing, please? Let everybody remember, no matter how small.
All right.
Let us start giving
Thank
for the StreamYard
renewals.
that we talked about last
we'll
last
talk
week.
about that. Thank you, Tom. Mazi Prince.
Dr. Rudolph, good morning.
Good morning, Prince.
Dr. CM, good morning. Alaba, good morning. Femi, good morning. Tone, good morning. Loco P, you are early today. I hope all is well.
Rudolph, if you laugh, Rudolph, if you laugh, Rudolph.
Look at my time. Did I?
Rudolph, if
I
you
see you
laugh.
for Elizabeth Line. I see you for Elizabeth Line the other day. I don't want to call you.
Good morning. And then Obi. Obi,
yesterday.
Obi, I don't know if it's prescription, but smoking in the
That should be
morning.
yesterday, Abi.
Smoking in the morning is not a good.
Yesterday.
It's not a good habit.
Badly.
Well, it is as we say in our community, it's 420 somewhere.
Jesus
It's always
Christ.
420 somewhere.
420. Okay. All right. Well, but it's not April.
From California, you should know better, man. You are from California.
It's not April yet. Well, for me, they do what they do. That's what it
The fact that you
is.
live in California, you are always high.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, for me, I'm not really smiling this morning. I'm not happy. And why am I not happy? With the series of things that just happened in Nigeria, it calls for I don't know what to classify it in such a way that
National prayer.
God forbid. We're praying your own way, because to me, I believe I'm a Christian, but I believe God has given us the power to do things. We should stop all this prayer. China, are they praying?
Yeah, praying.
India, are they praying? Is US praying? Well, don't come to this place, please. I'm begging you. Don't bring this prayer thing. Prayer is supposed to be a conversation between you and God. It's kind of like waking up every morning and telling your father, "Oh, you've not paid my school fees. Give me my school fees. You've not done this. Do this. Give me food. Do me that." For Christ's sake, can Nigerians grow up for once? Grow up. When I heard about the customs selling rice, first and foremost, I said to myself, how come this rice that is being distributed and being sold is already packaged? Who packaged it? So is it that they already, and I bet you that is a contract to someone, and I bet if you know how much they use in packaging that thing, it will even surpass the amount that they're selling it. So in other words, it's a way of ripping off the people's money. That rice that they're selling is somebody's import. That rice that they're selling must have sent some people to their early grave.
But it depends. Anyway, it depends.
It all depends. But to me,
sorry, continue. Sorry, continue.
To me, look up, you're in UK. I'm in US. In US, if they seize your thing right in front of you, you see them put it in trash if it's something that has to be trashed. I've never seen US, they seize your thing and they go and put it in a storage. So it's good for consumption.
I don't think
and
so.
they take it from people. It's good for consumption.
Are you sure?
Well, why are they distributing it?
Nigeria, they care about you.
And apart from that, some of those rice are expired.
Exactly. It's not good for consumption.
And they're still giving it to people. And then look at the report. 7 people lost their life. What a country. They lost their life based on stampede. Even a pregnant woman. I would hate to see any Agbadorian that will come on this platform, any deplorable soul that will come here and say trash. Is this what they've reduced Nigeria to? We are now beggars. I have watched people talk about Nigeria is going to be Venezuela, Nigeria is going to be Zimbabwe, Nigeria is going to be Somalia. But I have not seen all these things happening now in any of those countries. Ukraine is at war with Russia. Ukraine today, there is power, electricity. Ukraine, people are still moving around, going about their businesses. They are eating, they're not starving. Why Nigeria? And the one that breaks my heart so much is the one that, you see, this is why when I talk, sometimes I get so mad. I don't even want to see. Sometimes I feel, as if I could come across any of these religious. Whose battery is low? Is it mine or? It is
Wait,
what it
the
is.
battery go low, go show for your computer. I don't understand you. Your battery low.
Thank you, Mazi Prince. Local P.
That was funny, man. Yeah. So we are back again, Abi. We're back again. According to Peace Square. You understand? Always come here, talk. Look, we'll be here. Our eyes, Nigeria will go to desert. Our eyes. We don't do anything here. Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. Anyway, watching from good day, good morning, good night. And some people are about to go to sleep, so sleep night. Sleep night, sorry. Okay, for me, let's start from. In fact, I won't start from anywhere because I believe Rudolph by now you are aware of all what is happening in Nigeria. So if we start to count, okay, what happened during the week in Nigeria, bad news, we can count with our, in fact, 10 of our fingers, with our feet, with bother somebody else, and we'll still be counting problems in Nigeria. So there's no point even trying to figure out what happened. Just go to the news. There's something there for you to talk about. I think, was it not yesterday or days ago now when they rejected Tinubu from coming to Qatar to come and do one for summit or whatever. The Qatari government, and so in midst of what we are doing in Nigeria here, Tinubu still wants to fly to Qatar for whatever summit or whatever. But that's by the roadside. What I wanted to say here in respect of what some of us have said here, previous speakers, and where they said Igbos are celebrating, I would say for me, the Igbos are not celebrating, right? The people that are celebrating are just the foolish Nigerians that are celebrating the hardship of Nigerians, because Ike Sanatono is Igbo, he's not celebrating. CM is Igbo, he's not celebrating. And Akwachi is Igbo, he's not celebrating. So for me, the Igbos are not celebrating. The people that are celebrating are just foolish people who don't know what in nation building is. You understand? Those are the kind of people that are celebrating. So I just want to correct that notion. The Igbos are not celebrating. They're just foolish people that are celebrating. You understand? That's for that to side. Then for what else again? Okay, Edo politics. Yeah, what shocked me, right? At least when I saw that primaries they were doing in the Edo states, I was just laughing because hence why what I wrote in my was the title of my name there. Don't let the poor breathe, suffocate them, because these poor people, they are the proof that in fact they're also the problem of Nigeria. They are also the problem of Nigeria. Imagine somebody counting from 300 to 700 to 390 to 700, and they tell you yes, it was the winner of one thing. Like, so you something like, okay, who are you really speaking for? Are you speaking against the government, or you are speaking for these people? These people you are even fighting for, they don't even care about you. They don't care about themselves. So why should you even bother care about them? Because the more you're even trying to kill yourself, have sleepless nights about these people, the more they're even going extra mile. So tell me, who will see that kind of election that they did from 390 to 700? Will like, oh my God, like, what should I do next? It's just going to give up. Like, sorry, if you greet me again, I will lock you up. If you just say hello to me, I will lock you up. Just yourself, because who does that? And they are even videoing it. They don't even be like, okay, hide this evidence, so don't keep it. They're even doing it on camera, videoing it just to let their boss know that yes, we are doing our job, but this is how we reach for you. So bring the money for us and let us share. Not even know that even implicating themselves, give it as in recording evidence for man, shit. What is my stage? Let me know talk about them.
Loco,
Just,
who does that is somebody who doesn't have alternative. There's no alternative.
Sorry? To do what?
For survival. We are not providing alternative to the poor.
For survival?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the problems.
They always go back to the oppressor for survival. So that's where we need to come.
No. Don't tell me that, because hold on. These people will go to their church, right? Or to their mosque, and they will say they want to do 1 month dry fasting or 7 days dry fasting. And they will do it without eating. They will not think of they are hungry. You understand? They will go to fasting for 7 days or whatever many days without eating, some dry fasting, without eating. So why can't you just do the same thing? Like, okay, God, now I want this country to be better. Okay, let me do this thing for myself, at least for my future.
I agree with you, because
you understand? So they can do it for one nonsense pastor.
Exactly.
They never give them 1 naira.
Loco, that nonsense pastor was able to coordinate those people, organize them, and give them sense of direction, even though it's a false hope. And that's what we need to.
Ovie, excuse me. Why is the alternative of counting from 309 to 700? Where is the alternative? Which alternative is there?
Listen to my point.
How much? How much?
Look, I see what you are saying. What I'm trying to say, those who fasted for 40 days, somebody was able to organize them and give them sense of purpose, even though it's a false hope. Hold on. Let me learn my point.
Did they benefit anything from that? Did they benefit anything? No, they
didn't allow this to go around. Can we get rather going
we need to come together and also organize these people and give them an alternative.
So, well, let me round up with this one, right? The Lagos governor doing the soup kitchen. You see, sometimes Nigerians, I don't know what our problem is. We always like to, when we these 9 minutes, money that we are crying that we don't have from nowhere, we just appear from somewhere else and start doing whatever feeding. If you know you have this money to do the feeding, why not use that same money that's been there lying fallow, doing nothing? Use it to like invest in one, infrastructure that will employ people, even in the manufacturing sector, that will employ people and that will be there for decades, if not centuries. Employ people constantly, and so that people can be able to feed their family. You will not use that money to do anything. You keep it somewhere. Then when there is problem like this, you will not bring that money and put it to the toilet, because that money is going straight to the toilet. Because if you feed those people, they will eat that food. Before you know, the next how many days, 2 days, they go to the toilet and pass it out. So that money you are even bringing out is going straight to the toilet. Instead of taking that money, put it in infrastructure. Great, man, I don't understand. Well, see, for me, I'm done talking, because I don't even blame the government anymore. It's that these people, if they want to be blind, let them be blind. Like I said, suffocate the poor. You start, don't let them breathe. By the time they are worried that they are close to their grave, they want to die, right? Then they will start fighting for themselves. Look at what is happening in the north. Now everybody's attacking trailer. When you see food now, attack it and collect it. It's survival of the fittest right now. If that's what they want, that will change the country. Let it be.
All right.
Just let it be.
Uncle P, thank you.
Jesus
what nonsense?
Okay, it's my turn. Welcome everybody. Greetings to everybody. Rudolph, Femi, CM, Madzi, Loco, everybody, KJ, Ovie, and Tone, and everybody, and Ferreira. I see Ferreira there. Okay, solution. We come here every day and we talk, but my issue is that and we've already started, a few speakers have already hit on that point, which is why I'm here to give a counter narrative. I personally believe that we are intellectually lazy, and we come down here and display that most of the time. I'm not saying I'm smart or I'm smarter than any of you, but please, we can do more. We are intellectually lazy, and we have something as Nigerians, it's a general thing. We have this thing called complacency. We just agree, we keep participating in what we know is wrong, like Obi. I'll use Obi because he's the big man with a platform. We keep participating. Then there's statement like nothing we can do. It's too complicated. Whether we like it or not, Tinubu is going to use 8 years. Well, that's complete sense, my people. Let's elevate the level of intellectual discourse beyond that. I'm sorry. And then this persistent repetition of the problem is annoying. I'm not saying don't repeat problem or highlight problem, but don't individualize your stories. Because I prefer if we have a collective purpose to the point to which Nigeria is suffering. This individualization of story, individual stories are important, don't get me wrong, but they're only important as an example to the collective purpose. And we do that here a lot. We come here with highlight our individual stories, hoping to garner sympathy to that individuality. It is the situation of individuality that has further destroyed Nigeria. Our discourse should be collective in terms of the pain, like hunger now. Hunger is a collective pain. This discourse should be collective with purpose. Then I go on further. This me and I and myself concept that we put argument before, to me, it's intellectually lazy, guys. Now, on the issue of Gowon, failure, I think Gowon is an example of the failure of his generation. I will talk more on that later, you know, and that the solution lies between those who are now between the age of 25 to 50. Everything above that has been a failure to that country, and some are still continuing that failure. So Gowon is a poster board example of the failure of their generation. Now, why can't we do the hard work? Ovie has once stated that we are lazy. We can't do the hard work, and we want solution. We want the nation to change. That goes back to this discourse of intellectuality. We form agreeable coalition. Why can't we, at this stage of the problem of Nigeria, see a group or a formation of an agreeable coalition based on the purpose and the problem? That's not happening. All we see every day, and the news coming out of Nigeria is still all the bad news. Every opportunity we have, we waste it. Take this hunger situation. That's should be a point of coalition of all different viewpoints, Igbo, Hausa, this, that, all those. Then what we shouldn't be allowing, particularly on this platform, is for us to fail to hold those who still verbally defend this calamity. There are some people among us, comment section, even verbally, who comes here and verbally defend this calamity that has befallen our great nation. We should shut them up and fuck them off. I'm sorry, excuse my language. Now, on the Sanwo-Olu issue.
Look at the coward. The coward is wearing the glasses. Make them not recognize them. Look at one of them.
Let me
Coward.
continue.
Come out your glass all there.
Guys, let me finish my sentence now. Yeah, people like that. Guys, let me finish. So don't worry, we will deal with the cowards. We should shut them up, and we should shut them up and fuck them off. On the Sanwo-Olu issue, that's another distraction. That's where they are spreading peanuts to the people to make it seem as if they are doing something. Then on the issue of Igbos jubilating and everybody coming here to criticize them, I totally against that. Let them jubilate. Let them jubilate. I disagree with what people are saying that I think they shouldn't jubilate. But jubilate. There's a Yoruba proverb that says, Omogo enyomaku. Kinyo pa omo bi oshago. The child is foolish. And you're saying that child should not die. What will kill a child other than folly? Look, those who are jubilating are showing their counterparts, irrespective of tribe, that we told you that your actions were foolish. Now suffer the consequences of your action. Suffer go killing now. Chain na say na no get sense. That suffer go killing now. Na never see anything yet. Dollar go enter 3,000. Say na be mumu, na mumu never do. One day na go wake up. That's what is happening, and we should be able to tell. As long as that geography joins us together, we should be able to tell our brothers that. So anybody coming here to condemn people jubilating should just keep their mouth quiet. Let someone else speak.
Thank you, Alaba.
Stop blaming the poor.
Alaba, let me do top of you.
Don't have choice. They are powerless.
Ton,
what did you say?
Let me do top of you. I'll give you come for that. Now you let me do top of you. I'll give you keep quiet.
Right. Okay. Greetings, everybody. It's good to be here again. And except for the bigot that is covering his mouth and the head and his cheap wristwatch that is showing off to his illustrious in Nigeria.
Just
Anyway,
go down.
Kulata, I
Don't go
hope
down.
say common sense don't dey enter your head.
Just say
I
Kulata,
greet
I
you
love you.
all the
Our
same.
case closed.
What we're experiencing now is really sad, and it's just a consequence of what we've been talking about, that we are going to get to the place where we are now. Even if anything, let's the economics aside, why should Nigeria that is so rich will be lacking food? People are hungry. When I say people are seriously hungry, people are seriously hungry. People can't go to their farms because of Boko Haram. What is the soldiers doing? What is our military doing? What is our security? It tells you that we don't have a security infrastructure. One of the generals came the other day on X, was saying that they are going to deal severely with anybody that suggests coup or mentions coup. Then let them go and deal with IBB. IBB had come out the other day to warn Tinubu that if it doesn't take time, this could cause some people to rise up. And for him to say that from his position, then that means he knows something that is cooking. And let me just remind everybody, I mentioned in word number 5. That riddle will make sense very soon to us. I mentioned 5 some couple of weeks ago. I think if I remember clearly about the beginning of the year, I mentioned the word number 5. It will soon make sense. Now, I will applaud Sonolu. He's doing the correct thing, because for me, if you do the right thing, we'll praise you. He's doing the correct thing. That he has. These are the measures that are supposed to be put in place for people to be hungry. That even apart from getting to the stage that we are now and all that, the people in government are to be seen to make meaningful sacrifice, that they've come there to serve. Most of our politicians are not there to serve. They've come there to plunder the nation. And that is why they are so desperate for power. Tinubu says he's a billionaire, a millionaire, whatever he is, and all that. Take a pay cut. Say, okay, I've come to serve, and at least he stole enough from the covers of Lagos State and diverted a lot of infrastructure and business into his very own. Fair enough. Nobody has reason here to prop him and all that. Take a pay cut. You don't have to be paid. That large cabinet he has, he needs to trim it. The people that are there speaking all the big English in the Senate and all that, they should lead by example and start taking and say, you know what, half of my pay I'm going to give to my constituents and all that. But these people are just overpaid, and that is why I will still maintain my argument that the system of government we're practicing now is too expensive, regardless of who is there. It's just too expensive. It's not sustainable. It's too expensive. Spagowon, the old Agbaya that does not have sense at this age, he has not. It tells you that bigotry he still has this hatred. I was so disappointed because I thought he was at this point in time in his life he must have reflected and be sensible. That is the
No way.
most insensitive thing to
They
say.
refuse to die.
Even
They
at
don't
this
want to
point,
die. They refuse to die.
even at this point in history, yeah, or even at his age and all that. Like somebody will say he's in the boarding part, he's having his boarding pass in his hands now to move on, and you cannot come out and say something sensible. No, I'm just so disappointed. I will not disrespect him. I will not abuse him verbally, but it's such a shame that somebody of his stature will come out and make such a careless statement.
All right, thank you, Tom.
Um,
Okay, go ahead. You're finished now.
Yeah, CM mentioned about Edo States. That is just really a mess. We're talking about, please, we shouldn't bash any church. Please be respectful to Christians. Christians and the GOs are not the problem of Nigeria. It is the people that is practicing the Christianity. There's nothing wrong with Christianity, but the Christianity that we practice in Nigeria and the Islam that we practice in Nigeria is not the same. So nobody should come here and all that. Be at least for my own faith. If you come in here, please do not disrespect Christianity. They're already praying for Tinubu. Dr. Rudolph, maybe you will play that clip later and use to prove my point. So that's all I've got to say for now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tom. I'm going to skip over here. KJ, I know you don't mind. I want to go to Kolata because I appealed to him. He came on his own, but I've been appealing to him. I understand that there are some people, this is in general terms, there are some people for some reasons other than the fact that they don't want to show their faces. There are some people who, for good reasons, don't want to show their faces on this platform. And we made the rule that says you have to show your face. And we are sticking by that for now. But there are also some cases where people have made an appeal saying we should let some people come on just to respond to something or air some views that we may not get because we are insisting on that. So it's something that I think it's been a year that we put in this, our guidelines. I think we need to review it as we go along, not because of Colette or anybody, but I want to make sure that we are still on the same path. So KJ, let me just, okay, you spoke already. KJ, let me just.
I never spoke. You only asked me my revolutionary journey.
We've not started. That's what we're still doing. You spoke for more than 5 minutes.
Sorry, Rudolph, concerning what you said, right?
Hold on, not now.
Anybody wants to see Kulata face should go back to the early stage of this program.
No, I wanted to say if it's for security reason, right?
Yeah, look, hold on. We'll get to that. We address that.
Kulata face is out there. I don't know why.
All right, so I'll go to Kulata.
Is this the original?
You don't see the man face. The man ugly. I don't mind that they argue about it.
Calm down.
That's a good question.
AJ, Kulata, go ahead.
Hey, Rudolph, long time no talk. I don't know what the topic really is.
No, opening statement. Actually.
Okay. Opening statement. Okay. Well, mine is going to be opening and closing because I have an appointment. So basically, based on what is going on right now, Naira devaluation, right? The CBN, they're going to meet for the very first time since Cardoso got in. They're going to have their MPC meeting. So I'm expecting an increase in interest rate because we have an out of control inflation. Inflation is currently 30%. And if you look at food inflation, it's 35.4%. And when you look at exactly what is going on with our currency, Buhari printed illegally, if I must say that, 30 trillion naira under Ways and Means. So you have a lot of naira, and the thing is not the naira kind of like went across the board. It's in few hands, right? So we have a problem right now that we have an inelastic demand for dollar. So no matter the supply that they put out there, there's too much naira that's going to like take up the dollar. That's just what is going on. And it's further complicated by some governors that are using FAC when they receive allocation. Just watch the naira. A week after they release allocation, you see the thing just drops and drops and drops. You have that. You also have the speculators, which is in every economy, really. There's always going to be speculators that use crypto, Binance and these other crypto firms. And then we have people like our colleagues that earn good salary, but they have to hedge and they save it in dollars. But you don't, how do you blame them? Because the naira is depreciating. If I save in naira, 30% of my naira is going to be useless in the matter of year. And that the inflation rate is going up and up and up. So we have a big problem here where we have too much naira, but it's not circulating everywhere. So people are poor. Just a few people have cornered too much naira, and those few people are buying up dollars and buying up dollars. And you have people that are genuinely using their salary to also save in dollars to hedge. So the crisis that we're in requires of jacking up interest rates to mock up excess liquidity. So you can see that they started selling treasury bills. And now to call an investor to come and invest in Nigeria, when you look at the ongoing rate and you look at our inflation rate, the ongoing rate is less than the inflation rate. So that means I'll have a negative yield. So we need to jack up the interest rate, but that comes with its own consequence, because people that are going to borrow money, is going to be more expensive for them to borrow money. So we may have a recession. if it's not managed well, because we have something called the stagflation right now, high unemployment, high what's it called, high unemployment, high inflation, kind of like a double or triple whammy. And then there's so many things. So addressing inflation caused by excess liquidity will be targeted by the CBN. They have to favor that as opposed to just directly trying to address the dollar. Because I think right now, any supply they raise is a waste of time. It's just going to go. Too many people are going to buy it up. So that's number one. Number two, food inflation is a different case on its own. We have, that one requires productivity increase. Basically, how to get people back into the farms. And to get people back into the farms, there's a boatload of insecurity in the land. So I don't see the sense of urgency in addressing this insecurity stuff. Like, there needs to be a massive urgency in addressing insecurity. And all this releasing grains to governors or releasing, it's shabby. So Tinubu has a lot of work to do. His team, like I've been saying since last year, his team is only 20% qualified. He needs to fire people. He wades too much into politics versus governance, because there's always a balance between politics and governance. In my opinion, I would maybe do 60% governance, 40% politics, because you have to perpetuate yourself there, at least for the second term, if you have visions for the country. But he's heavily skewed, having a lot of dodgy ministers that are not reporting any performance, not providing any sort of like milestones into what are you actually planning. So there's a heavy crisis on his hands. I understand his plan, and I understand the difficulty we're going through. It's not going to be an easy fix by any stretch, but he has to rejig his team. The current team will not be able to deliver squat for him. And then the additional things, telling Nigerians just to kind of like saying bear with it is one thing. But then the messaging, seeing some excesses in different areas of the government, is you're sending the wrong signals. So there are many areas where it kind of needs to shape things up. The messaging is wrong. The team needs to be rejigged. The problem is difficult. So it kind of needs to sit up. And I'm also expecting some sort of reforms in public service to cut costs. Like we have the Oronsoye report right there. It's just have to adopt some of what's already been done, Oronsoye reports to kind of like cost the cost of governance. Because costing the cost of governance will go a long way, and especially blocking a lot of waste, which is created by corruption. So if I'm going to summarize what is happening right now, I will say we're transitioning from a rent-seeking economy to a productive economy. But it is painful because the rent seekers are fighting back. The more they close the gap between the parallel exchange rate and the official one, the more you see them pushing up the parallel they're creating arbitrage. So they need to deal, if this government is serious, they have to deal with bankers. They're your friends. They probably funded some of your campaign. You have to deal with bankers. There's a circular that came out yesterday that kind of like cleaning up the BDCs, having higher capital requirements, a lot of transmission and all whatnot. They're good, but I think it's not good enough. We should not have BDC selling dollars in every nook and cranny in the country. And I don't see why we should not regulate dumb account. Like in India right now, you have to be a foreign resident Indian to open a dumb account. In Nigeria, you can open a dumb account for no reason. You're not trading, you're not doing anything, you just open a dumb account. Why don't we just move to dollar and just scrap the naira? If you're going to be, having satisfying all sorts of dollar demands. So the work is out there, but I think this team is inadequate. There are many people that should get fired immediately. I thought they said is maintaining some KPIs. We need to see those KPIs and look at the minister that they need to get rid of immediately. And that's one thing. The other thing is legislative priorities. I understand state security. I will prefer municipal security, local government security, because you have a state like Plateau that has 42 ethnic groups. So are you going to tell me that is the state executive that will have control of that and then use it against different 42 tribes? So while state security may work in my own state, which is mono-ethnic, there are other states, Bauchi, Plateau, Taraba, that have small groups. So the security should go beyond state. It should go into the local government, where you have maybe state patrol, kind of like what we have in America. And that is a medium-term plan. The immediate, we have a crisis right now. There needs to be an immediate time plan. Where are the forest guards that he promised us? So there are many things that needs to happen. It's, I think, too much inertia and too much politics, in my opinion, and they need a lot of shaping up to do because it's a crisis situation. But the thing is, we have too much potential that it's not going to go too terrible because we're not even tapping fully all our potential. So we're not going to get into Lebanon. We're not going into Lebanon or Argentina. We're not going to default on any debt or anything. Actually, we just paid up like $1.5 billion to some of our creditors. There's some money we can use, but it's just going to be a tough transition away from this rent-seeking economy we've been running since the 70s to something that is a bit more productive. But then we have to, he needs to rejig his team. So that's kind of like how I see things. I'm more interested in governance. The politics is done and over. It's been a year now, so I don't really care much about politicking. It's now the governance that I care about. So Rudolph.
But all these things you propose, do you think it's going to work in real time?
Can I ask one question on policy here?
Wait, Mazi Ovie, 1 minute, please. All these things you proposed is good, but do you think, because you said 60% politics and 40% economics and all that.
60% governance, 40% politics. That's my own prescription.
I will even say more, because he needs to look across APC and look for the good people that can do the job. That's the only way he can get out of this mess.
Okay, thank you, Ton. Kulata, hold on.
I just want one small question for Kulata.
I know. Hold on. Let me put in my own too. Kulata, all these things you said now, let me,
You wanted to provide us now, B?
Like the gap between exchange rate and things you identified that should have been done, or in mopping up the Naira. Is it that they don't know, they didn't notice when they were putting in the policy? Is it that they don't have anybody that they're smart enough to know what you're saying?
At least
Rudolph, is not like that. You see, economics, there's no clear answer. Everybody thinks, okay, there's one solution. No, each solution comes with its pros and cons. It's the unintended consequences that you don't know the full magnitude. I can bet that nobody knew that our so-called reserves was already encumbered. Like it was borrowed money, it was fake. I mean, in essence, at some point in time, based on report from JP Morgan, we only had like $2 billion in our reserves, even though it shows 30 billion. A lot of that was just borrowed money. Our oil sales, it's been sold in the future, so we're not even earning much from that. But the thing is, we need this because this is exactly life without oil for Nigeria. This is exactly what it's going to look like. So I will not be surprised if we go through these challenging times and we have to, restructure the country, because it's getting to the point where productivity is more important. We just can't rely on, some people fought war, then oil price went up, and then we have huge windfall. That is what's been saving us in the 70s. They'll fight war, we'll make money in oil, we'll save it. But right now, we're not reinvesting in the oil. We're not reinvesting in the oil infrastructure. We will never be able to make 2 million barrels a day because there's zero infrastructure. The oil majors are moving to offshore. The local guys that are giving the landed assets, they're finding it challenging because they're busting pipelines and they're not reinvesting. So our oil productivity, without additional investment offshore, it's going to be stuck in this one like 1.5 million barrels and all. It's not just the stealing. It's just the fact that there's no infrastructure.
All right. Thank you, Kulata.
Please, just a quick intervention. Kulata, please. I disagree with you when you say, please. I disagree with you when you say
Okay.
Just a
Let me
second.
just ask question.
Please, I thought I could have finished. Class, I disagree with.
KJ, can you give them 1 minute to ask like one question? Okay. CM1.
Okay. Kulata, I disagree with you when you say Nigeria is on transition from rent-seeking economy to production economy. That's a wish, but from the evidence on ground, we haven't started the transition. I say this because the production I'm looking at, I believe that's what we are looking at also, is food production first to stem the tide of hunger. So until what the missing link when you said of security was, why can't we move our troops to use it to intervene, to make sure that those that should have been going to the farm in Benue State that are in refugee camp are back to their houses first, so that they can go and farm whatever they contribute. That is part of the transition.
CM,
you're right.
Hold
on.
Guy.
Can I answer him? Let me give me a few seconds. You're not wrong, CM. That is why it's a transition. The transition is a process. It's not instantaneous. So one of my criticism is there needs to be a state of emergency as far as security. When everybody has been talking about let's organize, let's do this, you should be organized on one single focus. Basically, insecurity. It resonates in the southwest, in the southeast, in the north central, in the northwest, in the northeast. All of us feel insecure. We don't, and that has nothing to do with any candidate or whatever. It's an experience we all feel. So if everybody wants to organize, there's a single topic that we will all agree on, which is insecurity. And then when that is done, I mean, immediate needs, forest guards, and then I think they created a special force, but those special forces are only in Plateau and Abuja. But nothing says they shouldn't scale that up across the 6 regions. At least have like two teams, SWAT teams, come in, go out. You can easily scale that up, scale up forest guards, at least get the people back to the farms. We've missed how many farming seasons now? The grains they distributed last, they did some distribution of some seedlings. For crops that can grow in 3 months, where's the harvest? And you know what's going on again? Because our currency is now weak, which is working in the way it should work, because if you have a weak currency, that means you should export more. But now the problem is our farmers are now exporting illegally to our neighboring countries because the CFA has more value. So it's working, but it's at our own detriment, because it's either, if we don't fight inflation, right? See, if I save 10 naira now, it's 7 naira. So why should I go and save 10 naira? I'll just put it in my grains or my seeds and pack it in the warehouse, or I take it to across the border and sell it. So you see, without fixing inflation, 2 ways to fix inflation: by, of course, jacking up the interest rate and then getting insecurity fixed so we can increase productivity in food, and then the price of food will go down. So you're not wrong, CM.
All right, thank you. Let's go Ovie.
Yeah, Kulata. I'm going to stop it. For me, my understanding of what is going on, why this government is confused, or what it's trying to do, is trying to manage a policy that was handed over to him by the sponsor of the government, which my conclusion is the foreign capitalists, individual corporation, however you want to see it. They're trying to manage that, but at the same time convince us, the locals, that the policy is going to work for us. But I will back my submission up with in some instances during the course of the program. But my question to you is that, do you, as an economist, I believe, do you deliberately?
I'm not an economist, so I'm a rewire.
Okay.
I read electrical engineering. I don't know. Anyway, continue.
Do you deliberately omit one of the policy that Bola Tinubu introduced at the course of inaugural speech, which says foreign investors are not allowed to repatriate their currency? A policy that the previous government, Muhammadu Buhari, avoid deliberately in order for just to keep dollar within whatever they are trying to maintain. Did you deliberately omit that, or that it doesn't have any effect at all to what is going on?
I did not leave it out, and you have a misconception. It's not like Buhari avoided repatriation. We spent money we did not have and we have dollars that we had dollar debt we could not satisfy. That's why we had the $7 billion backlog. And that backlog, 2.4 billion out of that backlog was illegal. There were shenanigans being done by friends and family in CBN. So you had airlines that could not get money out of the country. If you're an investor, will you carry your dollar out and say you're going to invest in this kind of environment? And then you say, I can't repatriate any money I make. Then your money is stuck. Then it's stuck in Naira. Naira that is depreciating at 30% annually. Can you imagine that? So it's not like everybody's happy. Oh, Buhari kept. Let me land. Everybody's happy that Buhari kept the rates low, but you don't know the price that kept that rate low. It got to the point where you cannot even finance an LC. Do you imagine you want to import? You go to the bank, and then they will not take your LC.
All right, thank you. Let me go to KJ, because it's not fair that you guys have spoken and KJ is waiting, and let me go to KJ. Just for KJ, this is not your submission, but I want to give you an opportunity to talk to Kulata.
Okay, straight to Kulata. I have a lot of respect for you for being able to put up a defense for someone that's defenseless. But if you ask me in a normal street, I will have said blah 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 blah. Go tell it to the Marines. I've heard all this before. Whenever any government, Nigerian government goes wrong, they look for very intelligent guys like you to try and put up a defense. That doesn't really mean anything. You just explaining away nothing that these things we have heard them over and over the years. What you have said now is not new to anybody who is listening to or following Nigerian government for so long. We have explained this over and over. In fact, the last government explained this thing. Now Tinubu is explaining the same thing. It's not going to change. You see, as long as we keep doing the same thing over and over, we're not going to get any result different. Look, if Tinubu leaves government today and that person comes, they will still say these things. Not just like Rudolph asked. Did they not know that the Naira was being printed? They approved it. In fact, to tell you how illegal it was, they call it ways and means, for which even now the National Assembly is still, I know that that's drama, but at least questioning it. And the man who approved the ways and means is saying that even if you decide to probe, you're not going to get anything from it. Why? Because he knows that everything done there was done with the high and the mighty. All of them know this. You see, if you ask me, if Tinubu was going to do something different, when he got into government, he knew these things. They would have been explained to him. And in some developed world like America or some other place, before you get into government, you are even given a dossier of what is there. The money you have, what is there, security and otherwise. And if he think he was being able to do what you are telling us now, is it today that security became a problem in Nigeria? So if that was the primary reason, when he got into government, the first thing to do was to try and checkmate the security issues that were having over 10 years. Look, the army was celebrating after 10 years of killing a bandit who have been terrorizing Nigeria. 10 years. It took a well-trained army to defeat a ragtag, bandits. 10 years, and they are celebrating it. That's the kind of nation you're talking about, Mr. Kolata. I have, like I said, it is not easy to come and defend something that you know. You and I know directly in our hearts, if our conscience allow us to judge, that these things are not going to work. Okay, if it's going to work, who is leading the economy right now? The central bank governor, who's already making a lot of mistakes, who doesn't even know what he wants to do. If it's going to work, what is the Marshall Plan for dealing with the security? See, let me say this, and that's one I'll conclude, because I listen to you and this is my own personal view. Now, you said you have issue with food. When you got in, you didn't do anything. Look, for more than 8 years, they've been stopping farmers from being able to go to farm. Is it surprising that we wake up today, there's no food in Nigeria? Wow, we just realized. Oh, why? This is how the nation works. It doesn't work differently. The government sat down, played politics with food. The people in Benue are not going to farm. The people in Plateau are not going to farm. The people in Taraba are not going to farm. Almost the whole people in the north are not going to farm. The people in the southwest are not going to farm. The east, majority of that part, the east are not going to farm. And you expect that there'll be food? Wow.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So I don't know if that was a question or whatever, but
no, it's
yeah.
I can't.
Okay, so let me respond. Let me respond to your contribution. So you should know the difference between. Hold on now, guy. Hold on. Let me respond.
Put me at backstage. Put me at backstage.
Okay. you should know the difference between my own opinion, my analysis, and you calling it a defense, because that may betray your understanding of what I'm saying or your personal prejudice. It's neither here nor there. It doesn't even matter. And you saying, oh, they should have known 30 trillion. So if you are a leader, I don't know if you're a leader in your work, there's a problem that this is the magnitude of the problem. Do you fix it by snapping a finger and say, okay, $30 trillion, poof, go away. Insecurity, poof, go away. Productivity in food, just like that. It takes time. I don't know if you've done any project or you solve problems for a living, but if you do solve problems for a living, you know that you have to, I mean, when you are a leader, you know you have to, it takes time for some things to set in, especially when there are unintended consequences of actions. You see, there's something called pros and cons. Pros and cons. You may list all the pros, and then you start implementing based on the pros, and then the cons start showing up. Then you react.
No.
Rudolph, I'm almost done. Let me talk to my friend Mazi. Mazi Padimi.
Kulata. Oh my goodness. Finally you get to come here. It looks like at first I was kind of imagining, are you an AI? You know, or is it that your lips look like mine?
Recorded program.
Okay, and or probably it's as if it's your lips is just like mine, and you know how it is. But there's a quick something
How
I
is
want
it
to
going to
say.
tell us how they live? Is we don't know.
I don't know. There's something I want to say. You made mention of farmers, you know, taking their produce to across the border to sell in safer and all that. You know, it's always easier for us to generalize, but that's not true in the real sense. Why am I saying this? People in the east, people in the south, I don't think they're moving anything across the border. They've not even had enough to supply their market, talk less of taking it across the border. My thing is this: why is Tinubu associating with Godori? Is it Godori or Godori, whatever they call him?
Chaguri. It's not
Chagori,
Goduri.
Chagori.
Chaguri.
Good.
Yeah.
What is Democrat?
Chagori is a Lebanese guy. And this is a guy, even in US, he's being wanted for certain activities. Why are we associating ourselves with such a person? He's not gonna help Nigeria. Rather, he's from Lebanon. He should go back to Lebanon and help Lebanon than coming to Nigeria and confusing the leaders over there. That's all I can say for now. But nice meeting you, Kulata. I really appreciate
Nice meeting you, Mazi. You know me and you just like Basbos. But the thing is, from when you say the people in the east, even the southwest, I went to Nigeria. I mean, our governors, I can speak for my state. My state governor is ridiculously useless. He's not doing anything. He's just dancing. So we're not producing anything as far as food is concerned. To even want, like I say, I want to export, is basically subsistence farming that is happening. And again, cash crops. Like in the southwest, you see some cocoa farms and all that. But the farming is disappointing. So there's not even enough to say I want to export. But up north is more commercial. And then here's the problem: your next door neighbor, Benin Republic, 1.5% inflation. 1.5%. Nigeria, 29.9. Food inflation, 34.5. It speaks for itself. It's economics. But as far as Shaguri is concerned, I don't know Tinubu from Adam, and I don't know Shaguri, but I know he's a Nigerian Lebanese. That's all I know. I don't know anything about Shaguri.
For me, Kulata, what thing I'm disappointed in you about, like, when you said you're an engineer, electrical engineer, you're like, you disappointed me the most, because I think as an engineer,
you don't like capacitor and transistor.
Because as an engineer, I know that there are ways we think. You understand? When it comes to like design, you understand? Because Nigeria is like it's like a model which you can design if you want to, and there are ways you design this. And if you're talking about pros and cons, before you take any step in whatever you want to, like, delve into any circuit in your field, electrical, when you say you put out the pros and cons, you look at both. You don't just say, okay, this is the advantage. Let me go and do working inside that maybe circuit or panel or motherboard or whatever, because you can end up blowing up yourself. You understand? So you look at if there's any con at least that is disastrous, no matter how small it is, you will not even dare go for the pros. You understand? So telling me somebody like Tinubu knows what he's doing, whatever excuse you are giving.
I don't think I ever said he knows what he's doing.
Okay, no, hold on, no, because the analogy you are giving, like you are giving excuse for him.
I'm not giving an excuse. I'm giving my reading. I'm giving my understanding of the situation. There's a difference between that.
Okay, probably taking the right step. Is that what you're saying?
I said overall is the right step, but his team cannot execute it. I don't think his team will be able to execute whatever he wants.
Himself and his team cannot. You understand? So what I'm just like you to be an electrical engineer and you're talking like this, like no, come on, man. You're supposed to be bigger than this for real.
I'm not bigger now. I'm a short, small guy. Sorry.
Like terms of IQ wise, you know.
Okay, my turn. Kulata.
Sir.
Yeah, Kulata, yeah. Like, you know, one thing I like about the fact that you came here to talk today is the fact that you're covering your mouth. Do you know when people cover their mouth?
I don't want to give you COVID now. Do you want COVID?
Unfortunately,
Alaba, hold on. Alaba, can you hold on a second?
Kulata, you've had your say.
No, hold on. Let me say something. Alaba, let me say something first. 5 seconds.
Hold on. So what we're doing here, Alaba, I muted you. Don't keep going. What we're doing here, even though we used to do that every Saturday, which is when someone comes with a interesting or different viewpoint, we make the person an accidental guest. So what we're doing here is we turn him into an accidental guest. I don't know where the video is, the intro for that segment. So he's now taking questions from us because people felt that, he said something that they wanted to challenge. So that's what we're doing. So in a way, he's kind of a guest. So Alaba, I just want to mention that.
Okay. Now, I'm not saying your mouth is stinking.
Rudolph, hold on a second. Before Alaba starts.
Okay.
Before you start, hold on a second. Alaba, just calm the hell down, right? Before Alaba starts, we've been having intelligent conversations among people with different views and all. So I will not expect people that have spent decades on Earth to go to ad hominems and all. So if you don't have anything of substance to say, if you're not going to speak to the issues, I will kindly excuse myself. But if you're going to speak to the issues and address issues, I will engage you on issues. That's my premise.
Don't, because I want to.
And then, Rudolph, I'll see you later. I'll see you later.
Why are you running? Don't run away from me.
All right, let's get back to business.
But beyond this, I'm just not just because of Kulata or anybody, but anybody that comes here. The purpose is if you feel that I think it's important to engage anybody that comes here, whoever the person is, and it could be anybody at any point. And our goal is to give everybody a chance to have their own say. All right, where are we?
My question to him, because I know he's listening in the background.
You don't have to say that anymore because you didn't want to ask the question.
I still want to throw my question out there so that he doesn't think that I'm here to tell him
Sorry, let's get situated.
What I wanted to ask him was that, listen, what I wanted to ask him was that he keep using the term us, word, we. I wanted to ask him, what's the primary purpose of government? He keeps saying official rate, parallel rate. Is the government not the one responsible to arrest those that are in the parallel market? Is the government not the one in charge of security? Now he's telling, instead of us here discussing, we should be formulating on how we can secure the country. Is that our responsibility or that of the government that he supports? You see, when I first started today, I told you guys that we should elevate the level of our intellectual discourse. And people who come out here to defend the indefensible, we need to shut them up or fuck them off. And he ran away. He can't even come here and answer my question.
I'm done. I'm done with you guys. Thank you, Alaba. But
Can I go on
Can
now?
can we go back to normal situation?
Yeah, we'll go back to normal conversation. Hold on. I think
Rudolph, can you put me in the background? I'll be back later.
Yeah,
Put me in the
Rudolph,
background, please.
me too. But
Look, then man of prestige, and then
No, it's me now. The
Rudolph,
Rudolph,
background,
man of
background.
prestige.
Even myself never
I was
talk,
there
but
before
I'm
man
ready
of
to say let's go. Let's go.
make
Let's go
my-
to normal.
Can I go on?
Please,
KJ,
backstage, backstage,
Man
Rudolph,
of
backstage.
prestige, my brother, but I came before him.
I know. Look, go ahead.
No, I think backstage.
Rudolph,
backstage.
can we
Sorry.
get back to normal? Start with Mazi Priest. Which Ashu?
All
We
right.
spent almost 2 hours to
introduce themselves. Okay, KJ, after you.
We know ourselves. We know where we stand. We know.
Yeah,
Zero
thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Rudolph, and thank you everyone member who is there, especially my brother, man of prestige. You see, we actually you had your lineup today was quite heavy, and I liked it. It's just that you missed, maybe I won't say missed. There was a lot of killing in Benue and Plateau the last 1 week, and then even the vice president had to visit. However, I don't know. Do I move to your topic and discuss, or do I just say,
You
okay?
see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Let's get back to business.
What I want to do now is because today we did a little bit something different. Opening statement, and then we go to the
Okay,
first
so my
which is go on. That will be the first topic. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So now, I will check the Gowon issue. You know, I watched the interview, and I watched a lot of Gowon's interview in the past, and I must say that I feel very disappointed, because in a community where elders do not tell the truth, you know, to the authority, it becomes difficult because you now give opportunity to the younger ones to take that opportunity, to take that stage, and then you say they are arrogant or insolent or all that. It is elders that tell elders the truth. You do not play to the gallery because you are depending on the largesse that come from government. And this is about the third or the fourth time that a situation has been presented to General Gowon, and he fails to tell the truth, neither to history nor to the situation he finds himself. Because we know from hindsight that even what he talked about the war is not correct, So, but I would stick myself to his accident and tell Nigerians to be patient. What are they saying Nigerians to be patient about? Till everybody drops dead? What are they saying that we should be patient about? And you see, that's why I didn't want to go into argument with the last speaker, who left. But the truth is that government has always run to say, oh, petrol is expensive because we're making it expensive because they are smuggling it across the border. And so we cannot control the price. If the price is too low across the border, then we have just to match it. And now they are saying, oh, we don't have food because they are being smuggled across the border. And look, the question is, who is supposed to man the borders? Do we still have customs? Do we still have immigration? If the borders cannot be manned, how much food do they carry out? So much so that it's now affecting Nigeria to the point that even the vice president can say that we have discovered 34 smuggling routes. They are more. Don't we all know that the whole of north is empty without any fence? Anybody can cross anywhere. You don't even know when they're in Nigeria. You don't even know when they're in Nigeria. Look, I can give you pictures of what I'm talking about. So you see, so these arguments have been over time, and it's no longer making sense to any reasonable Nigeria. When you bring this thing up, we know that you people refuse to tackle the insecurity in Nigeria. Farmers no longer go to the farm. Okay, and then you come and tell us that there's hunger in the land, and then a state man like himself, goes to the authority instead of telling to them, look, okay, whatever I need to do because they're hunger, the life. Say Nigeria should be patient until the last person dies, patient until there's no longer anybody to be called in Nigeria, or patient till I mean, I don't understand it. So you see, if I say I'm disappointed, I'll be lying, because, like I said, numerous times I've been given opportunity to tell the right thing, to put straight into history, and he failed to do that. And so even on this occasion, I'm not going to say he had done, his comment doesn't move the needle at all. Rather it may even aggravate Nigerians into doing more things than rather even than listening to him. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, Rudolph, just put me on the back seat. I was here to ask Kulata questions, so unfortunately I was unable.
Okay,
Man of
Yeah, I'll join you guys later.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. So I will stop from where KJ started. So I think KJ has made a very important submission in regard to Gowon. I just feel like he's being very disingenuous. When he said that you should give Tinubu more time and other kind of things. And the last statement that he made kind of attributed to the Biafran War, which annoys me a lot, because he stated that when he was trying during the war, he was when he started the war, people are against him not to go to the war, but he succeeded. What did he succeed? He make it sound like what he did was right and was very fruitful to Nigerian, case. I mean, you destabilize the Nigeria, because where the Igbos are right now. I mean, you just finished the country. So how are you going to claim that you was very successful? So I was annoyed about that. But anyway, let me begin from what I want to say about. I mean, everybody has spoken well, but in my opinion, Nigeria has become or has always been an immaculate deception. What do I mean by that? It's just like a pregnant woman that claims that she's a virgin. Imagine that. That's what Nigeria has been, and that's what they have become. So nothing really new about what they've been doing. Having said that, I was going to ask Kulata something about what they're doing right now, because they're trying to mitigate the dollarization of Nigeria market. But they're not doing it in a proper way, and nothing is going to work without me being productive. Because I read they went to Enugu. I mean, they sent all this EFCC to go start, arresting all these Aboki and some other people, trading dollars for naira. That's not. I mean, they gave them license to begin with. Why are you arresting them? You need to change the law. And I say, okay, no more people are not going to have license anymore. But you went ahead and started arresting them all over the country, Abuja, Lagos, and everything. That's what EFC has been doing last week. The one that I'm very particular about is from Ngozi town in Enugu. They went to Enugu, and arrested all those people trading dollar and naira. How much did they get? They confiscated over, I think, about 110 million naira. And how much dollar did they get? They only got $8,000. But how's that supposed to help? That's not going to help anything, because the problem is the binary market and the speculators. Because what's going to happen right now, this is who's going to change their taxes. All they need to do is get some BBN and start, going to binary market, and the whole thing will be worsening. So what the government is pretty much practicing, they just anything that fits. They don't know what they're doing. It's just a try and error, see what's going to fit. So this is the problem with Tinubu administration. I mean, I don't know where he starts. So I'm not going to speak about. Everybody has spoken about other points. I'm not going to duplicate about what happened. But I need to bring out a no, I have a topic. I don't know if you have said it about the INEC report when they came out and said it was an inherited complexity. I mean, is that all you can do? Is it's an inherited complexity for the presidential election, and he was able to upload, the House of Representatives and the Senate. And you come and give us, this is your final report. It was an inherited complexity. This is why he wasn't able to upload. I mean, I don't know who they think they're talking to. I mean, they just come here to bamboozle Nigeria, think we are all illiterate. We don't know what's happening. So this is their final report. So it's going to be in Nigeria, take it or leave it. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. But anyway, let me go to a more lighter note.
Tell us why she should come back to Nigeria.
This is your VA brother. Obie brother that came to America 1982 or 83. His name is Simon Barbosa or whatever. I've forgotten what he's called. I don't know if this guy comes here, and married some lady. I think her name
Simon
is
Guabodia.
Yeah, right.
Simon Guabodia.
I mean, this guy has been
married
Portia,
Keisha Porsche.
in this country. I know. He claimed that this is like Hush Puppy Pro Mass, that he worth over 500 million, and he married a reality TV show, Portia. I mean, it has been a very big news in America. So I don't know how many of you here in America following the whole thing, and they are castigating Nigeria, that Nigeria scammers, because when everything came out, exactly, and you know where he lived? He used to live in Obie neighborhood, Buckhead, where the richest people live in Atlanta. That's where he used to live before. So that's where he lived. And he built this mansion, Vigo mansion. But the problem is, it's not about his sources of revenue. They don't know where he's getting the money. Now he's going to be deported again. But that man is so foolish. What is he so foolish? He has a green card. He don't want to live with the green card. He wants to become a citizenship. So they denied his citizenship twice, and he still want to apply. So he's in trouble right now. It's just the way they're talking about Nigeria, like everybody's a scam or whatever, you know. So that's very deplorable. You don't need to go and watch it on YouTube and see the kind of lavish wedding they did. I think they just came back from Dubai. But the problem right now is that the lady, you know, I think she's in the real wife of Atlanta. She's divorcing him right now. Yesterday, you know, she filed for divorce. So, but anyway, I'm going to talk, you know, when it comes to my turn. But on a more lighter note, there's some good news in Nigeria.
Man of prestige,
Nigeria has two neighborhoods that rank as, you know, I think the 6th best black-owned neighborhood. Nigeria have 2 of them, Victoria Island and Lekki Phase 1. Of course, Dr. Damage, your neighborhood, Harlem, is one of them. And of course, your neighborhood, Buckhead, is one of them. So, and 2 from South Africa. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige.
Man of prestige, I'm a poor man. Stop linking me with these filthy rich people.
I don't know where you read all these stories about these people. I don't know them. Gozika, welcome to the show.
They've attacked
Rich people story.
Thank you for finally allowing me in. Can you hear me?
We can hear you a little bit. There's echo music.
Yeah, I'm using the Bluetooth. So overthinking one TV, so I come out to mama go look for and find people. When my own go work fast. Good evening, everybody. Happy weekend. I'm alive. I am a bit sad because before I came on, I was on Twitter. I don't know how many of you have been following the custom rice distribution in Lagos. I'm a bit sad because before I came on, I just saw an interview of one of the people that was able to grab it, snatch it, and run with it. The man was able to snatch one bag and run with it, and he was saying that from what he saw, at least 2 people were already dead from the stampede and trying to get 25 kg of rice. 2 people were already dead from the stampede. It made me so sad. Like, I don't even know how I feel. You'll be thinking your own is what you see things like this and it shakes you back to reality that some people have it worse. Some people really have it worse. I just feel terrible. Then another guy was saying that yes, initially the report was that they were selling it back for 10,000 naira. When I heard that, I was a bit, I said, okay, at least it will limit people trying to get it by force by all means. But knowing Nigerians and our penchant for free things and our disorderliness coupled with the current hunger in the land, it was just a matter of time before something like this happened. I just wanted to say that is not the way to go, and it doesn't look any better. Things are not looking up. Those people that used to say that Ngozi has come with market report. I came with market report. This one you won't believe it. You won't believe it. Indomie. It's cheap. Indomie is now 18,500 naira a carton. Indomie. Hey, what? At this point, even dog will not eat dog.
What was it
It's
before?
no longer. Okay, that means because our last Indomie was 6,000 a carton. I'm saying last year because that was the last time I actually priced it. Yesterday I wasn't even pricing because what concerning Indomie. The woman beside me was making a call when I was buying the nut. She was telling somebody, nah, if I'm Indomie on, that's not 18,000. Yeah, I see an Obro. Sorry, the person was telling her that she's not F, that she should leave it and start coming home. That how can she buy Indomie 18,500? I was shook. Indomie. For those of you that don't know what Indomie is, instant noodles, 120 grams. 120 grams, very small quantity. 20 pieces, 20 pieces, yeah. 20 pieces inside. 20 pieces inside. It is 500. It's really, really sad. Okay, now, let me move on. Okay. So that, sorry, yeah, sorry, sorry, please. I just, that
In
made me
America, we call it ramen noodles. I know say Dr. Damage is not going to know that one for people like us. Ramen.
that was
Ngozi,
just one
why are
of
young men
the,
disturbing you now? Ngozi, why are young men disturbing you?
What are you talking about? Is she not a young
they're my
girl? Is
friends,
she not a young
they're the ones I was
girl?
waiting for. They're my friends.
Why are young men
Let
disturbing you?
me
You
say
should leave you
hi.
alone.
Hey, she's a young girl. She's a young girl too. Let her be young.
All right, Ngozika, thank you so much. Let's move on. I think
I'll rejoin you.
yeah. Let's go
Through Ngozika face, there's no problem in Nigeria. All is well. I don't know why would they
So
complain.
KJ, at this point we are discussing Gowon, and for those who may not know, KJ, give us a little historical background, and then we move on. We are talking about his visit to Aso Rock and the statement he made after that, where he essentially said we should give Tinubu time to fix Nigeria.
Dr. Rudolph, I would have loved to say something before you go to that topic, because I'm just jotting down something. Yeah, but I don't know.
You find a way to add it in what you said. We need to move on to, otherwise
I don't write 3 pages for you. Make her read them.
All right, KJ, go ahead.
Okay.
We are getting prepared to come to this channel. We get prepared so that we can.
I think Gowon, for those of us
continue.
Gowon was the head of state that led Nigeria into the Civil War, and those of us who went to primary school in the late 80s and early 90s, we sang that song. Nigeria, go on Nigeria. Nigeria. Ojukwu was trying to destroy Nigeria, but Gowon said Nigeria must be one. We all are marching to keep Nigeria one and all that. We sang that nonsense song, because we didn't understand what it were. But if you go into history, like some of us like to go beyond just what is written, and you do your research, you will have found out that there was a lot of, information that was not correct that was taught to us as individuals. Our schools were taught that, especially in the north, because I was in the north throughout. So we are taught that Nigeria Gowon was forced to go to war because Ojukwu declared war, but we obviously later knew that that was not the true story. So when I said about one of my challenge with him is that I've had a friend who worked with him closely, and there's certain details he exposed to me that I cannot share now because it's a public domain. But I'll just run around it. The guy after a while was even found to have had some infraction with government during the early days of Obasanjo regime, and would have taken a different turn if not for the intervention of the northern elders. That's how much I would say. So at each particular point, he plays to the government in power. I don't know, maybe at that age, maybe you are looking for how to sustain yourself, so you need to be in good in a relationship with those in power or not. But whatever it is, each time that an opportunity has been presented to General Gowon, he has never come out to say to the Nigerian people the truth of the situation. He never said to the Nigerian people what it is. He's always on the side of the man in Aso Villa, which is not a good thing for an elder. I mean, and when elders, you see, they like the last guest we all were interviewing here. The problem with Nigeria is that at each time that Nigeria is in a situation and needs, a surgical operation by those in government, a true surgical operation. They look for charlatans and town criers to go out around the community and cry and say, all is well. All you need to do is just give them some time. Be patient. The problem with you people is that Nigerians are not patient. They will tell you the problem with Nigeria is such a big country. I actually used to believe that Nigeria is such a big country until I came to know that Nigeria California can swallow Nigeria almost, I don't know, maybe 2-3 times because, I mean, and it's still a state in another nation. So in other words, we're not that big, we're not that much that we cannot be, we cannot be governed. And we are very loyal people and very, law-abiding people because If the whole of Nigerian people are not law abiding, I don't think those people will still be sitting in the government seat where they're sitting and doing all the nonsense they're doing. So my challenge with him is, like I said, if the elders can no longer tell the truth, irrespective of who or ox is God, then we have lost a society, because they're now bringing the young men to a place of rebellion because they see these contradictions and they will call it out. Especially now that before my 7 years, 9 years old, before you tell me, say, Daddy, why? You say I cannot use my phone, but you are using your phone. That's the society we are living now. They call you out almost immediately. They don't think it's something wrong. They think it's, I mean, you do it. If so, what am I going at? I'm saying that he has always supported the Nigerian people, and they are always too quick to be on the side of government. Let us look at what is happening. And you see, again, even while he was saying this thing, people were being killed in Plateau State. The governor of Plateau State was holding a national rally, a state rally, where even the vice president had to visit to address issues in his own state. But he goes to Aso Rock and says, be patient. Instead of saying, look, you guys are doing something totally wrong and we need to. So, in other words, he led Nigeria. He was also in place of power when Nigeria had so much. And he made a statement. The problem is not the money, it is how to spend it. Okay. So he contributed, he's one of those pillars who contributed to the non-development and non-planning of Nigeria as a state, both in finance and otherwise, and eventually brought us to where we are today. So with those who celebrate him, I don't know what they're celebrating. Is it that he's alive? Yes, we can celebrate he's alive, but for the purpose of development as a nation, he has done nothing that is worthy of celebration. I mean, saying that you led Nigeria to a war and you came out victorious, it means that you are incapable of even settling disputes without having to go to that extent of war. These things could have been settled if actually you knew what you were doing in place of government. Thank you. I don't want to take more time, but I have more to say if you allow me.
All right, thank you. We'll come back to you. Let's go to X0. Hi.
Yes, good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
I was listening to the program and I was listening to Kulata just coming to make a caricature of himself here. Gowon's visit to Tinubu is just to show us that these are ex-presidents. They are what they call esprit de corps. Once you have been there and you leave, your sins are forgiven. You become, as long as you don't criticize. In fact, we've never had any president who was indicted or taken to court for whatever reason. None. Not even investigating. Even when we are still recovering loot of some of them. Gowon is just trying to join his how would I put it? His friend who is in charge now, who is doing the job that they've been assigned to do. I just see the whole situation as we're not the state is not even just captured, it is new slavery. You just have to understand that this is new slavery. We never were free. We cannot be free. We will not be free. And it is even worse because even all of us here cannot agree that we need to rise up. Some people like Kulata will come and say, no, we have to be this, we have to be that. And that's where our journey will become an 800 years journey. When the people know they are captured, but they cannot rise. We all know what is the situation. This is new slavery. And the reason why black race is captured is because Nigeria is captured. The reason why our leaders cannot say anything, they know the right things to do. And I wanted to read them out. The right thing to do, has anyone asked this present government, what happened to Lake Rice when they were coming up? There was a rice called Lake Rice between KB and Lagos State. Why are we not eating Lake Rice now? So it was a lie. We need direct government intervention in certain areas. You cannot give us this bull crap that there is hunger in the land. When you gave us the rice pyramid, what happened to the rice pyramid? Are you dealing with children? And we are here discussing and trying to embellish the case. This thing is a direct intervention. We don't need too much grammar. If you tell us there is the farmers are not going to farm, but the land in Niger State is bigger than. Do you know the country that is supplying 75% of the food in the world? I think the second largest supplier of food in the world is Holland, if I'm right. They're not as big as Kaduna. If they can do it, why don't you use a state like Niger State as a pilot project? I mean, if our soldiers are not enough to guide every other state, use Niger State as a pilot project and give us food from there. Stretch the soldiers to the extreme ends, to the 1 mile or 2 miles away, so that there will be no insecurity in the state. Use that state as an example, then give us food. They are just lying to us. And this lies continue because all of us here, we keep trying to use grammar to say, hey, there's no indices you can bring out. This situation requires direct approach. And one last thing I want to say is that custom. We are saying Indomie is now so amount. Do you know that most of the countries in the world outside Nigeria, there's what we call African shops. Do you know that if our government uses that as a pilot scheme, that there will be dollars coming in? But do you know that you cannot export yams from those your seaports? Because the yams will rot before they get to this place. That's why all the yams we are getting in Europe are coming from other African countries. This is the time for them to benefit now that our Naira cannot even buy anything, because these African shops here cannot even buy anything directly from Nigeria. They will go to other countries to bring your African foods. So you'll be eating crayfish that doesn't taste like the one you have been eating before. The palm oil will be different. The pando will be different. The same thing, the noodles will no longer come from Nigeria because the price is now high. So you'll be forced to buy from other. Do you know that these are simple, direct measures? So what are we saying? We should just stop everything we are doing and just crash this thing. It's not working. These are normal lies they've been telling our ancestors that they are continuing today, and it's because we are still in neo-slavery. It's not the inside job now. We are being captured from outside and we are being bent like that, and we are doing just this exact replica of the cotton plantation in a different form. So I don't know. I just don't know what to say again, other than we should just open our eyes. We need a direct approach, not all this our naira to dollar. Who is using dollar? How many percent of Nigerians use dollars? Is it dollars that made? Sometimes I ask myself, should I go back to that country and go and establish a big farm? Is it dollar that made the farmer not to go to farm? It is the insecurity. Why has the government not come in directly? Because they want it that way. And that is why a country like Holland, a country that has snow, you know that when there's snow, you cannot plant. So upon 8 months of their year, they cannot plant. They still feed you. That means there's something structurally wrong with the mind and the leadership. Everything is just wrong. It's wrong. It's not on that. I cannot fathom, you know.
All right. Thank you.
Can I add something? Can I add something?
Okay, go ahead, Madam President.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was going to add what KJ said about Gowon, because, you know, I was really annoyed, you know. I mean, this is a man who broke the accord in Abure and come back and tear the whole accord agreement. And you came up yesterday, you know, when I was listening to that statement, I feel like it was dissolution for his own part. I don't know if he's suffering from dementia or whatever he's suffering from. I mean, you created the problem Nigeria have right now, and you saying you should give Tinubu more time. Not only that, I'm not even upset about that particular statement. The one I'm really upset about, you know, when he went further, said that when he was trying to go to war, people tell him not to go, you know, but he said no, and they asked him, you know, just go and discuss and dialogue, you know, maybe the Southeast or whatever, the Igbos at that particular time, you know, they will come to the table, but he refused. So he's crediting himself for a success. That is the part I was so annoyed. What success? I mean, you dismantle the country called Nigeria, you kill it almost, I don't know, 1 million, depends on who you say. Some people say about 5 million. And that didn't pain you. And you come to a national TV and say that you achieved something. I mean, you see, that's the problem. Look at Rwanda right now. Rwanda, underwent genocide. Maybe more than I don't know. Maybe more people died I need to read about that. Maybe more people died in the Biafran War. I don't know. So you don't put me. But look at where they are right now. They have reconciled. You can't even mention a tribe in Rwanda. They have stood down. The government has called, each group. They were able to, dialogue and become one country. But up to today, we don't know what happened in the Nigerian history. This is what a proper country is supposed to do. It's supposed to bring everybody together and dialogue and tell them this is why we went, or this is why, maybe say we are sorry for what you did and go and come here and utter that nonsense. It's so annoying. I used to respect him at least for, not only respect him for the war, for what he perpetuated in that war to a certain degree, but I don't know, all these people, that rule Nigeria, I don't know, something wrong with them. This is the problem. We can't go nowhere if we can't bring people together, try to dialogue and tell people what happened in the Civil War, why you went to the war, and the result and everything. We can work together and apologize, whatever you did wrong. But, I was so annoyed about that statement. Okay, I just want to do my own 3 cents on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we go to CM, Mazi Prince and Alora, go ahead, Mazi Prince.
Yeah, I just wanted to, first and foremost, I wanted to say something to Ezero before Man of Prestige took over from me, and you allowed him, and he took over more than a minute. Ezero, if you are interested in importing from Nigeria, I will give you a plug. I don't want to advertise him here, but I think we got to know about him this week, and my wife is just exploring to know what it looks like. He sells a fish, but the only thing is that I think the DHL he's using is what is expensive. But if you like something like fish, you can import it from Nigeria. I think he's from Benue or something of that nature. When that goes through, when I see what we requested for, then I will bring it to the platform to advertise him.
Drop your contact on the private chat.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, or the blog on the private chat. Yeah.
Okay, who is next? I think Alaba, go ahead.
So, I want to start by saying these words from Martin Luther King. We need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice. We need leaders not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. Nigeria has not been blessed with leaders. In the words of my classmate, Dele Farotimi, we have been blessed with ruiners. And what makes our case even more sad is that we have no elders. We are Africans. The role of our elders are very important and paramount in our culture. All African culture, very paramount. But unfortunately for us, we have no elders. Forget the word leaders. Elders. There's a Yoruba proverb that says, that means an elder cannot be in the market and the head of the child that is being backed by the mother is turned the wrong way. This is a Yoruba proverb. The tragedy of our situation is that we don't have elders. In land where there are no elders, the land is finished. People like Gowon, people like Babangida, even Obasanjo, although I cut him a slack a little bit, they're going to be gone. They are at the terminal now waiting for their plane to go to the next level. What are they afraid of? They want to have a state barrier. They can't speak truth to power. The power that they've been part of what has been corrupted and destroyed. Their legacy is what we are living with now. It's a legacy of shame, a legacy of disgrace. But even for them to speak, I say I cut Obasanjo a slack a little bit because I've always been watching him. Anytime Nigeria is in a major crisis, I notice that Obasanjo would say something nice, positive. During Babangida, he was on the right. He said the right thing. During Jonathan, he left PDP. but still, he's still part of the problem. Let's not excuse him. So go on, go on, go on. A disgrace. You are part of the tragedy of you are part of the tragedy of that country. And now that you should stand before you go to your grave. Oh, thank God for this election. Thank God for Peter Obi. Some men who would have gone to their grave thinking that we will be thinking that they were honorable men. Now this thing has exposed all of them. You will see them on TV saying rubbish with white hair, like Shoyinka, like some other elders, like Pepe Clark. I can go on. Too many. We have no elders. That is why we are in this mess. I don't even know what more to say by people. Jesus, I mean, that is the key. For any country, any community, any society. I don't know what to say. We have no elders. We have elders of shame. Adiyefufu More Lagba. The white hen does not know himself as an elder. They are nothing but a box of disgrace. All of them. Don't abuse your elder. Abuse them. Like my friend Mayegun will say, nuisance lele. And I will sit in my table and say, completely. Nuisance lele. Completely. Yeah, let me stop.
Thank you.
Thank you for
well, the thing is, thank you. The thing is, this Gowon diet is very, very delicious. That is the way I will start. Gowon, I have to put it this way, he lost our chance of the century. I'm not original here. Ojukwu said it in one of his interview. Those days, maybe in the late 90s, Gowon lost our chance of the century. He could have laid a good foundation for industrial takeoff of Nigeria. Rather, he went all over the world telling people our problem no be money. Now how we go spend them? Well, somehow very ill-educated person, this is not standard. I think government college Zaria or government Barewa College Zaria, from there to the army. Then they have to gazump. Is it not gazump they call it? The Ironsi was killed. Then instead of Ogundikwe taking over, the Fulani Caliphate used him as a front. Say, go and take over. If not Ogundikwe, it should have been Adenka Adebayo before. I think there are two more, even before Gowon. But he found himself there, get confused. Not only that, he lost our chance of the century, but he caused the calamity that was the Civil War. And this is the way I see it. You see, with the tension in Nigeria in the 60s, 1964 general election was not accepted in the West. It led to wide West because Akintola wanted to perpetuate himself in power simply because Awolowo handed over to him willingly and want to go to the federal as a leader of opposition. Sadwana came in to perpetuate Fulani rule. The people of the Western region rejected it. Tafawa Balewa, against all odds, insisted that they will recognize that result, that something. And before then, Awolowo is already in prison, September 1963. So that wide West of 1965, something, that was when. But 64, there has been a resistance by the thieves against Fulani Caliphate, the TV riot of 1964. So all these things were just of they build up till 1966 before Gowon came in. Man, this man, that's why for people, there was tension all over the country. Tension in the sense that in the West, we know why Awolowo is in prison on trumped-up charges, because I have to read this book to understand this book, the Harold Smith story. This is where you now know why Awolowo was in prison. The British caused it through Sadwana. Then Zeke, they didn't trust him because of whatever. So all this tension everywhere with the thieves, Gowon came in. And they went Abure. Ojukwu said he can never recognize Gowon not because he's not a human being, but because of the military hierarchy. He said if not Ogundikwe, Adenka Adebayo should take over because that is hierarchy. Otherwise, they are enthroning indiscipline in the army, and he maintained it. So because of that, anywhere you call meeting in Nigeria, Ojukwu will not attend until Ankara called them in Ghana. Joankra. So when they went to Ghana, as brothers with all the tension, they sat down. Everything was explained. The fear of Western region was there are a lot of troops from the northern region in the west, Ibadan, Abeokuta, Ikeja. So they felt that they are under occupation. What they demanded, the kids in the west demanded was all non-Western troops should go back to their region of origin. And they agreed. This is Abure Accord. They agreed. In the in the eastern region, Ojukwu stated his own that his people are being molested, and then all that he will need is to give them a safe passage back wherever they go. They have to write it, and any further promotion in the army, all the 4 regions will sit down and they agree. I mean, people should go and read Abure Accord. You see, these are to maintain peace. Gowon even agreed. There was no voting. All of them agreed. Every region bring your own. The North brought their own. What the Igbos are doing, Ojukwu said. I mean, it was agreement. That's why I call it accord. It was called accord. Ojukwu and Gowon had never shook hand for how many years, but it was at that Abure Accord. 2 sides, they shook hand together, rode in the same car by Ankara, and moved to Accra Airport, from where both of them flew back to Nigeria. Very happy. We came back, said no problem. We've lost men in 1966, May. We've lost the pogrom of September 66, and we keep it, but now it has stopped. We've resolved everything peacefully, even the West. Do you know what Gowon said? Gowon agreed that when he comes back, he will make a speech. They all agreed. Gowon came back, he didn't say anything because the Queen or the British monarch said, "What did you agree on?" He explained every Abure to him. He said, "Why did you do it? That if you do it like that, there is no more power in the center." Gowon foolishly agreed. Reason he gave was say he had malaria. Don't quote me, there are historical facts. So because of this nonsense, Ojukwu was waiting. Everybody was waiting. Even David Ejo, the governor, the military administrator of the Midwestern region, they were, because they have to make a speech after Gowon's own. Everybody was waiting to tell his people. Gowon reneged. He didn't do it. Rather, he went and be creating states because the British advised him. So that's how stupid the man is, and then drew Nigeria into civil war. Ojukwu said on Abure will stand. That's having gone that far that he can never accept it. Rather, Gowon, instead of making speech, he now formed a decree 8. Remember at Abure, there was no provision for any decree. Everything was resolved through Supreme Military Council. Said every 4 of them should come out, agree on anything they want to do. So Gowon lost that chance and then drew Nigeria into civil war. So that is what is now telling Tinubu. Don't listen to criticisms. That was how they criticized me, and I succeeded. Succeed in doing what? What did he succeed in doing? But that is history. I don't want to go into it now. Now let us face what happened 24th December and 25th December 2023. The people were slaughtered in Plateau. True or false? True. And that is Gowon's own state. We were here analyzing it on Dr. Damage's show. We were saying, even after slaughtering them, they were writing a letter that they are going to come again in either on 28 or something. I mean, we all had all this. What did Gowon said? Nothing. He shut up. Now, this is opportunity for him to go to Tinubu and sort of admonish him, say, you are the commander-in-chief. Look at everywhere. The people are running rampage, even in the middle belt, even in his own state. Rather, he was basking in the euphoria of 1966, 1967 to 70. He succeeded in civil war. You see how useless that man is. To be honest with you, the guy is terribly useless, pretty useless. So that's why when you follow all this trajectory, find out that the man lost our chance of the century and even caused the greatest genocide in history. Because the Biafran Civil and Nigerian genocide, it was avoidable. You've gone to Abure. You've agreed on a set of what to do. Do your this thing, and then you are telling me that people teleguided you. So which means, Abi Initio, you are not fit to be a leader. And he messed Nigeria up. Since then, he sowed the seed of discord that led to so many things. That is the reason. So for those that may not understand, the guy is as useless. So if, like people say at his age, he must have collected his boarding pass, waiting for his flight to be called, given if the weather is good, the pilot should just take him to wherever he's going. His continued existence in Nigeria is a reminder of our past mistakes. Gowon, I don't wish nobody can say, you can't point to any man and say, let him die or let him die. But he's a waste of space to the extent that he should go to Tinubu and be advising this. Look at how hunger is now. Even during Biafran War, hunger was only in the southeast. The whole of southwest and the north, they were going their normal way. So it's like the situation now is even worse than what it used to be before the civil war came up. True or false? It's true. It's true. Rather than tell Tinubu, move the troops to the middle belt, that's what he should have advised. He say, move Nigerian troops, move them to the middle belt, make sure that the middle belt is secured, maybe the farm area, so that the farmers can live. In fact, one thing I expected Tinubu to have achieved is the moment he came in, he moved people from refugee camp back to their houses. Without people going back to their houses to go to farm, hunger will continue till next year, and then you continue importing food. I mean, it's simple logic. So Gowon is a waste of space, as far as I'm concerned. The advice he gave to Tinubu is like the advice, what is a rat we gave to a smoked fish. So it's nothing. It's as good as useless. He shouldn't have gone on that mission, unless maybe he's going to look for pension, maybe to go and collect some money because something is not going on. I don't know what they discussed, but as far as I know, if he didn't bring all the plateau issue, his people are being murdered. By the way, where are the people of Plateau? Can they take care of him? He's dying what is it called? Having collected his boarding pass for over 10 years now. What is he waiting for? I tell the pilot to hurry up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CM.
Hey, Dr. Damage, somebody in the chat want you to lecture us about 1960 to 1970, what actually happened, because they believe whatever you said, because you're a historian, that background. So not necessary today, any day you have time, from 1960 to 1970.
Damage, can I make my submission before I come out? Wow.
All right.
Wait, is it me you're talking to?
No, not you. Not you. Not
Okay,
you.
sorry. Okay, sorry.
All right, that was Gowon having a press conference in Abuja. One thing happened there where I think some reporters were trying to get him to speak in Hausa, and he responded that it's been a while that he didn't want to speak in that language, which was taken in different ways by different people. Obie, go ahead.
Yes, CM don't go. Thanks, CM. I actually have a question that we asked because of my submission, which you rightly touch on, because I know you read a lot of books that leads to why we are where we are. Because I've always had the question that why the Civil War? Why the Civil War? I need more details. So thank you for actually shedding a bit of light in that direction. Yes, Gowon. I think for me the question is, yes, who is Gowon? Yes, is our ex-military dictator. But the man, one thing we should also take into consideration is that he served for almost 9 years, I've been almost 10 years, one of the longest serving head of state or president we've ever had. So he's very important because of our Nigerian history. Again, who is he? I've always said something that the people who fought the Civil War give us the Constitution and form the political party. And I believe as time goes on, it will make sense as the way I put it. Now, the next thing again is where did he spoke in Aso Rock? Other than the fact that that is the seat of power, in terms of reach, I don't think there's any better place to actually speak than Aso Rock, because people that matters pay more attention to that. So that's why it's very important that man visit and what he said. Next thing is what? I put it in two form. What, yes, one is in silence, which CM touched on. He said something at the course of that interview that maybe people don't know what is on the background, what is behind the scene. And to me, that silence, what is that? Who are the people pulling the string? And I appreciate CM again for touching on the tension that was arising in every nook and cranny prior to the Civil War and how Ekora was aborted, the influence of the West. And I touched a little bit on that. So I appreciate that very well, because it's very important to this man and this conversation when you know the history and why we are where we are today. Another loud thing he said out loud is the Biafran reference. Why Biafra reference? You also have to look to what kind of conversation that is taking place now in the country. The idea of a state policing, media gagging, student loan. The latest one that nobody brought up that I wanted to bring up, but Dr. Damiji convinced me, was the introduction of what they call what is it called? Stamp fund. They'll start giving full stamp. I mean, introduced by Senator Edumidumi. That people don't understand. Now, a move on to why. Why is the man speaking at this time when there's so many important conversations that is going on? Why all of a sudden you are bringing the conversation into the discourse? For me, it's a distraction. But most importantly, as I said, people who fought the Civil War, gave us the Constitution. They've been preparing us for the past 24 years. That's why I actually see faults in those people who are trying to blame the ordinary Nigerians for being docile, for not taking action, for not knowing what they are doing. Doing that is you failing to pay attention to why the people who are doing what they are doing. Nigerians are not docile. Nigerians are not turning into beggars by introducing food stamp to them. Out of the blue, it is orchestrated. They've been able to manage our patience for the past 24 years. They study us, where hunger could come from, what could go wrong, who are the various entities that could actually bring out the surprise on that. They've studied that for the past 25 years. The next 25 years is implementation. And that's where the why comes from. The why is to distract us because those policies are going to be embedded in Bola Tinubu legacy. Under Bola Tinubu, the way we are going to have a full stamp, students loan, state policing, media gagging. These are very critical in order for the elite to keep the poor, to maintain a class called the poor people class. But what I discovered, the useless class. In the future, what I mean by the useless class, because we are going to have a generation that will not be useful to anybody, even to themselves, because they are not employable, not because they are not smart, they are not able, because there's nothing for them to do. We have AI, we have robot and every other thing. That is the class these people are going to preparing. Permanent millions of Nigeria who are going to be dozer for the rest of their life. This is what these policies are all about. So every other destruction, every other thing you're saying is distraction. In the next 25 years, these policies are going to be implemented one at a time. So if we pay attention, if we to those who are actually fighting the ordinary people, and I asked question later, what are the alternative? Right, people are using the religion people as an example. The Christian, that the Muslim can come fasting, they can endure whatever their leaders tell them. Yes, because they work on their psychic over the years. Somebody is coordinating the activity, somebody is studying them, somebody is definitely investing in them, which is the churches. Whether we like the way they are doing it, but somebody is doing the alternative from what the government is supposed to be doing. So what are you doing for you to now say the people are not reacting? Are you preparing them? Are you educating them? Are you empowering them? Because the truth is that whoever throws money in your face, you are going to run after that person. I don't care who you are. So for us to start blaming a society that is being deliberately put to where they are, either they know or they don't know, it is very wrong. You can criticize them if you come out and say, I have done this to make sure these people are not dependent on the government. Because that is what this administration is doing. Millions of people are going to be dependent on government for the rest of their life. I said it from the beginning of this administration. That's why, again, I give Kulata kudos, who is trying to analyze and explain the policy of this government, knowing that even the people who are in charge of the policy don't even understand it. These are direct policies that have been given to them. That's why you see all this confusion. They are blaming the.
All right, I think we lost Ovie. When he reconnects, I think he's when he reconnects, we are going to hear more from him. But in the meantime, let me just inform you that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we're finally going to have on the show Oliver Mbamara. He's an actor, movie producer. He's also a judge. a poet, a playwright. He's everything. So he's going to join us to talk about the role of Nollywood in the rebranding or branding of Nigeria. So that will be tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. New York time or 5:30 p.m. Nigerian time. Oliver will join us to talk about these and other issues. All right, so I think at this point, let's take a break. And when we come back, we will talk about this idea raised by Yusuf, Dr. Yusuf, that the suffering in Nigeria, that some people are not responding. I'm talking about people in the Southeast. And I've had people say things here today that we are going to question, is it true that people are not suffering from this really in the Southeast? So we take a break and we will come back, we continue the conversation.
I am painfully aware that many citizens of all walks of life who are sincere patriots are becoming concerned about the length of time it is taking to crush the rebellion in our country. We have one and only one aim in prosecuting this war. It is to ensure that coming generations will live in a happier and more stable country. Let us accept our present difficulties as the price we have been called upon to pay in order to ensure a peaceful and prosperous future for our children. General Yakubu Gowon, 1967. I don't know this face, but please give me time. Let me examine invisible words written on the forehead. You know what? Why don't you join me? Let us take a look. Does it look like a face that can see clearly now? Study the contours of his famished smile, temples in turmoil. Note the dry streams of naked shame running amok all over his cheek. Touch his brittle jaws, where truth once suffered severe caricature. Follow one compromised vein after another. Trace it to the Golgotha of condemned nostalgia. Yeah, pity those innocent eyelids, sentenced to death, uprooted for failure to blow away tears. Don't let the stinking eyes fool you. They reside in a stadium of humanity, but hunger to belong. Appeasement always backfires in spontaneous frowns and exaggerated hiccups. Avoid his clipped eyelids. Let his gray mustache collectors of iniquities be. As for the bags under his eyes, those are the graveyards of deserted empathy. Symmetric nightmares reincarnate when the gods have their last laugh. Ears long bombarded with lies can only stretch out in resignation. That permanent ball by the left eye is a mark of betrayal, a reminder of that old concession that stinks up till now. While fury of time attracts reprehension, heaven scowls at acquired giggles. Then it sprinkles ashes into a mouth full of boiling blood. It is the law of nature. It is the nature of the law. Off the microphone, draw the curtain. Flash flood of reckoning is on the shore. Abusers of cosmic fire only sleep and swim in the rivers of regret. Rebellion unfinished outlives its ceasefire. Returns with reward soaked in vengeance to find you wherever in your head you are hiding. You are validated. Yes, you are. For you have inherited forever the weeping infant's corpse. Squeeze your wilting facial muscles. Sneeze out all imaginations. Maybe it will help your ears to bear the sound that nobody else can hear. The day the show closes, you will contend with the long night of being locked up in a nutshell. Until then, let the interpreters of deformities read your lips. Let them regurgitate words those lips used to suckle on. In spite of Ojukwo's wicked propaganda, religion has never been a cause of conflict in Nigeria, and it is my fervent hope that all Catholics, Muslims, and Protestants will continue to work and live together in harmony. General Yakubu Gowon, 1967. Ise.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you have go panumo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, ulaga do ni piazugo, akwa wilo chio bikora puzo, kona bazia. Onyo mazoro because abamba watara dasari ibya unyane gwana mo ulaga dori byazego mo ulaga dori byazego abamba wilo chila bigora buzoro ona bazia. Mazi welcome up. Odoguna kwerezineka. Onyoma niga delemo. Mazi ni mazi kama. Ibu go with baladi. Nigga delemo olaga doni pesigo mo olaga doni pesigo amama wilo chilo bigora muzo anabaze say onyama zoro de amama wazoro de sorry. Kwana mo fube naru mulaga doni piazugo nazaboy mulaga doni piazugo awamba wilo chilo bikora puzoro anabazi aiz odobu kananu bikechofo ama kwa mnika gogodio Oligwe kwelo Ikejo mabele bege Hey you want Ebu kampu nekene Omogo ndinso Chukwe mekalumo Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene Ịlapụl ife nini na-eme wee bịa Ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom gaji Ka nne gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wesi gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị Ọgbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ Zoro, 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 zoro onye duru joy na bugwu Hausa Sokoto ujembe enwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa na-ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. And thank you all for staying. I can see Maz is still here. Alaba is here. X0, KJ, Man of Prestige. Obi Steven, welcome to the show. Obi, can you hear me? Obi, welcome to the show. How are you?
Yes, sir. I can hear you clear.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm calling from England, Wembley, England.
From England, okay. Nice to have you. So before we went on break, we were talking about Gowon. We want to move the conversation forward and talk about also about Dr. Yusuf. I have to play the video if I can find it quickly. Yusuf and his, he made a statement about the situation in Nigeria. He essentially said that Tinubu is an incompetent leader and that people are suffering, that something should be done. And he complained, kind of said, raised the issue about the Southeast. Why are people in the Southeast not protesting? At the beginning of the show, we played videos of people protesting in different parts of the country about the situation, the economic situation and the hardship. And so he said, why are the people in the Southeast not protesting? So we take the conversation to that point. So you can start us off. If you have something to say about Gowon, you can say that, or if you want to weigh in on the issue of protest and the reaction from the Southeast, you can go ahead.
No, I don't have anything to say about Gowon. Gowon is somebody that is ashamed of himself. You don't want to confess, you don't want to sin, you don't want to let the people know the exact truth, So that is why we have to forgive him because of religion, because of humanity. Let us reunite. My stand in Nigeria to reunite, we stand as people, we come together, we stay in a round table, even if we are going to get separation, let us come together, go thrive. Because there have been some investments, there have been some activities in marketing and globe in Nigeria. So what we have to do is to stay in round table and discuss it. There is not going to be no soft money.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know much about Gowon. I don't know. I have never read about him. I don't know his story. I don't know where he stands. I don't know where he become general, how he become general in Nigeria. I don't want to say about that. I know that Tinubu has to do more about that, but I know they don't want to say anything about that. So let us not go into that.
All right.
As Igbo people, let us come. We reunite. We stand around people. We have our separate. We want to separate.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Obi Steven. Let me go this way and give Scribe time to weigh in, but let me go the other way and I'll come back to you, Scribe. X0, we're talking about people in the Southeast and the idea that people said they were just mocking the rest of the country about the situation. What is your take on the reaction from the Southeast?
I will not want anybody to misunderstand my feelings. My true feelings is that that is not the way it's supposed to be. I think the true message the Southeasterners or those who are putting out those videos are trying to say to Nigerians is that we told you so. So it's not, they're just using another language to tell you the same thing, that listen, we warned you, But you know, if you look at it deeply, and if you look at correlating events, just as they were pasting these videos of we stand with Tinubu, we stand with Tinubu, at the same time, I don't know if you observed that they launched the independent power project that has been going on for a while. That's been spearheaded by Bat Nnaji in Abia State. As the Igbos, as the videos of Igbos celebrating Tinubu saying we don't want to protest were going on, at the same time, they were launching that independent power project, sending a signal. You know, sometimes we build conspiracy theories in our heads that what is going on in Nigeria is because certain people want us to suffer like this so that we become like this, like this. But if you look at it thoroughly, there are pragmatic approaches to things. More directly, these states has directly focused on their problems. They have producers. Their problem is electricity. But Nnaji can provide that. He has the knowledge. Let us give him a conducive environment to pour out what he has in his head. And we have seen the result. It's just a shame on the whole nation now. It is just telling you one thing. You know, this country is being one that is always jealous of the Igbo man. If there is problem anywhere, they will destroy their shops. If Yoruba and Hausa have problem, they will destroy Igbo shops. If Bini and Ekwale have problem, they will destroy Igbo shops. So that is why they are saying, we are not involved in this protest. At the same time, they are building their base. Very soon, that same jealousy will make other governors and other state governors sit up and say, look at what these guys do. And that is what I want. Look at what they were able to do by themselves. They are going to supply power to about how many, 8 or 9 local governments. Come and see what they will be able to do and show to Nigeria that all these things you are saying, they are saying there's no money, there's no money. There is money, but they are stealing it. And because Tinubu is following the same template of the past leaders, that is why there's so much hunger in the land. Nobody wants to take the bull by the horn. And that is why I'm happy that the Igbos are posting those videos that, look, come rain, come shine. Now una go still chop the breakfast. You know, I don't know if you were here the day I said it. It was on this platform. I said they were destroying the Igbo houses and Igbo businesses, trying to push them out. I said, don't go anywhere. If you go anywhere, you will move out of the table. Remain there. If they put import duties on your goods, don't worry. Put the extra charges on Nigerians. The trickle effect will go back to them. And don't forget, Igbos are business people. If you make the country hard, they will make it hard for the citizens. It will come back to you. The Igbo man will never carry last. So I love what is happening. I love what's happening.
Thank you, Exera. Thank you so much. Let me just play a little bit of this video and we continue.
Telling Ndibo to hit the street and start protest is an insult on Ndibo. Apologies to reasonable Yorubas that also want good governance. Apologies to you, but we are not going to protest. We are going to sit down for 4 years, 8 years, or 20 years. Tinubu will be the president of Nigeria. Any Igbo man that hits the street to protest is not an Igbo man. Maybe he's from another tribe. A reasonable Igbo man will never protest because of hunger. And I will tell you why. I will give you reasons. Ndibo will never protest because our problem is not food. Our problem has never been food. Why are you people protesting? Because of food. You expect an Igbo man to carry placard because of half cup of Gary is now 200 naira. Because of a mudu of Gary that used to be 300 naira is now 20,000. We will be carrying placard with inscription, mudu of Gary is now 2,000. Mudu of Joro and Dawadawa is now 5,000. Cut it down. Why are you protesting? Is it not because you did not see food to eat? We don't protest because of food. We have passed the level of protest. For people that have witnessed and seen war before, you should have known that we have passed that level. We don't pass the level. Now, insult now they give us. You people have actually seen us finish, and that is the truth. Apologies to my risk.
All right. KJ, can you follow her?
I follow her and I listen to her, and I agree with most of the points she made. The truth of the matter is that anybody who's expecting that hunger will push people in Igbo land doesn't really know what the Igbos went through during the war. And like I said here on this platform, there was a time I went to the community, and my mom was taking me to go and show me some of my father's land, and he showed me a particular leaf that grows along the path of the farm to the farm. I said during the war they were using this leaf to make soup, and they were also using the cassava leaf to make soup. But at the end of the war, people didn't do that. In other words, they were eating all kinds of stuff. In fact, a lot of people ate a lot of things. So, and there were people who went hungry for days before they even saw something to eat. And that's why Kwashoko killed most children in the east than even the war itself. So the Igbos are used to. You cannot say an Igbo man hunger will kill an Igbo man. You are wasting your time. Okay, and so what she's saying, and those who say that the Igbos should not, I don't know. I will not say it's mock. I will just say that sometimes you just want to give yourself some form of joy, not because you want to mock the other guy, but just want to say, I told you so. So the video I enjoyed most, which I almost posted to you, was the one of the Igbo guy who was eating pounded yam or akpu or so with a lot of meat, and they were calling him to protest. I was saying, yes, I'm protesting. My brothers are even protesting. They're in the streets, But it's all that. Nigerians find fun in everything that goes on. And so let the Igbo person not be prevented from also finding his own fun. Okay? And I mean, those who gave order in the north some time ago that they will stop food this thing to the east, nobody called them out for that. So let also allow the Igbo man, which I am very proud of, to also have his fun in the midst of everything else. We should not be stopped because we're Igbo. So once we say it becomes a taboo, but other people say it's not a taboo. No, let us have our own fun also. We are entitled to it. Because, okay? And so I don't see anything wrong with it. And I look, the truth of the matter is we need to learn. And only a society that learns from their mistake that moves forward. If we keep doing the same thing, I'm not like you guys know my position on Peter Obi here, but I will not take away his credibility because I don't probably don't agree with his position on certain things. The guy is competent, and there are other competent people in the south in the southwest who if they've even chosen to seek their consent, seek advice, not playing to the gallery, not playing to some relational line along line, because Akemi is from the west, okay, and there are many other people who are from the west and who are competent enough to give
No,
credible advice.
it lies in the constitution.
Yeah, so if you chose to go that way, you could have chosen hands who will deliver for you. Okay, you have taken you have made so in other words, what I'm saying is let us allow the Igbo man to have some fun because we are also part of Nigeria. Because okay, that's
All right.
my solution. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mazi, I greet you.
Mazi is okay. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate that. I will come to you because I know you're in Nigeria. I think you're in Nigeria. I don't know how much time you have. So, Mano Prestige and Alaba, let's go to Mazi, okay, and hear from him. He is actually very well positioned to tell us what's going on there. Are they actually selling old videos? Are they just what is going on?
Welcome, Mike. Nice to see you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Nothing is going on. I mean, I think it's actually funny. I'll put it this way. It's actually funny when you come online, especially those in the diaspora. You guys, somewhat feel the heat more than we were the heat the hammer. Somewhat feel so emotionally charged with us. Listen, Igbo or no Igbo, just moments ago I had an interview with Dr. Lomefon. It was showed the issue of Usman Yusuf, whom he responded to in one of his pieces. And you can almost see the reaction of everyone. Then you take a step backward and you basically ask yourself, why is everyone actually reacting in this way?
Try again.
Is it something that was planned? You understand? Because look, it was a question that was asked to Yusuf, and Yusuf basically kind of repeated. The only thing he did was to add that it's uncharacteristic of Ndibo to keep quiet. But like many of us here, without regurgitating, have said, it is actually a case of waiting now. We don't. It's like etu esi asụ ya n'Igbo. Anyị dị ime wee jebe n'oke. Someone who is already pregnant before mating. So, I mean, the people are. I once told one of my European lecturers then, we are conceived and born in hardship. So it's part of us, you know. Anyone who ever had experienced going to school without shoes and experienced Okwani would understand that, as the lady said in that video, protesting because of high cost of food. Well, it's not really a thing that would show that people are angry. Is it not better to protest when you are kind of raped and everyone sees that a crime is committed and people kept quiet? Some people would actually argue that why would anyone protest where in the last 8 years, same people who tried in their only two way to protest, all manner of atrocities were visited on them, and they are now kind of being at the luku. While some other would argue, well, the reason why you don't protest, the reason why we're not going to, they are not going to join the other protests is because they've actually been protesting every Monday for the last couple of years. So, however you dice it, however you look at it, you'd. One man, you're a case. One man, I think I have to ask Rudolph, let them contribute money for you to come to Nigeria. Some people want to greet you. So, you know, but people, it's Nigeria is a funny place that every week they will, find something to kind of keep the people busy and get to the point. Now, look at it this way. I think that statement that was made by Usman Yusuf was strategic. Could you now see how that statement has moved the people away from the core issue and landed the people into Igbo joining protest or not joining protest? Igbos are not patriotic because they're not joining protest. The protest hasn't even started. That is akin to the adage of an old woman who wants to buy a dog. And the children are already arguing what to name the dog. And in the woman getting angry of a name suggested by a daughter, beat one of the child to death for a dog that is not yet bought. So the protest hasn't even started. But the argument and division is now who is joining and who is not joining. My final analysis, and this is what I believe in, quote me on this. When the real protest starts, there will be no Igbo, there will be no Yoruba, there will be no Hausa. When NSAS started, nobody now remembers that NSAS actually started in Delta. Nobody remembers that. Where it started will become irrelevant. It's just that this is the rehearsal state. When hunger hasn't really beaten you, you would use your mouth to mouth hunger. When hunger comes, you know that even to shout praise the Lord is a heavy task, right? That your tummy will definitely tell you the truth. So for now, Nigerians are catching cruise. Some are making money out of it. You can wake up. I mean, if people like Rudolph, who had a dormant domiciliary account and probably had a couple of thousands of dollars in it, Rudolph wakes up one day and discovers, hey, I'm a millionaire in Naira. Eh? So if you're people like him, you'll be very happy. And I know that the people of Nobi will also be happy. But in the in the final analysis of it, brother, I think let's not take Nigerian matter too seriously, honestly. And that would be my candid advice to my brothers in the diaspora. If you read certain things, I mean, Rudolph was last year. Rudolph was here, and he moved around, and he didn't die, and he wasn't kidnapped, and nobody shot him. But before he came, he thought that he wouldn't even get to Afonobi before some hefty men would surround him and remove the $3 he came with. But here, he came. Nobody cares. Nobody. They would suddenly discover that that Rudolph Napalm himself. Nobody cares, So at the end of the day, people are catching cruise. People are creating content just at the back of that. But I think the greater point here is that if you ask me, I think there is a clear-cut strategy to distract Nigerians from this. Example is, recall now, yes, the current Labour chairman, Ajero, is from Imo State, right? He is Igbo. But never in the history of this nation did we care where a person came from. When Obasanjo, I was a staff of NTA then in Lagos, when Obasanjo was was the president of this nation, Adams Oshomole, the one that wears a suit made by carpenter, was the head, the chairman of Labour, of Labour, right? Every time, at every slightest opportunity, Adams will call people on the street. Pump price increase, he will call people on the street. But no one ever said Adams Oshomole is from Edo. Adams Oshomole, Rudolph, this one loud. Adams Oshomole. Adams Oshomole is from Edo, or where he came from. And we never had this kind of, unnecessary division as to what and how people will register their disgust. But suddenly, before Labour even calls for a mass action, you will see a generality of the people, certain section of the country, begin to ethnicize a labor union. As if Ajero lives today and a Yoruba person, a Bini person, or a Fulani person, or an Hausa person, a Gwari, Nupe, or Anna, I don't know. If that individual becomes the head of the labor union, would we continue in the same narrative and trajectory? I think Nigerians need to really sit back and think deeper as to what these characters push in our faces. Most times, we run with it without really giving it a deeper look and a deeper thought. But if we do, you find, as we say in Nigerian parlance, these people now ahead that they use us catch cruise. Honestly. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you, Mazi. Mazi, I don't know how long you want to stay.
I did here for you now, as long as they get my own share.
Because I want you to talk about something later on, like what's going on in Abia State. I'm hearing Aba might be the first city in Nigeria to have 24-hour electricity.
Yes.
So maybe when we come back next, you can talk about that. Also, I'm going to, you may help me to appeal to people because it's time to renew my subscription to StreamYard, and you know about how these things are. Maybe you can help me talk about it. I'm not good at those kind of advertisement and promotion. So
not my job now.
When we come to that, you can help me to say more about that, because I'm not good. I think next person is Man of Prestige. Is that you that will speak next?
Yeah,
okay.
It is. Thank you. Have we talked about the cleric from North? I mean, some people say he's not from North. That talk about the beheading of the first lady. Is that a subject we can talk about?
No. Let's just stick to. I don't know about that, but let's stick to the issue.
Hold on. You say you don't know about that?
No,
I'm not saying we should talk about it.
No, I didn't know about the story. Really,
it's true. It's there. It was a big story in Nigeria last week.
Okay.
Last week.
But anyway, so let's stick to this topic.
Why is, the first person to bring this up was Ike San Antonio, and he was talking about people calling him to send money he wanted to give them money to buy rice, and before he could send the money in, he moved from 70,000 to something like close to 90,000. So, which tells you that it's having impact everywhere in the country. It's not just in one part of the country. The fact that some people may not protest doesn't mean that they're not feeling the hardship. So go ahead, Man of Prestige.
Yeah, about this protesting. When has protests in Nigeria yielded to any kind of fruition or objective? I mean, every time people protest, like the NSAC or whatever happened, the government tend to hijack it. So, but speaking about this narrative about the Igbo, the Southeastern, and doesn't want to protest, why would they protest? I mean, if you look at it, what's coming on from that angle, it's something spontaneous and organic. People just take it by themselves. They're not going to protest. It's not like any government, of course, they don't listen to all those stupid governors like Hope or them anyway. So I always use him as an example because he's my governor, probably the worst governor ever just sent to that state. But having said that, whatever is happening, people say they're not going to organize or whatever, they will support them. But we know we know it's an opposite narrative what they're portraying. So it's pretty much an organic and spontaneous. Nobody's organizing or whatever. So I mean, it's a writing. What are you protesting about? And if you protest, I mean, they're going to shoot you. That's the problem. So why protesting? I mean, harness for whatever you can help yourself and do, because protest is not going to yield to any fruit, in my opinion. So I think it's a waste of time protesting, whether all in Nigeria or wherever. If you want to protest, let it be what people did in Senegal. Everybody saw what happened in Senegal. I mean, the government here to the protest and decided, for this election to take place, I think the end of this month. And now the president say, he's gonna quit in April. So this is what we call a protest. Nigeria don't know how to protest or whatever. I mean, I can understand. I can understand second point because of the Nigerian government. For example, he spoke about the labor or try to organize. Did you see what happened? I think they said about 8 or 7 trucks that the government organized, for opposition to the Labour Party. I mean, look at that madness. People try to organize the Labour Party tried to organize for you, and you go, you go and side with the government. I know the government, the government sponsor that. I think it's about 8 buses, or Miles Daisy could see, maybe he can enlighten us about how many buses that was offloaded in Abuja, to counter the protest. What nonsense does that make? So this is Nigerian for you. It's just so, it's just so boring. So I'm not going to make it about Igbo, Yoruba, whatever. Like this particular party, APC right now, they say it's sponsored. That may not be. Like the one that happened in Badan and the one that happened in North or whatever. There could be some relevant in it, but that notwithstanding, who did the worst of protest during the Jonathan time? Is that not how they brought Jonathan down from all their propaganda and protests and everything to organize? Now they're complaining about people protesting. I don't think the protest is not big enough, so I don't think it's going to yield anything. You see Tinubu, I think they put him on something where he was distributing food. It's just like a Wazobia country, man. Nothing is going to be useful. So the protest is not. No, it's not that kind of protest. The when you want to protest, you shut down you shut down the whole country. I mean, the whole region organized and shut down. So all these sporadic protests is nonsense, in my own opinion. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you so much, man of message. Alaba,
Is it my turn?
Alaba, you're next.
Okay, what are we talking about? What's our topic now?
No, we're looking at the protest. I don't know if you read the number one. I think you did. But we're looking at the protest. We're talking about
where they were distributing rice.
No. People protesting against the hardship, and there are more of that.
Oh, yeah.
It has to be spreading. There was one in Ibadan, and then the complaint by
yeah, and the fact that some zone don't want to partake, right? With the lady. Look, this is my position. I'm always focused on solution. I agree. Those zones who don't want to partake in the protest should call those others to their face. Ooh, I told you so. This is the time to do that. It's very important because, we cannot continue to be complacent with each other. Number two, on the other end, I think this protest season is the time for the thinkers and the doers to start forming coalition, essential coalition, even with people they don't totally agree with. This is the time the OB movement should be talking to the Showore movement. This is the time the Showore movement should be talking to the Nnamdi Kanu movement. This is the time the Mayegu movement should be talking to the Dr. Rudolph Okonkwo movement. This is the time that we should be talking to those we don't totally agree, because we have an umbrella now, hunger, as a coalition force. This is the time, Dele Faro Timi should be on every table of discussion with everybody. We should form a coalition of the willing.
Rudolph, let me go out. Sorry, let me go out. Put me on the backstage, please. Sorry, Ferrara.
Why? Because what I'm saying doesn't make sense. That's so wrong of you. This is a time we need to take advantage of this crisis. But more importantly, this is the time we need to shut the people who are pushing this madness forward. Like your one man went to the devil, to shut them up. This is the time we need to confront them when they come to us with unrealistic statistics and data, because the problems are real. This is the time we need to be doing stuff, not just point finger, not just, back off. Those saying we shouldn't, let them suffer. I mean, they should have a mic go, if I can, inside mode where carry them all over Lagos, and you make you guys see my 120,000. No, carry my megaphone, let them know. Let's see the this is the time, because they have allowed that tribalism to blind them to the fact that hunger knows no tribe. And we are dealing with hunger now, but we are still not using it, which was why when Falano was here, I was hard on him with the question, with due respect to the man. He's done a lot. Don't let me disrespect him. I can't do that. I was hard with my question on him, because we need every megaphone. When people like that keep quiet, we are losing. All these fake pastors, when they keep quiet, we are losing, whether you like them or not. All this, anybody with a megaphone, all these our artists, Davido, Bomber Boy, I know you don't want to get politics involved so that your business is not affected, but in the long run, it interests them that the country work, and the country is not going to work in the trajectory that it is heading now. We need everyone on board. I don't know what more to say. I mean, we got to do more than this. We're going down the drain for sure, but can we stop this roll down into the ditch of never return? That's what we are trying to see here. And I don't believe that we can't. All the naysayers, there's no problem on earth that man cannot solve. Unless you're trying to tell me except the black man, which I disagree.
All right, thank you. I'm happy you disagree. I don't like that black man is incapable of anything. Master Prince, welcome. And what is your position on this?
Dr. Rudolph, it looks like there is some kind of static sound coming from somewhere. I don't know where it's coming from.
Rudolph,
Good.
if you have a headset, I don't know, there is a crackling sound as if you have a standing fan blowing your mic.
I think that stopped now. It just stopped.
All right.
Okay. First and foremost, let me welcome Mazi. It's okay. I heard you talk, but you didn't talk about Jagaban being denied the visa. Is it visa or visit to Qatar? You
That one
know,
no be news now.
since he's Ajala, he wants to be, Ajalaing everywhere. Yeah, it's a good one for him to stay back. And that. Coming to the topic, I kind of feel a little indifferent. First talking about if you really observe, first I didn't want to talk about Gowon because when I think of Gowon, I feel rage in me. Why would I say that? The rage in the sense that things that were done to my kinsmen to the extent that it almost affected my father.
All right. I think we lost Mazi Prince. Let's go to Mazi Scribe.
I was hoping I was going to stay on the flanks and take over when you want to go and jump.
It's a chance to air you can air you at this time so that when you take over.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I say you can air your position at this point so that when you take over.
Everybody knows my position now. I mean, Gowon, Gowon is I'm just waiting for his memoir. So his very true memoir, because he has a lot to tell us. And so that way he can break it. He needs to answer the fundamental question. Was he a puppet of Harold Wilson or not? And that's what I'm waiting for. Because it goes a long way to answer a lot of questions about, where we are, the precedents that his government started for Nigeria, and a lot of things that happened then, a lot of questions from my own personal curious mind. I think so. I was anxious when he was talking in the media. I was like, wow, finally, we're getting closer to this guy maybe coming out and saying something. But unfortunately, he was just focused on ECOWAS. So I don't really have much to say in that respect. For the Igbo people who are protesting, that was just hilarious, and I think it's kind of, many people have already, given my own opinion on that, So it's just I told you so moment. They were just catching cruise, because I think Martin's made one very good point. When the real protest will start, it will not be, nobody will remember tribe, nobody will remember tribe. I think he got that one spot on, nobody will remember tribe. I think all these things, it's clear that in Nigeria, if you look at 2015 protests, you look at, how the protests all started, and then you can see that there are protests that can be engineered, which, that Jonathan time protest was clearly engineered, right? The NSAS one, very organic, So when the time will come, it won't be about Igbo or, the Igbos will join. It will be obvious, So I think that's all I have to say. I think have I covered all the topics?
Yeah, thank you, thank you, Scribe. So, Chibike, I see you. Paul, I see you. Eagles Air, I see you. We're going to move on to other topics, including the issue of Tinubu and nepotism, which he's been accused of in the appointment of the head of the Federal Housing Authority and the sale of some oil blocks. We'll talk about that. But in the meantime, because I know he has to leave, let me go back to Mazis. Okay, he will talk to us. We'll book him actually in the next month to come and tell us the situation in the Southeast. But in the meantime, let's hear from him on what's going on in Abia State. I'm hearing that we may have a state or a city that will have 24-hour power in Nigeria. So,
well, very likely. The Ninth Assembly actually did make some constitutional amendments as regards to the exclusive list and concurrent list, which now gave rise to some of the things many of us been clamoring for. Balkanize some of these things that the federal government has left on, at the exclusive list that would feel that is very bulky and chunky. So, bring them down to where it will get to the people. And one of them being, the issue of electricity and also the issue of rail. If the Southwest, Jodua, want to do a light rail to connect the 6 Odua region, I mean, just like an extension of what we have in Lagos State. I mean, why should they have to really wait on the federal government to do that? Now, come back to electricity. Sadly, Geometrics, it's a company that's been, I think, over 15 years now, trying to build this project over and over. You can imagine, I believe that when that project started, dollar wasn't up to, dollar was about, I can't, if my memory serves me right, less than 98 or thereabout. No, sorry, yeah, definitely less than 98, right? And dollar is now approaching 2,000. You see how far that project has come. And finally, tests done that they are now able to generate electricity through gas. And by the way I have, seen it be, that this will now mean Aba in Abia State might likely go off the national grid if what I read is correct, that once things are set up, they will now go away from our darkness and move to light, But one thing the people of Aba must also understand is that it's going to be a game changer. The time of people bypassing light, not paying for their light, would also be over, because recall there was a time before the 09s, before the Note 9 Nokia cellular phone, Motorola cellular phone became a cliche back in the late 90s. There was a time Nitel was the end thing, when we have the dialer telephones that you have to dial round. But also recall that sometimes when you use that telephone, you will be talking and you hear somebody also on the other end saying, "Who is that? Drop that phone now. Drop that phone now." So it means someone has gone to tap the line. So there were issues with tapping people's line because of the technology at that time, and also because that people didn't really, didn't pay for services used. But with the advent of the GSM, it became a digital stuff. Revenue loss is no longer the way it was. And I believe with this private company coming to play, it's going to be a costly thing. I mean, there is no gainsaying about that. But I think it is better that you hear no noise. And you can, if you choose and you have the money, you can choose to sleep with air conditioning if you're able to recharge and have the money. The worst part is where you have your money, you can't see any, you cannot use electricity. So by getting these geometrics functional in Aba, It has started before. It was a project started way before Alex Oti, but it means that Alex Oti also it's someone who brings good luck to Ndabia. That is, it's land. Is a landmark event that this is happening under his leadership as the governor of Abia State. So you can see, honestly, it's a good thing. And now, having said that, by this law, by this moving, by this decision taken by the National Assembly, which was assented by the former president of the republic, which the man with sanctimonious, bogus integrity, who apparently, told us he was going to fight corruption, but corruption now was able to remove boxers and enter the market square. But that's a story for another day. So, what is going to happen is we will be expecting many more governors since this it's become law. If any of our governors can no longer come to us and say, "Hey, the reason why we cannot do X, Y, Z," we ought to see more aggressive competition where states with a 48 months deadline, 36 months, saying we will be able to generate our own electricity and distribute it. Before now, that wasn't happening, right? I mean, that's my take on that. Igbo Basics, I cite you and I say welcome. So to my brother, Scribe that left, who was waiting on Gowon to write his memoir, I would say, go and buy, I don't know where you are, but if you're close, I'll say, go and buy palm wine and drink, because it's not going to happen, right? It's strategic. I said in my program yesterday, there is something Gowon and Ojukwu is not telling us, and they will not tell us, and both of them will die without telling us. I mean it, because Ojukwu didn't write his memoir before he died. And I can bet you anyone here on this platform, I'm willing to bet in dollars, because Naira, I cannot predict what will happen tomorrow in dollars. Let's bet it. Gowon will not write one sentence called memoir until he dies. Or everything you think you want to know about his thinking, his inner thoughts, he will carry everything to his grave, because there is something that they don't want us to. I mean, they are all happy that the Nigerians keep wallowing, blaming one another in this cycle without necessarily saying what people may want to. Because at the end of the day, there are some things many people know. But again, even if when you say that because you are not an authority in the scholarly world, it will be said, well, who are you citing? And as long as you don't have one of the participants, especially the key actors, to cite in such, then your narrative or your postulations become zero. It gets zeroed out. Therefore, eventually we would just end up not knowing the truth. So, Rudolph, one of the reasons why many of you across the Atlantic always tell us that there is no light. So I want to tell you, begin to roll up your mats. And Abia State and Aba in particular is now able to receive people who want 247 light. And everything will be like in America. The light will not go off.
Very good. Thank you. And we look forward to that. I read somewhere that the president is going there for the commissioning. Is it true?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And some people, and again, that is one thing that some of us, especially, I said it, people won't like it, but hey, this is where I kind of, some of my brothers, especially, when I say brothers, I mean the people of the Southeast. When you read on the X platform, formerly known as Twitter, where people, what is Tinubu going there to do? For me, that's actually a good politics. You understand? It's not everything that you must antagonize, hate him or like him. He has snatched it, ran with it. Now he's there. So, if you're able to climb the Iroko tree, try as much as possible to extract much dead wood as you can for rainy days. So whoever can, when people were criticizing Dave Umahi for naming Ebonyi State Airport, I was one of those that said, I mean, he can name it even Aisha Airport. It means nothing. Once he leaves, we would give the airport the proper name. Didn't that happen? Is the airport still bearing Buhari? But if that massaged the old man's ego, hmm, and they made him perform very well in Zahaza room, and he was able to come and do the necessary stuff. So bring it on. That's my honest take. Because this is politics anyway. So I think we should be coming down with our emotion, guys. If Tinubu is going to go there, let him go there. If Ndaba will get more money with it, so be it. And you give them light, please bring it on. That's my take.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mazes. Okay. Before I come to go back down and talk to Paul and other people who just joined us to weigh in, Igbo Basic, thank you so much for joining us. I don't know if you are back in America or you're still in Nigeria.
Actually, I'm in between.
Okay. We'll get to that when we speak to you. But let me use this opportunity to talk about what we started last week. We appreciate people that have supported us and donated for us to renew our platform, our subscription to StreamYard, which is the platform we're using to bring this show to you. We expanded it during the election period last year, so that we can do so many things we are not able to do before. Let 10 people in the studio, 5 people at the back end, and rotate people. So many things we did. They are kind of expensive for people like us who are who are not in for-profit businesses. So I thank the people that supported us already. We are looking for, I think it's 1,000. Our bill is 1,000 some dollars. So anybody
$1,000.
1,000, yeah, plus something. Yeah, I think.
No, that's a 2 million plus. No be small money.
Yeah, so that's what it is. So if you are in any position to help, you can. I think you can support us.
But Rudolph, on a lighter note, I think you cannot be sounding the way you're sounding and want people to give you money. You should praise the Lord, everybody. Just bring your church's mind. Right? If you bring your church's mind, you look at those people, those men without hair. You can prophesy to them that their hair will grow if they give generously. And there are a couple of them here.
Sometimes I don't think you're serious.
So, so that's the thing. So you make it more lively, and people would. Anyway, on a lighter note. So sorry, guys. Rudy, you don't need to show the receipt. It's known. I mean, this is not Nigeria where they hide everything and everything is padded. It's transparent. You can go to StreamYard.
Oh, that's true.
You can go to StreamYard /pricing. You see it there. It's not the Nigeria Bureau of procurement where things are padded. So these things are expensive. These softwares are expensive. So anyone who is able to support Rudy, please, by all means, you can do the super chat and super sticker. I know people normally say, "Oh, we don't know how to do it." Please, as long as you know how to type, there is a way you can do it. If you go to that comment section where you normally type, you will see something like $. If you touch it, the rest is history. The generator will start. So it will walk you through how that can happen.
Is that still there, Maz? That dollar
yes,
sign is still
it's always there.
Because I couldn't see it earlier on.
But again, no, because now let me now come. Rudolph, Rudolph has a Zelle and Cash App. I would suggest for those of you in the diaspora, use PayPal, Zelle, and Cash App. Reason is, these YouTube guys take about very, very hefty chunk of that money. So if you use YouTube to give Rudolph 1,000, he might not get up to $600. You know, so you can see that we all be finding ourselves. We have given Rudolph 1,000. Whereas Rudolph will go back in the other room and still be saying, Mahmoud, I didn't get up to 1,000. So what will I do? So Rudolph, please. Now let's do something. Please, can we like this stream? Can we like it? How many people? Look now. How many on YouTube alone? Only one. Waiting, guys. On Dr. Demigi's alone, we have about 441 people watching, right? And not many of you are liking this stream. That's not fair. Like the stream, support our brother, please.
But Mazi, I'm not taking words from you. What about membership? I've been thinking about it because I know some other platforms where you also become a member and all that stuff.
Of course, Rudolph can create a membership, subscription to this platform. But again, if he does that, it becomes exclusive and detaches the public. Now, obviously, now on this stream we have about 469 people, right? If he does that, he would prevent people just coming out knowing that people are here. You understand? So I think people can help. Yes, PayPal is Rudolph Okonkwo, AOL.com. Rudolph, he shows you really came to America in the 90s. This is AOL. When everything was AOL before Yahoo. So you can support Rudolph on Zelle. People like me would call it Zeller. Please, can you Zeller Rudolph? Zeller him on 619-697-1733, right? And Cash App is Dollar Rudolph. Right? So let's see how many in the next 1 minute. Let's see how many.
Sorry, I just came in briefly to correct what Mazu just said.
Okay.
The membership is optional. When you become a member, there's some extra perks rather that you get. So it does not obstruct or exclude other people. So
no,
let's just.
Yes,
it doesn't.
It does not. But no, it does not. But when you start streaming
No,
content
that's not what he's saying. What he's trying to say is that you could subscribe. The membership thing for me, it's purely optional. But yeah, so let's just get that out there. That's why I just quickly came in. I'm just listening in the background because I'm busy doing something. I can't be in the studio. I'll be doing what I'm doing. So I have given today. I'm going to give more. Me and Dr. Rudolph, we talk very much and all that, and I'll give very much more later. Okay.
So Rudolph, you can see that Chibike Echendo, 100 Canadian dollars. Now I say Canadian dollars don't they reach 157.
We are accepting Sefa. Sefa is more than Naira now.
Hey! Now wow. We're even collecting Zimbabwean dollar. Please, anyone will not get.
Dr. Rudolph. Can I not the same one? You already got your Z number, but that's a different topic. Can I have your WhatsApp number? If you put it in the private section.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay.
Yeah. Dr. Rudolph, can I also
leave your contact as well in the private chat.
Okay.
Okay, you say your Zelle is here, right? Let me see. Okay, it keeps moving.
The thing is that Rudolph is always shy. Rudolph is always shy.
The case of Rudolph is a case of honesty, and the honest man brings everything to the table.
We're brought up in the 60s when journalism is not about, you don't even promote your book. These days, if you write a book, you have to go out there and hawk the book. I came from the old tradition where you write the book and market it. Anyway, Paul, I can see that you've been here. You've not said anything. Thank you.
Every little helps. Let's go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks very much.
And everybody who has supported and is going to support. I appreciate all of you. Paul,
Rudolph, your
Okay.
microphone has gone
Okay.
again, like that your masquerade in your village.
Oh, okay. I know why. Okay. I think it's better now. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Doctor, I just want to say immediately you raise this money to pay your fee. You need to raise money for new computer, microphone, and every other thing. Because you don't remind me when my mama they send me go Grand Pepper back in the days.
We'll get there. We'll get there. I saw that Maegun had a new rolled out a new studio, and then I was just jealous. I'm like, okay, we'll get there one day. Thank you, Paul. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. And okay, good afternoon. So quickly, let me just talk about the Igbo people over this not protesting and the likes. It just makes me laugh. You see Hausa people in the north, they protest, precisely in southwest, they protest. Some other places, people protest, plus loot and the likes. But doctor, guess what? Even though to the one who even called the president's wife name, you understand, it now look like these days now, we don't have any northerner in GSS, so they don't understand Hausa no more. You understand? It looked like that guy was speaking in tongues. No arrest. But guess what? If my Igbo brother joined this protest, then go call him a Buboyagu, then go call her IPOB, then go call her Nnamdi Kalu, and Operation Lafia Door, Operation Thunder Dance will roll out and everything. So my Igbo people, make una not protest. So every human being get different species. You understand? So make una not protest. Make una dey una lane. Make una support. As una don't promise, my Igbo people don't promise say Buhari already go win in 2027. Come 2027, first of all, the 5 Southeast states, they will give up their votes. All the Igbo people in Lagos and everything, they will vote for Buhari. They will vote for Tinubu. Let Tinubu continue what he's doing. So now this is his turn. They'll give him all the massive support so that they won't pursue them. If they want to pursue them, send them out from Lagos to the Southeast. Do you want them to also protest in the Southeast? If they kick them there, where would they go? Do you want to turn those people to like the Palestine people? Let them just stay their own lane and watch what is going on. Let them keep doing what they know how to do best. I wish them the best. Talking about Gowon, I say these things all the time. We don't have leaders. You understand? My people used to say some parable, but I will say it in English. When elders don't respect themselves, the young people will call them names. You know, but elders quick to remind us about culture. They quick to remind us about culture and tradition. Meanwhile, the culture and tradition, they don't practice it. They just want to benefit from the culture and tradition. But they themselves don't want to practice this culture that we pride ourselves, we call it our rich culture and heritage. They don't practice it. At this level of Gowon, you understand, if we call him illiterate when he ruled that country for 9 years, after when he ruled the country, he went to school all the level to PhD. And he don't even know how to use common word. I'm sorry. He don't know how to use common word to apologize. It makes him a strong man. The way he's behaving now is not a strong man. He's a puppet. At this level of Gowon, this man no go ever buy hungry. Why is he acting like this? Saying all this type of word? Even though if you will say the word, let's say people take it wrongly, people take it out of context. Why not act like Nikki Haley and say, oh, I didn't say it like this and I say it like this. Just act like Nikki Haley. You understand? Just come out and say something. You're seeing everything. I strongly believe Gowon may not be in social media, but I believe that he has people who will be on the social media and telling the things that they talk about him. At that level, any newspaper make reference about this type of people, they have their media men that will tell them, this is what people say, how do we do damage control? How do we manage the thing? For the love of the nation. But there is no nation. These leaders in Nigeria, they are just like the way my people in the South Side say, they go offshore. When you go offshore, you go make money, then you come land, you come live rich. Nigeria is just their offshore. Nigeria is not their home. They don't have any interest for the country. They just want to benefit from the country. I'm so ashamed of that man at his age, saying those type of things that he's saying. So how will Gowon be a role model now for me to look upon, for me to tell my kids about, and they will dig deep and to see all this type of thing coming from him? I can't get it. I can't get it. That word is too harsh. Come on now. I can't even find the context that will say they take that word from. It's so alarming. I don't know what to say. Doctor,
Sorry,
this is just my.
Where is that this thing coming from?
I think it's from Man of Prestige. He joined with two different.
Okay,
Man of Prestige. Now you make me lose my thoughts too. So doctor, it's so alarming. Quickly, please, quickly, let me talk about this food from the vice president who make mention of they caught some truck taking food out of the country. Doctor, these things make me laugh. I did something last 2 weeks and last week, between the middle of last 2 weeks and last week. Doctor, this complaint about no food, no this, no that. Everybody I give money, I say, go use and buy food. They say yes. And I told them, send me the food. Everybody send me food. There is food. There is just no money. But there is food. You understand? If businesses, Nigeria that I understand, we practice pure capitalist economy. If a businessman plants his crops in the north and chooses to export to neighboring country, and what is wrong with that? After all, we literally import almost 91% of what we consume in Nigeria, what we wear, the things we do in Nigeria. We literally import nearly everything. So is it wrong for us to export? Is it that we just want to export only crude and stop there? What is wrong with that? People are cash strapped. People don't have money. It's not about no food. People just don't have the money to buy food. The man who earned 50,000 naira for salary, that will spend almost 40,000 naira for transportation, you understand, is cutting costs. So the kids are hungry. They are hungry. That is what they are complaining. They are not complaining that we have money, we can't see food to buy. There is no scarcity of gari anywhere in Nigeria. There is no scarcity of rice, beans, common things that people eat. There is no scarcity anywhere. These things are just very, very expensive. So it's not about then you say you catch people that they're exporting food. One is talking about don't export food, don't take food from the north to south. It just makes me laugh. Why not let that man make business? Let that man make money so that the man will expand his product, his crops and whatever. I can't get it. I can't get it. Doctor, I'll stop here. California that everybody know today, people know California more with, Silicon Valley, Silicon this, that, tech. People don't understand that California literally is feeding almost the 50 states in America. They are very, very big in farming. That's why California does not joke with the undocumented immigrants, because they even understand that these are the real guys who is in the farm working. California make a lot of money from farming. As rich as that state could be, with all the things that they have, they are still very, very big in farming. I just, I can't get it. This is my take.
Thank you, Paul, and you are welcome to come and join us. You can come. I have a space. I thought you were gonna say something. Yeah, you are very much welcome.
But I don't want me water carry my house go.
No. What we are scared is earthquake, not even water. That one is San Diego, not them. But what we are scared is earthquake, which we good. Man must buy one day.
Before I leave,
wait a minute, Mazi, are you in San Diego?
No, I'm close to San Francisco.
Oh, okay, Bay Area. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you are in Southern California. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Mazi. It's okay.
Oh, okay. I said before I leave, I don't know if many of you have watched it. Maybe just some of you who watched my program yesterday will see when I played that video, and maybe you might have seen it. But for the benefit of those who haven't, I'm going to play the video here for us as well. There are two videos. One is how Gowon was forced to, or rather was kind of coerced, even to the point that he himself said that they are trying to perform a coup. And he said, we have been forced to address the northern Nigerian in Hausa, and he said he hasn't done it for a very, very long time, that he would not do it. And the moment he said that, NTA cut him off again on a live transmission. On a live
Can you
transmission.
imagine?
I'm not.
To sort of say this in Hausa, and I sort of said, look, I'm not in a position, I've forgotten
Can you
how
imagine?
to do this many years. So would you...
What the?
So at this point, NTA cut him off, right? That's not the. Now look at
Can you imagine?
one of the private channels.
To sort of say this in Hausa, and I
Our Hausa listeners across the sub-region.
Wait a minute. No, who told you that I'm going to do it in Hausa? My goodness. Look, for almost 8 years, I've only been speaking mostly in English. And Hausa?
Your Excellency, you're not reading. You're not reading, sir.
What I'm not reading?
You're just saying what you said in English.
My goodness.
So you have a translation right
No, it's not. No, in fact, I cannot do the translation.
No,
you know, this is an ambush. This is a coup. You see? This is a coup. No, my goodness. Honestly, look, my Hausa is not good enough for me to say it in Hausa. If I'm talking to you, just person to person, whatever rubbish I say or use, you might accept. But to do this, to go.
Wow.
Wow, I didn't know this.
So now, everyone watching this, here seated was once a gallant general sitting down there telling you guys he wasn't joking. That's the way he understood it. This is an ambush. This is cool. You're forcing him to say the speech, to say something in Hausa, in a multinational, in a multilingual environment. And he pushed back. His argument is that his Hausa is not, that great. Obviously, he's from Plateau, so his mother tongue is not Hausa. He has his own language. Is to tell you, and that is after he had gone to see Chief Bola Tinubu, right? And when he was with Chief Bola Tinubu was also when he made that comment that has elicited so many responses. But I leave it to us to make judgment. Because the reason why I played the two videos is to see how the state Deadwood television is trying to control the narrative. It's surprisingly, and it will not surprise you, that Nigeria may be burning, and then NTA is showing you the fishing in Agungu, that they are stuck in trade. While people are talking of how to evacuate, and they're showing you everything is fine, and they cut off. But luckily for us, we have other private televisions that were there that eventually caught the whole thing on tape. So with that in mind, are you still expecting to read your memoir?
But Mazi, let me ask you, why do you think they wanted him to speak in Hausa?
Come on now.
One was to, you've come to see the president, right? Who were those protesting ab initio? You understand? He wanted to pass a message because you see, it's like the Ijele masquerade. It doesn't come out anyhow. So whatever went into that hole to poke him out from Plateau and bring him to Abuja to do a hatchet job. One, to say to the Nigerian people, we've been here. And to also say to the other one, no, don't bother. Nigerians always criticize. That's the same way they criticized me when I started the war. You understand? Yet, who started the war in the last 54 years has been in contention. But the masquerade came, and the big breeze blew, and suddenly we only saw the boxers. The other kaftan, everything was blown up. No.
Thank you so much for that insight.
Okay, before you go, because I hear you trying to.
I haven't seen my pictures though. All the pictures I took with you. I haven't seen them.
I thought I sent them to you. I sent them to you, but I'll send it again. I'll send you both the video and the pictures. I'll send it again. I just wanted to use this opportunity. I wasn't really going to come on today. I was going to wait for tomorrow. But I wanted to use this opportunity to appreciate Mazezoke. And if I'm not smiling too much, it is because the Nigerian jerk chicken did a number on me when I was there. So I wanted to appreciate Mazezoke to truly tell us and the world at large that, how do I put it? When a man says something and he follows up with it, that's the case of Mazezoke. I've never been to that part of Igbo land, but I was there at Nobi. And from Nobi, I was at Amici. From Amici, I went to Ezinifite, which turns out to be Ezoke's place. And I was actually coming from an Ezoke family to that place, which was a great reunion. And I hope you guys will continue that conversation. So I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Mazi Ezoke, because in spite of how busy he was on the day that I showed up, he said, I'll be there. And he made his way, even though we were about to leave when he showed up. And I was still holding back because I know he was coming. The people that brought me were actually about to leave me there. I said, no worry. If I go, but Mazi Ezoke is coming. So I wanted to thank you for that gallant move that you made to come and see a brother. I mean, that's the first time I met you in life, face to face. And what you see is what you get. So may God continue to guide you. And when I say you are flying like Eneken Tioba in the place you have actually mastered the movement. Kudos to you. Kudos to you. And Dr. Damages, I didn't want to say much yet, but the Nobi expedition, I'm still trying to, that is, how do I describe it?
Internalize it.
Not just internalize, I'm still trying to decipher from the load of information that came out of being in Nigeria. I mean, it was so much that it's going to take a little time, little by little, for us to bring it out. The reality is what Mazi Ezoke is telling us here. And if I dare say, when you're talking about Gowon, there is something in the character of anybody. I will start with the character of Rudolph Okonkwo. Rudolph is not the kind who is going to deceive himself or deceive anybody or come to start saying, hallelujah, praise the Lord, praise you, put money for. Any day he does that, he loses Rudolph. He loses Okonkwo. And he becomes one of those Adebeyos. So please keep, of course, I didn't need to say it, because Rudolph will continue to be Rudolph. He's not going to run away from his shadow. He is the man, and that is what attracts some of us to the channel of Dr. Damages. Talking about Gowon, and I say there's something in a character. Gowon sent Chief Zebediah Okorigwe Mobe, alias 430, and his crew, the masquerade, the new masquerade. They sent them to the Serenon for them to go and represent Nigeria for the swearing in of Mama as president. When they got there, he did not give them anything when they returned. He gave them nothing. He gave them nothing. The man in Ivory Coast thinking that, okay, your state, Nigeria, has sent you to come and represent us. When they were leaving, that man gave them nothing. Instead, what the man gave them is the water for a year. will not pass here. The water for here will not pass here. That is what he said to them as they left. So you would have thought that those people came back with a load of gifts and stuff like that. No, they did not. So on both sides, that is yet to come out in the book, If it's a Budaya, 4:30, The Man and Legend of the New Masquerade, which, by the way, I will be discussing that with Rudolph before we bring it up to the front. It's going to come in very, very soon because we need to get that done. And while I'm at it, I would talk about that hopefully tomorrow when Oliver Bamara shows up on the scene. I just wanted to thank all of us for continuing to say the truth. Nobody go hold you for throat, make you talk what you don't want talk. But when you talk, make it be so. And when you talk about Abia State, Faba, where LXOT on Monday, by the special grace of God, Professor Batanachi, whom some of us have had the privilege of knowing personally, when they make that wonder in Aba, the ripple effect is what is yet to happen because Aba is back. Truly, Aba is back. I passed through Aba on my way, and I made some observations. But we do have people on ground who are making sure that you will not, in any way, shape, or form, confuse people about the magic that LXOT is making in Aba. Aba being the epicenter, we advise the previous governments, anybody who comes on and does the right thing by Aba, the people of Igbo land, the people of Nigeria will love you till death, even after you are gone. Go ask anybody who talks about Sam Bakwe, not to talk about any of these other recent governors and stuff like that, who went there, they missed the boat completely. But LXOT is doing the magic. And we are going to try to appeal to the people to also dance along and just don't start as much as market is everywhere. I beg, make you no carry your market. Come bring for on the main road because motor go knock you down. You can now go from Port Harcourt to Aba. You can go from Port Harcourt to Aba within an hour, 30 minutes, instead of going through all the other HA and all whatnot. I witnessed that. So thank you, Mazi Ezoke, for the good job you are doing. And Dr. Damages, you got your work cut out for you. We are very grateful. And
Thank
for
you.
somebody who talked about the elders, somebody on the earlier on said that we don't have elders. We have elders. Hello? I think it was Ferrari that talked about the elders. We do have elders. I have joined the club of elders because I'm looking at 70 now.
Wow.
We have elders. Here is the problem. A lot of the elders, they carry water from mouth, they talk. For whatever reason. But there are still some elders who truly will not partake in that. Things are falling apart, truly. When you are relying on the elders to be the ones to, elders go there, go to the born, begin on a leash. It's happening. But what do we do about that? The few elders who are not deterred are still there. They will do the right thing. You no go cut their throat. You no go do anything. But people go die. But all that said, this channel, our channel, may it continue to grow. I bring you from Ibere, from my
Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of everyone, with the permission of Rudolph, I will say you have greeted us and you have thanked me. That is kene ike. So if you thank when the tanker thanks the buttocks that polluted the air, you must also thank the nose that perceived it. And at the same time, I'm thanking you for thanking us. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're on ground. You'll become an Eneken Tioba. Truly.
All right, thank you, guys. I'm always surprised. I didn't know there are some proverbs I've never had in my life. Sometimes they throw it out here. Thank you. Maz is okay. Thank you so much. I want to
thank you, guys.
all those that supported us, and we encourage you at any point you can continue to support us. We want to keep this channel open for everybody, irrespective of your viewpoint. We want you to feel that this is yours, and you have opportunity to have your say. Once again, I want to thank all the people who supported us today, and I'm going to go on to a conference, and I want to hand the moderation over to Mazi Scribe. So Mazi Scribe will guide you. Righteous Man, thank you so much for joining us. Wallet, thank you. Unfortunately, I have to run because I'm already late. In Eagles Air, thank you for joining us. So Mazi Scribe, can you help moderate?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. A little nervous, but
I'll see you tomorrow.
Doctor, before you go, I want to protest on behalf of my American people. Every time you give to Canada, you give to UK, you give to Nigeria. When will we moderate the Americans? Doctor, this is not fair.
Americans don't moderate now.
This is not fair. We will not be the Igbo people will say they protest for Hungary. Hungary, they catch me and they protest.
All these American complaint. Those of us with the Niger, we never get chance.
No, I'm with Paul 100%. Paul, in fact, that motion, anyhow you want to go about it, I'm with you. Is there violence? Either in peace or in violence. I'm with you.
Alaba, if you did Nigeria, Alaba, if you did Nigeria, we say you did Aso Rock. They will see
That's a good one. That's a good one.
All right.
Now Chicago in there. We don't know whether Alabama will write Tinubu exam safe. If like say that Alabama exam for Chicago.
I go to school, ask Rudolph. I go to school, go ask them for results. I go see Liberian. I sent copy to Rudolph way back then.
Yeah.
You remember Rudolph?
That's true. Yeah. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So I think we're going to continue. I think Paul, I think you have something to say about your protest. I don't mind you carrying on with the protest.
No, that's my case.
Okay. Let's go on. Who wants to go ahead and continue the topic at hand?
I think the elder would make a comment, and then also.
No. I'm supposed to be the one to say
Okay.
Eagles Air.
Okay, yeah. Okay, good. All right, Eagles Air, you have the floor. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good morning from India.
Wow. Welcome.
Yeah. So something I want to say, I want to start from Aba, of Alex Choma Oti, of what he is doing in Abia State. Probably, I appreciate the good work the young man is doing. And moreover, I was born and raised up in Aba, so I know how Aba is before I travel out of Aba, out of the country. And I did a business in Aba, popularly known as Cemetery Market, called Izuku Market. I was doing a wholesale market of provision. So I know how bad Aba Road is. And I know how business die off in Aba, especially Abia State. But what Alex Oti is doing in Abia State is a marvelous thing. I appreciate it. This is why I appreciate it that whenever Aba is in order and business of Aba is moving, you find that everything concerning Igbo land will change automatically. Aba is like a Japan of Africa or China of Africa. The place where I was living in 213 Fagot Road. All my neighbors in the house, they are shoemakers. All of them based in Ariare. Throughout the whole night, they will not sleep. They began to design any part of shoe. Even my neighbor that I shared light with him that time used a suit. Do you know what the label they used to put in the suit? They put made in the Dubai. I know the way from Dubai.
Made in Italy, Turkey.
I'm telling you the truth. And they will sell it in the same price as imported products. So by making electricity to be available, to be constant in Aba, we will create a lot of jobs. We create a lot of works. Like for instance, here in India, what makes India to be as a industrialization country is that all this micro industry, micro company, all of them they're doing well. Do you imagine that in India here, people who are living 2 rooms, only 2 rooms, so family, they use 1 room to be producing something. They'll use 1 room and be doing a lot of things they're doing. The what of reason why is because of the electricity, constant electricity they have, constant power. So if Alex Oti will be able to achieve this, the way he achieved making sure that the road is easier for people to make a move, if we're able to achieve this constant electricity, bet me anywhere, most of people in other states will start traveling back to Aba for a business. In India here, if you go to a vulcanizer does not use petrol to start in a machine to pump your tire. They use electricity. Even from police station here, if you go to any station to buy petrol, after buying petrol, they will tell you, please go to so place and check your tire. And everything free of charge because there's a free electricity. Electricity free everywhere. There's power in the country. So I love Alex Oti, what he is doing, which I pray that he continue to do more in Aba. Then in terms of what do they call it, Gowon. Please, I don't want everybody to begin to blame Gowon on what he said. Reason why I have to say the reason for this. Reason for this is their cabals that put Tinubu in that place where he is. He cannot say something contrary that will affect Tinubu, people they put that place. He have to say something that will do what to cover up of people that they put in that seat. And nothing more. So if you're expecting Gowon to say something contrary to what Tinubu is doing right now in Nigeria, you're just wasting your time. They are cabals. They know the problem in Nigeria. They know the causes of all these things. But they cannot fight themselves. They cannot stand against themselves. Gowon know the tragedy, genocide that it caused in Nigeria. And he cannot say something against it. So if you're expecting Gowon to come and apologize and say it's a lie, he cannot do that until he go to the grave. That's number one thing I want us to understand in that one. Then in terms of inflation that is flying higher in Nigeria, one, the causes of this inflation is because of wrong policy that they have put on paper in Nigeria. And that wrong policy is the Tinubu boys are the ones making decision. And when they're making decision, what kind of decision are they making? Decision of propaganda. They know the worst thing that happened to Nigeria. They are ruling Nigeria with propaganda. Seriously. This propaganda has been creating a lot of problems in Nigeria, and that propaganda has made them to be blind to see what is going on in that country. So these are the problems that we are facing in that country. Not that there's no food. Wrong policy creates a lot of problems. When you have a good policy in a country, you will see that things will begin to move in order. And another thing that the problem we are facing, all these leaders or politicians in Nigeria, they don't have people at heart. They don't have people at heart. They are not there for the masses of Nigeria. They are here to get the power for their own benefit, for their own selfishness. So for them to say that Easterners not to contest or not to be part of the riot, they do this and do that. Please, my Eastern people, I advise you not to be part of them. Please go to a beer parlor and begin to drink your beer the way you're doing their beer. Enjoy yourself, overlook them. Because any movement that you made, I'm saying the truth, any movement that Easterners made, they will tag it, they will give you a name. And which name are they going to give you? They give them soldier, Operation Python Dance. They will give you a name, Operation Tiger Dance. And they will shoot everybody, and everybody will die because they're looking opportunity to attack Easterners. And tell the truth. So the best thing to do for them to do is to keep quiet and begin to watch how things is going. So what I'm trying to see in a face that, my brother, what we need to do, what are we going to do to cushion the effect of this hardship that's going on in Nigeria? what we need to do is to help out our people back home in Nigeria to make sure that they have a lot of food on their table and support them. Then the people within around their community, if we have enough to help them out, we help them out. A bag of rice is 70,000 naira now. So it's a very big problem. Thank you so much. This is where I end my submission.
But a point of correction, it's not 70,000. A bag of rice is 88,000 naira as at Friday evening, not 70. 88,000.
All right. That
Thank
means
you very much for
heading to
correcting it.
100,000. That means heading to 100,000 right now.
Yeah,
So
the point.
the poor cannot eat rice again. They cannot eat bread again. They cannot eat beans again, which is very bad.
Yeah. The point is very clear that the economy is on a free fall. But I just want to move on to, I think, Paul. I think you had a protest that you wanted to protest, or anybody. Okay, I think.
I was just wondering about this rice thing that I was almost happy that it looked like the rice has been very, very stable, because for the past 2 weeks I keep hearing 70, 70, 70. Before righteous man come break my heart, say the thing don't go 88.
Yeah. So unfortunately, righteous man. Okay, just 1 second, Mazi Prince, go ahead. Then righteous man next.
Okay, so
are you jumping the elder?
I thought you already had your turn.
No, I didn't.
No, it's not. It's not. That's why I make my brief. It's not.
I didn't say a word.
Okay. After
I remember when you came. I was almost leaving. Well, I'm just trying to get off work, and I don't want to be driving before you guys will kick me out, like always. So let me just give a little submission. You said something very nice, but at the same time, I know we cannot tell people how to express themselves or how to feel. But please, even when they go to the beer parlor, whatever it is, please let them not use it as a mockery to, other tribes.
But they never called anybody's name, right? They just said
no, they never called any. Yeah, they never called anybody. If you see some of the videos, you know where they are leading.
Yeah,
I'm not
anybody
trying to.
can deduce whatever they want.
They
There's two fundamental principles there: freedom of expression and freedom of association. It's a form of expression. So you can deduce whatever. The thing with the Igbo people that we always suffer is when we sneeze, it's about somebody else. When we say the other one, it's about something else. So I beg to naturally divide anything we do, and even if we do our hand like this, we are insulting somebody. They were there expressing their.
My brother, God bless you. My brother, God bless you for what
they are there expressing their fundamental right to expression. So you can deduce whatever you want to deduce. They are saying that Tinubu, that they've now seen the light, that Tinubu is helping their business because the Igbo man doesn't care. You increase the money, he forwards the cost to the buyer.
Yes. So Scribe, we're saying the same thing. I'm just, like I said, I don't have to tell them how to feel or how to act or whatever, but I'm just saying, on a cautionary level. At the same time, I also support the fact that you said, charity begins at home. And I appeal to the panelists here, I appeal to the people in the comment section. Please help your people back home. Help your people back home. Even if it means give them whatever it is, let them stock up their home and all that stuff. That's fine. I'm not saying they should hodl, to resell, but they can stock up just to make sure that they have food in the house. Wow, I'm seeing hands. Am I getting questions or what?
I think they are eager to say something. Let me go to righteous man. I see you honestly, but Igbo basics. I skipped him unknowingly, so please let me correct that error first. Mazi Igbo basics, you have the floor.
I would say a word or two. I was just in Nigeria, and I spent a whole month there. It was a load of knowledge that came out of it. In the process, before I traveled, I had shipped things that I was supposed to use for my 8th grade retirement. Way back September, this was shipped, including bags of rice, okay? Including some computer systems and a lot of stuff in there that I was supposed to use to celebrate. As I'm speaking to you now, those goods arrived in Lagos around the 25th of December. They have not been cleared as I'm speaking to you now, and I had gone and come back. And what am I trying to say? At that point in time, rice was at 60,000 naira. And now we're talking 80,000 naira. One of the funniest things that happened in Nigeria is this idea of importers now being asked to pay money in dollars. Overnight, they raise tariffs. Overnight, they raise things. Righteous man, you live in Lagos. You probably know what's going on as far as the clearing is concerned. And what they are going to face is the possibility that some people might abandon their shipments. That's just about to happen. Because as they keep topping and topping and topping, and those who shipped from here, you continue to ask them, add. The next day they add more. The next day they add more. It's never done anywhere, but it's happening in Nigeria, as if they intentionally want people to abandon those goods that are in the ports so that they can now go back and share it among themselves. If that's what they're trying to do, let them be clear. I have gone, I have come back, yet the things that I was supposed to use there are still in the ports. So it's affecting everybody. So talking about what's happening in Nigeria and the youth, let me be very clear to all of us here. For me, I want to change the headquarters of my company to my village. That's a start. That is a start. We are not going to die in foreign land. We're going to go back there and do things. My good friend who is in India, I grew up in Aba. I'm an Aba boy, 1, 2, 3. And I know what Aba is capable of doing. Aba, like you say, is the Taiwan of Africa. Aba can do anything. It is just this enabling environment that is coming back to Aba now. You will see the magic. It's not going to be overnight, but you can already see things happening. So my appeal to our people in Aba, it goes back to the basic honesty in anything you do. Look around you. If there are Yahoo boys, kick them out. Let's bring honesty back into the place. Because if there is no honesty, you can continue tumbling and tumbling. They say WAEC. You send money for them to register for WAEC. They come at it from another angle. What am I trying to say? Yes, we will help from wherever we are. But let those who are on ground not take the help for granted, because a lot of them will take it for granted and think you now have a dollar tree at the back of your yard. We have to advise against that. So for what is happening in Aba, it's a good thing. It's happening all over the place in Igbo land. Anybody who is talking about protest, listen, some of us who lived through the war, who participated, the simple advice we are giving, let the young ones go back and try to feed themselves. It's farming season. If I'm sending you money, I'm sending you money to get farm implements. I'm sending you money to get tools to do work. If I'm sending you money, I'm sending you money to buy something to plant. Plant something so that when the harvest season comes, you will have something to eat. Let's focus on it from that angle. It's not just to give them money to eat. No. Let's make sure that we encourage them to go back into the farm, go back to fishing, go back to hunting, go back to the basic things. You're talking about rice. Abakaliki rice, what has happened? We have Abakaliki rice. We have our mini rice. And from Abure, let the people plant so that they will be able to. It's a short period of time, and harvesting season will come around, and people will at least have something to eat before you dream about.
Thank you very much.
Things.
Thank you very much, sir.
The case, and I will proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Righteous man, you have the floor. Wally, I see your hand. Yeah.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen. It's been very nice listening to all of you. It is quite unfortunate when you go to comment section and you will hear or you will read what people are saying there. You know, I tried to correct an impression sometimes last year in this platform that people should not be an agent of the ruling party, trying to tell the Nigerian people and the rest of the world through the comment section wrong things which are not real. I've lived in Europe, and some of these guys writing these trashes, when I was living in Europe, some of them were in secondary school in Nigeria. I don't understand why somebody who is not in Nigeria will say, I am dishing out propaganda about the cost of living, when I am here doing my business here, my family, they are here. I think that person has some problem in his or her head, you know. Thank God the Igbo basis spent, according to him, 1 month or thereabout in Nigeria. He's an elderly man. So will somebody say the reports he has given that they are false or propaganda? I think that person should please have his conscience or her conscience, you know, thought over again. Because sometimes the things we say and we think it's a joke, it has a way of fighting us back in the future. Now, a bag of rice that is 70,000 in Nigeria is the lowest grade of Nigerian produced rice. If you are doubting me, we have this program is coming up tomorrow. I will go to the market and make a video, and I will ask the sellers, the dealers of rice, gari, and beans, how much are you selling this? And I will send it to Rudolph to play. Because I don't see what I will gain to come and tell lie in a global platform like this. It is the local produced rice, the lowest quality of Nigerian produced rice, that is 70,000. The higher grade of Nigerian produced rice is competing with the foreign rice between 80 and 88,000. A tin of milk in Nigeria today, peak milk, 3 crown, and the rest of it is 600 naira per 1 tin. And the quantity of the milk inside, the content, it has reduced. It's just ordinary water. Okay? Now, I'm into real estate industry. Then now let me give you a breakdown of what is happening. Just carefully listen to me. Igbo Basis made a reference. He said, righteous man, you are in Lagos, you know what is happening. Yes, I'm in Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria and West Africa. Now, prior to this time, we buy 16 mm, a ton of 16 mm iron, which is used for building. We were buying it 280,000. At a time, it came to 365,000, sometimes 2022, 2023. As I am talking to you today, it's approaching 1 million. A ton of 16 mm iron for building. Now, a bag of cement If you are buying from direct dealers, we were buying it at 4,800, retailers at 5,200. As I'm talking to you today, because I just returned from site, what I purchased today is 13,800. And somebody in the comment section will say, is a lie, he's lying. I can't understand if that person have conscience, if the spirit of Almighty God is actually working in that individual, that a man of my age will come to a global stage to tell lies of things that are not real. That person should examine himself or herself. Okay, look at the cost of transportation. If you are traveling by road from here to Abuja, you are paying 35,000. From here, Lagos to Onitsha, you are paying between 30,000 to 34,000. If you are taking a flight, you are paying 125,000 from Lagos to Enugu. Okay? And now, 2 days ago, 3 people slumped and died at our bus stop because of hunger. 3 people at different times. And it was reported. The rate of crime, snatching of people's handset, it has increased. Now, concerning the issue of protests, let me inform us with due respect. There is Igbo adage that says, that is, at the time you wake up becomes your money. I think the Southeasterners, they have learned a bitter lesson and they have decided to wake up. No Igbo man, born of Igbo man or woman, will ever join any protest in Nigeria. Mark my word. Because it is an agreement that was agreed upon in every autonomous community, village meetings. We are not engaging in any protest again. Because when we protest, we will be shot and killed. And they will give us name. Either they will call us rebels or they call us kidnappers. So every Igbo man and woman that is a business person is enjoying what is happening right now. And so other tribes in Nigeria should go and protest. Anybody looking forward to see Igbo people on the street in any part of Nigeria protesting, it is a daydream. It can never happen because we have learned our lesson. We are all together in this boat. And we, the people from the Southeast, wanted this boat to sell very well so that every Nigerian will enjoy. And the black race will have a name. But other people tagged us and gave us name that we are crying for marginalization. We no longer cry for marginalization. Nigeria is in for a case. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Wale, are you there? Wale, you have the floor. Are you there? I see only dark screen. You have the floor, Wale. No, go ahead. Go ahead. You have the floor. I was just making sure you're
okay.
You can.
Because I don't know
please.
if my.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience.
No,
go ahead.
I greet everyone. Sorry, my network seems to be fluctuating. I greet everyone and just going straight to my point. There are a few things that always confuse me. As much as I love my country, sometimes I feel like there's something not think of what is happening.
Wale, we've lost you. Am I the only one who's not hearing Wale?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. We can hear you now. Hello, Wale. Oh, he's gone. Okay, let me just welcome Maska.
Okay.
Maska, welcome. AY. I don't know if it's AY.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scribe. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Master Scribe, good to see you again, man.
Good to see you, AY. It's been a while. Sorry,
I know, right?
I've been behind the scenes.
Making money.
Oh, what you go do now?
No, enjoying the money he has made.
Well, I wouldn't say so. Now we after Christmas now we have to go and
No, we know you won't say so, but just be rest assured, we won't ask for anything.
Amen. I accept it. Masca, welcome.
Long time.
Long time, guys. Me, I just stopped by to hail my people. Some of us that are in Nigeria have no luxury of time to start talking about what other people have said. Everybody is running helter-skelter for his skin.
Daily bread. Yeah.
But even in that struggle, it's good to stop by and say hi to your good friends, people like Righteous Man, Elder Igbo Basics, AY. We've never spoken with Ngozi or joined issues, but I mean, being the fact that she's also calling from Nigeria, I would say hi. So I think that's where I will stop. I just stopped by really to just say hi to people. It's good to
I can't
think
let you go without asking you some questions, please. What's your opinion on, especially you know how it is here now. A lot of us are from the south, but when we see northerners like you who are engaging, it's like gold. So allow me to ask you some questions. What do you make of Tinubu and Gowon's statements this week? Everything that has to do with the claim of nepotism, the accusation of nepotism on Tinubu, and also, I don't know, maybe this is not on the topics, but there is something about Tinubu moving some institutions from the north to the south. How is the north taking or interpreting, or yourself, how are you interpreting all this information? Wale, I'm coming back to you. I've not forgotten you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Masca, you have the floor.
All right. Thank you, Scribe. What I would say first and foremost, I don't come to platforms like this to talk on behalf of a group of people.
Okay.
So at least for starters, whatever I will say, I'm simply talking for myself, not for the North, not for any group of people. I don't think I have any right. I do not have the authority, and I do not have the complete picture. Even be talking about it because there are major issues, bigger fundamental issues, not to talk of what department of CBN or NNPC is sitting where it is sitting. I don't think that even this platform should have the luxury of discussing things like that because there are more fundamental issues. For instance, the level of inflation. It's crazy. It's simply crazy. And people don't seem to understand. What they need to do is go back and check history. Places like Germany, where there has been hyperinflation. Inflation is, I don't know, it's probably the COVID of economics. It can kill. It's an epidemic. If we allow it to reach the level it will reach, people will be shocked what will happen in this country. So I think there are fundamental issues. I, for one, would not waste my time talking about what departments are sitting where, because it doesn't really change anything, sincerely. A lot of the issues are neither here nor there. They are neither here nor, they are not really issues. So that's for that. In terms of nepotism, yes, this is the reality of Black people. The last speech by Righteous Man,
Am I the only one that's not able to hear Masca?
Same here.
Masca, we can't hear you.
I think it's network.
Maybe I've been saved by the mic.
You were cursing. Don't tell me you were cursing, man.
No, I was not, but I was trying to look for trouble. What I was saying is that in terms of nepotism, fundamentally, the Black man has shown that nepotism is his nemesis. We all tend to always look at things from a primordial perspective. The last speech by Righteous Man was a tribalistic speech. So if he were the president of this country, I wouldn't expect anything more than a tribal person from Righteous Man. I'm just saying, he's my friend. He knows that he cannot join issues with me. I'll fly to Lagos and deal with him. But it's okay. I'm just saying that look, we need to accept ourselves for who we are, and maybe perhaps at that point we can start moving away from there. But we are nepotic people. We look at things from very primordial perspective, you know. The issues, all I'm saying, Mazi, all I'm saying is that personally, myself as a person, I can't listen to what Gowon says. I mean, for God's sake, how old is Gowon to start with? Even at my age, I tend to forget things. I tend to not be as articulate as I used to be. I can't hold Gowon for what he says. I should respect his age. I'm not being insulting to the man.
What do you think about that ambush?
Honestly, I've not even listened. I haven't listened, and I don't think I'll go and listen because it's not important. I don't see how it's going to be important.
Maska, wait 1 second. Why is it always important to address Nigerians in Hausa? I give you reference of when Nnamdi Kanu was, in my opinion, forcibly returned, right? The then Attorney General spoke to Nigerians in Hausa. What is this thing about Hausa?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, no, that's not a complicated issue, sincerely. Okay. Most of our people are not, how do I put it now? A typical Hausa person, okay, is not really too thrilled about English language. That's why if you look at it, there's a BBC Hausa service. There is a Voice of America Hausa service. So in terms of information, our people are very clear. They tend to get, and to start with, when you start talking in English to a Hausa man that has not gone to school, you are not going to communicate very well. So it's only logical that when people speak to the generality of the public in the North, certainly if you know what you're doing, you should speak in Hausa. One of the things I said that I would have expected Peter Obi to do was to find a way of, even if it's not too many sentences, go and speak Hausa to people. Our people would love you. Look, it's not too complicated. Hausa people would want to hear people speak in Hausa. Hausa language, without disrespecting any other language, it's, how do I put it now? It's a language that really people have. In the North, not everybody is a Hausa person, but in the North, you can see almost everybody is speaking Hausa. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
I think I will stop there.
Maska, there is something else behind that. Lingua franca issues is what we're talking about here. Nigeria Kadam, Nigeria Makarantan Abujing Ejos, 1962.
Okay.
St. Teresa Boys School, Ejos. However, when it comes to addressing national issues, you should not address national issues in Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. If you like, you can speak in Gribo, or you can speak broken language. Almost every Nigerian will understand that. So that is what was.
Unfortunately, Igbo basics.
If Gowon was speaking to the North, specifically, that's a different ballgame. But he is addressing Nigerians. Who not go here, make somebody interpret for them. That's another way they could have equally solved that problem. As he's speaking English, somebody else will be interpreting in Hausa or Yoruba for those who don't hear. That's what I have to say for that. Behind there.
I think we've exhausted this angle a little bit, and I appreciate Master. I must say you spoke very honorably and honestly, but Hausa to me, for me, it goes back to, it's very, that insistence on Hausa is just a reflection of certain primordial sentiments that we should be distancing ourselves from. But I do understand your point that, yes, the regular, same thing like Igbo basics. My dad also was born in the North, and he explained certain things to me, which you've reflected. So I do respect that. I do respect it. But, from a sentimental standpoint, it does look once lopsided, that, we are just making this preference, in a certain way. And besides, you said it, Voice of America Hausa and BBC Hausa were the first services. Even we just got BBC Igbo, like maybe 6 or 5 years ago. After so many years, I think BBC Hausa already existed after independence. So, it's kind of a confusing thing for us on the other side to kind of understand it. But anyways, Wale is not here. But Maska, do you have
I'm also going to say hi to KJ. He's my good friend also. Yeah, so good night, everybody. Nice talking.
Maska, we appreciate you, honestly. We do. And I wish I could hold you on for here. I have more questions to ask you. And honestly, I have more.
Can I ask Maska one question, please? Because he made reference to my speech.
Oh, yeah, no, please go ahead. Please go ahead. If you want to do a rebuttal. Yeah. Go ahead.
Maska, good evening. Maska.
He's having some problem. Just go ahead. Go ahead and say what you want to say. Go ahead and say what you want to say. Go ahead. He's hearing you.
Okay. Maska made a reference to the speech I made and said my opinion was tribalistic in nature. And the same Maska is committing what he accused me of doing by defending, what he accused me of doing by citing example that Igbos are not going to go on the street to protest. He's committing the same thing at the same time by defending that Hausa language should be the national language indirectly or logically.
No, he never said that. No, wait, please. I beg you, right?
Hold on. Let me finish what.
No, I'm gonna have.
No, let me finish what I'm saying.
I know, but wait. We have to dispel that point because that is a very your sword is too sharp. No, what Maska said, and I believe everybody here can concur. Maska didn't say it. He said it was a general language in the north. He never said it's a national language. Maska, am I saying what you said? Please. You have
right.
Yeah,
that was what is. Hold on, can I let me land now? If you are cutting me short, you wouldn't allow me to really bring out my point.
No, I had to.
Gowon, hold on. Gowon was not addressing the Northerners. Gowon was addressing the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and we have over 250 ethnic nationalities and over 500 languages. So for him to say that the old man would have resulted in using Hausa because majority of the Hausa people did not go to school, the former school, is an indictment trying to promote Hausa language over the others. Why didn't he say that he should have addressed that meeting with Yoruba language? Is everybody in Yoruba land went to school? So he was accusing me of tribalism and he was committing the same thing. That's what I'm trying to say. So if we are going to build Nigeria, let us have a simple mind.
All right. Thank you very much, Righteous Man. Your point is taken. I think we have to move on. I've enjoyed this heated session, but I think we have to move on. Forefathers, welcome. KJ, welcome. I think I want to go to AY. Then I will gradually leave the stage so that Forefathers can take over. Forefathers, your fans have been killing me.
Mars is clap. I came before AY and Maska.
Okay, I apologize. Sorry, you're correct.
I was supposed to speak before. I allowed Maska, but Maska is in Nigeria.
I'm in Nigeria to be sure.
I know, but you are regular on the show. Maska has been out.
NBC, accept my apologies. You are correct.
All right, gentlemen. Good night, everybody. Nice talking to you guys. Forefather, too early for you.
All right. Bye, Maska. And also, Forefathers, as I'm leaving, Wale was supposed to speak, but he had some issues. So I don't know if you can give him some preference. NBC, I just want to apologize to you. It was a mistake from me. And I hope you can forgive me. Please, you have the floor.
No, okay, forefathers, if both of you can allow Wale to speak first before me, no problem. Except if Wale permit me to speak, I can speak.
Yeah, Wale, what do you think? You want to go ahead?
Mr. Andu, we should go ahead. Will.
Okay, thank you, Wale. Good day, everybody. I will be quick because I'm at work. So let me address one major issue. It's about those who are in power in Nigeria, our leaders. In my own opinion, the conversation or what our former head of state, the comments he made after he met the man at the villa, is another confirmation that most of those who have been in the helm of affairs in our country, they don't value our people. Our people's life and their well-being don't matter to them. For somebody of that caliber to come out and speak the way he spoke is so disappointing. At his age and with all the experience he has, is undignifying. We expected him to not put it that way, that Tinubu should not bother about the criticism, and made reference to the Civil War. I don't even want to go there because it's so annoying if I even go to that area. What I expected him to have said openly, no matter what he discussed in closed doors with Tinubu, was to appeal to Nigerians and say the government has a listening ear, and just say what people may expect somebody of his age and caliber should say. I didn't say he should start lashing out at Tinubu at the press conference, but the way he puts it, he didn't even mention anything about insecurity and particularly the one that is going on at his backyard there in Plateau. And meanwhile, he has not even spoken about all these things ever since this thing became so loud in the last 10 or 15 years. All we hear him say is Nigeria, pray, Nigeria, pray. Where has the prayer led us to? So it's so sad that I know some people who know him very well. He's those at his own level, probably they will call him and say, sir, you didn't speak well. The only thing I commend him for not speaking in Hausa as some reporters who were at the press conference wanted him to say. He was even using the word that they were trying to ambush him and all that. He knows that is not the right thing to do. He knows that he was speaking to the Nigerian public, not just the North. So I don't even know what those people are thinking, asking him to speak in Hausa. So this goes to show that we are really in deep trouble. If we think that people who are younger, like probably those reporters, that they are now understanding the need for a national integration, but some of them don't understand that reason. They still have this primordial thinking that it must be in their language. For somebody who is at the, I think that place he was trying to address the public was at the villa. I don't know if it's at the villa. So they're trying to ambush him to speak in that that language, and I think NTA cut off the tape. So it's really sad. So I hope he goes home and explain all he says and the comments he made about the Civil War. A civil war where millions were killed, not necessarily by gun, but the hunger he strategically put in place, and see the way he spoke. I don't want to go in. Let God be the judge of him. So that is about that area. Then about the protests, I wouldn't say people should not protest. I wouldn't say my brothers and sisters from the Southeast, when they feel like they shouldn't protest. But I know our people, even though in the modern days now, some have become a little bit not acting the way the true Igbo man acts. I know that many of them have this resilience. There's a pride some Nigerians have, and the Igbo ethnic group has that pride of trying to survive no matter how tough things are. So I guess that is what is holding them back. But if they choose to protest with other Nigerians generally, I wouldn't say they shouldn't, because it's a constitutional right to protest when things are not going well in the country, even though we have a government that is so how do I put it, so ungiving, disrespectful of protest. But beyond that protest, people, well-meaning Nigerians should do their self and the unborn children and the suffering children a favor by calling on this man who says he's in power to take urgent steps to begin to make things work out. I don't know how they are managing the Naira. It's like they are doing voodoo and all that with the way. It's like, let them try this, why it will work. But nothing seems to be working. And setting up a committee to go against, to go after those who they say are hoarding food. How do they know those who are hoarding food? If a businessman who has a trailer load of rice and has a warehouse where he stores it normally all these years, keeps some quantities of rice in that warehouse and brings some to his shop, then you accuse the man of economic sabotage. That is not right. I hope they will not. They should know where their boundaries should be in this kind of matter. We know people are trying to sabotage all these things, yes, but they should do things right. They should not, in trying to do this, we shun people, particularly the regular businessman or woman. So the country is a big quagmire, and then I don't think they have any clue, because ab initio they don't know what they are doing. It's really sad, and the whole world is looking at us and laughing. I was listening to a program the other day when somebody was talking about subsidy. Right here in the US and other parts of the world, governments subsidize some basic necessities of life, including food, agricultural products, even petroleum products. Why should our own be different? Those governments, do they listen to IMF? They don't. But our government, because this man here, I don't know why he's trying to gain acceptability or whatever. He's just doing whatever he wants. Whether it is IMF that is trying to impress or he's doing it on his own, who knows? Because one thing all of us know is that he's always striving in criminality, and that is his own way. Don't be surprised that as things are tough now, they may be cashing out one way or the other. Some people are even saying that they have even printed much more money than Buhari did during his time. So the whole thing is in a mess. But the bottom line I'm trying to point out in this whole thing is that I don't see a headway, because Nigerians are not speaking with one voice. Many of us are clinging to our ethnic or religious affiliations, and it doesn't help us. If you see some of these people who talk on national TV, sometimes when they speak, you shake your head and wonder, are they really thinking of the suffering people in their parts of the country? The way they defend this government, it's unfortunate. I will stop here so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Wale, please go ahead.
Excuse me. Thank you, everyone. And once again, I greet you all. I think it's my network that was fluctuating earlier on. Like most people who have spoken before me talked, electricity is the most important thing. And sometimes I do wonder, why is it difficult for any government to say, yes, electricity is something I'm going to fix? But anyway, that is just one topic on its own. But every time I think about Nigeria and I think about us as a Black nation, like some of our speakers have already mentioned this, I do wonder sometimes the human factor of a Black person, and I'm talking about Nigerian this time around, that psychologically is something wrong with us. Maybe if there's nothing wrong with us, look at what is happening now. And someone mentioned earlier, I think is the gentleman that spoke before Pascal. He said we need to kind of help our people back up. Yes, we have been, but it's getting to a point where I'm thinking that, is it not better to teach people how to fish than to be giving them fish? Our people are so into these, I don't know what you call it, like they think once they have one person abroad, they just calculate the pounds or the dollars for you, and they think, oh, when's my brother or my sister send me money? I probably don't have to do a lot. And they, instead of them to make, not all of them, I'm sorry to generalize, but I think most of them would rather think of the money and think of how they're going to enjoy life than to think, okay, if you give me this money now, this is the business I want to run. I'm going to run it right from my own little way, and I'm going to grow the business. I'm going to look at it as I have no father, no mother, no brother. I'm just going to start my own life. But no, I think most of them just feel like, you know, how much is the pound? How much is dollars now? Okay, dollar is this amount. If my brother send me $100, this is how much I'm going to cash out. And then another month, they will ask you again, not realizing that you pay through your nose to even give someone that $100 or whatever how much you give them. And another thing is, I always think, why people never think 1 minute, if this person sending me money, buy tomorrow, give up the ghost tomorrow, am I going to be buried with that person? Probably the answer is no. So if I have the opportunity to do something with my life, why can't I do something? And I think that's one thing I would like an average Nigerian to change the mentality. Because when I see some of the video that people are dragging yam, bread, rice, that they throw to them like chicken. Come on, it's uncalled for in 21st century. How can I even see people? I know when people are hungry, they will grab for everything. But come on, if I cannot live in Abuja or Lagos, why can't I relocate to my village? If that is what I have to do at that moment to get my life better and move on later on. Anyway, that's the human part of it. Don't really understand about the black person. That at what point are we going to wake up and make what is around us better without being selfish, without thinking of, oh, I'm going to, you know, siphon everything because I want to have a rival mentality. No, including every sector. Talk of police, talk of doctor, talk of the woman selling things in the market. And these are our people. I'm not even saying a Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba now. Anywhere you go, people just want to siphon. They just want to kind of, you know, eat you raw. At what point? What do we want to gain from it? So that is that. With the protest, anybody that wants to protest can protest. Anybody that wants to fold their arms can fold their arms. To me, I read a book that said when something was happening to Paul said, oh, the Muslim guy said, well, Paul is a Christian. It doesn't concern me. It's only Christian they are dealing with. When it happened to Jews, the Scottish man, I can't remember how he says, but he said, oh, he's a Jew. He's a Jews man. I'm not a Jew. It doesn't really matter. And when it gets to his own time, people just like, okay, when it was happening to other people, you don't join. So we are here. Electricity doesn't affect us. We open our tap, water is running. But sometimes I always think of that old woman, 80-something or 70-something or 80 or 90-year-old woman who cannot even do anything for themselves or man. Or that little innocent child that is suffering or starving, no food. What sin have they committed? If it's a young person of 30-something, I wouldn't bother. I would say, go to the village, go and do farming. But that innocent little 5-10-year-old child, it breaks my heart when I see them, that what sin have they committed? And that is why I can't close my eyes to Nigeria. Even if I thought, I'm not going to do anything, I'll do within my capacity, whatever I can, I'll give to people. And it depends, whatever they use it for. That's their own thing. When it comes to education, there are a lot of things that breaks my heart when it comes to Nigeria. We have a lot of educated illiterate. People you think supposed to know better, they are even worse. They will come on national TV and be saying something that, seriously, can you even listen to yourself? Things happen all the time. The other week, was it 2 weeks ago, this man, Wigwe, died. If someone said to him that you're going to die a week after that, he wouldn't believe. Is that not supposed to even teach us a lesson about life, that everything we gather, we're not going to go with a pin? We might even sleep tonight and not wake up tomorrow. And those of us who think, okay, I'm a Christian, or Jesus is going to, if Jesus come tonight, Is he going to ask for my bank account? Is he going to ask about my mansion or the private jet I have? No. But then I'll go to church tomorrow. I will see person who is starving. I won't give, but I'm going to, go with my entourage and everything. I'm praising God. Is that what God wants? But that's on the religious aspect. So there are so many things. And when it comes to Gowon, I respect the old age, but sometimes I think when it comes to government, one thing we need to realize is these our Nigerian government, they are full of propagandas. We forget so soon how Garba Shehu, Lai Mohammed, and all those Femi Adesina, how they will spin things and just give people something to talk. They always give us something to talk. Next week, they will come about another thing. Better Edu, do we hear about anymore? They will always give us something to eat, to talk about. That is their way. That is their way to kind of, why would you go and bring a 90-year-old man? Why don't you go to people and listen to him? So they will find a way to say, oh, maybe these people, Nigerian people, will listen to this man. Please be patient with him. Come on. We need to be wiser than that. But my thing is there's no electricity. And Nigerian people, look at us here now. We have access to electricity. We have access to uninterrupted Wi-Fi. Probably all these things, many Nigerians, I would say maybe 10% of them might be listening to it next week after it's already dead or it's already gone. So those are the kind of things that if every governor in my state, if people can hold governor or whoever is ruling them to account and say, look, you just create electricity for all, like the gentleman said in Aba, if we can have a governor that people can support and bring the development, honestly, even down south or up north, they will be coming to Aba. I remember when I was in Nigeria, made in Aba jacket. You wouldn't even, they will put made in Italy there. I even had some that when I wear that jacket here, people Oyibo ask me, where is this from? We are full of talent, but the enabling environment is it there. The man that is making a shoe that you can compare with the one made in Italy in Aba, honestly, it will even be more better. It will even be better than the one made in Italy. But because we are so, imported goods. When I put my cap and wear my Nigerian clothes, people look at me like, wow, I'm proud of where I'm come from. But are we actually putting the same thing into the children, our family? Are we practicing what we preach? So we can do it, but before that can be done, we have to hold ourselves to account. If you have someone who is in government or doing something, even if it's your brother, tell him, like, look, what you are doing is wrong. And until that, if my brother is the commissioner for something or councillor, and because he's giving me money, I'm not telling him the truth, I'm part of that problem. I need to be honest with myself. And that is how we can start. If he throws his money to me and I don't take it, then he will know that something is wrong. But is it not my mother that will say, oh, don't protest? Why would you criticize your mother? If you want to disown me, mom, you can. Because it's just a matter of time when everything, the table will turn and then it will affect us. Those people that is affecting, are they not human beings? So until we, speak to ourselves the real truth and say, this thing I'm doing, is it right? I know fingers are not equal, but come on, an average man needs to live. You cannot sleep in 2 rooms. You can only sleep in 1 room at a time. What's the point of the mansion? What's the point of a fleet of cars? That's the truth I really want us to be telling our people. Yes, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm not comparing myself to the royal family or to the people in government. But the basic amenities of life, it shouldn't be deprived. Any human shouldn't be deprived of it. So that is what I have to say. And I think we are moving. It's just that when we're going to get there is what I don't know. But we are doing it. Don't let us give up. And that's why I appreciate this platform. It might look like we talk. One way or the other, one person will get their mind changed. Somebody will come from their from being idiot, being a tribesman, and they will change to be a citizen. And that's what we want. We want to go home. We want to enjoy the basic things that we enjoy here. You know, we don't want to die as a slave. We don't want to make Nigeria a cemetery. That is only when I get old, I want to go and be buried there. I want to go to Nigeria. If I sick, they take me to the hospital.
10 minutes is gone. 10 minutes is gone. 10 minutes, 15.
I don't look at the time.
Let's try to be considerate of each other. Yeah. Thank you, this is Wale, and greetings to panelists. You know, I think it should be AY because
no, it's not AY, it's me.
Of course,
KJ. I know you don't
KJ.
Yeah.
Okay, if
KJ, I was here before you now.
Because I was looking at an opportunity to say you don't want to make a comment. That's what you said to the other guy. You said to the guy before he handed over the forefather. You said you don't want to make a comment.
Maybe he wants to make now.
Okay, go ahead.
Well,
I just want to say greetings to KJ, forefathers, the good work you're doing, and Jagon, and the rest of the panel. Please, if you can excuse me, tomorrow on another day.
Thank you.
Go basic.
Thank you, go basic. Yeah.
Yeah. Good afternoon,
because
everyone.
NDBC was next. Yeah. Please go ahead, AY, and then KJ.
Good afternoon, everyone. Righteous man, nice to see you again, man. What happened to you, man? You disappear from the radar. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I've been listening to interesting conversation today, but I'm not gonna go on the ethnic route, so I'm not interested in that part of the discussion. Every other discussion, I will stick to it. This morning, Kolata was here, so I came on the platform to ask him a question. Fortunately, I was unable. I loved stuff he was actually discussing. I think it's good. We'll allow such people to come around that kind of like support the government, so we can keep asking questions. Probably we'll get one or two from them. But part of the stuff I pick up from what he was saying, KJ asked him one serious question. He kind of make a comment. The food crisis we have it today is as a result of insecurity. Nobody will deny that. That is the biggest part of it. It's just that we don't take this thing into consideration seriously. In the past 1, 2 years, 3 years, farmers, they were unable to go to farm. If you are denying this thing, it appears to me you don't even know what is going on. Because the thing is, the question I wanted to ask him, in my whole judgment, except anybody prove otherwise, I strongly believe the current government, they don't have a plan, they don't know where they're going, they don't know what they're doing. That is where my pain is. Like, you can't tell people to be patient, it's gonna get better, be patient. What is your plan? If you have a plan, you're doing something good, you can tell people to be patient. People are not see you, the citizens are not see the government as serious government. It seems they hoping on miracle, maybe. Oh, maybe some miracle will happen, Nigeria economy will just get better. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. The other thing I'm noticing right now, I've been tracking the government appointment. I thought we've seen it all with Buhari. The nepotism is very high right now, to be honest. You see, I couldn't say this, right? It doesn't matter where the person is coming from. Anybody that want to be president of Nigeria, if you don't believe in Nigeria, that is the beginning of your failure. The reason is that I was just having this call with my friend this morning. You have evil in the White House, Nigerians working in the White House, in top positions. You go to some cities today, Nigeria are mayors in cities in America. In Canada, we have like 2 deputy prime minister in 2 regions now, Nigerians. What I'm trying to say is our problem is not, we have people that are capable to be in position and get this done, but we have government that don't want to think in this direction. The country is so big that you want to choose like majority of your cabinet, you bring it there from one state, from one region. It's not going to work. You're going to fail. You're going to look around the country. It's not even about party. Forget your APC. Look for people that can get the job done. What that tells me is we have government that is not serious. If you are serious, if I want to get my job done, I'm working on my company, I want to get this done, I'm not going to look at you. You are my brother. Let me put you here. I'm going to look at you. Can you give me result? Can you get this job done? This is what I want to achieve. Somebody was talking about the KPI. When the president elected minister said, oh, we got to look at KPI. If you are not doing good, we got to get you out. You need to, with all seriousness, by the time you sack 1, 2, they know you are not joking. They have to give you results. With all this, I am saying that, except you can prove me wrong otherwise, the president need to sit up. Master will just say it now. Don't forget, Master is from, he live in the north. The hunger in Nigeria is getting too much. If this keep going, people are going to enter the street and they will bring the government down so fast. This is what they are playing with. Because right now, Righteous Man was just talking about price of stuff. This is not joke. The hunger is biting. They are still paying people minimum wage, I think 35,000. Till today, food, the stuff, the price of things have increased some by more than 100%, by more than 200%. But still, you are paying people the same salary. What do you want them to do? In my assessment, if somebody receives $500,000 today with five family members, you are poor because you can't even survive with that money. So it's a lot to take in, and you have majority of our workforce, they don't even earn up to 200K a month. We are not talking of people that don't even have the job at all.
AY, sorry to interject. I'm kind of suspicious of your criticism of the government, too, because this one where you just change gear like this, I'm very, very suspicious.
Olumide, go and watch all. No. Let's joke apart. Go and watch all my videos. I have been criticizing the government policy from day one. See, where you guys get this wrong, right? Like when we were discussing about the election, I have different opinion about the election. The truth is, the fact that you don't like somebody does not mean I don't hate Tinubu. I don't have anything against it, but this is my country. This is my position. When you bring issue of the election, I will tell you, do I believe Peter Obi won the election? No, I don't believe he won. I said it on the platform. I'm not afraid of anybody. See, you need to look at issue as they come. You can have your own belief, but I'm not interested in, I don't care where you come from. I don't care who is in government. What I care about. Hold on.
I respect your opinion about not believing Obi won. Fine. I respect your opinion. You know, we don't truly, as a matter of fact, anybody can argue to that. No. What I'm saying is that we all know this election did not follow the right standards. You know?
I agree.
So have you ever emphasized that?
My position, I would have thought they canceled the election and do another election because of the beaver. This is my position.
I don't even agree. I am saying that INEC knows who really won the election. They have the real results, but they chose to do what they wanted to do because they rigged it. They have the real results.
So it's easy for us to say, right? Why it's easy for us to say is the party itself, the Labour Party, they don't have the result. They should be able to give us result. This is the result. They don't have it. So it's very difficult. That's a different argument, you know. But Olumide, I don't have relationship with Tinubu. Even if I do, what is going on is about the issues in Nigeria right now. If Tinubu was doing good, I would be praising him here. If he was doing good, I will give him credit. That's just me. I'm not going to look at issue and right. I'll be actually from day one, all his policies. I'm not in line with Tinubu policies. Because what I see is Tinubu is making decisions without plan. You can't do that. That is if you watch all Tinubu policies, each of the policies, the major policies, there is no one with plan. They don't have plan. You can't do that with 200 million people. That is what is biting today. So now I'm trying to see that the government is kind of confused. They don't even know what to do. They do try their own method. Look at what the CBN and the CBN governor is doing right now. He's going to try this, stop this, remove this, do this. You got to know what you're doing. Perhaps it's from the banking sector. That is the issue we have in now. He can't hold some of these people accountable. So why not look for a neutral person to be a CBN governor instead of bringing somebody from the system? That is the difficulty. That's what we are facing. So it doesn't mean like if you criticize, you hate the government. If you don't criticize, you are with God. I don't believe in that, but I will keep speaking my mind. Sorry, whatever you believe, that is for you. Then on issue of other issue I wanted to comment on. Yeah, people were commenting on the Edo politics in Edo State. Well, politics in Edo State is always very interesting. It's one of the interesting states, man. We just started, right? Right now, Labour Party definitely have a strong candidate, and is the only one I think that don't have godfathers as we speak. I would really love a situation if Edo people, if he can actually market his plan to the Edo people. I would really love a situation where, because Lumide has a lot of experience, he was the former NBA chairman. He has practiced for a long time. He has credibility. The last I know, hopefully he's able to work with it, because Edo people are quite tough when it comes to politics. So even old woman in Edo State know what is going on. If he's able to market his plan, he needs to work very hard with the Edo people. Edo people will give him the vote. But if he is thinking he's gonna ride on the existing protocol, the Peter Obi crowd in Edo, it's not gonna go anywhere. So he needs to work with the people and tell them what you want to do, what you want to achieve. I think he will be the best person. Instead of using the money to service some godfathers, he should use the money to work for the people. I think that's my point for now. So I will allow KJ to continue.
KJ, please go ahead. You're welcome.
Thank you, for Father. I've been here since morning. Hey, righteous man, good to see you, man. And my brother John Abba. Yeah, another great man, Jago himself. Good to see all of you. We've been here since morning, and then we have had a useful discussion. I would not like to, restate what I've already stated in the morning, but I'll just probably pick from where my friend AY stopped. You see, the thing is this. There's a certain statement that's made, and sometimes if we don't talk about it, look as if we didn't hear it. Nigeria, the official language is English. And so when a government official paid by Nigerian money begins to address the nation in a dialect that is not official on a national matter, you wonder what the reason is. It's a slap on the face of other people. This had been done many times, but chiefly of the last administration, where the Attorney General and Minister for Justice decided to address the kidnapping of Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria in Hausa language. And if you understand Hausa, you will understand what the man said in that broadcast. It was like a trophy that had been captured, and so he's celebrating with the North that your enemy have been captured, and eventually we should rejoice. And of course, the whole of the North went wild that night that this broadcast was made. Until this moment, nobody, not the Nigerian media, not anybody from the South, that asked why will that be, since it's not an official language of okay, my network has died on me.
We can hear you, it just froze.
Okay, all right. So nobody went ahead to ask why that is. So he now this second one now being people trying to force a man who served as the head of state of Nigeria to say what he's saying in Hausa. It's not very good. Optics is not good at all. But that is Nigeria. We should decide what we want to do with our nation. Okay. A lot of people have come to say, oh, there's this, there's that, there's this. No, Tinubu, before you took over, it's not a change of government. It is APC still continuing in government. That means that whatever is still happening now is not new to this government. It is not new to any member of APC. And agreed, before he came on board, we were told that he's the man who is able to put a team together, the craft team that he put together, that uplifted Lagos and turned it to a modern city from a backside of Nigeria. Today, that same the guy who was able to put a craft team together is not able to put a craft team that can even tell him exactly what is going on with the system that he has found himself. And then we begin to now beat about the bush, looking for who to blame and looking for people to use to begin to explain to Nigerian people over and over again. The same story we have been told since we were in primary school are being retold again now, but this time with a little bit of statistics to confuse the ordinary man in the street. Why the naira is this? Why this is that? Why this is this? Why this is that? It is the same story. We have heard it. We have heard it. I can even call it off my head without having to go, to read any book at all. We have heard it. Nobody who is above the age of 40 in Nigeria who say he has not heard these stories over and over again. Is anything being done about it? No. Is Tinubu doing anything about it? No. Is any serious thought being put into it? No. Look, you see, let's wake up. You see, this forum, unfortunately, since I came into this place, we have discussed this over times. Nothing happening now that we didn't touch on this forum, saying it's going to happen when this individual comes on board. There's nothing new. Nothing new. Okay. Now, even the reason why they say the East is not. What do you want the East to do? What do you want the Igbo man to come and do in the street? Why do you want him to be in the street? And why should he even be that the Igbo man is even considered at all in this equation? He has nothing to contribute. Okay. Now, even in the midst of it, do you know that this Igbo man contributor or not Igbo man contributor have drowned the serious case going on in Benue and in Plateau of the people who are being, daily massacred in that place because people are wasting their time to think of who is protesting and who is not protesting. Okay. And then the attention is diverted. And then the worst is being done. Look, we have to open our eyes as a people. And you see, why will we even protest? Because before you know it now, it will be said that it's one section of the country that doesn't want this person to be in government. That is why it's going on. So all I will say is that if we are serious as a nation, it's time for us all to sit down. We have men, and I repeat, we have men in Nigeria who can, within 6 months, and 6 months, 2 months, within 3 months, give you the roadmap of how Nigeria can move. And in a situation when there's a dire need, you look for your best 11 to go into the field. You don't look for people who are friends with you, relatives and friends. Okay, you say things that you say you are tackling a situation in hand, but you have an opportunity of bringing your in-law, your daughter, your son, everybody, bringing your relatives into government, into situations, and you say things like that. If things are really the way you present it for us to, it is, you will look for the best. You will have gone to people and look for the best and say, look, who can help me in this situation? It doesn't matter to you whether he's APC, PDP, or whatever P he is. You bring him in. Look, Oga, our country is about to sink. We need your idea now. We need your idea right now. This is a question of national emergency. Okay? And then you draft the person into your government. You draft other people into your government. If the army, look, the National Assembly, and I'm digressing myself, met to pass a vote of no confidence on the service chiefs. Based on what? Because you killed a Riktak army that have held you, held you down for 10 years. A boy who didn't even go to a military school, a war school, war college, didn't go to Sandals, okay? Doesn't even speak good English, doesn't even understand the names of the different things you call the gun. Held Nigerian army for 10 years. You just killed him 2 days ago and you are celebrating. And the National Assembly passed a vote of confidence on commanders who were redneck officers with 3 stars and 1 eagle and one sword. Okay, does nobody, is somebody not feeling what I'm feeling? So if we are serious and the people are not giving you the result you need, you get them out. If it's a major that give you what you need, you bring him in. If you need to take away the whole top hierarchy of the army, you take them out. Because it's becoming embarrassing. Look, did you people see that that online news information on Tinubu, the lady from India? I think Rudolph played it earlier on in the morning. She made a good analysis of what is going on. Just talking from the angle of the president using his relatives in government. Okay? So we are saying that if we see ourselves as being in danger and our nation sinking, then somebody who is patriotic, who claims that I am not patriotic, but he is more patriotic than myself, has taken the ship of state, should do what a statesman does when there's a need for an action. That's what I'm saying. Rather than beating about the bush and looking for people to blame, looking for everybody to blame, but you're not yourself. You don't. In this case, if I were Tinubu, I would even call Obi to a meeting. Oh boy, this thing is difficult. Please let us put policy aside. I need concrete advice. What do we do? What do we do? Because even if Obi is going to be president tomorrow, you need to be president over a nation that survives tomorrow. If the nation doesn't survive with tomorrow, how will you be president? So if you are serious, you call both your friends and your enemies. Everybody who can help you to do what you need to do. If you need to bring Akemi Adesina, who is in the African Development Bank, you draft him in. Oh boy, this is not a situation where we now play. What do we do? And then when they give you their honest advice, you take it. You don't begin to play politics with it. You don't begin to look for your cronies and friends to put them in those positions to execute it. You look for the person who will execute it without mercy. That is what statesmen are. You see, long time when we were still playing small sport, they told us something. The difference between a professional and a local player is that when a professional gets one opportunity, he kills the game. He buries the game. But a local player can be given 20 opportunities, all you throw it away and put your hand on your head, and come back and do the same thing. If we are serious as a nation that are going somewhere, then you are serious as a president or a leader of a nation. You take the professional action and get down with it. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. Jagon, please go ahead.
Hi, guys. Thank you. Hello to everybody on the panel. Great to be here again after another week. I don't have actually much to say at this moment. I would just like to thank everybody and hail Masca, who came on just to say hello. And welcome, Righteous Mano. We haven't seen you for a long time. You've been missed. You have been missed. I don't have much to say. If you can move on to Olumude, and maybe I'll come back on the next round. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Liston, very much. Just to add something to the discussion that I've heard so far regarding official languages of a nation. I think we should have more official language in Nigeria. I don't know why Nigeria is oddly only one official language. Zimbabwe has 16. South Africa, I think, have about 12. Many nations have multiple official language so that people can be able to speak in their original dialects. And if you have 16 in Nigeria, you can see that it will take on all the major languages and a lot of all the other languages from the Fulani to Ijaw and all of them. So I don't see why we don't have that yet. And when people speak in those languages, I'm not sure we should necessarily criticize them because they are doing what comes naturally to them. As long as they can translate it so that you can understand what they are saying, that is what should matter to us. If you're an Igbo man wants to speak in an Igbo language, so be it. It's his language. You shouldn't force him to speak English language. And the same thing for Yoruba too. If they want to speak their language, they should be able to speak it, because that's what other nations do too. So it's not like rocket science.
Forefather, please, I want to correct an impression on what you are saying concerning this language of 13. Because I have to tell ourselves the truth. If it's an Igbo man or Easterner that speaks any Igbo in addressing the national, that would be a heavy case, an indictment to him.
Why should it be?
Yes, because he speaks an Igbo for an Easterner, but Northerners can do that and make away with it. Let's look at this Muslim cleric, the kind of statement he dropped against Yemi Tinubu. Till today, what happened to him? Nothing happened to him.
And
something should happen to him.
Yeah.
But watch this Igbo man who is a king or something like that, king in Lagos State. He just dropped a statement. We are him today. Is in the custody of DSS until tomorrow.
Yeah.
What did he say? Did he say
still in
something that is
custody?
wrong? Up till now, yes.
Are you all serious that man is still in custody?
Yes. Go and verify. So we need to be careful. Here in India, I'm here in India. India have one official language, national language called Hindi. But there's other language they speak. They maintain the one. If you want to address the nation, that's what in Modi, the current Prime Minister of India, used to address the whole India. But they have their different languages. That is official to them. So sometimes let us not play politics or play diplomatic or over some certain thing that is very serious. Please, that's my submission over this.
Thank you. I think we will have to confirm that Igbo leader in Lagos, because I don't think that merits him still being in custody till date without being tried. No, that doesn't sound right at all. Olumide, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Hello, everybody. I just want to go right ahead and address Masca. So Masca was accusing Righteous of being tribalistic. So I would even say that after Masca finished speaking, I found him to be the one that was tribalistic or bigoted with his statements. You understand? For even having the temerity to say that if Obi wants, he can reach out to the north. He can go and learn Hausa to reach out to the north, to speak to the north. You understand? To suppose that will make him win. That would have made him to win the election, or that would make him win in the future. This guy did everything that he needed to do. You understand? He had a northern vice presidential candidate who helped him campaign in the north. You know, he canvassed for people's votes. And at the end of the day, the election wasn't free and fair. So what is he talking about? To say that, say, you should go and learn Hausa. I mean, Hausa my foot. When we have over 250 ethnic tribes in Nigeria, is that what is in our constitution? Must you be able to speak any language before you can vie for that position? I mean, this is just brazen. And then this guy comes along to tell us that, oh, the old people should be one. They're not. He doesn't. Why is he saying that the Igbo people shouldn't join the process? When Buhari was there, they did not openly told us that if we dare remove him, or if anybody dares to challenge him, that they will make the country ungovernable, or even tear the country apart. And now you guys are protesting, and some people are saying they don't want to be a part of that because they will be called names, and they'll be accused of wanting to tear the country apart. And then we must realize that the whole country is made up of units, and every unit will feel differently from each other based on different characteristics that is unique to them. You understand? So when they complain, listen to them. Don't say, oh, when, as some people will say, oh, let's look for one common problem that is affecting all of us. If you wait for that, you wait forever. Is it before they erase the whole tribe or a particular race in Plateau or in Benue, when they go extinct before you do something?
I think they said they actually opened a military base there recently. I saw that last week.
When you are looking for one common problem, you are wasting your time. Everybody is made up of different units, and these units listen to their problems, address the problems that are unique to them. The problem in a riverine area will be different from a problem in a desert area. A problem in a landlocked area will be different from an area with borders. Every area is unique. That is how we make the country one. When we work together to address everybody's individual problem. Because I don't know how much more one Nigeria, one person can be before we begin to be honest with ourselves. And then Kulata, when Kulata came in earlier on, it was just spewing lies. You're saying that the country is moving from a rent-seeking economy to an economy that is more productive. In what way? Is Lagos State not a rent-seeking economy? Don't they collect taxes from people in different guises and different ways? Parking tax, property tax, income tax, this tax. Who knows what they will bring out tomorrow? Is that not a rent-seeking economy? In what way are they trying to be productive? When the basic necessity for production, electricity, is not there and companies are shipping out, moving out of the country to our neighboring countries, to Ghana, Nestle moving out to Ghana, PZ closing down factory, GSK we're closing down, manufacturing plants closing down. So in what way are you turning to a productive economy? Don't come here and tell us lies. And then you want the poor Nigerian people to bear the brunt of all this pain that the elite inflicted on the whole country. Oh, it is high time we make sacrifices. We move away from what sacrifices have the people not made from the beginning? Who are the ones who have brought this on the people? Who are the ones who have taken loans in the last 8 years for the whole country and stolen the money for themselves? Is it the common people now that you want to come and make them pay for all that? And then you come on here to come and tell us electrical engineer, thinking you have brain when you have no common sense. Who are you lying to? Even the man who don't go school is feeling the bite. He knows what is happening. And then you're coming here to spew lies with your math and your nonsense.
Olumide, you know you interjected me, so let me pay you back now.
Go ahead.
Kulata is on the comment section. That's why I want to comment on this. One thing I forgot to mention, Kulata made mention this morning. Kulata, you were saying that the government they want to increase interest rate. The interest rate in Nigeria already is just way too high. If you go ahead, interest rate in Nigeria is around 20 to 25%. If you go ahead and increase that interest rate, there is no businessman that will survive with what he's going to collect from the bank. The economy is going to go down more. It's going to be more damage.
Let me give President Tinubu one simple advice that if he carries out this advice, the naira will appreciate to the pound, to the euro, and to the dollar. I can bet you that more than 95% of this money that was borrowed on behalf of the country is in private accounts or some corporate accounts that was opened up for the purpose of stealing this money. Go and recover those money. There's a popular saying in this part of the world: if you are looking for the thief or the culprit, follow the money. But you don't have the balls to go recover this money. People opened the vault of the central bank and collected dollars that you guys are looking for out, and they are hiding it under their bed, and you don't have the balls to go after them, all in the name of party politics. And you want the ordinary people to come and pay for that, and you remove fuel subsidy. You guys are jokers, nothing but jokers. I'm telling you, you guys are jokers. And anyway, one of the reasons why I disagree with you again is because in the comment section, you kind of opened my eye into a little bit of your heart. on perhaps why you're upset with this government. You think that the president is going towards a Yoruba agenda, trying to maybe create a regionalism, or maybe a Yoruba country trying to favor the Yorubas and anything. Well, I don't know that for a fact, you know.
What is you want me to give you the evidence? You need evidence?
No. I mean, I don't. It could be.
No.
See, it could be. I'm not going to discountenance what you're saying, but what we Yoruba people that want progress for our land is telling him is that don't do anything in a wuru-wuru or mago-mago way. See, when we told Tinubu not to contest for the presidency, and that he should come as an elder, come and support our Yoruba nation. Let us, with courage, face these people so that we can build a country on truth, on integrity, on a solid foundation. You understand? We don't want wuru-wuru. We don't come and tell us you want to come and take power with the brain.
Let me quickly come in, please.
What I'm saying is, you should hold a referendum. Nigeria is composed of many ethnic groups. Hold a referendum today, Canada, where we did, AY. 2 times, Quebec, a French-speaking part of Canada, 2 times they tried to secede away from Canada.
Succeed, I know.
But they lost.
They failed. Yep.
So they failed.
Olumide, here is the issue, right?
Because the people in Quebec still wanted to be a part of Canada. Let the people decide. Give a referendum. If people want to go, let them go.
I agree. Olumide, here is it, right? Nigeria, from 1999, if you listen to me on this panel, I have given President Obasanjo more credit, more than any president from 1999. The simple reason is, Obasanjo, if you watch Obasanjo government, there was nobody crying of ethnicity. It was highly reduced. Because if you watch Obasanjo government, will it go complain? No.
I may be a young man. I don't agree. The reason why I don't agree with you. The reason why I don't agree with you is that people knew of this problem. People they've talked about this problem since the 70s, since the Civil War. See, everything that happened that brought us to this moment happened from the first coup. From the first coup, then the Civil War, then Shaga. See, everything happened. People, even when they handed over in 1999, let me tell you, as a Yoruba man, if you know what majority of Yorubas think of Obasanjo, this guy wanted to rubbish our legacy in the name of one Nigeria we can be. See, you can't wish that people forget their identity because of one Nigeria that is artificial, that is a creation of people. We have been individual nations before. You can't tell them to wish away their identity, where they come from. You can't tell them to forget their culture, their religion. And then when we were doing that, some people were having secret ideas to take over the country from us with religion and ethnicity. This is why we are here today. And Obasanjo faced that scenario. He faced that possibility. When they enacted their Sharia, he pretended as if it didn't happen. Oh, don't worry, it will go away. It will go away. If he had challenged it with his presidential power or even taking it to court, maybe the Supreme Court would have ruled to say, no, you can't make your own Sharia law when we have a constitution that supersedes all of us. This is where it has led us today. So Obasanjo rubbish. He wanted to rubbish our legacy because he thought
you going personal with Obasanjo.
No. Obasanjo didn't do right. He didn't do right for the country. He didn't do right for the Yoruba man. He didn't do right for nobody.
Let me explain to you. No. See, I'm not that kind of person that will come and be criticize every government. If you do well, I will give you credit. Obasanjo has some level of credit. The problem Obasanjo had was his personal greed. If you look at Obasanjo make attempt, he tried to unite the country. During Obasanjo, our economy was highly elevated, it improved greatly. If you check the kind of Obasanjo did not stick with PDP members. Obasanjo was the person that brought Soludo. He was the person that brought Ugozi. He was very that bought Obie Ezekwesili. He was very that brought Erufai. He was very that brought Ubado. This, a lot of them, even
AY, what
Batinedu,
we are
somebody was
saying,
talking about
AY, what we are
Batinedu
saying
today.
is that, see, that spirit was a good spirit. But what we are
It
saying
is.
is that,
That is what,
see, what we are
that
saying,
is the beginning.
what we
That
are
is the
saying,
beginning.
Olumide, you need to allow the conversation to flow so that
the
and AY too.
problem
I think
of
it was
Buhari
Olumide's
This
turn.
started.
is more than 10 minutes.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is more than
You
10
can
minutes.
you
Of
can
Buhari started.
monopolize the conversation. There's Jonaba still there, no.
Sorry. The problem of Buhari started the moment he said, some region of the country did not vote for me. I don't care about. You can't do that. That is error. Forget about the differences. Tinubu is coming now. Tinubu is coming now.
Olumide, let it rest. Olumide, let
what
it
I'm trying to
rest.
say,
You've already said what you're trying to say. You've been trying to say it for how many minutes
no,
now? Let's
based
waste other
on what,
people's time. Can we leave it? I think AY, I understand what you are saying, and I think we all understand that because each other we have to respect other people's time. Don't worry, to come back again. Jonaba, please go ahead.
Forefathers, please put me at the backstage. Thank you.
All right, let me find in the BC backstage, and all right, please go ahead, Jonaba.
Good evening from this end to the fellow panelists and everyone else. I think I follow the conversation from the beginning. I think sometimes we turn blind eyes or deaf ears or purposely don't understand that we should turn the mirror on ourselves when we are trying to correct others or speak to issues, that in the processes of doing it with no caution, we create more mess than what we think we are addressing. If we can take that element out of this conversation and speak to issue generally based on your own view, maybe it will be more interesting to those that watches, because it's easy to come here to speak and someone else is listening to you. But if you are the one that is sitting and listening, some of these conversations are divisive. The nature of human being naturally is selfish, evil, but then we consider what is a greater interest of our society than any tribal, certain tribes or certain belief, that people have the right to believe or be who they are. Like I always say, there's no tribe in Nigeria that contests for president, whether Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, without reaching out to the other part. We win election. You cannot use only Hausa and win Nigerian election. You cannot use only Yoruba, win Nigerian election, or Igbo. These three major tribes that we have in Nigeria, you have to reach across. And to see what is unfolding in Nigeria right now, it is called for unity, or even if it is not called for, it's natural right now that is happening across the nation. It's not something that you want to deny of. But then I cannot agree with so many of you that I often disagree with, to see that you call some of those things out, like the behavior of certain people. We're not going to get involved in this protest. When we protest, we are targeted. The price of a nation is bigger than individual, is bigger than one tribe. If you come from a bigger heart perspective, then you must see things in a broader way, not just narrow-minded way of any individual or certain tribes. Everybody is suffering in Nigeria. Let us nobody pretend that they are not. And I don't think anybody come to any government or be a leader of any society want to fail the people. There's one thing is that you may not have what it takes to lead the people, but it will never be intention of any leader, whether you are a husband or a wife, any role you play on this part, whether you're a businessman or a journalist, nobody prepared to fail. But the only problem that when you don't plan, then you plan to fail. So we can set that straight. Then we can have a national debate on our way forward of how do we suggest and how far our suggestion will go. But when we turn it to a tribal issue, issue of, okay, I told you so. If Buhari was not a president, and so many of us will say we miss a good leader based on what we see from his previous administration with Diabon. But today we have different opinion. So nobody knows. And some of these problems are in existence for generations. And then to whom much is given, much is expected. I always believe that some of us here that speak to in the volume are the problem, because sometimes we speak because we think that nobody knows it all. Truth is not in one place. Truth is, you have some in you, I have some in me, and no one is perfect. But we all can have for a bigger interest of our nation and the suffering of ordinary Nigerian. I told you so is not a word from any person that meant well, because people learn from experience. If I'm made, even the Bible said that the Bible said Jesus learned from suffering. So there's no way you say, okay, what do we learn and how do we turn it around that we can become a better society? Divide and control is the oldest strategy that have worked in every nation, and everyone that practices it is divide and control. Where people are united, it is hard. And when the citizen of a nation united, the elite, also called the influencer in the society, there will be more caution. Corruption is everywhere in the world, but sometimes people rise and push back. And when the leaders see the consequences and the awareness and the information and the knowledge with their citizens that are not where it used to be, they also change their position. So I think this is an opportunity for all of us how to turn this around. But I don't believe that anybody just come to fail anybody. But then when you don't plan, then you plan to fail. Thank you.
Thank you. I heard the gentleman that said something about Igbo in Lagos. It appears that matter has moved on to something maybe more serious. Maybe declaring himself in Igbo in Lagos is illegal. But even if all those accusations were true, they should have tried him by now. This justice delayed business in Nigeria is becoming a lot of justice denied, and they seem to be hitting a certain group of people, and that doesn't look good for the Nigerian government. But that said, I know of Northerners to sheikhs that are in prison that have not been prosecuted, and it's a problem in Nigeria.
I have a question for John Abba. So John Abba, very, very good speech. I applaud your speech. But I want to ask you, so how exactly do we create that opportunity, and how do we take advantage of that opportunity? Because the reason why I'm asking is because time and time again, the people have been denied that opportunity of perhaps moving in the right direction. Why do I say that? Basic free and fair election. Basic free and fair election. They've been denied that. So how do you want that change to happen when they can't do that? See the people who are there now, they are
Olumide, you've said this last week, and I keep telling you, how do you know the elections you are getting is not what the people manifest? How do you know?
Because it's so clear. It's so basic and clear. Majority of the people.
Just because the result you
Where is
got
the
is not the
IRF
result you
result? Where is
want.
the BIVAS accreditation? Where is the IRF result?
See, the reason why I say these things is because I've watched Nigeria
And
many
you are giving
times,
us
and
Bible
I've
and
asked
pencil.
myself, hold on,
You are giving us Bible and pencil.
let me say this now. I've watched Nigerians many times, and when we say we want one thing and we do something else. Many of us take money to go and vote certain parties. You know that. Otherwise, if they will just be able, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying now. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying now. Can you let me this guy? See, if somebody takes money and goes and votes for somebody, if they can just rewrite the result willy-nilly as they see fit, why bother bribing people? It means that bribing those people is also helping to influence the vote.
They did everything they could do to change the result. Bribing, and ultimately, if that didn't work, use biro and pencil to change it.
So the bribing, the person taking the bribe and the person giving the bribe, are they both not accountable?
So who should hold them responsible? Is it not the government? Tell me one person.
The government, those are the same government that have been elected in this process you're talking about.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that change that people want has been made inevitable.
But your problem is that you keep calling out only one side, but you're not calling out the other side, the other participants in it.
I'm going to call out the side that has the highest power the most.
No, you can call that, but when it comes to the election process, that you truly criticize, there are two sides playing that game.
Orientating the people and getting the people to do the right is an ongoing thing. That is why we have
it would be good to be hearing that from you. It would be also good to be hearing that.
Of information to continuously orientate the people, to continuously direct them in the right direction. But if the government that has the highest responsibility is doing the wrong thing, it becomes difficult.
It will be good to be hearing that from you now and again, so that you can understand. People can understand that they need to sensitize people to stop some of all these practices. If you want a better system where you have better people coming out, you have to stop the corrupt practices, because people with integrity are not going to get involved in that kind of behavior.
But it appears that the impression the government has given us is that even if people come out to vote who they want 100%, whether for or opposing, some people are hell bent on giving us a different result. That's what we're saying.
All participants that are hell bent on giving us a different result should be held accountable, and we should be dissuaded from doing it.
Okay, Father, I've heard you. I see where you're swinging. I heard you.
Thank you. Righteous man wanted to say something. Please go ahead briefly, because people at the top. Ferrari hasn't said anything for a while.
Yeah, forefather. It's like I have seen a born again spirit in you. That's very good. AY, I salute you. I'm going to give you some charts. Check your WhatsApp later. Yeah, I will reach you through WhatsApp. I have some messages I want to share with you. Yeah, John Abba, I was about going to your place for yam, but insecurity could not allow me to reach your house. So, yeah, KJ, good evening. Every panelist, good evening. Once again, Tone, good evening. I've been sending message to you, Tone. You are not responding. So
I've been very busy. Apologies. Yeah. I'll call you. We'll talk. I'll call you.
Yeah. So the question I want to ask Kulata, is Kulata living in Nigeria or outside Nigeria? Because for us that are here, there is food, but there is no money to buy it. If anybody tells you there is no food in Nigeria, that person is a born liar. We have, okay, I went to buy plantain the other day, and the women were complaining that the transportation to bring plantain from Edo State and Delta State to Lagos, they are paying 3 times what they used to pay. And you will see, people were unable to finish the plantain they brought to that place. They still sell till dawn, till the next day. So who is saying there is no food in Nigeria? There is food, but the purchasing power is not there. As much as Naira is weakening, we don't even see the money. That's the problem. So all those theory, government publication and propaganda telling you there is food scarcity in Nigeria. There is no food scarcity. We have rice, we have beans, we have gari, we have plantain, we have cocoyam, we have cassava. Everything is in abundance. The problem is that we don't have money to buy those things. That is what Nigerians are crying for. And it started immediately. There was removal of fuel subsidy.
I think it's this
removal of righteous man by the network.
Tone, please welcome Tone. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Basically, why he came in was about what my friend AY said. He doesn't believe that Obi won the election. So conversely, he believes that Tinubu won the election. So if Tinubu won the election, you should stand by Tinubu from henceforth. I don't want to hear pin from your mouth that Tinubu do this or do this. Should be now win the election. How can this is the problem we have? How can we be making such statements that you don't believe that Obi did not win the election? Then who won the election? Was it Kwankwaso that
let
won
me
the
ask
election?
you a question.
I'm asking you now.
So let me ask you a question.
Can we not just say the truth and let the devil be ashamed for once?
Question. Which state do you pass when you go to Maiduguri? Which state do you pass when you go to Sokoto? Tell me 2 states you pass through when you go to Bayelsa. I want to test your knowledge of Nigeria.
I don't understand. What does that mean?
I don't
know
see the
Nigeria?
relevance. I don't see the relevance in
please let him tell us. Let him tell us.
See, my position, I would prefer Peter Obi 1 million times against the 2 candidates, but that will not make me take like I know this country. I know what is going on in Nigerian politics. I look at the result even today. I'm not even surprised at that result, to be honest. My preference would have been then that result be cancelled because the beavers was switched off, no matter what caused what was the result of that. Don't come and just attack. You gotta speak and look at.
I'm simply not attacking you. You don't get my stand. What I'm trying to say is that for you to make such statements, it runs 360 contrary to what you're saying. That's all I'm just saying to you.
There is
you
nothing
have
contrary.
Your opinion.
That has
I
been
have
my
my own
position.
opinion. You have your opinion and your belief.
On the platform. That has been my position. Forefather is here. That has always been my position. It's not changing today.
Tone, just because you win election doesn't mean
November
you
is here.
perform
That
in
has
office.
been my position.
So
I don't have anything to hide.
See, Tinubu could win the election and perform terribly in office at the same time because he's completely incompetent. So both things can be true.
Let me just say something. We even got past that. It's irrelevant.
That is a different discussion. We can have that.
That is we've gone past that. That's fine. So all I'm just saying.
Leave sentiment out of it.
See, a free and fair election is fundamental to the country's integrity.
We should all just
learn that.
Wait. We should just all
learn to speak.
We should all learn to be truthful. When somebody says the right thing, okay, Kulata, me and him, we've been having buzz. But when he talks rubbish, he knows I'll take him on. Like today, people were saying the economic term he used. A lot of people didn't understand him. We started attacking him. I don't think he's right.
Look at the chat. Even me and Kolata will be debating.
It's not right. People, listen, it's not right. The guy made sense. The guy was trying to say the same thing that we're all saying and all that. It's just not right. If you don't know anything, it's not anything to be ashamed of. If you don't understand the term, ask the man or ask another person, I beg, this big phrase where Kulata talk or this big Uibo and all that, what does it mean? And you'll be educated.
I beg, tell us what does it mean? Because you seem now to making us look as if those of us who are on the platform listening to him You don't understand
No,
English.
no,
Explain to us what
phrase.
does it mean. I beg, no
The
verse.
phrase.
No verse. No verse. So just explain
Okay.
to us as lay people.
Okay. Do
What does it
you know
mean?
what do you know rent seeking? Rent seeking means, it simply means, because a lot of people think it's about rent, landlord and tenant and all that. It's not landlord and tenant. It simply means when you expect the economy. That's what it means. I'm just trying to break it down in layman's term. It simply means when you're doing something, there's no economic activity to back it up, and you're expecting a good result. It's just about somebody doing the right thing, and you're expecting, you're doing, or you're always doing the same thing that you're doing, and you're expecting a different result.
Please
That
don't be
is not
annoyed
backed
again.
by some economic
I have one
activity.
more
That
question.
is simply what the
No
man is
verse.
just
No
trying to
verse.
say.
No verse. No verse. When he was coming to this platform, was there any invitation that told him that professors and lecturers and intellectuals are here? I mean, was he told that this is an academic discourse, or just
Yeah,
a
but he will.
platform
But
for everybody to say
to
their
be
view?
okay.
Yeah,
Let's be
but
fair to the man.
to be, yeah, he's
Anybody that
allowed
does
to
not
use his own
understand
language
should have
that he
stopped him
can.
and said, "Please, this your
What do
rent
you mean? Yeah.
thing. What does it mean?"
What
Haba, come on,
I'm
guys.
simply saying is, seems to both of you are misunderstanding me. We understood him and we gave him a good response to what he said. Nobody said that. Nobody brought it to the lowest decimal by saying that he is rent and seeking. No, we told him that what he's saying is fallacy. We have heard it many times before. We always have people who are brilliant enough to come and try to hoodwink us to believing what government is doing is working.
Yeah,
Whereas nothing
that
is
is just
working.
leading me. No. It's leading me. No. Why I just felt that it could sound petty to some people. What I'm just saying is that, see, when somebody says the right thing, whether he's repeating it or many times and all that, let us not just attacking people just because we want to attack people. That's all I'm trying to say. So back to what I'm saying. Yeah. All what we're seeing right now is the blame. Everything is they're shifting all the blames to Buhari. Now, if you feel that Buhari caused all this big mess up, then why don't you call for Tinubu to go and arrest Buhari instead of making Emefiele the scapegoat? Go there and arrest him. Arrest him, or at least call him to come and explain what happened to all the money. Now we're not talking about nobody, everybody that is standing for Tinubu and all that, which is your choice, by the way. I'm not asking what is he doing with all the loans that they've collected. They've done nothing with it. Have they established? Have they invested heavily into agriculture? Because right now we're not even talking about. Somebody talked about investing outside Nigeria. Let us sort out our internal hunger and all that we are now facing and all that. Then we can talk about exporting. All the loans that they collected, what have they done with the money? The man that was made the central bank governor, the kind of applaud they gave him, that he was a genius, that we're going to see all obedient idiots are going to see, we're going to be ashamed, he's going to perform a miracle and all that. I pray it happens, because nobody is enjoying this, whether you're obedient or whether you're not obedient, or whether you're for bad idiot and all that. Everybody is suffering. That's the reality of the whole thing. So let's just get real. It's either it happens or it not. But listen, I don't see this government get into 2027. Something is going to happen. There's no doubt about it. It's written. It's all over the place. It's just written. Something is not going to is going to happen. It cannot continue.
Tone. You said that last year. I keep telling you people, hope is not a plan. I mean, you something is not just going to drop from the sky.
I am not going to come on a platform like this.
I understand, but most of it is only internet. Hope is not a plan. Nigerians keep expecting a spontaneous revolution. It's not going to happen. The miracle, yeah, they call it miracle. They want to come and do testimony to that
You
one.
have my you have my number. The day when the thing will happen, now you go first send me message to my phone.
Okay, on that day I go take my word back. But for now,
Okay.
I will repeat what I always tell you all. Hope is not a plan. Play fervently,
But he says
action.
may never come. It's not May yet. Tone says it's May, so let us wait.
I didn't say May.
Yeah, you give us
Jonaba, don't
Jonaba,
start putting prophecy and pastoral work into this now.
Go back to all my accounts. I never put a month.
Forefathers, you didn't. Forefathers, Forefather, my question was not yet answered, and I was not allowed to ask Jonaba.
Yeah, but it wasn't your turn, though.
Jonaba.
Hold on now. It wasn't your turn.
Jonaba.
He says that. Let me
Jonaba.
Okay, wait.
Those that are asking, I don't think it was only the professor from the north that was asking why the Igbos were quiet.
I can't seem to mute him. Okay, Tone, have you finished?
So all I'm
then,
saying,
yeah.
let me
So
go round up. All I'm just saying is that, I mean, it sounds silly that they are asking us we shouldn't condemn Tinubu. We should all contribute and proffer a solution and advice as to how things will go on would be better. Yeah, we are talking. Let them watch programs like this. Let them listen to the genius of Kulata. Kulata makes a lot of sense for a Tinubu supporter. Let them listen more to Kulata, and I think they would borrow some common sense from his suggestion, and maybe they will take it and move along. That's what I've got to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you,
Tone. Now let me add. First of all, Kulata did not make one single sale. Everything that was coming out of his mouth was smelling. It was smelling so bad he had to cover his mouth. Not just, I wasn't close to him to know the exact
It can't be everything.
The man had to cover his mouth, and I only know people that cover their mouth, that their mouth they smell. But this one, it wasn't his mouth. It was the things that were coming out that were smelling so badly. Anyway, let's face serious matter. Kulata, economic theory. I'm not an economics, but I'm assigned to economics theory I have seen here in Chicago. When Chicago increased the tax on cigarettes, guess what happened? They lost tremendous amount of money because everybody drove straight to Indiana and buy their cigarettes there. So now Nigeria has devalued its money. Guess what? Nigerians will drive to Togo. They will drive to Cameroon to get whatever they need to get at a cheaper price. Or the only problem is say gas no day. So petroleum issue will come enter that one. But you see, these people will come here and propose economic theories that don't make no sense. No sense, as if they are talking to fools. I'm just giving you a small example, though. I'm not comparing developed worlds to our world, though, but it's basic human principle. Oh, Chicago, you put extra, how much dollar did they put on it? I think it was like about $7 or $8 in Indiana. It was like $12 or $11 in Chicago.
Ferrari, that analogy doesn't work.
It's a market analogy. Don't downplay it.
In the context of Nigeria, Nigerians are taking their products to the next door neighbors to go and sell because they have a higher.
Make more money there.
Exactly, because their currency is higher. Not because the price is higher.
Because they will make more money, whether you want to call it currency or you want to call
if you
it
put it in that context, that makes more sense.
Father, don't interrupt me. There is still the economic principle.
I'm just trying to help the viewers to get a better picture.
Okay, to get a better picture. It's still I do better if I go over there. See, period. That's how all human beings operate. So all this economy and propaganda does not run a government. Now, leave those people alone because they don't know what thing that they do. All of them are colo. And I blame Lord Lugado. That man is total fool. We can't join reasonable people with unreasonable people. That man is total fool. We can't join reasonable people, unreasonable people. So let's leave those unreasonable people and focus on those of us that are reasonable. Well, which I'm not sure I'm one of them, but let's go on. Yeah. Now, those of us who continue to acknowledge this aberration that exists in Nigeria and continue to hope that maybe if you appeal to them, they will change. You are part of the problem. You just don't know it yet. I'm not saying, what should you do now? I know somebody will be asking, and what should we do now? Now is a crisis of opportunity for the doers and the thinkers among you to start getting together, propose an action to have the country have a revolution of the mind. All this every day we come here to discuss. Some people will say, Tinubu will be here 8 years. Some people will say, you without plan, no action, no, all this expectation of miracle. When Nigeria hunger, where they go come out. Now lie, yo. All the protests we've had in the past, it was engineered by some people, oh. Don't let people deceive you, oh. You know, before they were able to remove Jonathan, it was the Tinubu groups that were able to engineer all those processes, so because they used their henchmen. So now, if you guys don't have henchmen, you need to be creating one. You need to be forming coalition. And your objective should be clear. It's not all these, let us be complacent and let us just play along. The objective to be is the reversal of this abnormal system that is making slaves of citizens. We can speak grammar from here to heaven, no? My man go just the dance for where in day now, fella. He talk Oyibo, pass English, man. Yes, he talk Oyibo, pass American, man. The kind Oyibo he speak, come on, man, no feed, no. Now the man, which man, we rule our land, and the rest of you, where they hear the debate, na talk Oyibo, pass English, man. My submission.
Thank you for that. You
You
know,
submit that one, but when Northerners speak outside, you go against it. Is that not what you're supposed to do?
Oh, the Northerners issue. What
They
was
speak
the
outside.
issue? Okay,
No,
it would have been unwise as an elder statesman, which I have
that.
already discredited him for Gowon. He did the right thing by not speaking Hausa at that podium because he was addressing Nigerians. I think some people were just trying to corner him to address the Hausa crowd. Now, on the language, my people, listen, we are losing so much not speaking our language. If anybody tells you otherwise, they are fooling you. I went to school in Belgium. In Belgium, the Belgians, the Dutch part of Belgium, it was firstly most controlled by the French. The Dutch, the Flemish part, fought strongly against that. They must have their own language. I don't know when they had that, but in Belgium, there are 3 languages, official: French, Dutch, and Flemish. Do you understand? Because language is your heritage. The moment you've lost it, it's over. So since Nigeria is a geographical contraption, every region should be entitled to educate their children in their own language. English can now be a second language where you will now have translators. All this English grammar, that's part of our confusion. No, all this colonial mentality, we don't finish us. That's why we don't get our bearing. That's why we have redefined success. That's why we think the only way we can be successful is to go to Oyibo man land, to be like Oyibo man, to drink Oyibo tea, to drive Oyibo car, to do like Oyibo, because they have fucked our brains up. They have colonized the brain.
Take it easy with the language, please. I agree with you.
Language is really too strong. I don't know what's wrong with this boy. He speaks bad language. Children are watching.
Nice one.
Ferrari,
so you understand me?
Your glasses used to look like the ego. Today look different. I think you have a lot
of them.
Yeah,
I have like about 12 of them, about 7 or 10 different designs. I
think you are seeing clearly. You are seeing clearly this evening than in the morning time.
Thank you, Abba. Nice one. So the fact is that, you see, until we get to there where your village, even if language different, your village must have a school that speaks its own language. This is how important language is to cultural heritage and survival of a species. But we have lost it since they've colonized us. Continue to struggle with another man's language. Then we go to Germany, we still got to learn Germany. We go to Spain, we got to learn Spain. It's part of the reason I never learned French when I was in Belgium. I said, I don't learn English, I go stick on here, can't still learn French. Waiting. Making her leave me, Joe, I know Greenland. Every Nigerian that came after me, within 6 months or a year, they were already speaking French fluently. But my yeye self, no Greenland. I said, well, at least they understand English. I continue speaking my English. But the truth is, language is important. It's empirically important to identity. You don't know who you are until you are culturally tied to your language. And Nigerians who have children abroad, teach your children your language. Don't let them tell you. It's not racism, it's not tribalism, it's your identity. Very soon, your language will disappear from the surface of the earth, just like, the language the Romans spoke? Was it Greek? No, not Greek. What's the language? Roman. Was it Latin? Latin is gone. Soon, your language, whether Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, whatever, will be gone. All schools, at least at elementary level, up to high school, must be enforced by law in each region, in each state. Like Edo State that has 1 kilometer means another language. That means in Edo State, we are going to have 100 different languages. And English will be a second language. That's all I have to say on language. But people, we have to know as Africans what is happening to us. We're gradually losing ourselves and we don't know it. In 200 years, we'll be gone. We won't exist no more.
When Nigerians are in doubt of where they need to focus on,
because they are not allowing true discussion. We should have discussion. If people want to have their region, want to speak their language, want to rule themselves, this discussion should be on the table. They don't allow us to discuss things that are pertinent to our survival. Some people want to lord it over us because they are just having some meager benefit. Where is the benefit for the likes of Gowon and Babangida? Where are they today? With all the money and all the benefit, where is the benefit for them? Can they even pass on whatever they think they've gained to their children? Joseph Wires died in England. Nobody could claim his body. He was number 3 to the president during the Second Republic. I don't know why all these Nigerians are not thinking. They're not thinking. Where all this nonsense they are doing. Let people have their discussion. If they want to divide, let them divide. We can still come back and be united as a strong, powerful nation.
Let me say what I wanted to say about Fela. When in doubt, any Nigeria, when in doubt, they should subscribe to his opinions on things, because generally he tends to make it, Nigerian centric, or we have to be more wiser with ourselves in the world, and that is something I would say. Because when in doubt, that guy seems to have laid a lot of basic foundation in terms of language, in terms of how we have a mentality that doesn't subscribe to our own interests. So many things that he has said. So when in doubt, refer to that. But that said, I saw the speech Gowon gave. I don't know why these people keep bringing back the Civil War every time. And these old men, we forget they are old men. They are becoming senile. And some of the things they say, it doesn't seem to jive with the current period. So whenever they wheel them out, they go back to Civil War. Like, that's the only thing that matters in life anymore. As if we're talking about Civil War now. But what he said about ECOWAS is Tinubu should listen to it. Because he said Tinubu should remove all the sanctions he put against those 3 countries. Because,
and he has done.
Have they removed these sanctions?
Today. Oh, yesterday.
My goodness. They should remove it. Nobody needs those people. If those people leave, I'm telling you, Nigeria's security will be imperiled heavily. But let's see how the response is. I just hope, because that's the first good move Tinubu has made since he going to office internationally. Who was next? I hope I don't marginalize KJ on this one.
Forefather.
Yeah, please go ahead.
What's the best move that Tinubu has made since he became president? Just what you just said in the email.
Oh no! To support removing the sanctions against those 3 nations in ECOWAS.
Was he supposed to have put sanctions before? Have we ever?
No, he shouldn't. But he shouldn't have. That's the thing. He messed it up in the first place.
He's correcting his stupidity.
Okay, fair point. If you want to put it that way, it's fair point.
Don't abuse presidents like that, man.
What are you saying, please?
He's allowed to now.
Where he's correcting his stupidity. As any,
he's allowed to call him stupid.
You don't shut up, Daddy. You're stupid now. What are you talking about?
It's not an abuse.
What president?
Description. There's a difference between a description and an abuse.
What president? So people are allowed to
are you okay in your
whatever
head?
they like about their president. They call Trump stupid all the time. Do you hear everybody exploding because of it?
I repeat myself. He corrected his stupidity. Anybody doesn't like it. I'm talking with my face. So whoever you are, I don't care. Now, have any African nation ever gone to Europe and tell Europeans, Australia or any other one, Germany or what, to pronounce sanction on the next country? Any of them? If it's not stupidity, we're supposed to take instruction from whoever outside of Africa. they are telling you to fight your brother. You are bugaing for fighting your brother, for causing mayhem in another country, close your neighbor. And meanwhile, the person telling you to do that is thousands of. When shall we learn? They colonize your great grandfather. You want them to still colonize you, and you are dancing that you are what rubbish.
KJ, are you talking about Niger?
We ever support him to take that action?
That was Mumu action that he did.
KJ, are you talking about Niger?
And the fact that BQB, you were like, why should he say that? How can you support that kind of move? He literally wanted to implode the country because he didn't think carefully before he wanted to invade Niger Republic. What kind of thinking is that? His government wouldn't have survived. And what you are talking, you are wearing that headgear now. You'll be spending more money to the southwest right now if that guy had gone into war in the Republic, because Nigeria too would have imploded. And it was a very, very silly move.
If you go to Sokoto, Zamfara, unless those indigenous tell you this is the division, this is the divide between Nigeria, and you will not even know. You will go to the other side, think you are still in Nigeria. Okay,
yeah,
so how
what
are you
KJ
going to
is
do
saying?
that nonsense?
What KJ is saying, people don't even know how there is no border in those places. There is no border. It's a mess. That decision would have been a complete disaster. I don't know who was advising the president.
As if we have not lost enough ground in West Africa already. He almost lost half of the landmass of West Africa just by doing what he did. You know, he almost cost. We don't even know whether they are going to come back. They may never come back again.
The best thing to do, you need to see these people that respect them and talk to them. They will listen, but we wanted to treat them like baby. You can't do that to a country. So the president needs to still look for people, sit down with them and have discussion. You know, you need to talk to them.
And the scary thing is that they do, and something that opened my eyes with what happened because of that is that I discovered that these people, they have a lot of advantage over us. Like even in the Kainji Dam that we have, they could dam it in the north. They could block their airspace, and all aircraft will have to be flying all the way around. They can cause so much trouble for us.
If they decide to dam the Niger, that's the end of that water in River Niger.
Imagine all that. They have so many advantages. We are not going to be able to pipe our oil to the north. They will block everything. It's like we were so arrogant with the way and the way Nigeria sometimes behaves. We don't think carefully the way we act. We should
forgot that we are
aligning with those people very, very well.
Pipeline across the Niger. We forgot that we are having the water of the Niger coming from Niger. We forgot.
Yeah.
We forgot that we don't even have the border between Niger and Nigeria. We don't even have.
AJ, we were even building another pipeline to Europe already.
Yes.
And it will not go through them if they want to block it. No pipeline, no nothing. They will block everything. It was a bad move. It was a terrible move.
To my bone marrow. I don't even know how they. I don't know who was.
You get bone marrow. Say you shook to your bone marrow. You get bone marrow.
The Blackstone
have you found the box in Germany or no yet?
No, he has found it, but he's not going to acknowledge it. He will never agree to it.
I'm trying to be one for AY.
You see, part of the stuff we say here, somebody was saying we have food. You want food to be in the country, you gotta safeguard the country, improve the security. You want our money to appreciate local content, focus on it. Let our refinery go into manufacturing, go into whatever. All the state government, why can't you talk to them? We're still talking about cars here every day. Nigeria make cars, Nigeria make products. We got to focus on this stuff to build our whole country. All this stuff. See, if the government were doing this and people are passing through hardship, you could say in 1 year, in 2 years, things will be stable. They're doing nothing.
AY, they go so appoint you, not worry.
You see, my thinking with this government is that my thinking with this government is that they came in, they did a lot of things wrong. But every time they make an announcement about any new stuff that they are making, seems to be trying to correct the mistakes they've made. which is very concerning. But there is this guy that minister for digital technology. I've forgotten that his name. He's a relatively modern kind of person.
Yeah.
Some of the things he's putting in place. He says he's putting in place until he manifests. I'm not going to believe it.
Like
he says he's putting in place in terms of setting Nigeria up for, in kind of technological future, because I think that is very, very critical if you want to move Nigeria forward. There is an element of, we are creating technological experts to work for other people that I feel like he needs to seriously rethink that approach.
The
main measure of that.
We are not creating. We are not creating anybody for anybody. People are working hard for themselves to get a good job. So we are not creating anything. So people are taking those courses by themselves, pay for it by themselves. It's not the government.
I know.
They
do create technological hubs everywhere, though. Nigeria has quite a lot of technological hubs.
Where are they creating?
Whether they are functioning, I don't know, but they do have quite a lot of them in all the states. All the states.
Show me one. Which of the states?
They have them in Abuja, they have them in Bayelsa, they have them in Port Harcourt, they have them in Lagos. So many.
Are you sure there exist technical hubs? There's no one.
No, they do exist. You want me to show you? I'll get them online. I'll get them online.
Forefathers. They have technology schools. Private Indians are having a lot of IT schools in Nigeria, and they are training people. People are paying heavily for it to train themselves. It's not through the government. All right.
I see most of people. Yes, I agree with you on that, but it doesn't mean the government is not adding to it. They are adding.
The government had technology in the first place. Do they have?
See, it's hard for me to praise this government.
Forefathers. How many of the federal ministries or the state ministries that are having IT infrastructures in their offices? How many?
I don't know, but one thing I can tell you is that they have it. As you can see, look at the tech hubs that they have. They have quite a lot of tech hubs in Nigeria. Even when I was in Nigeria, I did encounter a few of them. Like you will see them in Abuja, different areas. But how functional they are, whether they are offering value,
that's the question. How functional they are. It's not by giving the names, just saying it, making people to say, "Oh, this is what they are doing." Are they functioning? What is the impact of the people?
I can't say I know. I'm sure people in Nigeria will be able to tell you that. But if you have tech hubs in Nigeria, like all these fintech companies sprouting up in Nigeria, you can argue that there are some benefits.
Go and see Go and see the origin of those fintech companies. Most of them are people who are resident abroad, who are in diaspora, the US, UK. That's the ones that are starting those.
Are they not Nigeria? What is wrong with them?
Oh, wait. They are Nigeria, but they are resident somewhere else. So those companies are not actually being funded within Nigeria there. Like you are there, you can find your own. They take it to Nigeria. That's what they are doing. Even this Flutter Wave.
Let's explore one of them then. Let's go to the one that, like the Kaduna one. Let's say what is the Kaduna tech hub about?
Lagos state government say they will set up food kitchen, soup kitchen.
Yeah.
Olumide, let's go to Lagos. So
they say they will set up soup kitchen so that hungry people can come and eat. That's the industry they want to create.
I see. Soup kitchen is even better than IDP camps, if you ask me. Nigeria has got a lot of things that we need to move away from. But see, like I said, this government, they seem to be announcing things that seem to make sense on paper in terms of agriculture, in terms of wanting to secure some parts of the country. They are even having conversation about local state police and all kinds of different other things. It seems to be making sense. But all the ones they've actually acted on that we've seen are all the ones that are causing all the problems in the country. And this is the Nigerian establishment. They are awful. Look at what Gowon came and said. What they always come, you know what they will tell you? Oh, just wait 1 year. Then the next year, some other person will tell you, wait another year. They just keep passing the baton and leaving complete chaos everywhere. And that is, for me, that is con.
Yeah, because they supported themselves. Themselves. You saw, see, that is why I have said politicians
managing people and managing government, managing the economy, and it's not so easy. Tinubu did not prepare before he came to power. He never thought, never sat down if I just 3 months of transition, he never sat down.
He enough to wreck the economy, though.
So he never sat down to take a deep look into the economy. And I don't know if they were briefing him or things like that. So he never did all those things. He just felt that I'm a president, now I won. Right, I became a winner. I now have that name, a president. They just came in there, and foolishly, without being told to announce subsidy is gone, he announced it. They throw everything into the mud. No, he threw Nigeria into confusion. Even the people he has selected as the economic advisors, they are even confused because they didn't expect that thing will happen. You know, it's like you come into a place with surprise. So just something. It takes you off balance. Before you can recover from it takes time sometimes, you know. That's what Tinubu did on that inauguration speech that he did. He gave that saying subsidy is gone. Subsidy is gone. Then he just get an avenue for everybody, both the criminals or not criminals, for them to you know. So and they'll be talking about investigation of subsidy as well and so forth. The company Ohando is also belongs to I think his cousin or something is the MD, the CEO of Ohando and every part of the subsidy scam.
Wale Tinubu. He's involved in the subsidy scam.
So that's a part of it. So nobody can investigate all those things. So they are involved in it. He knows what is going on. So he just being quiet, you know, like Tinubu now. I said like Tinubu, like Buhari, but he was very quiet. He never answers questions. Nobody questioned him. That was Tinubu also taking that method. It's not giving. It's not saying anything. It's not going to address anything. You know, you just sit down there. That's going on. They don't know. They know what they are doing. That's just that.
I just hope that they realize that these times are going to be very, very challenging times. If they think they can just kind of railroad us into a future where we just stagnate like this, we keep complaining and things keep getting worse, or maybe just standing still, they are going to be shocked with what happens to them in the very next 5 years or so. They are going to have a serious problem, because what is happening in the Sahel, if people start seeing the benefits of it, they are going to rebel against these democratic systems that we have that are not yielding anything if they don't yield results.
He has said that.
I think Jan wants to say something.
Excuse me. They said there's no going back on his principles, on his policies. Tinubu have said it. He says there's no going back. So he has already.
It's already gone back on almost every single one of them. There's subsidies right now in Nigeria. There's few subsidies in Nigeria right now. Otherwise, petrol will be 1,000 naira or more. So it's already happening.
Bro, Blackstone. There is subsidy. Nigeria
I don't think
cannot
there's no
afford
subsidy.
to
No,
remove it.
there's subsidy. Definitely, there's a subsidy that came for the bank.
Then why did he destabilize the economy in the first place? If he cannot handle removing the fuel, the first one, I think the double thing that he did was he removed the subsidy, then the exchange rate. That's where the damage seriously happened. If he only did the subsidies, then all he has to worry about is saving the money from the subsidies to use it for the economy.
Somebody said it today.
Completely disvalued what he did with the subsidies. Sorry, go ahead.
Somebody said it today. I think Tinubu, I think that was part of the agreement he made with the West. This is my only two conspiracy theory. I strongly believe Tinubu wanted to.
I agree with that too. That seems like
I'm damn serious.
Let me ask you a question.
Can I just quickly come in?
Yeah, go. So just hold on, please. 1 minute. How many times the IMF and World Bank has visited Nigeria since Tinubu came to power? How many times? Last 2 weeks, the IMF woman was in Nigeria, said that they should remove.
I think that was World Bank.
I think World Bank. They should remove the remaining subsidy from oil, and also remove subsidy from power, from electricity. That's what she came to advise the government. So this is what it, like you said, I support you. He has a deal that is signed with these people.
That is the plan. They did. They all signed.
Do you remember? Excuse me. Do you remember that Peter Obi said one thing in one of the videos? I think that when he traveled abroad during the campaign, he met these foreign bodies or government and everything. They said, we do this and do this for you, but this is what you do for us. That's to say, if you are going to help us to do this, why must I have to do something for you? Why don't you just come and help the country? Instead of not me making a deal. At the end of the day, I will be like in a web in that deal. But that cannot be done. So you never signed anything. So Tinubu signed a lot of things with this Western world that today is trapped in it. You understand me? So he cannot go forward, he cannot go backward. He has to work according to what they have agreed. And number two, why did the FBI refuse to remove all the names from Tinubu file? The file they said they're going to release. Why did they not release the actual documents and everything? So these are some of the things. So there's a very big agreement for him that he deal with the Western world that today is costing Nigeria a lot.
And I agree with you on that. A lot of people have, I think that point the AY made is he really put it very simply that this is because it's manifest in his behavior. Everything he seems to be doing is what they want. But I think he knows that if he goes for that fuel subsidy removal where the fuel price goes up to 1,000, that one is going to kill him too. It's when his own head is at stake. That's when he decides, okay, this is too much. I'm not going to. But he never even comes out openly to reject it. He will just quietly ignore what they've said. Sorry, Jago. Please go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. You see, guys, I'm listening and observing. Week by week, we come here and we discuss. Sometimes we are hopeful, sometimes we're positive, sometimes we're angry.
Negative.
Today, me personally, I'm very, very sad. I am sad. I'm sad in the fact that things are progressively getting worse. Each week, they're just getting worse. There's nothing going positively in that whole nation. What's been said about Tinubu's kind of agreements that he's having with the West, I think no way, no doubt that that's the case. But what's particular to me is that isn't Tinubu supposed to be an accountant? And as an accountant, the way you are running this country, it is so far from that profession. It's unbelievable. I don't know when we're going to recognize.
It was a cashier. It was cutting money. It was cutting money.
Excuse me, my friend. I don't know when we're going to recognize that Tinubu himself is a complete, how do you say it? Lie. He's a lie. His name is a lie. His antecedents is a lie. What he's trying to do, is a lie. And we keep speaking about him as though any respect can actually be given. There is no, in my sight, I'm looking hard. I'm really looking. How do I respect this man? How does anybody respect Nigeria as a nation? Without the people that are in diaspora, and without those who are still somehow fighting in Nigeria to be a legitimate citizen, let's say, there is nothing called Nigeria, because it's a complete lie, which is why, unfortunately, people have to go back to who they understand themselves to be, which is their tribal, for want of a better phrase, self. If I'm Igbo, I can rely on, no matter how bad Igbo policy is, I can rely on my Igbo-ness much further than I can rely on my Nigerianness. And I don't know who wants to argue with that, but that's just the fact. As a Nigerian,
how do you explain people fainting and dying just from watching a national football and playing a match?
No, obviously, bro, like me and you, there's no two ways that we don't have some enmity, especially internationally, for ourselves. But I'm speaking about our country in itself and what's happening day to day, and nothing, no protest. Igbos that say that they're no go protest, or that's that. What? I don't know what that countenance. That doesn't countenance half pence. Doesn't mean anything. So what? You know what I mean? So bloody what? I'm looking at the country. It's a crock of shit. I don't know how to put it better. So forgive my language, but nothing is happening. All we're doing here on a weekly basis is frustrating the language of the situation the weekly situations that they give us, the level of distractions that come out in the Nigerian circumstance and that engage us to waste more time and energy into something that's just not going to work. I myself, right now, I think I'm thinking, should I join IPOB, for goodness sake? Not join them because Nigeria doesn't make sense. Should I join our and change my religion to Islam and become with those people over there? I mean, what should I do? Because whatever these people are saying, it's more forthright than our government is giving us. And I don't know when we're going to wake up from it. Because my feeling is that Nigerians haven't got backbone. We basically are going to die in this situation. That's what is clear to me. We are not going to stand up. We're not going to rise. We're not going to take talk, not just talk positively to power, whatever the term is. We're not going to rearrange ourselves. We're not going to do it. For 1 year that I've been on this platform, and I've had certain hopes given to me by the people on the platform, no doubt, by the encouraging language, by the analysis given, by the historics. You know, we listen to each other. I didn't listen to it. I have been warned, let's say, that there is a way out. But bruh, as week goes by with this particular government, and I can't see any movement for the positive, I can just see wrangling. I mean, how can you bring out Gowon? How can you bring him out to speak to the nation, him of all people? I mean, I think we're all crazy. I really, as I'm just watching, sometimes you just have to stand back and watch what's going on with our people. You know, I believe that the only thing that really gives us power is, you know, sometimes I look at how Europeans or Americans or other people in the world, other Africans, look upon us as Nigerians when they come across us. And for all the bad news that comes out of Nigeria, what a lot of these people who interact with Nigerians have to say positively about us, it's magnificent. I think if you look at the internet today, we are one of the top 5 countries that would emerge on the internet, just as these are what Nigerians are, this is what's going on, this is our food, this is our language. We're spread all over the internet, marveling at who we are, yet our country is a crock of shit, and it's entering further into the mire, and we're all just sitting around. We ain't doing anything, and it's going to come to an end. You know, I don't know sometimes what Tony's saying, that something is going to happen. Just as Ferreira pointed out, there is no miracle. There is no a plan. Hope is not a plan. It's not a plan. And I'm at the point where, boy, I'm perplexed. I must admit, I'm perplexed as to the way forward. I feel that I can't give. I feel that I've got nothing even to offer. You know, a year ago, I would feel that, man, do this, let's do this, X, Y, and Z. Today, I don't feel like I've got anything to offer, because the calamity of confusion in that place, they won't even recognize righteousness being spoken to them. They will not. We will not. And these are the realities I have to live with. And I wonder how others are looking at the real reality of Nigeria. It's not a country, it's not a nation. We have to just tell ourselves the truth. As much as we say, you know, as much as I understand positively why people will call themselves Nigerian, and why people will say, oh, this matter of religion is bad, or this matter of tribalism is bad. I understand. But isn't the matter of Nigeria even worse? It's worse. Sorry, guys. I just need to eliminate some of my frustrations here.
Hold on. To what
Jagu said, at this point, to be honest, Nigeria need to go into region. Let each region start developing. This is my whole solution. I think it's going to help us. Let each region start developing. Because the way
But
we are
see,
just...
but unfortunately, AY, you're saying that as it's in yourself to say. But is it in the polity of what's going on in Nigeria that thing that you're saying is ever going to come to fruition?
Some senators have started saying it now, but
let
I
it
hope
sound
it's
something
gonna...
that they used to write in the Bible. Let there be light, and there was light, or more. But unfortunately, you're not God. So let there be anything, because it's not happening.
So, Jago, let me tell you this, what's going on now. What people don't know, right? Since Tinubu removed the subsidy, more people, more money, they are giving more money to the state. What happened? The state governors, what you just did, you giving them more money to steal. Finish. That's it.
Okay, AY. Let me ask you a question.
Develop
AY, let me ask you a
regions.
question. Wait, AY,
It's
let me ask
gonna
you a
help.
question. AY, let me ask you a question on that ground. You give more money to the states. And what are the governors? What don't we ask the governors, the state, what are they doing with that money? So
yes,
even though if you see going to regions, no, AY, Nigeria problem is not because of the system.
Bro, let me tell you.
Wait, let me finish now. Let me finish. Nigeria problem is because of the people, the mindset of the people.
Yes, but we need some level of restructuring.
No, AY. I know when I was growing up, I know what Nigeria, what it is that time to be respected. Every woman is a mother to a child, no matter if it's in the street or not. It's not even your child. Does something will ask you, who's your father? What family do you come from? It's a shame at that time for a child or a man or a youth to be asked, who is your father if you do something wrong. But these days, what it is today.
This one, you are going to family route now.
No, wait, let me finish. No, what I'm trying to say is this. It is every country is being developed from the mindset of the people, of the citizens. It's not because of the system. The people make the system to work. The people, this so-called democracy or socialism, this and this, it is people, these are all theories. People make it to work. So if we cannot change our mindset of greed, corruption, and everything, there's no way Nigeria will go. Even if we go into regional government system, it will still be the same because the same people that are there today will still be there.
You didn't listen to me, right? Okay, now look at it this way. We have a lot of work to do as it stands today. We need some level of restructuring for Nigeria to move forward. When you create region, what is so difficult for us to have 6 Peter Obi in all the regions? So the work, the president, the center, the work they have at the center is even too much already. Each region, resource control. What is going on in Nigeria? These governors, they go to Abuja to collect money every month. I keep saying this.
And they get money, they get money at the
Nigeria governors, some of them, they live in Abuja. They don't live in their states.
They get money and they embezzle it. So what is this?
Yeah,
so
they collect money. So now when you don't give them money, they
but hold on, AY. Who's to hold them responsible? That's the problem. Somebody got to hold them. This just cannot continue. Somebody got to be responsible to hold them. We know all this problem. Everybody's just collecting, spending, No, So
everybody's blaming Abuja. Everybody's blaming Abuja. So let us blame the
state. It's not only Abuja.
It's not only Abuja.
I said, what I said, everybody's blaming Abuja. Let us also blame the state. Let the citizens of each state, put in the state, let them hold their government responsible.
They are not accountable at all. These governors, the governors are worse than Abuja. A lot of them.
So that's the issue. That's the problem. That's the problem we have. The governors
why do you think they keep killing themselves because of governors? See, don't go and see what is going on now. Just primaries. They are divided. They have parallel, what's it called? Elections.
Primaries.
AY,
no, AY,
no, not because they want to work for the people. The simple reason is because of what they will get.
AY, you just brought up something very interesting. Let's go back to the election of last year and let's see what transpired. Is that not enough to make even this the subsequent elections to be more, at least more, to be more somehow that is credible? If like you said, they are just fighting to get what they want, right? And at the end of the day, we are blaming ANEC, we are blaming this, we are blaming this. What about the people? Look at how they are fighting now in Edo State, right? A person was counting people online. After counting 50, he counted 70. So what are we saying? That we are not. So at the end of the day, the people that are in government, in power, in ruling, are also from people from among us. So if you were bad before, if you get to the government, if you get into government, you'll be more bad. Because now you have the power.
Gladstone, I don't mean to interrupt you. We need something to change. Like that professor that was counting 300, then jumped to 500. The country needs something. I don't know. I keep calling it something, but maybe somebody can help me to change their mind. And I don't know who's going to do it.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I'm thinking the strongest person to do it is the government, but they are the ones starting it, so they are not going to do it. So the next second person to do it would be people who know, who are knowledgeable. But those people cannot do it direct like that. If they have to plan, they have to execute, they have to cooperate, they have to agree, they have to do so many things. They have to put in the hard work to say, we are trying to get to that crazy professor that was counting 300 and moved to 600. Whatever is making him do it, how do we get into his head to start using him?
Alaba, when he was counting it, people were there. Even agree with him.
And you got to get to one person first. Gladstone, listen. You have to get even as we come on this, listen to me. Listen to me. As we come on this planet, whether we like it or not, we have to get to people like Kulata. We have to get to people like that are in total. There's just some people you just must find a way. How? I don't know. You understand? To convert them over, just like I have converted a forefather over.
Alaba.
Alaba, what I was trying to say. When I made that statement, this was what I tried to bring out. That, okay, for example, if you were on that line, after counting at about 50, you heard it counting 70, and you not even react. Don't even say
the rot is deep. That's to tell you that the society is rotting. The society is rotting. It's not this thing where they ground, not be small thing. I be they telling now. It's like looking at an orange that the fungus on it has grown all over the orange, and you're still trying to save that orange. The rot is really deep. So something catastrophic or something big has to happen.
In fact,
for us to start having a changeover. Look, in true honesty, listen, if the rot has not been widespread, the best people that could have started this changeover would have been the churches and the mosques. Yeah. But they are the most corrupt. Right. In a normal society that has such problems, in normal societies that have such problems, the churches and the mosques would have been, the podium of moral education.
That was supposed
to be. You understand? It happened in the United States. Podium, but they are corrupt. So the next second option would be those who are politically aware. They have to organize themselves right. That's why I get so mad when somebody like Showore say he doesn't want to work with Obi. When Obi says he's still going to go try, there are some people who are politically aware. They are so vital to this changeover. You can't ignore them. They have, irrespective of their differences, they have to work together. Obio, Showoreo, Mayeguo, Nnamdi Kanu, they have to work together because the rot is too deep. It's too deep. When they don't work together, and Sadly, Atiku did make that point, but everybody dismissed him. When he took that case to US and he came back, he said it. He said we have to work together. But I don't know whether everybody started condemning Atiku, but he was making a point because he himself knows. I don't know whether he was saying it for his own selfish means, but there are some people you need them to have this changeover. Nothing's going to happen without you getting them on board.
That is true. Of course, there must be that coming together, or the people with the same mindset.
Atiku said it. He said it. All the obedience were cussing him out. He said we all have to work together to confront this thing that has befallen our nation. They were cussing Atiku out. Yes, even he's a thief. He just wants to. I watched the obese medium for that day. All the obedience were just cussing. Who will work with baby? No. You have it. Look, go and watch movies of Martin Luther King. If you know the people Martin Luther King worked with to organize that march on Washington, if you know those he worked with, people a pastor should not be seen with, people who are considered gay, homosexual, but those are the ones that helped him organize that march on Washington. It wasn't just his work. You got to go back in history. This thing ain't gonna happen if everybody's just doing their own.
No, nothing. Everybody doing their own because us the bottom line is still greed. I want to have that power.
Because the rot is deep. The analysis of the problem is wrong. That's why there's no right solution.
Ferreira, what Ferreira just said, we have to take it very, very seriously. I'll give you an example. Even if they just came to mess up the country. If you watch the alliance between Buhari and Tinubu, Buhari, that's why usually he does not work with this kind of politician. He was forced because he needed the power. That is exactly what Ferreira is saying. You want to grab this power, you got to look for a way to work with people. Because the thing is, if you're able to get to the top, and you have a genuine plan, you can change the system for everybody.
I like that word, genuine plan.
But the thing is, what you find is, if you are not selfish, you are not greedy, you really want to do it for the people, you will change it for everybody. Hey, listen, everybody need to sit up. We need to drive to the right direction at this point. That is exactly what he's saying. Because when we still come in, if I was telling somebody this morning, the politicians, Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku, Konkoso, if they are still divided, they're going to have more issue. Atiku that is talking, Atiku want to help Nigeria. If he want to help Nigeria, he needs to drop his ambition. He needs to drop his ambition very fast. That's when Nigeria, maybe Nigeria will even respect him. And look at the country, put the interests of the country. I said, we want this country to work. It must not be from you.
Yes, and it's in their interest that the country work. All of them.
I was speaking about Obasanjo today. Personal greed of Obasanjo. Let me tell you where it set in. Obasanjo was looking for third tenure. He thought he's the Alpha and the Omega. See, the sympathy Obasanjo would have done for Nigeria today, Nigeria will remember him for that. Have a system, build a system that will give us what we want. Simple, leave as it. Build a system.
It give you a telecom. It give you mobile phones, mobile communication.
No, when I mean system, I mean political system. Like have a system that will give us what we want. Have a credible electoral system.
Why you are missing it?
Build a system.
Why you are missing it?
Okay, can I say something?
You know, forever.
You say something. Let me say something. It is the political.
Yeah, we say something since so. I think I say something before I say something. One Nigeria can have. One Nigeria can have.
I don't be able man.
One Nigeria can have. I lie.
I like that one. I like the high. Okay, continue.
Blackstone know to let people speak today.
You,
what I wanted to say, Blackstone had allowed me was to move this conversation forward. Now, during the week, there was a report that was done by an Indian online network on the nepotism, the level of nepotism in this government, which is even beyond that of Buhari.
Pakishama.
And yeah,
that's
and
the journalist.
The distribution of national wealth into the hands of the Tinubu family. I thought that would be an interesting topic to discuss.
Another one also. Let me say another one too.
Sorry, sir.
Another
Let
one.
KJ finish
wait now. Another topic that there was an investigative journalism that went and investigated the customs at the border that brought out some of the Nigeria top people who are #1 smugglers of things of goods into Nigeria country who are friends to the people, probably to Tinubu. That was also a topic, a program they aired on Channel TV, right?
Yeah, why I'm not even going to talk on that is because it's not strange. I have used Sango Ota to cross from Nigeria to Benin Republic.
No, KJ, why you stress this? The people who are the
I'm coming now, Oga. I'm coming. Why it's not strange to me is that government knows this route. I met a custom man along the custom post and that along that route, and they asked me, Oga, normally they will speak to you in the language. That language is that give us our list and cross. When they were asking me to give something, I was giving them my passport. And they say, Oga, we know doing your passport now. And I said, why you
want chop?
Yes, he said no. Do the normal thing. Which way they give us passport, Oga? I've been like, is it your first time? I said, what do you remember my first time? I'm crossing to go and work and give my passport. You're telling me, And they went on to say, then the man now realized that, this will not be our normal this thing. Now he asked me one question, and that's what I want to tell you guys. He said, if you know they do this business, what you gonna carry across this road? Everybody they pass as a customer. You come, they carry yourself, bring here. They tell us be journalists. What you carry you come pass this road. So what I'm saying that government have people positioned on those other routes, or all of them get people, and they're not other people. They are Nigerian customs and immigration. They have checkpoints on that road. We cross like 2 or 3 of them, and all of them have the same language. It's only that eventually, maybe when the first 2 realize that we are not a normal customer, they decide to tell the other people not to just bother with us. These are just a waste of time. So they have been using those roads. They have been passing those routes only God knows for how long. In fact, like I did of course, say I go ask question and I will get information. There's a particular time that signal goes throughout all the place that the cars are coming or whatever they're going to smuggle is coming. So all the checkpoints will be down until they cross. So it's nothing new that they are bringing up, okay? But the one I'm more concerned is this one now of giving your in-law, your nephew, and all that government positions.
It has been happening now. Buhari did it, yeah.
And then of also buying over a multilateral company for yourself. We didn't see before, but now we are seeing it. And so I think maybe it's worthy of mention. Thank you.
I wanted to say at this point before
let me add something quickly. This idea that if we work with every have a kind of government of national unity, which is something I actually believe in. It sounds like a good thing. Whether it's going to resolve our problems in Nigeria, it might help in some areas. Let's say you have good people join the government that actually want to do the right thing. In some sections of the function of the government, might see improvement. But if all of them are bad, or 99% of them are bad, just like the government can be bad sometimes, then you could have even a more serious problem on your hand. The what I fear in Nigeria is that the mindset of many of our elites is in the wrong place. Look, the article himself that is calling for government of national unity, half of the time he's in this thing, in what they call it, Dubai, and he comes in and he comes and run roughshod through the political system and disappears
Dubai
again.
president.
that type of thinking, it damages the state, and you see that in many of our leaders. They are proud when they go to Western countries. Look at the death of Wigwe now in going to watch match. We don't know why all these people are vulnerable to all these things. Tinubu goes to France for treatment constantly.
Former
Their
Ondo
mindset
State
is
governor
wrong.
was buried yesterday. He died in Germany as well.
You see that their whole mindset is wrong.
Former governor of Yobe State died in Saudi last month. I just want to name them for you. They don't die in Nigeria. They only die abroad. They will bring them back.
Hi. You know what I wanted to say?
Guys, have you not heard that Nigeria is the graveyard for that just who are dying abroad?
Yeah, was it not Putin that said that some time ago, that they just come to an Africa to come and bury themselves? And they are doing that to many Nigerians, even the ones in the diaspora. They are returning when they are dead.
I was saying that Atiku was calling for all of them to unite. Now, this is the hypocrisy of that call. I think this is why all of them are not doing the right thing. You see, even Atiku knows that he became a millionaire through this faulty system. So for him now to champion or oppose it, and no, not just that, he is still gaining. I'm just using him as an example. So are all of them, including Obi, although Obi hasn't been corrupt, but Obi too is a profiteer of this abnormal
system. Period.
Let's not fool ourselves. Even though he's not corrupt, you get me. But Obi is Obi today because of the faulty Nigerian system. Well, although he has stayed upright, all of them. So maybe that is
what we are expecting to do before. What we are expecting to do.
No. I would have used this as if I were Obi. I'm telling you, I would have turned this thing into a movement. Yeah, let my other colleagues be mad at me. Let them Atiku, them Obasanjo, them all my elder brothers be mad at me. I would have done it because I know my objective is the long-term goal of the country. I would have turned it into a movement, conscientize more people, get more people on board and help change that system the way that Mandela and all the rest did. This playing along is what's been killing us. We've been playing along since the first coup failed. Go and get Nigerian history. The playing along has been since the first coup. If some people have stood their ground at that first coup, we won't be where we are today. You understand? The first coup failed, the second coup failed, all those coups failed. But we played along. Government or coalition, like my father was saying, is what is mixing all up. But the government of coalition is not focused. That's, Tony is shaking his head, disagreeing with me. No. The problem is
the first coup was, I won't call it a fuck up on the side of Aguirancy. Aguirancy was thinking about Nigeria. And that's a mistake because if we're thinking one Nigeria, it's not going to work. I used to think so as well. The mistake, because he was warned about his bodyguards. He was warned that these idiots were going to come for him at some point. He believed that they weren't going to touch him. The people all around him were northerners. He was slaughtered in Ibadan. So the thing is, the point is, that first coup, because they rewrote history the same way the people that are supporting Tinubu are trying to write history for us. They come to all sort of panel and want to bend the facts. That is why I took on AY to tell him, listen, let's not enable these people to bend history. This man did not win the election. Let's just get it right now. This man, he did not win the election. He rigged it. Pure and simple. He did not win the election because 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, kids that are 10 years. Sorry, forefathers. Kids that are 10 years old will be men. They will be 20. They will read what has happened. So let us not participate in.
Tom, which coup are you referring to as first coup that killed Aguiyi in Ibadan? Which coup is that?
The very first coup I'm referring to is Nzogu's coup. They turned it to an Igbo coup. It wasn't an Igbo coup. It was
no, not that. Look, the coup succeeded in the north. It didn't succeed in the south. So the officers in the south, we were superior.
Sorry, Ferreira. That was not the coup that killed Aguirre. You know that, right?
No. That is not what I'm saying. Aguirre's one wasn't even a coup. They murdered him. It was a revenge. It was a revenge.
Yeah. It was
I won't call that.
But John, even that coup failed. If not for the Yeye people in Lagos that went and reached a stupid compromise, which we for 3 days they had no president. 3 days they were negotiating. You understand? Muritala and his boys had the Keja, they had the Badon, they had Abeokuta. Those were the only places they had. Every other place they didn't have. Victoria Island had no enough soldiers. Some soldiers tried to go rescue from Ibadan. They were, from Ikeja. They were ambushed. So that was where the general is. So you understand? By Ogundipe or whatever his name, the brigadier. So instead of him to take hold of leadership and be a soldier, he sent Gowon, his second in command, to go negotiate with the Muritala. And then
but to be fair, Ferreira, I'm not saying they were right, but to be fair, you know the mindset back then isn't the mindset we have now. It was a young country that had just gotten their independence, weren't that very vast. We didn't know. See, listen, everything that is happening with the Northerners, started off with what's his name? What's the name of this other guy? Ahmadu Bello. Ahmadu Bello is one of the most evil guys. He's one of the people that's changed the mindset of a lot of people to have what we are having right now. Ahmadu Bello is so evil.
You're right, though.
I think we have to be careful
Ahmadu Bello is so evil.
Calling people
Tafawa Balewa, on the other hand, was a decent man.
This is my own opinion. I'm not afraid of anybody. Right. If you want to sit on the wall, you can sit on the wall.
Tribalistic, but
I'm not sitting on the wall. I think it's a little bit this thing lazy to just say somebody's evil without understanding
the person that came on national TV and is still on YouTube. If you want, I will share it with you. I said my tribe that my tribe is so ambitious that wherever they go, they take over. They are so smart, and therefore they should not give them any position. That if any position do exist, instead of giving it to the most qualified Igbo man, then the white guy that was asking the question and said that if nobody else is there, who are they going to give it to? He said we would rather give it to an expert.
So hold on, KJ, one at a time, please. No, you can't double barrel everything.
You know they've been slaughtering Igbos from the 40s.
See, the thing is, let me respond to Tone, please. See, the idea behind what he was saying, if you listen, if anything, for me anyway, the way I interpret things is you have to look at where they are coming from, the fear that they have, and the fact that most of the things he described, if he wasn't saying it from that context, he would think it's a compliment to the Igbos, talking about how they are very clever and how they can dominate any situation. So from that point of view, you are not looking at it, the actual criticism. What he's worried about is that, and the Northerners were worried about that right from the beginning. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, please.
I'll give you an opportunity to speak.
The Northerners were worried about Nigeria because they didn't have education as the South did. It's not only the Igbo, they also worried about the Southwest. Or most of the things, the Westerners, when they were here, the Europeans, they deliberately misaligned the education system in Nigeria. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. Let me finish what you have. Let you finish. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Is just churning.
If you can churn, but you need to hear it because you just like to call people evil. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. Don't just call people evil for the sake of it, because you are refusing to understand people. You just choose to see things from only one perspective. You don't try to understand your fellow citizens. These people didn't want to join Nigeria. If they were so in love with Nigeria, why did they not want to join? Because they felt that the Southerners were going to dominate them. If you were the one, they tell you want to go and join the people that are far more powerful than you, more armed than you, would you not be concerned for your people?
Forefather, are you trying to say you know their mind right now? So see, you're making an assumption.
It's not an assumption. It's what they did.
You're making an assumption.
It's not an assumption. What happened? It's not an assumption.
You were not born then.
You see what they are doing now. You see what they are doing. You see how they are lying to themselves. You see how they are lying to themselves.
That's the point in the sense that
you can't lie to yourself. These people want to join Nigeria.
In the sense that the North did not initially want to be part of Nigeria.
And why?
It was people like Awolowo
They don't ask themselves.
That talked them into. It was Awolowo. That is why Yorubas
Again,
kind of upset with Awolowo, because Awolowo was truly a one Nigeria person.
I can't believe this is even controversial.
Was
This
the
is
one who
common
said,
sense
you
by
know
now.
what? We
It
can
should
live
be.
together. We can work things out.
And yet they refuse to understand it.
No.
They wonder why we've been in
I
this
think
doldrum for a long
You
time.
have that part of the history wrong. And I'll correct you, forefather. And I'll tell
Okay.
what I wanted to say earlier with Tone was that Tone was being decent by not even quoting him correctly. And I'll quote him correctly. He said the Igbos are like canker worms, like cancer. Anywhere they go, they take over. You make them
KJ, they are
hold
not
on.
saying that he didn't make
If you make, I
discriminatory
have the
statements.
if you want right now, I can play
Let's
the
That
be
is
video.
honest
not the
with ourselves.
point.
If
You
we are
have to
not
look at the
honest,
bigger
there won't be
picture.
healing, no. If we are not honest with
This
ourselves, there
kind
won't
of
be
this type
healing.
of the self-denial is unbelievable.
But we are not saying that he didn't make discriminatory statements. What we are saying,
Even till today,
we are
I
trying to get
can't
to
believe
say
6 years
How did
we are
you
still
get
having the
here right
conversation
now?
because
I
Tone brought it
wonder.
in that
No, let's
direction.
speak the truth. Let's say the truth to ourselves. You
I
understand?
Before you
wonder.
go in,
They
they
didn't want
just
to
go
be
about
part of
talking about these
Nigeria.
things like this
So,
again.
Awolowo
if
talked
you
them
cannot
into
deal,
changing
if you
their
cannot deal
mind.
with the root of the problems we have today, we cannot deal with the
See, there are
problem.
so many errors were
So you're
committed.
not
You
dealing because
understand?
you're already calling people evil without necessarily understanding where they are coming from. You're already calling them evil. And the reason, Olumide, hold on. See, the reason why
You
that
cannot
will fail,
know where they are coming from. That's a
because
false
we do
assumption.
know where they are
You
coming
don't
from.
know
It's
their
obvious.
mind. Nobody
See,
reads
Ferrari,
mind.
stop telling me what I don't know when it's already happened in history. It's like saying that we don't know where Germans are coming from because they gas the Jews. What kind of statement is that? It's already happened.
With all due respect,
No, the Germans were brainwashed, so you can't make such
But it already happened. History has already happened. We know what they did, why they didn't want to join Nigeria. This is not about opinion. This is what happened. They didn't want to join Nigeria, and they gave their reasons for not wanting to join Nigeria.
Ask you a question? Can I ask
and we
you a
all
question?
know the matrix in Nigeria then.
Hang on. You're not listening. You just want to listen to yourself.
I really don't like when people just lie to themselves. It's really sad.
Wait. Calm down. Calm yourself down. Forefathers, remember Ahmadu Bello was educated. Yeah? Tafawa Balewa was educated. Why didn't they embark on educating their people? The same thing is still happening. The elite of the North, yeah, it serves their best purpose to have a vast majority of their people uneducated so that they can rule over them. And that is what is still happening now.
Okay, so say that is true.
So must it be? Why will you apportion the blame of their ignorance to one particular side? I've never heard you talk about Yoruba people.
You are choosing to go only in one direction. So let's say that is true, what you just said. There are people who are not educated and they are not doing anything to educate their people. Does that still mean they should be comfortable with going with people that are highly educated, probably more capable than they are? Does that mean they should be comfortable with that?
Why did they agree when they were convinced? Why did they agree to stay part of Nigeria?
They were minding their own business. They were doing commerce. They were being educated.
I asked you a straight question. It's about the Northerners. Should they be comfortable going into an agreement that puts them in competition with people that have far more education than they do, at that time, far more resources than they do, and everything more than they do? You don't think that they too have to be concerned? Now you're beginning to understand. Now you're beginning to understand the point I'm trying to raise.
Guys,
you're not answering it yourself.
Where I'm coming from is this. See, no matter what happens, the one Nigeria we have today is not on the basis of all the ethnic groups. That is the cause of the problem. The one Nigeria we have today is not on the basis of the Yoruba ethnic group or the Ijaw ethnic group or the Shekiri ethnic group or the guy in the middle belt, or is on the basis of that is the problem we have today. Even if we all agreed at the end of the day that okay, we want to be one Nigeria. When we first agreed to be one Nigeria, it was based on a regional system. We had a constitution that governed Nigeria as a whole, and every region was independent. But the first coup truncated it, and now we are stuck with where we are today. So the constitution we have today, does it give us the one Nigeria that we desire, that we want for ourselves? That is the truth. It doesn't give it to us. but we should have the courage to say he doesn't give it to us. How do we make one for ourselves? If truly we want to be one united country.
Strictly speaking, the first coup itself didn't truncate that arrangement. It was Agwin Rosie that went on to do it. The coup plotters didn't come out and announce this in unitary system. It was Agwin Rosie that went on to do that. And this is the thing. People don't, when they talk about this topic, they isolate it as one event,
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that.
Hold on, let me try to finish my chain of thought, because this issue seems to be bedeviling Nigerians every single time we have conversations. They isolate only one event to say is the individual coup that is Igbo coup. That is not one event that led to. If it was just that coup alone, the whole thing would have been over. But the coup occurred, and the chain of events that led to it looking like a southeasterner dominated approach to the state, and this is amplifying all the fears of the north. On top of that, if you heard what Ahmadu Bello said before then you follow all the events that occurred after that. Any nation that is like that will end up in a civil war. Any nation, because
so are you saying
one
that,
side
so
is
are you
already very,
supporting
very
Ahmadu
scared.
Bello? Are you supporting
I'm not
Ahmadu
supporting
Bello?
Ahmadu Bello. I'm explaining the events that has occurred. If what Ahmadu Bello said happened,
make my point
Agwin Rosie, see, I'm just trying to hold on, please. I'm just trying to make a critical point here from my point of view.
My only challenge is that when you have
hold
to do the
on now.
Southeast, you take a position, you don't understand the people's mind.
No, I'm not taking a position. I'm just saying that we in the South should be careful about who we talk about this topic. We refuse to understand it for what it is.
You always understand them, but when you have to do someone from the Southeast, you cannot understand it. Now, I wonder how you justify
Who says I don't understand the South?
I'm coming, sir. In a nation where there are many people, and one particular group says, I don't want this particular set of people, and because you are afraid of that, in your house, do all of you have PhDs? No. The question is no. And so those who have PhDs, did they now start to look at the people who didn't have as not being can't work with them because they are so educated or they are so enlightened? That's what we should ask ourselves.
Into Nigeria's head, hate speech is a compliment.
This is not the same.
The man is making a hate
this
speech.
This is not the same as saying that they should not have that fear.
It's complimenting the Igbos.
Hold on. 1 minute and I'll give chance.
It's now, family. When you want to compare two different families, not a house.
As one country.
Fathers,
there was no reason for such to the point of making an analogy that even for you to before you can't even give, unless you don't find a white man, an outsider, before you can consider to give that job to somebody of your own state, of your own country, that you are supposed to be one Nigeria. So there's already a problem in the system, even before the system kicked off, because this was before the whatever eventually happened. And you keep making this mistake of, if you consider all that happened, why shouldn't the North be aggrieved against the East? It is not correct, forefather. It's not, except of course you have some.
So forefathers, I mean,
I'm not saying what I'm not saying is justified. I'm saying that
even though you are trying to say
one
that
after the other, they don't allow me to respond to one statement. Hold on. I have to respond to one statement at a time because I'm on the opposite side of this argument. See, if you are saying somebody in a family, let's say you have one family and you have another family within a larger family, extended family, and one side is highly educated and the other side is not, and they want to go and do something together that they all have a stake in it, the side that has a lot of more capable people will generally have the say over what is going on, and the people that don't have a lot of resources, they will be the one afraid that their voice will not be heard. And we see that in Nigerian families today, where if you don't have money, generally nobody listens to you, and the ones that have all this, they sideline them. And in life, this is not even necessarily a family, this is a people at the same time. If you want to have an alliance with other groups of people, you have to put yourself in a position whereby you can be able to survive it. Otherwise, you are putting your people in a situation whereby there will be a kind of a slave population, basically. That it's kind of colonized population. So let me finish, please. Can I just finish? So nobody wants to get themselves into that position, so they have to argue for their own position. Hence, why they didn't join Nigeria. Nigeria was supposed to get independent in 1957. because of all this argument, they didn't want to join Nigeria. The British wanted them to join Nigeria, obviously for their own interests. So they had to convince them that, you know what, you are going to come into this country, you are going to have a stake. We are not just going to allow you to be like a footstool for the others to be dominating. And it took to a situation whereby they got a confederate system. That's why that confederate system you saw, that is the reason why they created it, to separate the different regions to be able to do their own things. And they went on to do it. Then what the coup did, the first one happened, then Agui Rosie went and broke that system. When he broke that system, then the people that applauded the coup, all those things didn't happen. And the context in Nigeria during that time, we didn't understand each other as much as we do today. We were treating the people in the north as if they are just like, and you can understand why, because we look down on them. Some of them, we still look down, many of us still look down on them today. You can understand why.
Forefather, see, we all
Okay, go
have
ahead.
setbacks and drawbacks. I mean, there are certain things that if we look back, we wish they hadn't happened. I mean, I would admit that the unitary system created by Aguiyi Rossi.
He didn't create it. The military functions by unitary system. That's all he knows. He only brought to the table what he knows. The military functions in a unitary system. It's a command. It's a command center. It's a central command. Excuse me, sir.
Wait,
Let's
okay, I agree with you. But what
the
I'm
military
saying is that when
operates
we
as
make
a central command. That's what it did.
that's fine, but it was made into Nigerian law.
Agui Rosie is a
It was
decent
made into
human being.
Nigerian law. Was
He
it not
just
made into
got caught.
Nigerian law?
After that, they've made so many other decrees that are inside of Nigerian law, including the 1999 constitution is a military decree. Sir.
Yeah, I agree. So, but what I'm saying is that, see, the unitary system that we operate today in the guise of a federal federal constitution or federal government was first this government. See, what gave idea to what we have today was that kind of institution that was operated, whether by Aguiyi and Rossio. I later heard that Nwabweze was also part of the. He headed the committee that formed the 79. Was it the 79 Constitution that even made it more unitary? That is why today the North that wanted to stay on their own and remain independent saw the advantage in holding on to the resources of the South, so that today we are where we are today. Let's be honest with ourselves and say the truth. It was a mistake. Our fathers made mistakes. Our even made mistake by saying that he would prefer that we are together, that we can progress together. But when they started operating the regional system, it was obvious that the Southwest was making more progress.
I don't know why I get that Awolowo's.
Listen, it was obvious.
One of the things where we have always praised Awolowo for, like, right from the
Some
beginning.
are saying Zeke.
Hold on.
Some are saying Zeke.
Hold on. He understood the situation. And he went to Azikiwe and said to him, look, leave these people alone. Leave these people alone. Look, go and read Awolowo's writing. He, right from the beginning, he knew that the North was going to be a slash. And
okay, fine. They said it was Azikiwe. See,
so it was Azikiwe who once said, no, let us wait for them. Let us go and appeal to them. So now what we are saying, one of the things that we as Igbos have heard against Azikiwe was that he didn't listen to Awolowo when Awolowo said this thing should not be like this because this was not ready to go with us. Okay, so I don't know where you're getting that your commentary from, but we know.
Okay, fine. I mean, fine. But fine. But what I'm trying to say in essence is that some of our founding fathers made decisions that today has affected us down the road. We must have the courage to come clean with it, no matter who is our fault. It doesn't mean they are evil people. They may have good intentions, but these good intentions has led us nowhere. Has landed us nowhere. And we are stuck where we are today.
Most of them were out of their depths. They didn't even understand. They thought they did, but they didn't understand
we have to have the courage to say, you know what, we're not the better for it. And now we are saying, let's redo this thing over again. But because some people are benefiting from the rot that has favored nobody, they don't want to do that. You know, they don't want to do that.
Attend to family issues.
Attend to yourself. Oh, Father, can you talk to us on the need for? I mean, Rudolph earlier said that he has to re-register. Is it register or what? The the stream
StreamYard.
Yeah, StreamYard, and you need to raise some funds to do that. What is it all about? Because I don't think all of us got it. So if you don't mind, talk about that. So everybody we're all on the same line, on the same page.
I think what he was talking about was the StreamYard subscription, so that people can be able to come in up to 15 and be able to stream. That's to keep the service going. And it appears he pays annually from the way he's describing it, because he wouldn't have put it that way. So he's looking to put funds together so that he can be able to make the payment annually. And sometimes these payments can run quite high. So that's why this statement he
You have
was
an
looking
idea
to
what
make.
we're looking at here?
Yeah, I don't have a clear idea, but I'm thinking somewhere north of
Fathers,
1,000, just about somewhere 1,000 plus or so.
Can I seriously ask you a question, please?
Go ahead.
No offense, though. Don't take it as
Of course not. No, of course not.
Can you speak broken at all?
What is the word you know?
I'm
I've lost some of it though. I've lost some of it. But
Okay.
if I go to Nigeria, stay 1 month, I think to return.
No Nigeria should be able to lose their.
I was shocked. Imagine my shock when I went to Nigeria. I was trying to bargain something price down.
So did you just question his Nigerian origin? I'm with you on that.
Can you guys
I just asked him a very, very easy question.
My pidgin English is strong. Don't try.
I don't see it for your mouth.
Okay, it's like Forefather doesn't have all the details. If anybody has the details, let him talk about it.
I want to do a follow-up question. Which other Nigerian language do you speak, though?
I'm not going to discuss. I don't want to get into trouble. I'm not going to disclose that one. But I so to be fair, because I grew up in the PH, I hear a lot of it's in Igbo language too, and
I said it to Igbo. People will not believe me.
I do listen. I do hear
anyway,
a lot of
we have started.
Not Igbo, and if it's Igbo, not Igbo.
Forefather is Igbo. I'm telling you.
You'll be shocked now that I'm from Bo, you know.
He's Bo. The Igbo that have gone is Bo now. So let him go find another place.
How do you know that?
Back to this StreamYard thing is very important. Else we'll not have a show. We have started giving. I've given twice today. I'm still going to give directly to his PayPal, because PayPal takes less interest. So I've given earlier. Dr. Alexander has given earlier. He pinned his PayPal details. So people that have PayPal accounts, because I think it works out cheaper.
Yeah.
If you send him $20, he'll get $20. If you send $100, he'll get $100. So I'll be sending more to PayPal. In fact, the main thing I'll be sending will be on PayPal. I'll do that during the week.
Please, can you put the PayPal on the private chat so we can publish it?
I will. I'll put it on now. I have got it.
Tune. Why don't you just sponsor it? Why don't you just sponsor? You pay everything now.
I tire for Tune. With all the money,
all these weekend Nigerians, put it all on Tune. What's wrong with you?
They just pay everything now. If it's too much, at least maybe people get.
You want me? I tell them how much you make last week.
Don't buy them.
How much
you want to put everything on?
I've been calling you. I said we should talk. I never heard from you. No, now what for you?
No, bro, I'm sorry. Even Russian's man has been yapping me. I'll come back to you. I'm sorry, bro. No. I had there was an bereavement in the family in Nigeria again, and I'm just dealing with a lot of things right now. You know.
You see that? You see somebody that knows PH there? That's Ogunabale there. That's somebody that knows PH for real. You would not know that if you don't know PH. So that's it anyway.
Now your friend, Topper.
No, I thought you was hating on me. I hear you know about the PH so much. So yeah, regarding the original this topic we were having, I think we have to be a little bit more circumspect and maybe a little bit forgiving of our, the founding fathers of Nigeria that took over, because when you read the history, they were out of their depth. They didn't understand what they were dealing with, and from what I gather, even the Northerners were like like almost like the same with the British. Because the British had to kind of protect them in Nigeria.
Who
So
who would
they
you
were
say was
working with the
out of
British so
depth
closely.
of the 3 or 4 main founding fathers?
I think almost all of them,
Sorry,
they were
who would
not
you say was
well equipped.
actually out of depth?
I think all of them, they were not well equipped to handle it. Almost all of
Yeah,
them.
but I mean,
But some are worse than
as
others.
individuals, I can agree with you to some extent, but I want to, because to me, I don't. This is not coming from any tribal position. Both Azikwe and Awolowo, to me, they weren't out of depth. They may have made errors, but they weren't out of their depth. They had a deep knowledge of what Nigeria was, most especially Awolowo, had a deep understanding of what Nigeria was, which is why he wanted all sides. He wanted the East and he wanted the North in terms of Awolowo. He wanted them. And the love, to be honest, from the South to the North is immense, because they wanted the North to be educated more than those who were running the North. They wanted them to be educated and individuals, as opposed to being a big clump of people who really don't understand what's going on in the country. So and then on a international basis, I think that there was such an attack on them that they knew who the British were and how they were manipulating things. So when you talk about people being out of depth, I can agree, but that's why I asked who, because I don't believe either Awolowo or Zeke didn't know what they were doing. I just, for me,
I think I agree with you to an extent when you said like they may know about it intellectually. When I said out of their depth, and I'm not even thinking that it's necessarily all their fault, because what I find with most founding fathers of most nations, they tend to have been forged by something a lot stronger than just negotiations from a table and all the rest of it. They often battle their way into it. Maybe the original ones even died. The ones that inherited from them are the ones that went on to found the nation. It's often through blood. And when you fight through those things, the bond you have as the founding fathers will be very, very strong. Some things don't even have to be said in paper. It tends to be very, very strong, and they go on to build very strong nations. And maybe that is part of what affected them, because most of the negotiations was about, oh, I want to protect my region. I want to protect my region. That's what it was. It started from that premise. And
we were set. You see, wait, guys, please. I haven't spoken a lot today. I'm really doing a lot of listening. But you see, I you know, of the 3 of Zeke, Awolowo, and what's the first president? I forgot quickly. Ahmadu Bello. Tafawa Balewa. Thank you. These 3, there has never been any individual leader of that country who is up to any of them. Nobody is at their level. And that is the crisis of where Nigeria is. No one's at their level. Who can you compare to the most lowly of them in Tafawa Balewa? You can't compare anybody to him, let alone Zeke and Awolowo. You can't. They've all been rubbish upon rubbish and more rubbish. So, this out of depth, are we in depth now? Are we people that what's his name? Tinubu, is he a capable individual? Is he in his depth? These statements that we make sometimes, it's like, look, I don't believe that we've had a better founding fathers. And then what transpired from there just got worse. We were set up as East, West, and North. We were set up that way. So that is the arena that we came from. You understand? That wasn't our setup.
I agree with you that it has progressively gotten worse. And compared to that should tell you our predicament, that if the founding fathers were the best of us, and from my own deduction, just based on events, I felt like they were out of their depths. Even if they understand quite a lot of things intellectually, they just didn't have enough bond among them to found a very, very strong
I think
that would have created better leaders.
I think that's a great disservice to the people of that time, because if you
Maybe.
take time to read the history before the independence and all the work that was done, you won't say all this. That the future has not panned out the way they imagined. It doesn't mean that the vision they had or their intellectual powers was subpar.
No,
It's
no,
not.
no. I don't. It's not
I think
intellectual. I said it wasn't intellectual,
no,
and it may not be their fault. It's just events.
The events of the future cannot be. You cannot now blame them for the events that happened after. You know, so if we continue in this blame game, then we'll keep on blaming people.
I'm not sure I'm blaming them. I'm just saying that they were out of their depths given
No,
the circumstances they were dealing with.
absolutely not out of their depths, because Nigeria, first of all, asked for independence in 1957. They were not out of their depths. Some people had a vision. And if you realize, if you follow the events in Africa back then, Kwame Nkrumah was fighting for a unified Africa, actually, not actually just individual states. So these men were
Yeah,
far
but Kwame
beyond.
Nkrumah was different from them. Now that is the different. That's what I'm saying.
No,
Kwame Nkrumah is
no.
very different. That's why we know Kwame Nkrumah.
What you should realize is that Pan-Africanism then was not just driven by statehood or ethnicity.
Kwame Nkrumah Kwame Nkrumah was advised by Zeke to go.
Exactly. Zeke had
He
his printing
advised him
press in
under
Ghana.
the Pan-African. So, bruh, we really have to understand where it is that we are today and where we were then. If you look at the level of education at that time, as I said, my grandfather spoke better English than most of the Nigerian polity today. Spoke better English, and he was closer to who he was as a Yoruba person. So, you know, I don't get it from you. I'm wanting to understand what you're saying, but when I really look at it, I can't agree, because we're not in depth now. We are further afield.
I
We
agree
are
with you on that. I agree with you on what that part. And I'm just saying that even at the beginning, when the founding fathers didn't have enough of the bonding and forces acting on them to be able to forge a strong alliance that creates a very, very strong nation. If you look at most nations that were
What
founded
if
during that period,
sorry, forefather, would you not think or say that the manipulation from the West at that time of our beginnings was actually the ruining of Nigeria? Not wanting to blame Westerners and take the blame away from ourselves, no. Just in terms of how the North is set up so differently from the South, and what was allowed by the Europeans in the North that wasn't the case in the South. This is a major angst in the Nigerian sort of
you are
landscape.
right again to say the British influenced our divisive culture, but the same is true for other nations, and the same is true for Asian and all the rest. But what the others tend to have in common that many Africans don't is that ours, they just handed over and they left the structure, the divisive structure they put in place when they handed over. They didn't fight us. They didn't do anything. As a matter of fact, many of us were walking like the North were walking with them like so close during that time. They were walking so close to with the British because both of them, their interests aligned perfectly.
Not necessarily. Forefathers, let me ask a question.
That's what the records show.
Look, let me ask a question. Forefathers, before the British came to Nigeria, which world power was already in Nigeria?
Before the British came to,
yes,
you're talking about the northern part of Nigeria. That's the Islamic.
The Arabs were already there. So if you let me ask you. So take Afghanistan for now. Why did America hand over Afghanistan back to the Taliban?
Because their time there, it depends on how you look at it. Their time there is up, or the Taliban was resilient.
It's not because their time there. Forefather, in the theory of war, if you invade a territory, read history books. When you invade a territory, when you are leaving, they never hand it back to just anybody. They hand it back to some people that have an idea of administration. They hand it back to people that would be loyal to them. If you read history books, when a king invades a territory, he might decimate some of the royalties there. Then he will pick somebody, maybe a cousin from the royalty. And when he's leaving, he will put that cousin in charge that will be loyal to him and do his bidding.
But that is obvious, but I don't see how that applies.
So let me tell you how it applies.
That's time.
Before
So
the British,
that's time. You know, I mean that Taliban is allied to America.
No,
I wonder.
Sorry, what did you say?
Are you saying the Northerners
let
are
him learn
cousin
now,
to
because
British?
I'm trying to understand where he's coming from.
The Northerners are what?
Are you
I
saying
mean, the Taliban in Afghanistan, you know, they are allied to America. That's what that's what Joe Biden handled when they live in the handle Afghanistan to the Taliban to keep on ruling, right?
Sorry, I'm having a problem with my audio.
I better set your audio. You must answer this question.
Blackstone has become another Olumide.
Sorry, Blackstone.
To
answer you, Blackstone, the Taliban, do you think that the Taliban's government is operating without support from the American government?
So are you not talking about the group that were declared as a terrorist, American number one enemy?
Who created?
I don't know. This guy, Exito, Abi Kinontikwe, Dexter. Please continue with what you're saying, because me too. I want to understand your point.
On the Nigerian issue, it's only normal. What the British did in Nigeria is what happens in every theory of war. They came to Nigeria. There was a world power already in Nigeria. There was already a dominant.
Who are you calling a world power? They're not a world power.
There was a dominant. Well, there was a dominant.
Talking about the Arabs, I guess.
There was a
Yeah, they're not world power.
Or Islam, and Arabs were not
There was
Islam
no dominant power in Nigeria. Yoruba was an independent kingdom.
What are you talking about?
Olumide has got into, and now got into his laughing mood now. Olumide, of course, it's Olumide. Don't worry about him. Carry on.
There was already.
We had our own kingdom.
Oh my God, Olumide, stop it. Olumide, stop it, man. He started now.
There was already a dominant force. We cannot deny it. Our readers, anybody that read.
Dexter. Sorry. That's not correct. No, that's not correct. There was a time that yes, the Arab came. They brought Islam to northern Nigeria, but you wouldn't say that it was a dominant force because there was no Nigeria. Remember,
it wasn't Arabs that brought. It wasn't Arabs that brought Islam to Nigeria.
Arab.
I don't want to.
Do you know when?
It's mostly Africans that brought it.
Yeah, man. What are you lot talking about?
It was Usman Dan Fodio that brought Islam to Nigeria.
I didn't want to mention all that.
I think he was there before then. He was there before Usman Dan Fodio.
See, we all know that there was the Usman Dan Fodio.
Before Usman Dan Fodio pushed Islam from the north.
Good.
Yeah.
Usman Dan
Those people that used to go for trade.
Yeah, for trade. They are the one that brought it.
Now, if you there's a series on Netflix which is very educative of what the British did. But in that series, you would see how Lord Lugard, when he came, one of his missions was to push back the Islamic Jihad that was invading down south. That was one of his missions. And the advantage he had is that he came with these machine guns, and these other guys came with their local weapons of bow and arrows, and he was able to take them back. If you watch that series, it's very educative. There was already a dominant force in Nigeria.
At that time, was Nigeria at that time? That time
in what you call Nigeria at that time. In what you call Nigeria, there was already a dominant force. And for the British,
it was in the northern parts.
Good.
Not necessarily,
whether you call it the northern part, whatever you call it, what you call the northern part, you are including the middle belt. The British
actually, the middle belt were not Muslim. They are not Muslims today. I don't know where you got all this from.
What are you people talking about?
They didn't conquer Benue. They didn't conquer Benue. Stop that.
Sorry, is there
just because they have emir there doesn't mean it's a dominant culture there.
In case you don't know, anywhere you have an emir, it signifies that that territory was conquered. In case you,
some parts of that territory was conquered, not all the territory.
Well, is there an emir in Kogi State?
Is he the emir of Kogi?
Soon.
Emir of a region of Kogi?
There's no emir in Kogi.
There is
I
no
will,
Emir in Kogi.
I
Who
will
is
message
talking
you on
about?
WhatsApp.
Where were they
I don't know
discussing
where
this?
Dexter is. Okay, let him
Message
land
on
his
WhatsApp,
key
man.
point
You
because
have
these are
Emir.
details. These are details. But
Hold
your
on,
key point
forefather.
is that I don't
Dexter,
understand
don't
it.
miseducate us, though.
Which place in Kogi do you have Emir? Please name one for us.
I will get it out for you now.
Okay,
There
can
is
you
none.
tell us what your main argument is?
So my main argument, this is my main argument. In every place where anybody invades, when you are leaving, you hand power back to the dominant force. You don't hand power back.
No. Dexter, wait. That thing was streamed on Netflix does not make it authentic.
No.
You understand?
I'm
Let
not
him
talking
continue.
about Tone. I'm not talking about what I'm talking about handing power over. I'm not talking about handing power based on Netflix. I'm telling you, in theories of war,
Okay,
anywhere,
Dexter, maybe
the
you
Romans,
meant
everywhere.
Kwara. Did you mean Kwara, Ilorin?
Yeah, there's no Emir in Kogi
It
that
used
I
to
can
be
see
all
so far.
Quara
They have
before
more
they
different
split it
authorities.
into Kogi.
There is
My
Emir
point,
in Ilori, not in
my
Kogi.
point is this. My point
And
is
that guy
this.
needs to be shot, removed. I mean,
My point is this. Anywhere
They are Yorubas. I
you
think they are
invade,
Yorubas. The Emir,
they're
the Gambari.
Yorubazo.
anywhere
I
you
don't know.
invade, when you are leaving, you hand power to a dominant force. You don't hand power to people who don't have that advantage.
Actually, that's not necessarily accurate. In the case of
Forefather, can I comment on
Rwanda,
this, please?
in the case of Rwanda, they handed over to Tutsis that are generally the smaller group over the larger group.
Exactly, that's what they
So
did
it's
in
not always the
Niger.
case.
That's what they did.
It's in
The
their
French
interest to
did
hand
in
it over to
Niger.
the smaller
The
group
Europeans,
so
that's
that
their
they can
tactics.
control the smaller group to use
They
them to
will
control the larger
hand
group.
over to a minority group so that they can lord it over the rest and control the resources. And
Forefather,
tell them,
Rwanda the
power.
same.
But I understand the point he's making that they will hand over power to people that are friendlier to them,
Forefathers,
that
let me
align with
answer
their
this question,
interests.
please. Forefathers, please, let me answer this question. So, let me put it here. They were not the dominant force in Nigeria. What happened? Why the British handed over power to the North? They have an organized system that was submissive to them. In the South, it was different. The South, they were really like forming like rebels. In the North, they had a system where you have to talk to the leaders and they will pass message to the people. The system was organized. That is the main reason. Every historian will tell you that was the main reason.
But from what I gather,
the
during that time, the North were spoiling for not wanting to align with the British interest in terms of because the British wanted
was part of it.
They wanted all the aspects of Nigeria to join together so that they can manage it easily. But the North was spoiling against it because they didn't want to join this in Nigeria. So they had to consider a lot of things to the North for the North to join. And that is what led them to be very, very close.
Forefather, I hope people are not trying to rewrite history.
No, because that's the history that happened. The North didn't want to join Nigeria, and the British wanted it to be one country.
Let KJ explain. Give me time.
What
Let him explain for us.
AY has said right now is not true of the South. The South didn't have the indirect rule that the North had. The North had emirs who they defer to. The South didn't have such. Like
that is what I'm saying. We say the same thing.
Igbo communities had autonomous communities. I've explained this before. And so not one man become the king. They didn't have any person who is authority over every community. And so it was difficult to have everybody come together in one direction. For instance,
that is exactly what I said.
You find out that when you make arrangement with the first community you see, the second community is not following. So because of that, they didn't realize that those people were more of Republicans than any other district. But in the North, because they have the emirship, the emir is all and all. What he says stands as law. And so it was easy for them to work with the emir because the moment they have an emir in their favor, every other thing adds up. And so they were ready to do indirect rule in the North, while they were ready to do direct rule in the South until the amalgamation of the two sides. So if you say there was not an organization in the South, you'll be making a mistake because that was
that is what I refer to as organization. So in the South, the only place you have that system that was working was the Benin Kingdom. The Bini, they always respect. They had always respected their king, the Oba of Bini. If Oba Bini dead, you can't cook tomorrow. Nobody will cook in the whole of the kingdom. It was as strong as that. So
No, sorry,
most part of
sorry
the
to interrupt you. I have dropped the
We've seen it, bro. We've seen it. We've seen it.
Yeah. So, but other people in the comment section needs to see it because they can't see it. So anyone that
We'll
wants to
put it
pin.
there now.
No, I can't. I can't
You
pin.
will
It's
not be
only
able
for
to
fathers
post.
that
Only
can pin
forefather
that.
can post it.
Let me do that.
Only the moderators.
It's already scrolling on the screen, if I'm not mistaken, at the bottom of the screen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's already
Yeah,
scrolling
okay.
there.
All right, that's cool. Okay.
So, regarding this, this for me anyway, what I saw was that the British were under pressure to relinquish control of Nigeria. In short, there was a decolonization going on by the Americans, that Americans wanted all these territories to be decolonized. And they had to find a way to get Nigeria to be in one territory. Otherwise, they knew they were going to lose out in terms of control of the entire area. So the North was spoiling. And besides, the idea that the North was indirect rule and the South was more direct rule. The reason why that was because the North is further away from the coast. They are not going to be able to control everything. They didn't have an infinite number of people to control all Africa. We gave them the power that they used to control, and that's why it's easier for them to govern the South than the North, because they cannot have all the people directly going to the North to control the North. So it's easy, it's just more efficient.
That's not correct, sir. That's not correct according to the history.
Okay.
Yes, the reason it was even easier for them to control the North than the South, because they needed less officers, because the emirs were able to control their people by giving order. In the South, it was even more difficult in Benin, okay, because they had to depose the king of Benin, the Oba of Benin, in order to be able to take Benin. So it was
They deposed the North too. You didn't know?
Like who did they depose in the North?
They killed the northern leader too. There was a fight in the North too. You didn't know that?
No, I cannot remember any emir that was killed as a result of.
They sacked the Sokoto Caliphate, and they went and waylaid him somewhere when he was running, and I think he died during in the ambush or whatever.
The reason why the Caliphate is so powerful is because the British government handed the country to the Caliphate. Even to today, the scepter of governance hangs in the Caliphate's palace. Sir, let us not change these things.
No, I agree with you on that, but I'm just trying to call out the reasons why that happened. Why the British had to concede so many ground to them, because they were under pressure to hand over Nigeria to Nigerians. The Soviet Union was at its height, and then the North was not playing ball. They didn't want to play ball. They handed power to Ghana, but the North was spoiling in Nigeria. They didn't want to. And so they had to find, they even demanded that they have to have 50% of representation in the House of this in Parliament. And there are so many things that they demanded for. They didn't want to agree to anything. And it took them 3 years to get them to a position whereby they were willing to sign up to the Nigerian project. And they were so, by that time, they were so well aligned. I agree with somebody that said Awolowo wasn't exactly like that. Zik and the others, they were very, very, they were educated. These guys were educated. They had a little bit more savvy, and they were fine with being part of Nigeria, but the North wasn't. So the British had to concede, and then in the end they agreed, okay, let's just go together as a confederate state. And here we are today. The idea that it's only the Northerners that worked with the British is not true. The South, they also work with the British, but it just looks like that because the North had to be literally in a kind of babied, or I don't want to use that term, babied, a kind of placated a lot before they joined the Nigerian state. That's how it looks like. It made them look like they are the favorite child. They were not the favorite child because they were not the one that were educated. They were not the one that worked more closely with the British in terms of the level of connection that they had. The South had more connection with the British. That's why it still endures it today. We keep saying that they are closer to the North, but in reality, most of us end up in Western states. But the North, they go to the Arab world. So the argument is not, I think we need to understand the chain of events that led to this. And that's why I'm explaining it. Because when I read it the other day, because CM always talks about these things. So I went and read
unless of course what you are saying, what you are saying,
anyway.
What you're saying is contrary to even the writings of Lord Lugard concerning the Nigerian
Exactly.
state. Yeah, the Nigerian state, what Lord Lugard himself penned down concerning the South, the North and the South, is wrong with what they're saying. It does not lay credence to that. But however, nobody has a monopoly of knowledge. Maybe what you're saying is correct. See, maybe a new finding, I don't know. But what Lord Lugard laid down as the reason why there is indirect rule and direct rule and how easy it was to govern Nigeria is different from what you're saying. I rest my case on that.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation from that point of view, but we are where we are right now because of that lack of awareness we didn't have for ourselves. And clearly the South is very, 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 you can even argue that the South is far more brainwashed than the North, the way we behave. Even when you talk about social issues and all the other issues, we tend to be very, very pro-West. Like,
no, it's what you said. It's what you underlined. What you underlined earlier is that truly the South, they are engaged with the West and the Western Hemisphere in terms of whatever progress they are looking to make, or whatever influence that is keen with them. And then the North, truly, if you go to the Arab states, you see Northerners all over you know how we don't really see Northerners here in London, even though they're here, but we don't see them like we see Yoruba and Igbo and all the rest. We don't. You go to Dubai, go to Saudi, go to any of these countries. You see a lot of Hausa, a lot of Fulani. You see them there. And the thing is, when you look at that, I think that's very interesting, because it's not to say that we are more swayed by the West. It's that if we are more swayed by the West, truly, then the North is more swayed by the Arab states, and that is a big problem, man. It's a massive problem, because it means that we're not thinking for ourselves. It's plain. We are not thinking for ourselves. We are fighting other people's war in our land. It's a crisis.
Exactly.
It's a crisis.
Exactly. This is why we should have our own language. We should start doing our own things, because the truth is that the two dominant culture in Nigeria, they are not necessarily Nigerian. They are Western and Arabic cultures.
Yeah.
They are not our culture.
That's the breakdown.
And this is why we have to start pushing past that. And whenever we have conversations, when it starts becoming all this tribal or religious, we should be seeing that.
Which are the two dominant culture, though?
The Arabic and the Western culture in Nigeria. They are the dominant culture in Nigeria. Most of our beliefs, and especially modern generation, if you hear the way some of them are talking about women on this The View the other day, you'll be surprised, like, how Western can we get? We are even becoming more Western than Westerners right now. Some of the way our women perceive the world.
It's gonna be very, very hard to eliminate, though, to be honest.
You'll be shocked how quickly you can change. If you have, see, sometimes you can have a kind of different leadership and it just transforms everything. Like, I heard of a case, a Somali leader was able to change the language of that they speak within about 6 months. 6 months, change language of a nation. Like he said, all the national institutions, everybody has to be speaking this language. He changed that. And
from what to what? Interestingly,
I think it was. I'm not sure what language he did, but what I gathered from that was that I was having this conversation with Somalis. This is why sometimes it's good to have conversation with other people, so that you hear some of the experience, what is possible. And that surprised me, because I was like, whoa, I thought changing language would take a long time. The fact that Somalia can be able to do that in a very, very short period of months, not even a year. Because when you force people to have to learn a language to be able to operate in a civil environment, you'll be surprised how quickly they pick it up. They will just pick it up and start running with it. Within a year or two, you have transformed your system. So it's not impossible. We don't have an impossible task. We just have to have the right set of people end up in office.
So far as Somalia
is going to transform.
What are you talking about?
That was a while ago. They did that, and they still went on to fight themselves to a standstill.
No,
Somalia is a spoiler. It's a terrible country. Some of the things that they are doing, some of them.
How come you did not visit Igboho in Nigeria? Now the mother died, they did burial. Your leader, Igbo Nation.
You don't say Igbo.
Why you started again?
You started picking on them.
No, sir.
I don't get power. You don't see him bodyguard.
When Nigeria military visited him, man, the guy, you know, say those juju no go work. The guy
Who's that? Who's that?
I think it's
okay.
Tone was busy watching
He
something.
was talking about Igbo.
Mm.
The guy moved.
Tom get white girlfriend though. He get white girlfriend. Oh boy, what did they do with them when you bought there, my friend?
What do you think? What do you think they are going there to do? The other day, I was speaking to a Nigerian on the phone. He was working for somebody, and you can see how quickly the Nigerian became a difficult customer, asking for things that they don't normally ask for. I was like, this is why I tell you that if I go into a Igbo office, I see a Igbo person, I'm more relaxed than when I see a Nigerian there. A Nigerian will just frustrate your life, and he will not frustrate an Igbo man's life. Oh. He will see a fellow Nigerian, they will frustrate your life for it. And I was speaking to this lady, and the phone went dead. And this Nigerian, when I was speaking to the Nigerian was making my life difficult. Then the phone went dead. Then I called it, and a white person picked up the phone, and the call just went smoothly. It's like Nigerians just sit there, they hear their fellow Nigerians, they just want to spoil. The only black group of people I see that whenever I see them, I'll say, you know what, this guy is gonna be okay. It's a Jamaican. If you see a Jamaican, especially a kind of Rasta person, you know that they will treat you like a black person. They will understand that. But in Nigerian, they will be like they according to what's his name, Falana, this in the son Falana. He said Nigerians want to be more righteous, more Catholic than the Pope. They want to like prove that they are so good at serving their masters. It's so weird. I experienced that just this week. Oh, this is not that long ago. I experienced that just this week. And our mindset, we really have to be careful about it. When we come to serve Nigeria, we don't want to serve Nigeria like that. I think somebody said that it has something to do with a kind of, we have individually high esteem but very low racial esteem. When we see our fellow black people, we want to treat them badly. But in terms of individually, we can stand ourselves as Nigerians. And that is something we have to be watching out for, because it's a weird psychological thing that helps all the other people to do better than us, because we
hate ourselves with that too.
It's horrible.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
That's self-hate.
Forefather,
That's what's going on.
Totally agree with you, especially on your last point. Now, it's not just among Nigerians. Even Black Americans, they also don't like you guys because they feel that you guys have done a lot of things to them. And sometimes they feel that you make them look bad because you work so hard, and you guys, especially Nigerians, are too determined to achieve what they want to achieve. But now, I won't talk so much about them. I'll talk much more about our own people. The kind of people you meet outside that will show you pepe are Nigerians. Nigerians to Nigerians.
That's what he said. That's what forefather said.
I'm just saying it's not only among Nigerians, but also.
Yes, well, it's a worldwide thing. We have a self-hate thing because of the different degrees of oppression that we have faced over a period of time, which is why the Caribbean black person, for me, is the most enlightened black people in the planet. And we are supposed, we as Nigerians, because we don't really look at this history, I think it's only now that we're becoming to pay attention to history. Prior to that, we don't know what's happening in the rest of the world as a conglomerate of people. So what the Caribbeans suffered over 400-500 years, and it went into the Americas 400 years, Southern America the same. They have witnessed the portion, if you like, that is carried by the Westerners, by the white people who have oppressed them. And they know them better than we do. We believe everything they said and everything they do and everything. Whereas them, they've been through the washing machine already, come out the other side and looked again and seen that Oyinbo, now devil them be. So, you know, our own association with the Oyinbo it seems like we've misconstrued a lot of what it is their intentions are towards us. That's why a country like Nigeria, with all its prowess and power, should have been able to lead the black world and Africa out of its mire, has not been able to, and is nowhere near being able to perform that task at all, because we can't even stand up on our own 2 feet.
And Jago, we should also respect the Black Americans who lived among them for centuries. I mean, for hundreds of years, and had to even fight for recognition, fight
Absolutely.
for equality. You know, it was tough. It wasn't easy. And here in Africa and Nigeria, to kind of minimalize it, we take ourselves for granted, and we can't treat ourselves fairly.
We do that even in Nigeria. You can see, like, Nigerians, every time one Nigerian says one thing, oh, he's a small boy. It's like, what is this small boy thing? I was a senior at school, so what does that matter? It's like, focus on what they are talking about.
You know
It's
what?
just
You know, it should start with that document that all of us should subscribe to, agree to. It should start with that, because when we start cheating ourselves and forcing a document that is binding on over 300 ethnic groups, largely written by a few people, then it's the cause of our problem. That's why we're just moving headlessly.
only me. That problem exists everywhere, but people are able to get on and get functional. I think our problem is mostly psychological at this stage. Right now, there are no chains on us
I know
anymore
every
physically.
problem is unique. This is our own
Um,
unique problem here. Every
this,
country is
this is
unique.
why I think Vera caught it right. He says they have released you now. In other words, it's basically saying that we have psychological chain. And when Dr. Arikana was interviewed in Nigeria, and when the lady, they talked about so many things, then he says, what is our problem? The lady then went on to ask her, what is our problem? And she's, paused for a while and says, it's our mind. It's the mind is where our biggest problem is right now. We have not disassociated ourselves from other people as being superior to us. We have not put ourselves first and say, you know what, we have to start promoting ourselves. And even the ones that have don't necessarily have enough knowledge to be able to translate that to something that actually manifests progress for us. And that connection is what needs to start happening, where the ones that have that mindset is able to work with the ones that don't fully understand it to actually create positive change on the ground in
Fathers,
Nigeria
I
and
do
many
agree
other
with
African
I do
countries.
agree with you that mindset, but that mindset of integrity, we need to qualify it, integrity, so that when you go to the front of the world and tell the world that you're going to conduct a free and fair election, spend over 300 billion naira to buy equipment, and that equipment fails at a critical moment, and you have the other side disputing the validity of the result, you should have the courage to resign and say, okay, you know what? I resign because I feel that my duty.
But they are not
You
going to
understand?
resign because we don't want to build anything tangible yet. At least not enough of us want to do that. They are not going to resign because look at what they've delivered us. I was just checking the power supply that Nigeria generates, and it's scary that Iran, that has been under sanction, generates more than 10 times more power than Nigeria. How does that even happen? They are under sanction for over 40 years. They are generating more power than a country that has not been under sanction. It's some
Yeah,
crazy
but
stuff.
forefather, you know the answer to this question when you ask rhetorically. You know it's because they are stealing money. So when we go back and forth like that, it shocked me.
No,
Why are we?
I think they are stealing money in Iran too. I think where the
No,
fault
it's not
is
at the
that
same rate.
we are
We know
not.
our problem.
See, most of
Let's
our
not
money.
sugarcoat it. It is because they are stealing the money that
Let
should
me
go for
finish
the
my point.
electricity.
I think I see there is theft everywhere. Trump is being fined almost $500 million.
It's not
The point I'm
comparable.
making is
Apples
that
and oranges. Apples and
the point
oranges.
I'm making is that there is something else we are doing. You have to ask yourself, if there is corruption in every nation and ours seems to be doing more damage than us, then why is that? There's something that's going on, and that is that mindset. We don't put ourselves first. We don't put our own development first. We don't.
You know,
maybe that's the key
there
term.
was a
Don't put our
day.
development first.
Yes, there was a day that Pansat made a supposition, and I think it was yourself and one other guy. I've got his face in my mind, but I don't recall his name. That disagreed with him. Pansat said that Nigeria is 100% corrupt, and it's the first time I've heard that. But then I looked at it and I said, what figure would I give? You guys said, oh, how could you say that? How could Nigeria be 100% corrupt to this, that? And I know it was a sense of pride and shame between the two that didn't allow us to really enter that understanding. But Nigeria is 100% corrupt, 100%. Whether or not you as an individual are corrupt or not, if you're in that country, you're imbibed in corruption. There's no getting away from it. None. And anytime I look at Nigeria and what it's doing, it just seems corruption. It just looks like corruption. It doesn't look like anything standard bearing. It just looks like corruption. So I think the truth is gonna hurt us. I don't even believe that we have come to the point of the truth of the depth of evil that we are involved with in that country. It is 100% corrupt. We follow corruption. We don't follow righteousness at all. We all go to church and we all go to the mosque and all that, but that's all corruption as well. It's all corruption. There's nothing left. I mean, I'm really trying my best just to observe and try to understand, is there a way out of this? And bro, the more I hear, the less I believe that there's a way out. I'm sorry to say what I'm saying, but really and truly, me that has a lot of gusto for positivity and for make Nigeria great and let us stand up as to who we are. Bruh, as day goes by day, I can't see it. I can't see it happening. As we discuss more and more, it's like, my God, is that the case? Is that the case? Where are we? I mean, the frustration in my spirit right now, the only thing that kind of makes me calm is that I don't know how to put it. I believe I've returned to spirituality in a way that it's only God. That's where I am now. It's only by God's grace. I can't. I don't want to lend things that aren't positive to the conversation. I really don't. But I just can't see it, man. I want someone to give me the vision of how we get the hell out of this quagmire that we're in.
I think I sympathize with your view, and even if I've racked my brain and I can't even dare to say the possible solution, because it's a very, very terrible solution.
It is.
Because I would say that if you say prescribe a solution, I say Nigerians have to be inflicted with something that forges them into a powerful force. And that's when you say that, what that means is a lot of trauma that Nigerians have to go through to figure out that, you know what, we have to come first. We can't trust anybody. And one generation have to experience it and do it. Because if you look at what happens with other nations, in one generation experiences it and they want them to found a very, very strong nation that go on to do well. But regarding corruption, is a very interesting thing, because many parts of the world have experienced them. But it goes to show you that our problem is not corruption. When they asked Dr. Raikana, she could have said corruption, but she knew that it goes deeper than anybody that thinks about this in deeper. They will understand that almost all parts of the world have similar problems as we do. The only key area that we don't seem to realize is putting ourselves first and securing ourselves. If we had done that, all the other problems, we will have them. They are going to still be there, but you find that we are still viable. The hopelessness that many of our young people feel will not be there. And that is our problem. We need to get out of this, because personally I fear for our future because of it. Because if you look at what deGrasse Tyson was sharing the other day in America, and he was bashing America, that presentation was about saying that America is not innovating enough. But while he was saying America was not innovating enough, Africa didn't appear at all. And he went on to say that is the future of the world. That scares me to no end. Where you have, we don't even appear on the radar. We are not organized. We are, and black people around the world are 1.3 billion. We are so disorganized, it's scary. It will be a historical failure if we manage to, with this our size, manage to fail completely as a people and go extinct. Because it took a humongous amount of self-inflicted injury for that to happen. And I just hope that someday, I wouldn't say hope, someday an event is going to occur that is going to catalyze us and wake us up. And the others know it, and they are trying to ensure that doesn't happen. And this is why that Tinubu thing that he was thinking of doing to invade Nigeria Republic, if he had done it, it would have backfired 1,000-fold. I was even thinking that one side of me was saying, let him do it. Or maybe the French should do it. Because, you know, the French, they said they were in Benin Republic and they were saying they want to go and invade Niger. I said, let them do it. Because if they had done it, that could have catalyzed a lot of our people. And we will just wake up to the fact that, okay, this is an Igbo man country invading a black country. Many Nigerians will join in the first place. And then you see the diasporans. Do you know that when a white man, the Blackwater leader, said that they should recolonize Africa, Blackwater, the leader, the founder of Blackwater, said they should colonize Africa again. And some of the people that were more crossed by it are African Americans, not Nigerians. So Nigerians barely even noticed it. African Americans were more crossed by that statement. When they were presenting the show, I was like, the guy, you can tell the guy was livid to hear it. There are people that care about our faith that we don't even recognize. We don't even treat them as human beings. CIA, what's his name? Tinubu will go to the America. He doesn't meet them. They don't talk to them. They don't talk to the African Americans or the Caribbean people. They just act as if they don't exist. And yet these people are our people. Some of them are literally our people that we sold to Igbo people. And we don't tell them, okay, when you're inviting people to come to the country to come and invest, you don't even consult them at all. It's like, what kind of people do that? And we are Southerners. We think we are the ones that have our eyes open more than they're not. We don't even go and tell the people we sold into slavery, come and invest in Nigeria. You people have $2 trillion buying power, purchasing power. You could improve the economy on the continent.
It's so bad. You know, growing up, I was able to see that Nigeria, with its wealth, should, if you wanted to talk nepotism, we should have been investing in the Americas, the Caribbean, especially for what regionally, where the Caribbean is, and how strategic that would have been for Nigerians to invest in the Caribbean, with the close appropriation to North, West, and Central America, and the Panama Canal that brings us into Asia. I mean, these were things that I was seeing just looking at the map. I don't know what Nigeria is thinking about. It's clear that we're not thinking about anything. All we do is to find how we can remain separate from each other. In Nigeria itself, Igbo will say that they're Biafra. For all the good reasons that they may have, it's still a separation. Yoruba now are coming into the climb to saying that, apart from the Aduduwa nation, the Yorubas for a long time, they believed that they were better than the rest. The Northerners, they want to be Arab. I mean, this is not how to build a black nation.
She doesn't want to be Arabs. and then when you go into the Yoruba nation, you will see
it's true.
The Ogun State people will say the Lagos people are doing this. The Lagos boys are taking over. Everybody.
No. The Lagos boys wants to be Agbero.
None of us know how
Lagos boys
pathetic.
wants to be Agbero.
None of us know how pathetic.
Did you hear me?
We look
Lagos
to the rest of the world.
Yeah. We really
we look terrible.
That's for sure.
You know, Biafra.
They literally laugh at us.
Biafra, for all its intentions, for all the understanding that we can give to know that these guys have a right. Wait, please. Have a right to what they're thinking about. It's still a separation from the black cause. And the fact that we don't see this is a shame to us. It's a big shame. What's Biafra going to do when it gets its separation? What's going to happen with a much smaller nation? What's going to happen? Do you think that you won't be manipulated by the West? Do you think that it's going to be skippy doo dah? We're away from that calamity that we call Nigeria. Now that we're in a brand new calamity called Biafra. I mean, look, guys, we are full of hate. If you understand that word hate, it doesn't mean I want to stab you, but it just means I want to be away from you. And that is our major problem. You can't be away because you're right bloody next door, for goodness sake. You're actually, if Biafra is created, it doesn't go to the North Pole. It's going to be in the same bloody place. I'm sick of us. I'm sick to death of it. I can't lie to you. The amount of rubbish that comes out of every one of our mouths. And we think that we're owing ourselves to a nation that's going to ever make sense. Nobody's taking any responsibility. We just open them up and let a lot of washing. Gunk, pure gunk coming out of our mouth.
Someone once said that.
Father, please let me add to what Jago said.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me add to what Jago said. The point Jago raised is a very, very serious point. For example, we from the South, we ordinarily think like, oh, how the North are united. When you go to the North, when you understand the different tribes, how they don't want to see each other, how they don't want to marry from each other, you will be shocked. Yesterday, I was reading, there was this girl that was complaining online. She's from Ebonyi State. She wanted to rent a house in Anambra. So when the woman got to know that she's from Ebonyi, she said, no, I'm not giving house to people from Ebonyi. In the Yorubas, you see this kind of discrimination too. That is my biggest fear with these separations. When there is separation, I sometimes I tend to feel like even when you say each state go, you will see discrimination among those states. From what Jago is talking, they will tell you, oh, your father is not from this state. Oh, he was a slave in this state. You will be shocked at the level of our division. Sometimes, even without anything, they just create division that you got local government level. You will see all this trouble. That is why sometimes I'm not a fan of this division. I don't think it's a solution because the human being is greedy, right? They just want to adjust power. My biggest example I usually give is this Sudan trouble. Northern and Southern Sudan. Oh, we got to separate. Oh, the North are Muslim, the South are Christian. When they divided, what happened? In few weeks, the Southern Sudan started war. Last year, Northern Sudan started their own madness. This sometimes when I look at this,
they think they are in control of their environment. Right. They are not.
It's greed. It's the level of greed.
They sell their own brothers for nothing. I think
so.
I will share a video now.
To contribute to what you just said now, I understand your fears, but that is why we are saying that we don't want to lay a foundation on settling our disputes with arms, because the moment we settle that dispute with arms, you understand. For instance, now, if what you said, could be true, in the sense that if South when they were agitating for their own resource control, for example, if they had broken away, it could have created a problem for them, but in the sense that if they were their own small reach, they would have broken into small warlords, different warlords, fighting over the oil resources and the rest of it. That's a possibility. But that is why we're saying we don't want that route. We want to do it the gentlemanly way. If Czechoslovakia can sit down together on a round table, even in Europe, Yugoslavia went to war, they went the hard way, but there are other big brothers, the Western countries, European countries, kind of forced them on a round table. They created a no-fly zone. They had to sit down at the end of the day and talk and break. We are saying, sensible people among us are saying, let us take that sensible way approach.
Okay, here is the question
we don't want to go into, let me just land finally. We don't want to go into we don't want to force this into an arms situation where we carry arms against each other, and then let's talk sensibly. Let's sit down, iron our different. We can even coexist together, but on
Olumide, we say two different things.
On everybody's hand.
Let me ask you the question. Myself and Jago, we say two different things. Now,
Sudan resulted into that situation because the Sudan country refused to talk with them. They refused to talk with South Sudan. They were oppressing them.
Yeah, but they separated now. The main Sudan is fighting themselves.
What I'm saying is
Sudan is fighting right now. Do you even get that?
I see.
South Sudan is fighting too.
I'm saying South Sudan is fighting fine. Internal conflicts. Hopefully they overcome it. But we are saying that if perhaps the Sudan big country itself had listened at first and created a civil process. Maybe that civil process, that foundation would have been laid.
What you are saying is that it's not. I don't think you are describing the symptom. You are not describing.
Yeah, he's describing the
symptom. No. What I'm saying is
the problem is that the people don't have enough common sense to organize themselves.
The root by saying that let us hold discussions with ourselves, civil discussion. And let that bind us. If we employ the principle of democracy, the reason why we are having this internal conflict in South Sudan again is because of the different factions, the different warlords among them. If, for instance, Yoruba nation decides to break away from Nigeria by arms, we may have different factions. We may have when we have our Yoruba nation, we may have different factions.
That type of thinking, you are trying to rationalize separation between groups. The point is that groups are forming larger groups now in other parts of the world, not the other way around.
Not necessarily. We have countries of 10,000 population.
They are forming larger groups now. That's why NATO just got bigger. NATO just got bigger in the last 6 months or so.
EU. The UK just
yes, but they are still part of NATO, which is the most important
that's
aspect.
A military alliance. That's not an.
But that is the most important one.
It's a military alliance. There are two different things they're saying.
You are not listening. That's the
one.
What
I'm saying is that forefathers, we don't have to break up. I'm not saying that we should necessarily break up, but what I'm saying is that let it be on a fair.
I think you like talking about structures. For me, it's not even structure that is the problem. Hold on. Let me finish the point. I think we were getting closer to, for me anyway, we're getting closer to the cost problem that we have than now. You keep talking about structure, elections, and all these things. All systems there are so many various systems in the world. We have 200 something countries in the world. They have different systems, and many of them are functional, yet we are dysfunctional. That should tell you that it's not about the system that you like to worry about, all this documentation.
Forefather, you're wrong on that. Everything wrong in Nigeria is about the system. Don't even go there.
No,
it's the system.
Our mindset.
It's the system. Okay, if it's not the system, answer your own question. What is it?
We have not even followed the system.
The mindset.
The system that we're supposed to follow, we're not even
following
it appropriately. We're not doing it properly.
The system that they have, the reason why they have it is because they have the right mindset to build those systems. So you are describing symptoms, not what emanated those systems. Okay. If the people decide to put themselves first, they will go on to create the systems. No matter what system you put together today, this is why they will find a way to sabotage it.
Okay, how do we dislodge
they will sabotage it anyway.
How do we dislodge these people with the wrong mindset now that they're in power?
I think this is where I agree with Ferrari, and I think AY, and if you are, I think Jagon and stuff. We have to start organizing. The ones that have these visions should be the ones taking charge. If you fail, the ones that don't have it will win, and we will end up complaining about this day in, day out.
Guys, let me ask you one question that I find puzzling. Let me ask you guys one question. Why is it that we only have very few lone voices in the wilderness? I'm using that phrase. Lone voices. Like in the days of Fela, there were so few also. It was Fela, Gani, Falano. It was very few. Again now in our own generation, very few. Dele Faron to me. Who else can I count in this generation? Very few. And I remember back then, a lot of us did a lot of struggles and Aluta. We were very radical. You know, we marched against Babangida, against military, against Abacha. So what happened? Does that mean, that's what I keep telling you, that the system recruits faster than you all know it. So stopping it is not easy. But why do we have so very few prophets? I mean, those who really see the problem and are shouting at the top of their voice that nobody's even listening to them. Do you guys have an answer for that? Very few people in the wilderness, in the forest, very few. Like Dele, like Kanu, like who else we got? Give me names. I can't even count 10.
I think we are far in between, because what
I can't count 10
galvanizes
Nigerians.
you need catalytic events to create those people. I think this lady is highlighting something that I wanted to address quickly, because she paid money to highlight it. This in Olumide, I don't know why I'm blaming Olumide. Somebody's making noise there. Some system is making some noise. I don't know what that is.
No, me, I'm muted.
Yeah, you are. Which one is making the noise then? That's odd. Where's the noise coming from? Is it mine? Oh no, I think it may be Kando. Kando, your system is a bit funny. So this comment here may sound very, very far-fetched to most Nigerians. She's saying if war commences in the USA, can you imagine that? It could be a war in the USA.
Capital no.
Can it trigger an event in Nigeria? See,
capital no.
I think you have to be careful about saying capital no. The reason why I say that is because I have watched some films, that's documentaries or discussions by right-wing Americans, and many of them feel very strongly that they need a civil war to break the country up, because this is a very serious problem, because there's a demographic change happening in America, whereby the white population will become less and less dominant in the country. Let's put it with the Anglo-Saxon population. They are going to be less dominant in the country. And historically, this doesn't happen peacefully. I've never seen a country that had, let's say, white people in that country then replaced by Mexicans peacefully. Or Mexicans, white people come and replace Mexicans peacefully. No, it often leads to problems. And that's what America is experimenting with right now. And I saw that coming a long time ago. And the idea that people are taking it for a joke is because historically they have not taken into account that no population replaces another population peacefully. It's impossible. You are going to have the local population complain and do everything that they can to fight against it. And the local population that is looking to fight against this are the population we know are capable of fighting. We know are capable of doing a lot of damage. And they are telling you that they will consider a civil war to break up that country so that they will still remain majority white Anglo-Saxon. They are arguing, and when that lady, she's an American saying this, I don't think she's even Nigerian American. If she's saying, because some people are arguing that Trump coming to power could lead to that. Israel was, yeah, okay. Israel was at the brink of civil war because of difference that they have. Nations that we think will last forever, it's not necessarily the case. Soviet Union was standing all the time. Before you know it, overnight they disintegrated. Overnight, literally, they didn't even give a warning. They just, and Trump. So many people hate Trump in America now that it's not impossible to foresee a situation whereby America becomes unstable. That June 6th event that you saw happen, it was quite destabilizing. It was so destabilizing that when I was watching it, they were saying that no government officials has come out to make any public announcement for days. That is scary when you start seeing this type of things happen, because the people that are causing this problem are the owners of the country. They are telling you that they don't want to concede control of their country to other people. So this question, let's put it as a placeholder and see the events that occur. Let's say Trump wins. Let's see what happens in the next 4 or 5 years. Trump is talking about throwing European countries to Russia if they don't pay their money for NATO. He's going to allow Russia to invade them. This is the kind of mindset he has.
That guy is crazy, to be honest.
So it's like, if you don't pay up, that we are not going to protect you. I'm going to even encourage them to take you. To take you. Can you imagine that?
You say that.
And European countries were like cross about it.
I hope that forefather is not running with all this taking things out of context. You know, I hate to say this, but I want to say it all at the same time, even though I may be misunderstood. Why is that when the other side makes a joke, it's not taken out of context and being quoted? But when it is Trump that makes that same joke, it is
Did you call that a joke?
It is a joke. It is taken out and then used to hammer him.
It is taken out.
That's not the first time.
There are certain things you don't make a joke about.
Hold on.
Come on.
You people have been talking. None of you here have brought up the hunters, laptop from hell. None of you have brought up the story of other things that that doesn't favor this other side. You always pick on this man. And from history, what I've come to know is that once one person is the one who is picked on all the time, go behind the scene and check. Okay, go behind the scene and check. It's just probably be that there's something much more than that person. I'm not supporting some of his utterances, but let's not take a joke out of context. The other day he said,
to be fair, this is not the criticism of Trump.
He said, if you elect me, I will be a dictator for one day. I'll close the border, I'll do this. It was taken and the whole news spread it. He said he's going to be a dictator. Come on, guys. We should understand more than that.
This was not a criticism of Trump. It was a criticism of as a matter of fact, Trump is doing exactly what we said the Northern Nigeria was doing. They are trying to defend their interests. That's why when Trump was in office, he appointed so many white judges in position and younger ones too, so that they retain control of the country. These people feel threatened that Mexicans are moving into their country, having children, and more children than they are having. The same thing is happening in the UK. As a matter of fact, I don't know whether Jagun heard about it, about the census. Somebody, they projected that in 30 years.
Father, do you know that fear is what fuel racism? Do you know that fear of the unknown is what fuel racism and tribalism? So when you're making your argument, just bear that in your mind.
No, I agree with that. But
fear
fear is
of
not
the
always a
unknown
bad
is
thing.
what fuel racism and tribalism.
Yeah, even if it is true, it's not necessarily an irrational fear.
It's irrational. All fears are irrational.
So are you going to tell me
when
that
it comes to other human beings?
See, I don't know why
irrational.
Are you going to tell me that? Let me ask you now. You've had this statement. Let me ask you: are you going to tell me that the native Indians, their fear is irrational?
That has come
Australian
and gone.
Aboriginal.
The possibility that that's going to happen
the point I'm trying to make is that fear is not always a bad thing. There's a reason why fear exists, to caution you against possible dangers in the future. Sometimes there is rational fear, there's irrational fear.
That's why we have mutually assured destruction. We will nuke ourselves out eventually.
What nuke are you going to use to nuke yourself? Maybe
no, I'm not talking us, because pushing us. We are going to use our knives and our African flutes and our arrows and bows.
Our machetes, that's what we're going to use.
Speaking to Alaba's point, the reason why that didn't happen in the US, and especially with the last election where Trump lost to Biden, was the fact that if Trump had his way, he would have taken over the country by force. And that would have truncated democracy as we know it till today. Because he just couldn't. That is why it is very important that the people speak with their votes. You know, if he was voted in, he would have been able to implement his agenda. But when you rig your way in, it causes chaos. You see, that's the point I've been making with this election thing. When you force your way in, look at the way Tinubu is right now. He's confused. They don't have a plan. They don't have an agenda. If you had allowed the guy who had a plan and a focus to come in, legitimately, maybe the country would be on a different trajectory.
Next time you have been quite quiet too.
Now, come 2027, is he going to do the same thing? But that's going to be the end of the country, as we know it, though. If he allows that to happen, where people. So if Mahmoud or Tinubu wanted a free and fair election, or the glitch was the one-off, look at the 3 off-cycle election that happened after it. There was no use of beavers or IREG. It was just paper and pencil. Now, a Edo election is coming up. you would think that they will want to use that to rectify situation so that the Igbo people can choose who they want, free and fair. But we don't see that's a conundrum that we find ourselves in right now. The very
Forefather,
basic tenets.
can you do me a favor, please? If you
Yes.
just look at the chat, the private chat, there's an article there from the Guardian. I don't know if you caught it this week, but I caught it before the Guardian actually printed it and I tried to send you a video so you can just, it's a quick 1-minute video. But if you can just look at the article and read the first paragraph for us, you'll be shocked. You don't have to, sorry to break up the conversation, but I think it's quite important.
Yeah,
I think it's quite
I think
important.
it's let me just share that so that people see I'm not.
Thank you.
I'm not. Can you explain what it is saying? Because it says something about the Industrial
Well
Revolution
done. That's the
iron
one. That's
method
right.
was
Now,
taken
basically,
from
the
Jamaica and
breakdown,
Britons.
yes, the breakdown says that the English came obviously to Jamaica. Obviously, it was an English territory, and they were looking at what was going on in the area, and they came across the first foundry ever that actually catapulted the Industrial Revolution. Found in Jamaica. Now, the slave master that was running these people was a complete dunce, didn't even know what the slaves were actually doing. Now, when I looked at this, I looked at the fact that we have been metallurgists for 1,000 years, you know, a good 500 years before Europe. And it just made so much sense when I read it. Yet still, it was quite revealing to me.
I must say that to come and capture Africa and to take a lot of slaves, they brought a lot of iron. However, that's copper and probably iron. But I think
Copper,
the
gold.
method is. I think they mentioned iron method. You see, these are critical points that we have to be
Yes.
careful about. So there's a technique that they took from there
From us.
and used it to to build. But it doesn't. It still they went on to work on top of that, and
Well, what they
manufacture
actually did,
steel.
they didn't copy the foundry in Jamaica. What they did, they took up the whole operation and shipped it to the UK. Hey presto, the Industrial Revolution. Imagine. I mean, just imagine.
But even if Jago, as much as what you're saying, even if this is true, but my question is this: we still have a lot of local African technology taking place, like the Adire, the Ashoke that is being made. What have we done with all our education? What have we done to mechanize those processes? What have we done to industrialize those that we still have taking place now? What I'm
trying to put to us, I understand what you're saying, and you're right. I have the same frustrations. The thing is, it's good that we're having this discussion amongst ourselves generally. But you see, globally, we haven't been in communication for a long time. And just as Ferrer has underlined, we are few and far between as far as great leaders are concerned. We've had great leaders as a black nation globally, but the communication is poor. You know, in the days of Garvey, he had a newspaper that was going out, and he went out across the Americas and across the Caribbean and across Africa. The main people that picked it up weren't West Africans. The main people that picked up that thing were in Kenya, and it forced the Mau Mau revolution. We need this communication, guys, because things don't act on their own. Things act as a spark. They say when a sperm meets an egg, there's a spark that takes place, a light. Imagine that. We need a spark. Before you create fire, you are rubbing something up against something else and making that thing happen. It won't happen by itself. And this is my angst with us as a people. We refuse to listen to each other, apart from if we're speaking bullshit. The more bullshit that is spoken, it seems like the more care we are taking. When somebody's speaking sense, we're not in it. We're not involved. It's too much. That guy get too much head. All kinds of excuses not to listen. You see, all I can ask anyone to do is to look in the mirror. Because that's where the answer is. That's where the solution is, and that's where the problem is. Simple.
Thank you, Augustine. Thank you for joining us. Because at the core of the discussion was about, they did talk about Gowon and Tinubu facing nepotism accusations, but for me anyway, I feel like those are just describing things we already know.
Yeah.
But what we were going for was that how is it that we manage to sabotage ourselves because of our own mindsets to this level that we are in such a sorry state right now? If you look at all the matrices, this is not something that you can say Oyibo man inflicted on you. The Oyibo man has taken his hands off your neck and the boot off your neck for a long time, and we still refuse to raise our head up and cater to our own needs. So how do we break the chain? I subscribe to what Ferrari said, that you just have to have the right set of people organize themselves. But even that is not that, it doesn't seem to be happening enough. And how do we get out of this type of situation that we are in? Because everything else we've tried seems to fail. Look at what the Tinubu just went in and gone and done again now. Because our mindset is all in the wrong place. I believe that I myself am part of the problem. I believe that all of us are part of the problem to an extent. But all the things I've said just now, does it even matter? What probably would truly matter is people organizing themselves and trying to fix something. In the end, we can say all this stuff we want. Some people don't even say this much, but yet they manage to accomplish a lot. Maybe we should talk less and organize more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I agree with that 100%.
Thank you, forefathers. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, everyone that squeezes his or her time to be part of this forum. But we all do this because of the love of nation and the love of humanity. I have listened so keenly with so many submissions coming up here today. But there is one thing we need to understand. Unless we stop telling ourselves the truth, every human person has an internal bias and opinion over any subject presented or you want to discuss. Fairness depends the way you look at things. I want to start with what forefather mentioned today about the results at the election. Saying, you made at the point you said, who is even sure that the result we are having is not what we are voting? Who is sure that the person that won the election did not win the election? And when I listened to that, I was like, man, when those of us in diaspora is not ready to tell our nation the truth, then those back home won't be able to. And we will hold them reliable. And before I go into that, there is nowhere that you don't have corruption. I've said it severally. There is nowhere you don't have corruption. I'm a priest. Everywhere the human person exists, there will be corruption. If there is no security over anything you're doing, if nobody is checking on anybody, that person is, you won't even know when you will go into it. So there must be that constant check and balance. Over here, we call system. What is system? The other person is checking on the other person. The other person is checking on the other person. When this is not matching up here, this other person will call it out. Because we have, just like what somebody was saying today, you have a country where the president is everything. He makes, there is no other place in the world that the president can come on the day of inauguration and say subsidy is gone and it will happen. No other nation, unless a military nation, a country that is governed by military. Because this is not what you instituted. And you want to tell me that there are no policies that have been guiding this. And look at where this is leading us to. So where am I going here? When the people at the helm of affairs are not taking the lead, there is no way we can get it right. You as a person, you cannot make the change unless you get to the system and make sure that the system is working.
No matter the effort you make as an individual, it remains an individual effort. The system will come and crush it. On that point, about what we can do, and another thing about what the contributions we've made about Gowon. When people were saying that it was wrong for Gowon to speak in his local language, I was like, that is the highest form of tribalism. What is wrong? What is wrong, an Igbo man like me, after speaking to the nation with English, which I believe that average people will, and I express my own language for the few people, that does not make me loving my people more. But look at what Gowon did. He gaslighted a tribe, and when he was asked to speak in his own language, he said they ambushed him. And this is what our politicians do. They bring two things and conflict. You will be looking at this place, they will go this way. Which one was more ambush than when you came and told our president, whom you know that are making policies that are not thought through, policies that are not coming from researchers? There is no place that politicians do everything. Any sane government, any sane organization has researchers that will conduct things and come from with policies. Now you went to him and said you were criticized, you will be criticized. Giving him that nostalgia to go on with what he is doing. And these policies are not thought through. So, and now he came and when he was asked, speak to us in a language that more people will, or few people will understand you more. You said you are being ambushed. What is being ambushed there? There's nothing wrong there, because if you're a northerner, you're a northerner. If you're a westerner, to be a one Nigeria doesn't mean that a westerner is no longer a westerner, or you lose your language. No, you speak in your language, but let that message you're speaking in your language be the same thing you will speak in English.
Are you done?
Yeah. Okay. So if I go back to that election, I have taken time to see what INEC did. If it is in another nation, INEC would have stopped that election and conduct another election, because up to today, there is no convincing way. Look at what APC did in Edo State. You see how they removed Hope Uzodinma, and this other guy came, and the person who Hope had declared did no longer won. And this is not a signal to us. So if INEC had stopped that election and asked for a rerun, it would have been the best technical glitch. Because if you are writing the exam and there is a technical glitch, it's either the lecturer will pass everyone or he will call for additional time and do that test again. But they did a technical glitch and he pronounced, and people were coming. Look at the observers, we are telling you, this is what you need to do. He went in the wee hours of the day, of the night, and pronounced a result. And up to today, that result is still upheld as the correct thing. It is not going to help our nation. And why do I say so? Some individuals made personal effort to vote. If you had counted their vote and they lost, the next time they will be planning on how to re-strategize to get more votes. Now in 2027, what are people going to do? To go and call for more people to come and vote, or to go and see how to buy INEC officials? So they've left us with something that it is no longer under research that you can understand. But if they had given us a result and you say this person failed, you see, manipulation in result, nobody will expect that there will be no manipulation. Nobody will expect that there will be no influence. Every one of us that traveled home for that election had influence. And that is part of politics. You convince people on the policies or the people you feel, or you people that you don't have much bias on to contribute. You influence people to vote for such people. It's expected in politics. But when the person conducting the general election goes on to black out the entire world with a result that is not fair, it is hurting so many people, and it has left us in a way that we will not come out of it easily. In a way that will not come out of it easily. I have somebody who is in top politics in the United States. Before the election, there was something he told me. He told me that there is an app. He brought someone that has a company, that they have an app that they will throw into Nigeria. A week to the election, they will tell you who will win who will win the election. So when we discussed about it, I discussed with some people. They said no, they are not going to. It's going to cost. Let me call that story. I can speak more about that later. It's something that is deeper than what I wanted to speak here. So what the message I want to say here is, unless our leaders start doing things right, Nigeria will not get it right. Citizens can do only what they are doing now, reacting, criticizing. But if I tell you one thing, if the president, the governor say we must do something right, under 1 month, you will see a tremendous change. Okay, now where I work, somebody was held thief-free. He will come and he will use the credit card of the company and be ordering items to her home. Computers, televisions, and it will come in the record of the organization, and the organization will pay. But after a while, an audit was done, and that was discovered. Because some other person is checking that. But our own millions will be carted away, and nobody will audit, and nobody will say anything. Look at Akpabio. Look at Akpabio. How on earth will you convince somebody that Akpabio should be the third citizen in our country?
Yeah, but you are complaining about it, but it's the same Nigerians that are creating the problem. That is the conversation we are having. That we say we want something, but we do everything to create what we say we don't want. You can't want something, then do everything to create what you say you don't want. That is a mad situation to be in. And clearly, if you look at our country, it's a mad situation we are in.
So the problem is that, you see, like this
It's
question
our
of
mindset. Our mindset is the problem.
No, our mindset, the system is the problem. If the
But the mindset creates the system. That's the problem. The mindset, because if you have the systems, the mindset, if it's not in the right place, the mindset to circumvent the system, the mindset is often takes precedence. That's why every system you see on paper is perfect on paper until the people will get involved. And sometimes the people will destroy it or make it shine.
So when you say mindset create the system, whose mindset are you talking about?
The mindset of Nigerians.
Especially for me, I isolated a specific group, the elite class and the middle class. They are they are very, very culpable in the context of Nigeria, because they are the ones that manifest all the things that are very, very bad about the country. They are the ones that bribe the people. They are the ones that seek Western services and goods. They are the ones that sell all our assets. We are the ones. Why am I saying they? I'm part of them, the middle class. We are the ones that did all these things. Did I not leave Nigeria? I abandoned Nigeria. First class abandonment.
Forefathers, in essence, the only way to hold these people accountable is through the ballot.
No,
they are the ones.
It's to revolt. Through the ballot has been tried a million times.
I
it's
know
through the
that ballot
right now
is not happening as of today. That free, uncompromised ballot we're talking about is not happening today. I'm just saying that the only way that we would have been able to hold them
wait, guys.
The reason is because these elected officials make
wait.
that govern our lives.
Wait.
They choose the people.
Wait a minute. If you will say the only way to hold them accountable would have been through the ballot, it would have matched to what Jagun is trying to say. So is that your statement? It would have been through the ballot.
No. What I'm trying to say, I don't know. I thought Jagun was saying that, you know what, in this current situation, the ballot is not the solution.
Because it has failed.
Yeah, because
absolutely.
Because
so
that's why. Yeah, I do agree with that. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is that if I'm just trying to let Forefather know that Forefather is talking about a change in mindset, a change in the context of one Nigeria, and I'm saying that the only way the people stand a chance, if you don't want fracas, if you don't want that revolt that Jago is talking about, is to allow the people determine their destiny by choosing who they want to lead them.
So
at every level, local government level, the local government chairman will choose the people that would form his local government executive and implement whatever the policies for the people. The state governor will
Or
form his
everything you are
cabinet.
saying, it can still happen, and you still have the same problem without
so
the right
no
mindset.
Let us at least
sorry.
get them. Let us at least get
Wait.
that right.
Forefather, let me probe you. Just if I'm right, you say I'm right. During the election, immediately after the election, there was something I was suspecting that was your soft mind. That what I was suspecting that your position would be if Tinubu will come to Nigeria and change things to work right, no matter how he gets that position, you will support him. Was it the kind of thing you were thinking?
Yes.
So yeah, so I got that message in 2019. I was telling myself, Buhari has failed. If some article can win and say, hey, I have destroyed this country, let me be on track to sit Nigeria and say, Peter Obi, take charge as the vice president. Just let the credit come to me. I will support him. So that was what I was thinking you were doing during the election. And thank God I was right in what you're saying. So it's a policy, it's a mindset that people have that no matter who gets there, no matter the means you come there, in as much as you can begin things aright, is a way to go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I think that it doesn't matter how you get there. The reason why I say that is because it's manifest in other countries that people get there in different ways and they go on to found strong nations.
Which are you talking about? Russia?
If you look at all the nations in the world, most of them are founded that way.
Let me make my suggestion and I'll leave.
Okay, don't leave, please. Don't leave. This is our time.
No, I want to leave. This I'm making it clearly. I mean, you cannot wrestle with a pig and expect not to be dirty. You see, that's what I've been trying to do in Nigeria. Nobody, and I repeat again, these guys are not going to hand power to you if you are not ready to wrestle it out of their hand. Look, let's not stop deceiving ourselves. If the Nigerian youth, whether youth, middle age, or whatever, if you want to change the contraption of Nigeria, you have to get into the midst. You have to do it. It won't come easy because nobody has ever taken power with just on a platter of gold. It doesn't work like that. Okay? It doesn't work like that. If we want, you see, that's why I'm a bit disappointed with Obi because even though they probably will have arrested him by now, but he played away the opportunity. And that opportunity, I keep saying it, it's not going to come again. When Israel missed their way, it took 40 years. It was only 40 days. It took 40 years to come back. Nigeria have been missing it every time. Before now, it used to be 10 years. Now it has gone to 20 years before we come back the cycle. So whether we like it or not, if we think that it's going to happen in 2017 and 2027, error. You see, look, these two guys there, if God helps Tinubu, he is able to hold for the next 8 years. If you any of us sitting here and you have Shetima, you go home and sleep. Will you go home and let's be realistic? No, you will also take your turn. So we're looking at 16 years before we come back to another starting point. Gentlemen, the truth remains. What I believe in, or whatever he's saying, okay? Because that's the only way we can. Is either we wrestle it out,
yes, sir,
power, or we sit at the round table and say, you got to go, hand over. If we continue to do gentlemen, you see, let me tell you something, and I'm digressing a bit. A friend of mine told me something the other day. Say,
sorry, KJ. Make commitment that you're not leaving because you raised a very important point. Now,
now, a friend of mine raised the question. Say, one of the reasons why they used to have a little bit of issue with me when we were growing up. I said, no. He said because each time somebody does something and they want to fight me, I go say no. Let's tell what they could and let's just walk away. They didn't want it at all. It just this year he's telling me. So they wanted a situation where when it was time for them to fight, we will all fight and whatever should be the outcome should be the outcome. And you see, in later years, I have actually changed my trajectory because before now, I used to be a peace-loving guy. You step on my toe, I say, sir, sorry, I hope my toe you're stepping on is not hurting you. But now if you step on my toe and I'll jump on your head, I'm telling you the truth. That is what Nigeria have turned you to. You used to be a gentleman. You no longer want to be a gentleman. You no longer want to, because you have tried gentlemanless. You beg, you plead, you do this. They will not. They will even be slapping your dog.
I know be gentleman at all.
You,
I know be gentleman at
we last saw
all.
it long time ago. Okay, even though we could not hear it at that time, 40 years down the road, 50 years down the road, we are still where we. In fact, we are going backwards because when we are growing up, we used to have electricity. I mean, it wasn't 24, but it was almost there. Now you don't even know when it will come.
KJ, don't lose that thought.
KJ, let me come in. I want to.
Before
KJ,
you come in, Pereira. Before you come in, sir.
Kando hasn't said
Pereira.
anything. No.
Yeah.
Before
Let's
you come
allow
in,
Kando to add something to the conversation.
we go allow him.
We
Can you stop being stingy and put the heater on? Because this your hat and jacket or
It doesn't matter whether the heater is on. I'm always cold. That's why we got to get back to Nigeria. Even at work, I have my hat and jacket. I'm always cold. I don't know what is going on.
Spend your money, John.
And your state is not cold, though. You don't live in a
it's
cold
cold
state.
now. We had snow yesterday.
Wow.
Anyway,
can we allow Kando to say something before you go, because he hasn't said anything before I go and forget him for the next 30 minutes again.
Kando, you want to speak before I speak?
Welcome, Kando.
Yes, good evening to all. Welcome to another therapy session. Hope it's working well for us all. You know, I've listened to a number of people speak tonight, and in so many ways, I want to welcome Mr. Jagun to the realization of what some of us we've been saying since Tinubu was declared. Unfortunately, it's going to take the soldier boys to fix this problem. If you want to wait for it to be done through the ballot box, you'll be waiting another 30 years. Either the ordinary citizens go on the street, or the soldier boys come in. And I've said this for a number of months here now, that let them continue to do and perform their incompetence. Some of us said this from day one. These guys have nothing to offer you. The only thing they have to offer you is tax and spend that they did in Lagos. And that's not going to work here. It's a totally different ballgame. So I don't know what they can actually do. I've had in-depth conversations with people in the economic field, and it's almost like it's a little bit too late. And that's saddening, because this things could have been corrected. A lot of people say, oh, well, nobody knew this was going to happen. And I refer everyone to go on YouTube, type in Sanusi Lamido Sanusi 2014, when Naira to the dollar was $1 to, I think it was about 140 something. He told the entire world. Ngozi was there. All of the ministers were there. Falana was there. He told them, if you continue to pay this subsidy, your Naira is going to go to 1,000 to 1. He was actually the first person that alerted me to go and look at what Naira to the dollar was and where it could potentially go. And I think 9 months ago, I was on here when it was about 600 to 1. I was screaming in the chart, writing, this thing is going to go to 2,500 to $1. Some people were like, oh, you are just an alarmist. Here we are. The question I have is this. Who are the people that are going to plan for the next 27 years of the Nigerian future, or 26 years of the Nigerian future? We're going to be very close to 400 million people by then. People that don't have the ingenuity to pay salaries when due? How can they plan for a future? That's what's saddening to me. And it really breaks my heart because I don't have a solution. And I can guarantee you, all these Lagos boys have nothing for you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Ferrari, wanted to say something. Thank you
Yes,
for your
Mr.
contribution,
Kando,
Kando.
I just put it perfectly right. Look, when I first started coming on this show, I made some statement and I said the problem we have is worse than apartheid. And I said that we were walking backward in time when you look at the man and the space of time. You know, while apartheid, during the struggle of apartheid with Nelson in the 70s and 80s, they were walking forward. Nigeria had money and all that, but the way our system was structured, we were walking back in time. Unfortunately, it just took only one man out of the whole educated elites in Nigeria who was seeing it, and he kept putting his mouth in a song. But everybody keep ignoring him, and because he smoked Igbo. They said the man smokes Igbo. You know, he's from a well-to-do family, middle class, went to school abroad also. But he never got his own moment of clarity until he ran into one American girl when he came to America, who introduced him to the likes of Garvey and all the Black history. And then he'll say, oh my God, I shouldn't be just singing how people should dance. I should be singing about liberating the Black man, because he saw it. That girl exposed him, because the girl exposed him to some books, to the struggle, that there is a struggle in this world. The struggle has color, is black, is white, it's deep, and that what we've been doing in Africa is real garbage. So he came and started singing, but nobody got him. Time now went by over and over. He's dead now. You know, now time went over, we continue to go backward in time. So right now, we have gone so far back, we are almost about the time Christ himself was born. That's how far back we're going in time. I'm being sarcastic and scientific at the same time. Why we should be going forward, the rest of the world is going forward. Now, what I said, what we have is worse than apartheid is that, you see, as bad as apartheid was, it was visible. It was easy to fight. It was easy to mobilize. The problem we have is hard to mobilize, because if you have 10 people, it's hard for them to agree that that is the problem, because they don't see it. It's not that because they're stupid. They don't see it. They don't see that a system of inequality called big manism, you understand, a system that allows you to loot your own country dry, and yet you're a rich man, you're the success of your clan. They don't see it. They just see that success, which is manifested by wealth. And everybody buys in it. And what makes the story tragic and sad is the fact that everybody wants to be like the bad guy. That is the truth. Every Nigerian wants to be a big man. So there is incentive. There is a fertilizer for the system to be the way it is. It's rewarding. We have now made it cultural over the last 60 years. Now, the answer to it now going forward is that our first mission for those who know is to make the problem visible, because that's the hardest part. Kudos to Nnamdi Kanu. He made the problem visible to the Easterners, but he was able to only do it on a tribal bicycle. You understand? To the West, I don't know what's going on there. To the North, I have no idea what those ones are trying to achieve. An Islamic State, I just have no idea what the objective is over there. I'm trying to kind of mentally figure it out. But there's a benefit. They control resources and they want to hold on to that. But sadly, the resources they control, they're not using it to even help their own region. So we have this hydra-headed, multifaceted problem. Too much in English. Now, going forward, we have to visibly convince each other the real depth of the decadence, of the decay. I want to ask you all one question. 200 million population. Why don't we have 100 Showores? Why can't we find 100 Mayeguns? Why can't we find 100 Dele Farotimi? Why? But we have 10,000 pastors. I don't mean to attack you, Abba. We got to make this thing funny a little bit. You understand? Because it's so tragic. But why can't we find 100 Mayeguns, 100 Nnamdi Kanus? What is as the decadence gone that deep? Because those are the things we need. But even if we find them, we still need all of them to sit on a round table and say, this is the problem, this is the solution, this is what we need to do to get rid of this problem. We can't get on that table and talk, but we can get on the table of tribal differences. Oh, it's the Igbos that are responsible. Yes, it's the Fulanis. Yes, it's the Hausas. Yes, it's the Yorubas. Yes, it's the Edos. We can get on that ride, which is a major distraction. It's there, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that problem is not there. It's there, but that's a key distraction. The real distraction is that there has been our brain has been taken out and something has been implanted in there that is self-destruct. If you love sci-fi movie, this is a sci-fi situation. What we have is a self-destroy mechanism in our brain, in the brain of our people, particularly the educated ones. And until we are able to convince them. So let me just cut it short there and say, we have to convince our social elites, our successful musicians, our artists, people, there has to be a movement going around recruiting people with a platform. When I say a platform, people with a microphone, people who people listen to, even though what they are saying is garbage. You got to get those people on board and saying we are on a self-destruct mission and we need to take a U-turn. Even if they are millionaires, even if they've made money from that system, until we do this hard work, then our only other option will be violence, either military or we just start fighting each other. But my fear is we don't go that route because it would also have no direction. Imagine how fucked up we are right now with our political parties. Look at what's going on with the Labour Party. Look at you see how the parties are all. You see how they are? You see how we are organizing? You see the drama? You see the madness? Imagine, instead of that madness, it's an AK-47 that is in their hand. None of us is going to know where direction they're going to point it to. If I actually had this thing, like about 10 or 15 years ago when I went to Nigeria and I went to Obalinde to go get some suya, and I saw all those boys sleeping on a bicycle. I never seen any shit like that in my life. I'm like, oh, we stayed till late night, you know, trying to do what boys do. I wish I still have the energy to do those things. You know, trying to do what boys do. I found that people were sleeping on a motorcycle. That is their bed for the night. I'm talking 15 years ago. Well, is that 1985 when my auntie died? So I said, how we want Nileni to my cousin who we were out together. They don't have a house. They just left the village. They came out here to come also. The Okada is their survivor. They drive it during the day and then at night, right there on Obalinde Street, they just sleep on it. I've never seen anybody sleep on a bicycle before in my life. You know what my cousin told me? Salaba, my dupe, you better thank your star that they are sleeping on a motorbicycle, on an Okada. Only what if it's an AK-47 that they are sleeping on? I was 2000, a long 10 years, 15 years ago. Can you imagine the problem now?
Be a lot of choice.
You can imagine the problem now. So we need to, do more. We're not doing enough. We need to talk more. That's why I said we got to elevate the discourse.
Thank you. Try to keep it a bit this same, because so that people don't
People
get.
can talk, yes.
All right. I think it's Jonaba. Yeah, Jonaba, please go ahead.
Thank you for having me once again. I think it could have been better they're sleeping in the AK-47. Don't know about you. It could have been better. We'll be in the better position today. The human race is to fight. We cannot contradict ourselves. Another thing that I've been listening is how do we draw the contrast that we are looking for opportunity. There's no opportunity for us to push back on the so-called elite. So when will that be? What else will trigger the youth? And I'm hearing that the elite or the those that influence in the society, we should be convincing them. I mean, it's a good strategy, but the level of gullibility in our country will not, nothing will happen. This is a nation where a man that have influence on millions of Nigerians home and abroad have opportunity to drink tea with God and will have a spiritual problem, but he will not address it with God. He didn't even tell us he talked to God. He have that unique relationship that is called him daddy, but and our problem is spiritual according to him. And he'd never tell him or intercede spiritually on behalf of millions of Nigerians that he influenced. So our problem is that we use a human being selfishly to our own interest. I mean, it's misleading, and it's also affect the living, the lifestyle of the people. And I don't think that any elite will now wake up one day and tell them that I've misled you or led you for so many years, and I want you to follow this direction. It's not in our society interest that even when you did something wrong and you repent of it, that the society take you for serious or you take your honesty seriously rather than think that you are weak. So that's why they double down on playing the game of manipulation over and over. So it's a long walk to freedom. And that's why it hurt me a lot when people are not listening to somebody like Sowore that has the fire. Now, I want you to analyze this guy's life. All his life, he had been pushing right from when he was the President's Union of the University of Lagos. Look at how young he was then, with no godfather, do not come from a rich home, which means there is something in him that is unique, and this guy is on fire. Look at the situation right now. This is opportunity for any opposition to push back and lead the nation and rally them. But like I always tell you guys, the politicians are politicians. You cannot say even now that Fiore is not a politician again. He already run for office. If he's not one, he wants to become one. But then, this is a perfect opportunity for Peter Obi to use it and rally the people like there is no more tomorrow. But he's not doing it. And then the followers will say, oh, if he did it, they will arrest him. So you think Nigeria will go from just free like that and no pushback, no arrest, no nothing, and then we change the course? No. And then you can say, oh, why not you? Why not me? we are not in his position of influence at this time in our political system in Nigeria. He's the one now that the people have trust in him, but I think to me, he laid everything down, and I hope that one day he realizes the opportunity that he misses, because this kind of opportunity of Nigerian fired up looking for third-party position, and then they saw him from the north to the west, to the south, to the east. Majority of people came out to support
except
him.
the middle belt.
Well, that's not true.
I wanted you to say that.
So in the summary, in my submission, is that it's a missed opportunity. And then the thing is that some of my Igbo brothers should tune it down and tell the people also that tomorrow, the same politicians in their community, the elite, and all over Nigeria, south, west, east, north, we use it to say, okay, when this opportunity comes for us to rally together, you say you are not going to rally. Now soon you they eat because we are poor. It will become a political talking point. And it's the same politicians that will frame it and they will use it. And that time tomorrow, you cannot tell the northern, the western, or the other part that are not not Igbos now. You cannot tell them that, oh, you never want us to be a president. Because when the opportunity comes, you say, no, we're not going to protest again. They're going to kill us if we do anything, this and that. I think it's a missed opportunity, and you're going to see how it turn around. And I'm so disappointed in so many people that we consider well informed, know politics, but also buy into that we went to the town hall and we tell people don't do it. So do you think only Igbo man come out tomorrow, even if we will run without the support of the Hausas or the Yorubas and any other minority in Nigeria, that he will win the election, or any other person? So what that notion? And I think I'm so disappointed even when you guys bring that rhetoric to this platform. I think we are better than this. And I mean, it doesn't have to be Obi, it can be any Easterner. But then for you guys to say, if we do, they will kill us. If we protest, they're not killing. Did they come to the rally in Lagos when they are protesting for during the EndSARS? Did they just only targeting Igbo people? Did they not shoot to the crowd? Did they come and select anybody else? And they selected the Yoruba out, and then they tied the Igbo and shot them. That was not the issue. So please let us know. We will become the Northerners are ready to work with anybody that is the message sit right with them, and that is the only thing that the language that is going together now is hunger. And if we can speak to it, we can trigger it, it can tip up. We always say, I think sometimes we don't listen to ourselves, that this will come unannounced. And this is part of the unannounced, that this will come
Sorry,
unannounced.
John Abba, can you give us an example of what kind of language you sit with them? At least in the South.
The language of hunger is speaking now across Nigeria.
That's not so. I know in the South, let's be frank with each other. In the South, we know the kind of language that will sway a Southerner.
Are you telling me now that Southerner are not pushing any
beyond that? We know we are talking about resource control, state police, so many issues in the front burner like that. So, what kind of issues will sit with the North? That's what we want to know.
I'm asking you now, as you are asking me, that do you think now that any other person, so the
Igbo man doesn't agree with you that hunger is affecting him. They don't want to be part of.
Then if it is become of that selfish, okay, we are not hungry, and
it's not about selfishness. They just feel
that's fine. That's fine. You're going to see it in a few years. You can tell me whatever you want to tell me now. The one
that's the problem we have. We are not frank with each other in this country.
You are the one that is not frank. You are the one separating yourself from the fight or from the reality. Is dollar now in a different value in the East? Is the food is a different value now that they buy?
Can I come in?
But doesn't mean that they are not suffering it. So I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, talk. Jaraban, I have followed you since election and now. The issue is that you have a bias over Obi because now you are encouraging him, but during the election, you never encourage him. But going to what Ferrari, which is the opinion KJ
I don't think, let's set it straight because I forgot my thought. I'm not encouraging him per se. I'm saying that this is a missed opportunity for him. I'm not his supporter then. I am not his supporter now. Even if he runs tomorrow, I will not vote for him. But I'm telling you that it's a missed opportunity. It's not me. It's a missed opportunity for him and his
to come and fight
you.
Yeah. So sorry. So
the only issue right now for the Northerner is just the hunger going on.
Sorry. Going to the point AJ raised, which Ferrari spoke about, which you talked about. You know, when we give analysis, we should also sit down and check personalities. You see, what makes somebody good or bad is comparison. In every circumstances, you consider who is best fitting for that situation. If it is, okay, let me go to election. With the reform INEC brought, Obi was preferable to Sowore because that reform gave everybody the insight that INEC would have done the right thing. If we had known that INEC wouldn't have done the right thing, if Sowore was given the opportunity, Obi got, believe you me, Nigeria would be somewhere today. If Sowore got that number of votes Peter Obi got, and they switched that beaver, he wouldn't have taken it. If you watch the majority of people that supported Obi in the last election, majority of them were Sowore's men. But when they thought that INEC came with a reform, with all they did in National Assembly, now they said, okay, if this is going to smooth, you have somebody that can represent us home and abroad. No matter how you see Sowore, Sowore is a very good guy, but if you come to international representations, because of his background in protest, he might not have that fitting he should have. But with the way Nigeria is, somebody like him can go in and get our fight because he will be the one that will say, hey, follow me, and people will follow him. He will lead the revolt. But somebody like Obi, nobody can condemn him because he's not the kind of person that puts all his alls. He's not a trouble. He is like the former KJ. He's not the current KJ. And we shouldn't kill him for being the former KJ. We understand him for being the
KJ didn't support Peter Obi. KJ didn't support Peter Obi.
No, I'm not saying he will not. I'm saying perception. There are people not that he will not represent. I'm not saying that.
It's even better to be feared. It's even better, according to Fofather, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not to be feared.
It's better to be feared. But historically, as a leader, sometimes it's better to be feared. I think if someone like Sowore got the same kind of vote that Peter Obi got, his followers will be scared. Yeah, followers. That's the authorities will be very, very scared.
Of course,
his followers. But I said, let me just add this before somebody else goes. I think John Abba's last submission was quite coherent to me. And he seems to be speaking very clearly about the issues. I don't understand this idea that when there is hunger in the land, then some part of Nigeria, just because it's not their side that is protesting, at first they'll be like, no, we don't want to protest now because we've been saying this for ages and you didn't protest when we were protesting.
Is that not what issue John Abba raised the last time we were complaining about security?
So
that was even happening at his own parts of the country. And they were saying that we are too sectional.
So Olumide, wait. Forefather, just to add to that, combine what Jagun said and what Olumide said. Olumide talked about revolting through ballot box. The Igbos did all the revolt few months ago through the election, and they've not come out of it. And you want them to go to street
it's not about the Igbos. This is hunger.
It's not all okay in zoning it. No, when you zone you talk about tribe. Wait, is Hope Uzodinma not from Igbo?
No,
is Omahe not from Igbo?
Austin, listen. I think we are talking on each other in a way that we think that is the best of our own interest.
Sure.
To limit for where he's coming from, I don't understand. There are countries that they don't even have election that is working better than Nigeria. So the notion of you all the time.
Is that where you want us to go?
Yeah, please listen to me. There are many countries on earth that they are leaders, even whether you call them dictator or they are not election. Russia today and all that, they are still better than us. So the point is that
Russia not better than Nigeria. What are you talking about? It's not even a competition at all.
Nigeria.
So Jesus Christ.
I'm just giving you an example.
Currently, I want to Russia for Nigeria, where people are disappearing.
Wait.
So, Janaban,
most of their population are not actually.
In your submission, let me put this to you. If you are not a leader in your community, go and become one. When I say the Igbos, I know how much people like us spent for the election. And you see, when you talk about protests, people don't just wake up from their house. So it's the same people that financed the election are the people that, do you think that this protest is not being financed? Do you think that leaders are not organizing it for it to happen? So the same people.
A one-time investment that you do in election because you like Peter Obi now. Now that is the one-time investment that you do because you like to Peter Obi.
No, so you see, when you bring serious issue,
you are just involved in the first time in election cycle because of somebody that you are interested in that it didn't work. So the whole world will go crazy. So it doesn't go down.
So you see that you've lost. You see how you've gaslighted that statement. You've lost the line of thought we're going. You are telling me. No. You told me that if I'm not a leader, I should become one, or the investment that people make during this election. The one-time cycle. So that was not what I said. That was not what I said. So what I told you is leaders organize areas. So if people that invested
Nigeria is only east.
That did what?
That is only if you organize now, let all the Igbo vote for because you organize. They only let all the Igbo vote for.
Is that what you're hearing?
To put him there.
Is that what you're hearing?
No, you are telling me you organize, so other people do not organize. You are telling me I do not organize. If I don't organize for Obi, then meaning I don't organize.
So is that what you're hearing? Is that what you're hearing?
A leader.
I don't think that's what others are hearing. If what others are hearing, then I can repeat myself. But if you're the only one hearing that, I don't need to repeat myself.
Whatever. I don't know.
Please repeat it again because I'm
so,
not sure.
See what I'm saying? We have in this platform this evening identified two forms of revolt. Or protest. We identified. Olumide talked about ballot. Jagun talked about protest.
They don't know nothing about ballot. He's just talking.
Jonaba, what do you mean I don't know?
So what I said
on nothing.
So what I said is
just because
you are just talking
doesn't mean I don't know.
Human being of
I don't know anything about rigging.
You don't understand nothing about politics. You don't understand nothing about power. You don't understand nothing about.
Jonaba, Olumide, all the time though. To be fair to Olumide, this is one issue that he seems to come back to.
Yes, he said that it doesn't mean he talk about fairness of it, but he doesn't understand. Okay, are you telling me now that every
what is this I don't understand? Tell me what I don't understand.
He has to be free and fair before the person lead the nation. If you have idea.
So you think they should rig before the person lead the election?
Do you think that if you win clearly, doesn't mean that won't mean that you'll be a good leader and
Then if he wins clearly and he doesn't do well, then vote him out.
This is the level you are thinking, right? And I understand why you are saying that, okay, give the people the mandate so that if anything happens and if it is not the way they want, they'll have opportunity to vote another person, and whatever go wrong, people should take it the way it is because they are the one that voted the person in.
That's
I understand that primary level, but it doesn't work that way.
Can I ask you this question because I've disputed this thing that you're saying. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Because this conversation is always fascinating with Olumide.
And decide who rules us.
Olumide, let me ask you this now. If you go and
it tells me I don't understand anything.
Let's say you conduct an election in a country like let's say Nigeria was.
I don't like
let's say Nigeria was.
Olumide, when he takes his medication, he understands everything. Olumide, when he takes his medication, he understands everything. Don't start.
Hold on. Jeez. So regarding this election, let's say Nigeria was a Muslim-dominated country, and then there was an election, and an Islamic fundamentalist wins the election and goes on because they are Islamic fundamentalists. They don't believe in secular state. Then they go on to wipe out the state. Would you consider that a fair outcome for the election?
So forefathers, let me answer your question this way.
Directly, please.
Directly. If we allow the people choose who they want, you understand? I'm pretty confident that Islamic fundamentalist will not win the majority votes.
And they do, and it has happened.
Listen, even in the place that it comes from, you understand? See, there's a reason why. You see, when you allow democracy,
no, hold on. You are moving from the point. They do, and it has happened in nations where if they win, then they go on to make sure that there's barely any election anymore.
Which election are you
I think if in the case of this in
you think?
I think no. This in Turkey was one of the states that had that same problem. In the case, I think Iran was similar, where once they became, they didn't have an election, to be fair, in the case of Iran. But there are other cases I can't necessarily remember. I think Egypt, Egypt was like that. I think Egypt was going in that direction when they removed the leader that was elected.
We are talking about a country that is largely monolithic. Now we are talking about over 300 ethnic groups.
Okay, just
with different
as a thought
religions,
exercise. I'm just trying to question some of your assumptions about democracy.
That is why
as a thought exercise.
Listen,
you are saying that it cannot happen, but it has happened.
You know, I always say something. It is difficult for me when you ask a hypothetical question. It is difficult for me to give a straightforward answer to a hypothetical question.
Okay, let me see if I can find an example.
I will bring my own angle too. But I'm talking about the democracy that we copy from US, that we copy from UK. It's not like you don't have neo-Nazis in UK or you don't have them in US. Have they always been the majority when it comes to election? Nobody listens to them. They will shout and say, we want our own white society. We want our own this. They're extremists. Nobody listens. Allow the people choose who they want.
Trump said the election is rigged.
You understand?
I know you are not a fan. You are not a fan of democracy, right?
No, I'm a fan of anything that works.
No, that's the problem. So you see, you have a position that I can.
You're not forefather. You are a nationalist, like the Nazi party kind of a person.
Exactly. Nationalist is the strongest form of any nation's power, and in the case of Nigeria right now, we've never gone
like the Nazis, strongest.
Nazis are not the only nationalists. Lee Kuan Yew's government is a nationalist government.
Mussolini is also one.
Mussolini. But most of these people that you like to call all these bad names, they did great things in their nation. It's the only mistake Hitler made. Hitler developed the economy, revolutionized the country to one of the most advanced countries within how many years?
I don't have anything against your ideology. Come and test the popularity. Come and test the popularity on the ballot.
No, the problem I have. See, forefather, if you want to have a hereditary, leadership, and we all accept that it is hereditary leadership, the only thing we will do is to make sure that that family will be well educated. But if you are telling us that we are practicing democracy, we would want to see a free and fair election. So if you want to take any form of government, I'm not against it, but let it be that we practice the tenets of that form of government.
True.
Look at Rivers State, for instance. Look at Rivers State. It's not even in religious extremist situation. Look at Rivers State, for instance. If somebody says he's a godfather, that he wants a certain percentage of the allocation every month from that man. You understand? And it's a claim to have brought him there. What will put paid to this? What will make godfatherism die naturally? None of these things. Allow the people choose.
Look at a vice president pointing to a governor to go and greet a minister. In a democratic nation, a vice president was pointing to a governor, go and greet your boss. In a national gathering.
Yes, now. What it?
But now in boss now, not be boss.
No, I mean, see, let's forget the issue of religious extremism. It's in all spheres of our life. Godfatherism, it will put a natural death to it. A lot of people choose who they want.
And remember that Tinubu Buhari was tolerated because he had legitimacy. He had legitimacy, and that was why he was tolerated.
Yep.
Let's actually talk politically. Do you know any country where godfatherism does not exist?
See, AY, the way it is in Nigeria, it has risen to a criminal level.
Yeah,
even in the US,
that is what you will say.
You have a candidate you will support. You would canvass and say, even the outgoing presidents will have a candidate in mind that they will support, but allow the people who want to choose freely. You understand? His candidate may not emerge. It's not going to be a do or die affair. But when that person's candidate does not emerge, it puts a gun to everybody's head.
This is the most close fair election in the Nigerian history.
Buhari try on that too.
I will give him kudos that in some states he allowed.
Which one are you talking about, Jonathan?
In Osun State,
2023 election
in Benin,
he didn't interfere. The most closest free, close to free and fair election in the history of democracy in Nigeria.
Guys,
this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing that you're sitting on this place. This YouTube will be saved. This YouTube will be saved.
Myself from you.
Yeah. Of course.
That statement you made.
When you have you can come here all the time and claiming that there is something wrong, somebody, but you cannot prove it. I think it's beyond. I think.
How do you want me to prove what they switched off?
Okay, then you accept what you can have.
Then
you accept
and
what
they brought by paper.
So if you cannot prove something, then
the burden of proof is on them. It's not on me.
Why would you announce results by 4? Why would you announce results by 4:10? But 10 minutes past 4 a.m. in the morning.
So that in America can hear it.
I was in Nigeria.
But those of us that are in America can hear it.
So that is a proof.
I don't know.
Okay, on this note, I'll say good night because the number
has ended this weekend.
Thank you. One point I will concede to Olumide is that generally, when nations elect people into office, they've not gone on to cancel election outright. But though the government that they elect can go on to become dictatorial, like in the case of Egypt now, it's a democratic system that they claim to have, but the president wins 90-something% of the vote regularly, and the same thing happens in other countries too. So some people maintain the name democracy and civilian government, but in reality, it's a dictatorial system. Even Russia is similar.
But is that what we want for ourselves?
No, but the question you should be asking yourself is that
they take care of their national
people better, and they don't face they are not facing enslavement, extermination, or whatever nonsense that we are facing. You can't tell Russians now that tomorrow America is going to come and kick them and take their land. No, you can't do that to them anymore. No, but we can. It can happen to us.
But we have nations who are practicing democracy and are
are we
not
not
even
the only
close to what
country?
we are
Are we
talking
not the
about.
only
We have
country that called
Norway,
another
we have
country and told them
Sweden,
we are coming to
we have
flush them?
Finland.
Why are you accusing
These
other
are
countries?
sensible countries you mentioning. Why are you mentioning Russia?
Are we not the only country that have? Are we not the only country that have called another country that we are coming to kill them? Was it not what our president did to Niger? We are coming to destroy you.
But Russia does that too and gets away with it. But we do it. When we say these things, we don't even have the backing to do it because we are a completely desolate and weak nation. That you will know. And the reason why they allowed ECOWAS now, they removed the sanctions against all these countries because all these countries have military coups. They went and sanctioned them, and now they want to leave, and they removed all the sanctions because it shows you their weakness. It shows you the weakness of ECOWAS. We don't have anything. We just make noise, and our leaders will say they are powerful. They don't have any power.
The weakness is forefather. The weakness is in the process. It's not. You see, for people to verbalize things, it should be the last thing. People should, even when we talk here, people should think through what they say. Like, you can't just come and see this and begin to say it that way. Look at what is affecting. Now, let me tell you something about. Somebody was saying today that we have food in excess. I know somebody in Cameroon. Every week, he brings thousands and thousands of bags of rice into Nigeria. He will sell it. He will use the money and buy fuel and send back to Cameroon. Now, he is moving food into Nigeria, and he's taking our fuel to Cameroon. Now, we call this economic sabotage. But let me tell you something. In America, some people will tell you American government is not aware that illegal migrants are working. That is not true. They know. They only react when the number exceeds what they want. So as a nation, you will know that those like Canada. Somebody told me, I read somewhere too, somebody told me that Canada.
What is your argument? Is that not economic sabotage?
No, so it is economic sabotage when it exceeds the percentage they want, because they know that they need some percentage to be able to be afloat.
Okay, now the term you use, I don't think it's necessarily the same as the American one, where they need some influx. We don't necessarily need it.
So that is it.
We can tolerate it to an extent, without it until it starts damaging the system. That I acknowledge with you.
That's the problem.
Economic sabotage to me is economic sabotage. It shouldn't be allowed to happen. We should do everything to sabotage it to
so
stop
that's
it.
When you call it. So it is only when it is known that it becomes economic sabotage. Like this illegal immigrant, once you are caught, you're going to jail with it. But they know. But once you are caught,
the one that is in my mind is the description you gave. What that guy is doing, that is doing that business, you can't even make it up. It's economic sabotage in all the.
Now look at it. Now see why it's not economic. See why
it's sabotaging the Nigerian economy like that.
Look at
completely sabotaging the economy. Up and down,
it's
sabotaging
it.
It's only one
economic sabotage. If you have enough, now if you have enough rice that can feed the nation, now why are we lacking in food?
We have enough rice.
We don't. We don't.
Chinese
See
rice.
Why we are lacking? Why we are lacking in food now is now all these safers
are not lacking. We are just we just don't have enough. When you say you don't have enough, it's the same. It's different. It's slightly different from saying your nation is starving. The idea that you see what he's doing, he's not allowing the Nigerian market.
So when you say we have enough, where are they?
No, because hold on, if you start manufacturing today or growing agriculture, this is rice today, it takes a while for you to get enough and get good quality out of that rice, and even start selling it overseas. But if he keep bringing that stuff in, he's making sure he's trying to sabotage those ones that are trying to develop the market in Nigeria. And that is why what he's doing, first, he brings Chinese rice into Nigeria to come and sell. And we need it to develop to go and sell overseas. That person is like a kind of he wears a badge of economic saboteur.
It is an see, the government leaves these things. Okay, like water or like avocado. The majority of avocado that is consumed in America comes from Mexico. Most of them comes through illegal means. But once they have good yield in America, they reduce that yield. They reduce that illegal one coming into America. Why I'm saying this is this. If Nigeria has enough rice, it is easy to block. Now, why is it not happening? Because SEFA is now more pricey than Naira. So this round tripping is no longer happening.
Okay. But I'm not sure why that would stop it. If exchange rate should not necessarily determine whether they try to sabotage the economy or not. Like we have situations whereby the Tinubu government is going about arresting truck drivers taking goods outside Nigeria. And some of them are Dangote trucks and all kinds of other trucks sending goods overseas. The thing we are doing to our own country, because we are looking for the nearest change, the damage it is going on to do is damaging the state.
Father, do you know what is free economy? Do you know what is free market? Free market, you sell.
There is nothing like free market. Where did you believe that? Yeah, have you ever believed something like that? It doesn't exist.
What do you mean it doesn't exist?
See, did you hear the this thing what they call it, the Burkina Faso leader tell you? He said that when they want to buy certain things from the West, they will tell them you are not allowed to. That you are not even allowed. They even try to buy some weapons to help secure their country. They say no, you are not allowed to buy any weapon that can kill people. Like, in other words, you can use stone to defend yourself. There is nothing. If there's somebody tells you that there's something like free market, what do you think all the protests going on in Europe is all about, where the farmers are driving trucks all over the road? Because they want to protect their subsidies. There's nothing like free market in the world. It's an illusion that they created for us, as always, to blind us to believe all the nonsense that they sell to the world. They don't give. There's no freedom. There's no free meal.
When you say this, I shout it like this, it doesn't make it correct.
No,
if you are saying there is, if you say there is a limitation of free market, but if you're telling me that there's nothing like free market, that somebody produces his goods and decides where he will sell it, like okay, now wait, in America, if you're a farmer, do you know that farm produce you don't pay tax on them? Now, if you have a farm,
I'm talking about a globally free market. Like generally, there's no rule. The rule is the same for everybody.
Global free market is that you are free to move anywhere you want, or nation by nation. What I mean by free market here is, if I am producing in Nigeria and I have my assets in Cameroon where I have license to sell, and then remember that there is a ECOWAS road that transfers Nigeria to other nations, and I have decided to sell where I will make more profit, and I'm paying tax for my production. Why would you stop me when you are not ready to buy everything?
Of course, they are going to stop you. In America right now,
are you going to buy everything I'm producing?
Let me give you an example. In America right now, like Nvidia and a few other companies, Flare and all that, if they want to go and sell some goods in China, American government banned them from doing that. What are you going to do? Free market? Why are they not selling to America?
Would they buy it off? Would they buy it off?
No, they are not buying it off, but they're telling them you're not allowed to sell it to that country.
Which one?
And other countries America doesn't want them to sell it to. And the recent one is China. They told them you can't sell to
let's
China.
switch this topic, man. I don't know what
can you not do that? It's not nice when people are talking about something, tell them not to talk about it.
Sorry, boss.
It's not nice because I don't tell you not to talk about some things. So the idea is that if America is banning other countries from being able to buy stuff, you cannot say that there's anything like true free market, because the national interest has to always be taken into account. This is what we are talking about, that we don't even recognize what is good for us, because we inherently don't even know we buy into narratives that other people created for us, and we apply it not knowing that it's damaging us.
Sorry. So what are you saying here? Now we're talking about Africa. So Africans shouldn't have intertrade.
Not when the trade is actually the trade that is going on is between Chinese, like that rice now you're talking about. It's not African trade, it's Chinese trade. You are buying Chinese product to damage African markets.
No, that's not what is
going on.
That's not what is happening.
Okay, is it a Cameroonian rice? If it was Cameroonian rice, I would say it's okay.
Yes.
Okay, now if you are saying it's Cameroonian rice, I will look at it slightly differently.
Because you are Pan-African.
Let me tell you this. Yeah, no, because if Cameroon is developing developing a strong market is going to bleed through to Nigeria. But if the Chinese people bring rice into Cameroon, it's going to destroy the Cameroonian productive capacity, which means Cameroon wealth is going to reduce, and it's going that poverty is going to be transferred to Nigeria too. So we are losing. So from that point of view, I'm trying to see it from holistically that if Cameroon is growing their own economy,
it is Cameroon
it's going to benefit all of us.
Okay.
You are sure it's the Cameroonian rice?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't know whether Cameroon is growing a lot of
No,
rice.
yeah, they do. No, Cameroon has food in abundance.
Okay, then the guy, what the guy is doing is taking our petrol outside
No,
Nigeria.
he's taking our foreign petrol. Our petrol is foreign.
Oh my God! That's even foreign petrol. That's people.
That has been going on for years.
For years.
Yes, this is smuggling. It has been going on for years, so it's not new. On those part of Amichide, those Cameroonian border in the north and all, it has been going on for years. Where you bring in mangi rice to like places when Nigerian security was good to Monday market, and then they take a fuel inside their keg and put in this in and take it to that has been going on for years. I live in that area, and that has been years. That is the way out here.
If you see where they land this fuel, once you cross over into Cameroon and see where the land is very massive. So these guys,
it's in keg, right?
Those in keg. Yeah, they load it.
It has been going on for years. It's not.
Just like
it's a market that should have been killed. To be fair, I can say that categorically. When I was in Nigeria, I did sell a few. I didn't smuggle anything. I did sell a few jerrycans of money. This is petrol to make money when there is fear scarcity. Some of the things we do to capitalize on this money is ridiculous.
Do you need to kill that market or to make money from that market? Think around it and make money from it. It's a market.
But it's a give and take both ways.
Yeah. Augustine,
so you are exchanging.
You are even looking at the on a smaller scale. What really happened, right? You see these big guys, when you hear subsidy, they take the petroleum, collect money for subsidy, divert the petrol to Cameroon, to other countries. That's
make extra money.
Not only extra money, they make tax. Like
Jonathan, we have one thing uniting all of us together here now.
Nigeria,
all bunkering.
If you know how people make billions from Nigeria,
a lot of things unite us.
You go swim for the country.
So what you mean? Even the entire ship will go to Cameroon and dunk.
Entire.
Godfathers, you want to unite us?
That one is even the easiest one to make money from Nigeria. If you have the network, you see this exchange rate of a team. You go meet CB, you know CBN governor. They go give you 20 billion. They will give you like $2 million. You go to black market, you convert the money, you return back the money from whoever you borrow the money from. You make billions from that deal. You're done.
I think this comment you made here is interesting, AY, about NVIDIA value went up. I think they said they are worth $2 trillion now.
Bro,
that is scary. A company worth $2 trillion. And
last week,
the reason why is because the American government is investing heavily into AI right
now. AI. They incorporated AI. Last week, when they announced their revenue, in a couple of hours, NVIDIA moved up by more than $100.
I think, are they not ahead of Apple now?
They are ahead. They are very large now. The target is they're looking at 1,200 by the end of the year.
This is from a company that used to make graphics card for gaming, and from nowhere.
I bought a NVIDIA stock like
this is where they are now.
2 years ago. I sold it again.
So this is where
sometimes it's just the patient, right?
Yeah. You can't always tell. You know, and all those people that have NVIDIA shares now, tomorrow, something goes wrong in America, they will start saying, "Oh, I should have sold. Hindsight is always
the mistake.
You made money. You made money.
When they wanted to announce, right?
Father, a friend changed $10,000 when it was 1.5. So after 3 days, it was 1. I say, oh, I've lost 4 million.
That's greed now. That's greed. You just made money and you're complaining about you didn't make more. What if you lost it? What if it goes and appreciates and you go and lose that money? I guess in the case of Naira, it's hard for it to come down. I don't know whether Nigeria
it's hard for you to
has
lose.
ever, Nigerian Naira has never appreciated.
Baba,
it always loses value.
Naira, no, they come down. Head no.
Not yet, anyway. Not yet.
It will not. There is no way.
Or do you know that a government can decide now that Naira is going to be $1 to $1? It's a matter of deciding your sacrifice.
The government will last only for 2 days. The government will last for 2 days.
Okay, let's conduct this thought exercise. A Nigerian president, you come and say $1, $1. What happens? What is going to happen? Let's not hold on. Let's not just throw just dismiss it, because it might allow us to a kind of understand the underlying factors that affect the value of your currencies. So if you said that, what will happen?
They can devalue, actually. They can devalue the Naira.
You mean appreciate
the
the value of the Naira,
right? Maybe you feel remove like 2-0 or 3-0. Let's say 1,000 Naira now, you will remove, like, you convert that to 100.
No. I mean, you decide to defend it. Like you say, 1 Naira. Anytime I get $1, I will hold on now.
It is only devaluing.
Oh, yeah, you don't let me make my point. Let's say you decide. Hold on now. Of course, it's going to be funny. But my point is that it might reveal something. If you have $1, $20, let's say we have 20 billion, and we say we created 20 billion Naira inside Nigeria, one-on-one. That's all you have, and that's all you spend. In other words, the Nigerian government start hoovering up cash inside Nigeria. Yes, there's going to be like serious constraint in terms of people's ability to buy. But you now say, let's put it this way. Let's say you even leave the Naira the way it is. But when it comes to foreign currency, it's one-on-one. What do you think is going to happen? And I really want you to share with us, AY. I think you understand.
See,
I think you understand. I don't know.
Just one sentence there, AY will go.
Yeah.
The economy will last only 24 hours. That means if I ship a container and clear it with 20 Naira.
No, not 20 Naira. Yeah, exactly. You clear with 20 Naira.
The country
tell me, hold on now. Don't just say that. You see, now, what you are not doing is linking that 20 Naira to why the economy will collapse. Please do link it.
Why it will collapse is that now the country is supposed to, would they go to buy something outside? So when I give them 20 Naira, what would they buy outside with it?
Okay, now you see what is happening there. Now, the key is your ability to buy foreign goods.
It's market. No, everything is market. It's not just...
Calm down. It's foreign goods in the end. That foreign goods that's been causing us so much trouble.
Father, it's not foreign goods that is causing this perception that we have that it is foreign goods that is bringing down our economy is so false. China imports.
Just tell us why.
The China that we look at today imports massively. The America we look at today imports
more
massively. So
they export more.
Yeah, see, the point is this: we don't produce anything. We depend on crude oil. The only
but while you don't produce, don't import.
Yeah, for father, it doesn't work that way. It's just like saying, okay, because somebody is not working, you should not eat. Because you don't have a job, you will not eat.
Actually,
it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Why should you eat?
You will eat. For that, you will eat so that you can apply for the next job.
Hard, eat a little bit until you develop yourself to make money, not to be living. See what you see. I think the way you look at economy is a little bit. I don't know why you see it like that. I'll prefer you to actually be going to the description, other than just saying it's not going to work and stuff like that. Because the way you are looking at it to me, seems a little bit off.
Forefathers, Dexter has a point now.
Let Dexter finish, please. I would like to hear from Dexter.
Once you,
because yours is going to end in an election.
No. So what I'm trying to say is that if you import, if you start producing locally, once your local manufacturers can meet the consumption of the population, then you can begin to cut off imports. You can begin to cut off import by raising taxes or by stopping it entirely. But you don't stop it when you don't have any you don't have any manufacturers.
I agree with you on that. You see, now we are beginning to get somewhere. See, what this is revealing is that our imports is the reason why our currency is dying.
No, my forefather, no.
That's what is just revealed.
Because
Okay,
people are
now
stealing our
I'm
money.
gonna ask you this. Oh my God! Hold on now. Let me ask this in Dexter this question then. Dexter, what if you are a Nigerian leader with ultimate power? You said, you know what, my currency is $1 to $1. Where will the damage come from? I want you to reveal to us where the damage will come from.
Let me start with an example forefathers. In the 90s, Nigeria had artists that were singing. But if you go to all the clubs in Nigeria, predominantly what you hear is foreign music. In the early 90s, in the 2000s, you will hear foreign music. Did the clubs in Nigeria say, no, we will stop playing foreign music? We must play Nigerian music? No. The Nigerian artists were upping their game gradually, making better videos. Right now, go to Nigeria, the clubs will play 90% of Nigerian music. You won't be hearing, not because the clubs had to shut down foreign, but because Nigerian music is now top notch, it's now high quality that you don't even have to, you don't have to incentivize it. It goes naturally. You go other countries in the world are playing Nigerian music. That's what comes with quality and value. The Nigerian music already has the value as one of the best musics in the world. You didn't have to say, oh, we'll stop playing foreign music so that Nigerian music will
But you're not answering the question though.
No, but my point is this. If you come and say, okay, we'll be exchanging $1 to one naira. Let me ask you a question. How does that affect your budget? What was your budget pegged on? You need income, Abi? You need income. Wait, go further. You need income. You have a civil service of close to, let's say, 2 million workers. How are you going to pay them? Where is the income going to come from? From you sell how many barrels of crude oil a day? Maybe 1 million. So
that's 1 million. That's 1 million naira.
1 million naira. In a month, you get 30 million naira. How will you run your government?
No, let me explain to you how we pay those people.
How?
There is already currency within the country. You can take the currency and use it to pay the people in the country. So, where the bottleneck comes in within your country.
What's generating income? What is generating that income that you're saying is within the country?
The dollars.
Which dollars?
The dollars that you use to sell petrol.
No, it's $1. It's 1 naira. That's what you will get.
Okay, so you're saying that we are going to have 30 billion and this thing dollars instead of trillions upon trillions of 30 billion naira instead of trillions of naira. Yes, maybe internally within the country it's not going to go far. The dollars is not going to go far, but Nigerians have naira. It's not dollars. Nigerians have. Calm down now. Hold on now. Let me finish my point. I am trying to understand fully where you are coming from here. So the dollars we earn that is supposed to completely come and overwhelm our naira is no longer there, because in the end, the international community don't care about the naira. Is what we convert our naira to get their dollars. That's what they care about. Because if we want to buy their dollars, their naira, dollars now, they would say, okay, this is how much we are going to sell for you. And we are going to tell them, okay, this is what we are going to buy your naira for. If they refuse, then you decide that, okay, fine, this is the value of our currency. If you don't want to trade with us, that's fine. You can keep some of your products. The ones we need, we are going to buy it from you based on whatever you put your currency on. But see, my point is that hold on. I know this is a bit of a weird way of looking at it.
If you want to,
do you know why Nigeria is owing the international flights?
Because they earn the money now. That's why we owe that now.
So because it's difficult for them to give them the official price, the official price of dollar.
The official price, yeah. When they bought it in naira, they have to sell it back to them.
Yeah,
Nigerian government has to convert it back at the CBN rate.
Yeah. So that's why they're owing them.
Yes.
So that's why they're owing them.
See, the reason, okay, I think the point I'm making is a more extreme version of
Father,
the
let me
CBN
help you.
rate
Let
that
me
we
help
have.
you.
It's
Let
a
me
more
help
extreme
you.
version of the CBN rate we have. And the idea is that if you peg your currency at a certain level, you can say that's the currency you are willing to pay for a dollar.
It doesn't work that
So
way.
you defend it with
Father,
How does it
your
work?
own money.
How does
Father,
it
let
work?
me help you. Let me help you. If Nigeria wants to stabilize, the problem is that we are not ready. Nigeria is not ready to work. Nigeria can make
How does it
Naira
work, please?
very strong. I think they are producing gold in Osun State. They are producing gold in Zamfara State. The Nigerian government
let's not tell stories. Let's just try to focus on the point.
My point is this. Build up a massive gold reserve and peg your currency to a commodity. Peg your currency to your gold. That's what America does. Before, when people come to America,
is not pegged to gold. It's a floated.
I said before. It was just, I think it was Nixon that even removed it. The dollar used to be pegged to gold.
Yeah, but it's no longer anymore. Why are we still talking about something that doesn't exist?
So do it now. Nigeria's currency is pegged to crude oil. Our currency is pegged to crude oil. Whether we like it or not.
Most countries are pegged to the dollar. That's the problem now. They don't allow you peg it to gold now.
No, but you can decide what you want to peg your currency to. That's why they removed Gaddafi. Gaddafi was going to peg his currency. He wanted to create an African currency pegged to gold. He was building up a massive gold reserve and wanted that African currency to be pegged to gold. And that's when anybody wants to buy oil from Africa, you will buy it.
I get what you mean, but we know that one is a recipe for war. But I think hold on. I think what you are saying there is that I think I get what you mean to an extent, and maybe that's where I had a bit of difficulty trying to explain the concept that if you try to reduce the value of your currency, increase the value of a currency, it also means, because I think the contract is that you can't just print currency within your country and expect to use that paper currency you just printed to buy up the dollars. Fine. Then the idea is that you have to drain currency from your country while appreciating the value of your currency. You have to drain the currency in circulation in your country. You can appreciate the value of your currency by draining currency from your economy at the same time appreciating your currency.
Which is what Buhari was doing, and we're condemning him now.
You see now, because of this simple question, is beginning to give us a path or give people an idea of how to really reverse things. And the question now is, well, you are draining currency from your economy. How does the economy keep functioning without people losing their minds? And I think at the core of it is reduction of food costs and provision of electricity. If those things are in place, if those things are in place, you can do those things. Because if people are not hungry, they get power supply. They are fine.
The only way you can reduce make your currency have value is when you have the goods that people come into your market. Once people come into your market, so what gives your money value is what you have on the table.
Yes, that is true. You have to have something. We shouldn't worry too much about. I think now it's clear in my mind from the point of view of international currency values. It depends on the currency in circulation within your nation. You can't cheat. You can't increase your own currency supply and keep their currency the same level. Then you are trying to cheat the market. That's not allowed. Central banks are not allowed. So and now I understand that relationship. Now the question is, how do you reduce currency in circulation within your nation? Because this government right now is increasing the currency circulation in Nigeria.
No. This government is trying to reduce. But the problem
is they have increased it massively.
What they are doing
by devaluing your currency, you are increasing the currency supply.
See, you know one funny thing at the heart of all this again, like what Augustine is saying, you must make sure you're bringing value to the table, and part of that value is integrity. So for me, it is still ringing in my head that the Nigerian government, they were going to take over GSK.
See what happens. So when we call portfolio investors,
and you want Indians to come and invest.
Like, you know, at the moment, Nigeria is
Let's run back
celebrating.
home. Go
Can
tell
you
them
allow
story.
Augustine make his point then? Since you keep laughing at yourself, I don't know why you will make a good point. You just start laughing.
I mean, yeah, it's just funny that that you want to aggressively take over somebody's company. I mean, it belies logic, and these guys are asking for their dollar money. The airlines are asking for their money, and you don't want to give it to them.
Why
and
should you pay them? Do you know how long it took us to get Abacha's loot? Please,
but they're not going to come and invest now.
See, my point is that any nation reserves the right to decide who to pay at what time.
The reason why you guys can't
that doesn't work that way.
If you won't get investors, I'm telling you.
You see how they are so eager to pay foreign debts. How about the ones we owe to
this is not foreign debt. This is somebody's business.
This is a contract. Somebody bought tickets.
When it's about to torpedo your economy,
don't want to repatriate his money back.
No, you are going to repatriate it, but not in their own
after
timeline.
2 years. No, Father, it doesn't work. It doesn't work that way.
And then you want them to, and you are telling them to come and invest.
Father, it doesn't work that way.
Was it not wicked that released the list of countries that didn't pay their bills in Abuja? Was it not wicked that released it? America was among them. America was among them. All these countries that are so rich, they were among the ones that have not paid their bills. See, you to act as if other people don't owe money. They owe money. They are free to owe us money, but we are not free to owe them money. Seriously, you see this thing that we do. We are very, very keen on pleasing other people.
Not ourselves. Companies, you are owing their money down.
I get what you are saying there, but they too owe us. And many of them will not even see the money again.
Who is owing us, Father?
All of them. They have our monies.
Who?
America, UK, France.
We are talking about organizations. Mention one foreign organization.
I pray that they don't pay us.
If I go and dig now, I will find so many organizations that own Nigeria.
Now I understand why we don't have people investing in our country.
You see what you are saying? What you are saying is, as a Nigerian government, you are watching your economy implode. Your priority should be to pay foreign debts. That's going to stop your economy from imploding.
You are talking about companies you are supposed to come and invest in your country.
This is not foreign
and you don't want to give them their money. What do you want now?
The money is already there. In terms of the money that the Nigerian, liabilities, companies owe liabilities. Companies have debts all the time. Even Apple has debts.
Father, what you are talking about is somebody buys
financial guy. See, I'm not saying you should not pay that. I'm not saying you should not pay that, but you cannot put that over the stability of your local economy.
Father, they bought a plane ticket. You are supposed to. They bought the plane ticket in naira.
You see what he's saying? He's putting his
Why can't
second.
you repatriate their funds back?
See, do you know what you are saying? You are putting your people second.
It's not Father, it's not putting your people second.
These people brought your people home.
That's what you are doing.
They brought your people home.
Agreement is agreement.
If it was them, hold on. If it was them, do you think they would release it first before they care about their people?
Yes.
Release what?
They will not release the funds to us first before they care about their people. They will never.
See,
now this goes to the core of our conversation. The fact that people don't know this is scary. They will never release a penny
to us. Look at why they will release it. Look at why they
are under threat.
Look at why they will release it. If they release it, the plane ticket will be cheap. It's expensive because they know they don't get their money as at rent due. So they add the interest. That money will accrue to what you pay. But if they pay under 30 days, plane ticket will be cheap. So
you are looking at it the wrong way.
You are looking at it the wrong way.
You see why
okay, let me ask you then. I will ask the question again. Let me ask the question again. Olumide, let me ask the question again. If your nation is under threat due to economic sabotage and instability and whatever, the stability of your nation is at risk. And if all it takes is to owe people money versus don't owe people money but let this economic stability go ahead, which one would you choose?
How do you define threat? Is it internal threat or
economic instability? Instead of stability.
So is it created inside or outside?
Inside, within the nation.
No, so economic instability is created outside.
You see, I'm talking about instability, or like in the case of Nigeria now. Let's say the Nigerian economy is facing serious instability, and all it takes is for you to stabilize
So
it.
are you
Is for you
saying
to
that?
delay payment of
Are
other
you saying
people's
that
salary?
if Nigeria pays Qatar Airways their money, Nigerian economy will collapse?
It could have.
grow.
Let me. You see, you are looking at it the wrong way. Let me finish my point. You are not letting me make my point. During I think last year or last 2 years, there was a period when Nigeria was using almost 90% of its funds to service debts. We were basically going completely flat. The country was about to go bankrupt. You are saying the priority should be you don't have a penny. You want to use it to pay the people that you owe debt, that you can hold it for a while before you clear their debt. That is, it's like you have. Let me give you another example that you are going to understand. You have a family member in hospital, and their operation is due to be had, and they are charging you 400,000 to pay for that operation, and you owe Oyibo man 400,000. Would you take that 400,000 to go and pay the Oyibo man?
Father, what you are saying is you are mixing apples and oranges.
Would you take it to go and pay the Oyibo man? I'm asking you a straight question.
Father, your analogy.
But yet you will do it to your people. You will do that same thing to your people.
Father, your analogy is wrong.
You see, that one will kill his family member. He will watch.
Father, your analogy is wrong.
To go and pay somebody debt that their life is not under threat.
So
that is illogical behavior.
Very wrong.
No, so
forefather is wrong.
Forefather, see,
he's right. It's very much right.
Forefather, wait. Economic sabotage is oftentimes from external. These guys you call portfolio investors, what do? They search for countries that they can go in and invest their money and bring enough return back to their nation. So that is what they do on the system. Most of these Arab world are involved. They are involved in our country.
But what you are saying, you are making my point that you have to prioritize your nation first. And our problem is that we were just talking about it just now, but you heard the way they are still thinking.
So the way you can prioritize your nation is to build that first by keeping agreement you have with them.
See, you can do that, but not when you have an emergency. If you have an emergency, your first duty, there are priorities, there are layers of priorities. You can't say that agreement takes priority over the lives of your people. That is the mistake you are making, because you are thinking long term when you should be thinking short term.
So when you see that long time, you're looking at it long term, but that long term is immediate because it's a return to investment immediately.
I agree with long-term thinking. When you have short-term problem, you deal with short-term problem, because you are not going to make it to that long-term if you don't deal with the short-term one.
So the short-term problem. You can pay that money. You can pay that money and invest, and they will come and invest with that same money the same day.
You're not going to be there after you have collapsed because you are busy thinking about the long term. You are going to be gone. Like that family example that I gave, the life of that family member is at stake. If you go and use that fund to go and pay somebody that their life is not at stake, you could lose that family member, and after that person trusts you, that family member is gone forever.
Father, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this question. You are saying that you have a family member that his life is at stake, okay? Who told you that the person you are owing does not have 4 family members that their life is at stake and he needs that money?
Let's say I know.
Father, let me land. Let me land. You have a family member at stake. How would you like it, Father? You borrow somebody money. Your last money is supposed to pay you on the 30th on 28th of February. On 27th of February, you have an emergency. You need that money. You're expecting that money on the 28th. You believe that with that money, you will save 3 of your family members. All of a sudden, 28th, the person tells you, sorry, I won't pay you this money again because I have one of my family members that his life is on stake. I have to save him. But you, that borrowed him the money, you have 3 of your family members that their life is at stake, and you need the money to pay him back.
But that is very simple now.
Economic stability.
In the case of the scenario we are painting right now, The other side doesn't have a.
Yeah.
Who told you they don't have?
Hold on, I know.
How do
Because
you
these
know?
are rich countries.
Who told you they are rich?
No, I know because they are rich countries. That's my point.
So Nigeria is rich.
It's not exactly Somalia that these airlines come from. What are you talking about? You have to use the right context.
But
it's not exactly Somalia.
why
We're
did
talking
you
about
allow
nations,
them to come and
UAE,
do
all these countries
business
that
in your
are British
country
Airways,
in the
all these
first
countries that
place?
are very, very rich is the ones you are busy comparing to Nigeria.
No, forefather,
that their family members have
why
problems.
won't you get your own plane? Because if you get your own plane and fly the number of times they fly into your country, you balance it.
See, I get that. I get that. But you can see why we don't have the plane because some people prefer to pay foreign debt first before they save their own family member. That is the problem. This is why we don't have plane. Because you can put other people first before you put your people first.
Somebody paid millions to hire Ethiopian Air to scam the Nigerian public. That is the reason why we don't have a plane. The reason why we don't have a plane is because the Nigerian government
he put some other person's airline first. Again,
the Nigerian government is so racist that it could not look within the local players in Nigeria and select one of
this, but in the other scenario, you still didn't understand
it. A flag bearer. That is the reason why we don't have a flag bearer. We could have selected everybody within the Nigerian state.
I don't know why some people struggle to understand this simple concept. If you have to put your people first, because your people first, this is what other nations do. This is what Trump said. They even have the term. This is, I think, what the UK call, nation first or something like that. That's what the UK used to call it. You have to put your people first because your people is the one that your responsibility is for. You can't put other people first. Even when it's equally the other side is having problems and your side is having problems, you still have to prioritize your people first. But in this case, we are talking about these airlines are rich and from rich nations. We are not talking about people that are about to go bankrupt. You are telling us
when you talk like that, they are rich nations.
Why did they become rich?
See, it's not about how they became rich. I'm just telling you that they are rich in the context
you are giving organizations.
That's why they became rich.
General manager or managing director.
I'm not saying we should not pay them. I'm saying that you have to prioritize your own economy. You can't bankrupt your economy while paying other people.
You are giving the impression that you want to swindle them. That's what you are giving.
See, have you seen the run on the Naira now? Have you seen the run on the Naira? What prevented that? Those actions that the government took to prevent it from happening.
Do you like physical money?
You guys don't understand sometimes some of this economic.
Please.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, he's been trying to say something. This stuff got a bit hot.
Sorry.
I think I understand where forefathers and everyone is coming from in terms of the state and the country owing foreign business partner like the airlines. What I see to it and the way it is that it's game of interest. That is life. And you have to, whatever work for you when it comes to, it's not like the personal, normal, moral compass, it's interest. So when I say that is that the comparison of if it's on individual base, if my family member is in a problem and I owe you, and I don't know whether your family member, or let's say credit card, for instance, let's say credit card, you are using a credit card, they have their own loophole. So in another word, there's nobody says that it's a good thing to owe, but let us not forget that the reason why they have $10 under Buhari was some of those things that have done, even though the retailers, the citizen will pay for it in one way or the other because they will hide the price of the fee. But in the general interest of the nation, that was helping them. So we can talk it pro and fro that, okay, we don't supposed to owe. Yes, but then it is all about interest. Those people could have packed their thing and go if they are not having interest of coming back. We have other airlines like United, Delta Airline that flies from American to, and many Lufthansa and the rest of them. None of them have stopped coming. End of the day, that the citizen will pay for it. Like Austin was saying, that they will hike the price, but then for the national interest, that is what people do. And this is different from the nation go to borrow money from another nation. It's a complete different thing. Does it affect other side of the business to come in? Yes. It also have its own disadvantage, because other business, whether it's individual or company, or that want to invest in the country, will not love to do that, because they won't have a way of taking their money back. But that is business. It have its own up and down. So it's not, and because of that, it's not like it have impact on our economy, but it also have another side of it, is that, well, they have used that over the years to tame the dollars and also not allowing it. What is, if you flip it, it's okay. What if they are paying and we are having more flow of business? Nobody know. People can see decided to say, for corruption reason, I'm not going to invest there. So it's not only one thing that make people not investing.
Yeah, these people are crazy, man. Look at this one. It really affects you. These people, they like to say nonsense. See, the truth is that, you have to put your people first. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So the greatest driver of economy is faith. If somebody is borrowing 2 million from you, and you believe that this person say, I will pay you on the 10th, and on the 10th, that person pays you. If he comes again, you will give him 2.5. But the person you gave 50 says he will pay you on the 10th. On the 15th, he will say, oh, I was supposed to pay you. You won't give that person another time. So the greatest driver of economy is faith. And see, these guys want to run you down. So if you don't want to pay them, they will come and heap the money on you. How would they make their money? Your people going back to your country, we pay them that money. And now they reduce the volume of money they come into Nigeria with. Now, if you plan to go to Nigeria with 3,000 pounds, if the plane ticket is 1,000 pounds, you're going with 2,000. Now, if the plane ticket is 500, you're going with 2,500. Now you have more money to spend in your country.
I think this is why I keep saying the way we understand economy is almost upside down. And this is why we are where we are. Everything you said is true, but you learned one side of the economy. You didn't learn the other side of your own national interest. You don't understand that concept.
Your economy is similar to Tinubu.
See,
I'm just saying, there's a reason why we are where we are.
How many years did you stay in the military?
See, I'm not. I didn't stay in the military. There's a reason why we are where we are. I used to think like you. The reason why I think like this, and I'm sure I'm correct, is because I used to think like you. And I found out that this is completely false economy.
So, see,
let me share this.
All this your dear father economy.
Look at their debt to GDP ratio. Look at America's debt to GDP ratio. Look at how much they owe. And these will owe trillions upon trillions upon trillions. And they will never pay because it's near dollar. And their economy never devalues. They will owe as much as they can. They will create money from nowhere. It doesn't matter. Look at UK's debt to GDP ratio. 100.
You pray they don't pay. You pray they don't pay you.
Look at Nigeria that doesn't have money. We barely have money. And look at our debt to GDP ratio.
You are talking about businesses and they are talking about countries that borrow. You are mixing things up. A company comes to Nigeria to do business. It's different from when a country goes to borrow money. That's different. You can always restructure your debt. If you are owing a country,
how do you know it's different?
See, it is different. When you go to, like when Buhari goes to IMF to borrow money or goes to Paris Club to borrow money, he borrows some money. If you cannot pay up, when he went to China, he borrowed money. If you cannot pay up, you restructure the debt. But there's a difference when a company that is running as an entity on its own sells tickets, and then you will not pay, you will not give them their money back. Because
you are demonstrating the same thing again. You keep separating nations, especially great companies, from their nations. It's a mistake.
So forefather,
They
sorry.
are part of their
Forefather,
nation.
we have an adage in every language that tells you that
See,
a
I
borrower.
will not crash anything.
No, forefather, wait.
I will understand them for what it truly is.
In 1 month, you will
People
crash
that
economy.
think like you are the ones that are running it right now. Look at where we are.
Forefather,
the people don't think like
the
me,
economic
please.
question you're asking is answered
That's what
in
they
our
do.
adage.
Tinubu is paying all the foreign debt. Look at what the economy is doing
Which
right
foreign
now.
debt is Tinubu paying?
He's
Which
paying
foreign
all.
debt
Oh,
is
you
he
didn't
paying?
know? He's clearing. He prioritized all the backlogs over his economy. That's what he's doing right now.
The reason why
he's paying on his servicing debt.
Father, if Tinubu is serious,
Yeah,
he should go after those who stole our money. He should go
This is
after
where the Nigerian economy is.
Is he
the
paying on
reason why
servicing?
Nigeria currency is crashing is not
Servicing,
because
if you want to call it
it's
servicing.
not because it's not because they are trying to clear the
it's
backlog.
not only servicing, it's also paying off the backlog of this airline.
So,
This one you are talking
forefather,
about is paying
what
all of
makes
them
you
off.
a king? What makes you a king? This economic question is answered in a proverb. If once you're owing, you are not a king. What makes you a king is the ability not to owe. Now, when you say
So
owing,
America is not the king then.
America is the king because what they're owing, they can pay you, and you still remain.
How do you know they can pay you? They owe so much money.
Are you aware?
No.
Are you aware?
Let me check
You'll be happy that they're
America's debt
owing you.
again. The total
America
America
is one
owns.
of the few countries that have never defaulted on their
Your
debt
proverb
service.
didn't qualify that. Your proverb said, if you owe money, you're not a king. That's
So
what I'm saying.
what makes you owing? So this is why if you look at economy, what makes you owing is what makes you owing. No, wait. No, like now, you can be owing. So a barman can come and you give a barman 2 million, and you finish drinking and left his bar. You're owing him 50 naira, but he's owing you 2 million, and you're owing him 50 naira. Who is owing?
Please repeat that again.
If a barman came, you started a business for a barman, you gave him 2 million, and you went to his bar and drank, and you're owing him 50 naira, you walk away. Are you owing him or he's owing you?
It's owing you.
Both of you are owing each other. Just that one is owing the other person more. No, the truth is that both sides are owing each other.
So let me just quickly comment.
That is if you actually borrowed him the money. If you didn't just build it for him. But go ahead, AY.
Yeah, like what Desta was talking about, it's kind of different, right? Borrowing money and trade is different. Like there is something called balance of trade between countries. So yeah, you got to. It's about interest when it comes to trade between countries. So you more like there should be some level of balance. Like if you are exporting, if you are importing, for example, $2 trillion of goods from America into Nigeria, for example, you could also the country should also stay within that line and make sure you give more stuff to the US that will be around that range. It's called balance of trade, basically. But when it comes to borrowing is kind of different. But the bottom line of what everybody is discussing, the interest of a nation is very, very important. It's very, very important. Interest of a nation, you have to put it into consideration, no matter what. In terms of everything, to be honest. Yeah, in terms of everything. Somebody was making mention of, okay, if you have like 10 planes flying from UK to Nigeria every day, you can strike a deal to make sure your plane are also going there up to 10. So they will be treated at that level you treated them. So again, here, this is international diplomacy. So you basically treat country how they treat you. It's just like issue of passports. If a country, for example, let's say China, they giving Nigeria 5 years of visa when they apply for visa. These are bilateral agreements. Like America used to give Nigeria 2 years. I think they later changed it to 5 years, if I'm correct. So at that point, Nigeria will also stick with those agreements. So they will also release 2 years to America or whatever they want to do. But it's basically you got to definitely study an agreement and make it balance. You see, like agreement between US, Canada, and Mexico, the NAFTA, popular NAFTA, Trump was talking about. What Trump discovered, because he believed in America first, he discovered like a lot of the agreement was more like cheating America, more like they gaining more, right? Trump have to cancel that agreement and renegotiated the agreement. So these are issues that they can come in any form, but basically you just have to make sure it's balanced. If Nigeria are buying $2 trillion of goods from America every year, and Nigeria, they are not able to sell the same, maybe Nigeria are not selling nothing, that is you are just losing out. So these are strong negotiation. It's very, very important. Very important.
But the idea that, like I said, the premise of our discussion was that if your economy was on the brink, which Nigeria's economy was on the brink, because we're using 97% to service our national debt, you don't take the little funds you have that in dollars or that you have to. No. We are not saying you're not going to pay the debt. Even Western countries, they have what they call debt. Renegotiation. Renegotiation and all the rest. And it's not even like a debt necessarily. It's about repatriating the funds. The funds are in Nigeria. They are saying they want to take the funds out of Nigeria. That was the danger. That
Now,
was going to
for
exchange.
see what you're saying. When you say country first, it makes sense. But how would you, the same country that you're owing, will come with public flight, and you go with chartered flight? They will lodge in a small hotel, you will lodge in a luxurious hotel, and you want them to negotiate with you.
Oh, no, that one I agree with you. That our useless thing that we like to.
Yeah, so if we change our lifestyle, they can now begin to talk to you.
Oh, no. You see, now you just think all of them. This thing that we always pretend as if other people are just there trying to be benevolent. You have to make them benevolent, otherwise they are not. They are there to exploit you too. They are not going to tell you.
That's what we're saying here, sis. That's the argument we're saying here.
Sometimes the language we use to describe interest, we describe interest as good thing for other people, while ours is not always good.
No, their own interest is there. Your own interest should always be there.
But the basic reality is that you told them to come and invest. They came to invest, and now you don't want to give them their money. Why? What's the logic in holding on to their money?
If they wanted to spend the money inside Nigeria, I think they probably would have. I think the idea was that they wanted to repatriate the money outside the country.
Is there any harm in that?
Yeah, but it would have done Nigeria's economy harm. That is why they prevented it at that time. They slowed it down at that time. Sorry, go ahead.
So, before I leave, AY just mentioned something I remember. I was discussing with somebody in Nigeria that wanted to do passport. This guy is barrister. So he's written in his passport, barrister, his name. Now he went to renew his passport. They said the new policy is they don't accept dot. So you have to remove that barrister. And it's not just going to remove it. You have to go and swear affidavit. You have to go to newspaper publication. So I was asking.
It's change of name. That's change of name.
So are you changing a name?
It's more like change of name. It's very critical. You remove a part of your name. They will consider barrister is not considered as a title. You are not supposed to have it on your passport. It's considered as a name.
So Nigerians do that a lot. Like even engineers, they want to put eng this in. It's
I don't even know why.
No, see, in every
passport, title is so important.
Wait. My question is, the printable part is different from what is in your record. So what is wrong with them commanding it not to be in the printable part? Because you can leave it in the system and not to print it.
So that is, first of all, barrister is not part of your name. It's not supposed to be part.
But that is legally your title.
There is nothing like title. Title is not okay. Let me say this: you go apply for a passport. We are all over the world. They'll tell you what is your profession. I'm an engineer.
Yeah,
that's it. It's just for record keeping.
So that's what I'm saying. What is the
I think what he's saying, Ewa, is that titles do exist even in the West. Like we say, whether you are doctor, PhD, and all those things. But there is nothing like ambassador, this in a barrister. That's what maybe AY is saying.
No, but what I'm saying is that it exists everywhere, but it's not printable. They don't print it. So why would you punish somebody to go and do newspaper publication, go and swear affidavit for change of name in a certificate you gave him? In the certificate you gave him after law school, you wrote it barrister, his name.
They shouldn't have done that.
Barrister is not his name. Barrister is his title.
They gave him the title. So my problem is this: if you don't want to print it, the system is there. You command what should be printed, and you educate the people. But causing people pain of going back. Now, in the process of doing this, I learned that the new guy that is doing
have to find a way to generate money. They are not paying for speech.
So, John, let me tell you, the guy that everybody is praising, a top staff in immigration office told me that every renewed passport, 10,000 goes straight to his account. Our new minister.
Welcome to Nigeria.
Wow.
So I went to renew my passport like a month ago, right?
You see that story? You see that story Augustine just told me? Somebody else told me the same thing. This new minister that we are all praising, that the guy is a high-class fraudster.
No, but the process they get active before now. It's like because the president to do it, somebody is doing is getting backlog of passports. You are hailing him, hey, like backlog clearing. Is it rocket science? Is clearing backlog? Is it rocket science? Is it not to print? To print the machines, everything is there.
Just doing their job. The Nigerians have performed so badly that when you clear passport backlog, they start dancing.
They are hailing the guy.
It's
like you do waiting. I don't understand.
So awful.
But that's how you guys sell a bit to us now because he pay what he's supposed to pay in Anambra now. So why?
No.
That was not why they sold Obi to you.
Let me tell you what give Obi credence. Let me tell you what to give Obi credence. Look, when you are used to let me put it like this. You see music, right? Music, so what type of music sells, it depends on like maybe your lyrics, your style of lyrics, you as in uniqueness. That's what sells, not even the music itself. Because nobody will tell you if somebody like maybe like Timaya or person like Portable or person like because you understand, see you call it same music, then people call it listen to that for what? Why? But because of consistency or something unique, new style, you get to attracted to run. You understand? So, but one person
new
is
style
like,
because other governors were not paying and he's
no, not even that. No. Like one person is like Obi's campaign, not even Obi's personality or what he has done before. No, those one are just not. In fact, to me, it's nothing because his job he's doing. His own campaign.
That's what I'm referring to. So the other one you were talking about.
You just wait. Let me finish now. What helped him was like the usual style of campaigning. Nigerian politicians. I will give you Latin, this and that. I will bring the $1 to £1. I will this and that. He was just straight, simple. You understand? We've been consuming other people's goods or whatever. We are talented. We have natural resources. Let's start producing and feed people. And sell.
So it was not his artistic.
No, local. Jonathan, adding to what Loco said, if like this guy, everybody is happy that he's doing his work. But now coming to hear that every passport he makes 10,000, just come to hear that every contract Obi gave, he collected 1%. Do you think he will have the followership he has?
No. Why can't they arrest him? They should go and arrest the guy.
Who will arrest him? I'm telling you.
I don't understand. Who arrest
somebody
him?
that his wife, his company was involved in a scam.
So we are talking that our law enforcement is so flawed because you are a minister now.
Which one is law enforcement?
I don't understand.
Which law enforcement are you talking about,
Which planet are you from? Which law enforcement? Which law enforcement?
Which law enforcement?
So how do we have a country where there is no enforcement of law and you and I are wasting time here? Say things will get better. How?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, me and you are not wasting time. Me, I'm telling you, let the people suffer. What they suffer, the way they are quota to die.
Because you guys are not say, this is irredeemable because these people we already accepted that they are above the law. And
okay, see, Look,
what are we
okay,
talking
now,
about?
okay, Janaba, look at it from this aspect. Okay, before somebody becomes a president, right? They grow to become into politics, they know the left and right of politics, they become presidents or governor or whatever, right? Now, the process of being a governor, you have people who vote you, who choose you, who said you want to be like this, you want you to lead them and that, and before you know it, you become a leader, right? Now, look at the convention. Jonathan, listen, look at the convention they did in what's it called, Edo State just last week, right? This has nothing to do with leadership now. It has nothing to do with who is there already. This is who is going to go there. That doesn't have a hope of it may not even go there at all. Now, the process of even nominating somebody that will even contest the primaries, not even the governor now. You understand? Somebody with camera, live videoing is counting from 390 to 700, 390
to 500 to 500
or 500, whatever.
Yeah, 500 or something to 700.
So this has nothing to do with governors now. You get that point? It's not getting anything to do with it's not even a governor. It's primaries that the person you are even.
My question remains the same. So there is no thing to checkmate or no check and balance, no enforcement of it. So if you come out now tomorrow like this minister, whatever of that about the passport now, that is a known fact that people can say that okay, every passport that people renew, he get 10,000 naira to his own account. So there is nothing, no petition a citizen can write, nothing can bring, we cannot make noise here, say this is illegal, and nothing change.
No evidence. You go.
They ask you simple question. They say he who alleges must
then
prove.
it's a loophole.
So
Hold
on. The thing is that when negative news against people of authority comes like this, right? We citizens, right? We always like to buy it because it is sweet to hear. This person native, this government native, it is sweet to hear. But if I tell you, say, Jonaba, Augustine native, it's not going to interest you now because who is Augustine, somebody like me, who is interest of you. But if it's a government native or that Tinubu, if they catch him with $5 million for your account, they catch him, yes, you want to say. So that's how it is. You understand? So by the time you see news like that, you can only say, okay, yes, it's interesting. But when they come ask, okay, come and prove it now. It's hearsay. And yet, what the Dexter is even saying, it might not be true. It might just be his PA that is doing that, but it's his office, so now they do it. Or money might be leaking somewhere because it's the head, they'll put it attach it to. But yes, we know it happens because, like I know, the money you pay in passport, I think I don't know if collecting it from your hand is.
So now there's passport.
The money you pay for passport, right, is meant to be delivered to your house address, not for you can collect it. That is the design, the way it's rated, it was done. When they were printing our passport in Malaysia, right? I think there was a major general, retired major general, that was called. He was the one who owns the contract, who is doing that contract, in charge of printing passport in Malaysia. Yeah, in Malaysia, they're doing the passport. The money you pay at that time.
Nigerian passport is produced in Malaysia.
There was a time the one from old general was doing it. It was a contract.
I'm not even sure it's not even manufactured in Nigeria from what I gather.
Are you serious?
Nigeria waiting.
I'm not sure Nigerian passport is even manufactured in Nigeria now, but it should be.
No,
they will have enough power now. The problem is whether they are actually doing it. That's the problem.
No, trust, check, find out.
And at the core of it, one of the reasons why we are not able to do this is because
wait, it's not produced in Nigeria. Paper.
See, I'm telling you that one of the reasons why is because Nigerians can hardly be trusted with some of all these things. Let me see.
But they don't bring the documents.
Let me confirm anyway. Maybe they brought it to Nigeria now.
Are imported actually.
The printing or whatever, I know it's not done in Nigeria. That I know of. Whatever is done is not done in Nigeria. If not, by now they don't fake and tire, but it's not done anyway.
It's not done in Nigeria.
Oh my God! Yeah, in May 2023, there's a report that says Nigeria want to begin producing biometric passports at home. The fact that he got to 2023 before the
that means they've got.
No, serious. For real. No, look, Austin, I tell you, I know.
You know what some people in the chat always say to me. They say, "You see yourself, Nigerians. You see yourself. We are so problematic as a people. This is a massive country. We can't even produce passports.
The witchcraft within Nigeria.
No, when I was surprised when INEC said they were importing the INEC ID card.
You can imagine. So now,
wait. Do we produce paper in Nigeria again?
Ooh, how many paper mill? Which slides you want to do paper mill?
Are existing?
Which slides you want to do paper mill?
Newspapers were complaining recently now because they import all their shit.
Exactly. Which paper want to do paper mill? All the pretty press.
Toothpick.
Oh, they said that the Nigerian passport server breaks down in the US. Oh.
Okay, yeah, that's that one.
That is new or what?
Relax.
In November 2023, our passport server, because all our data is held in America. Okay, what do we need to say again? What do we need to say about our people?
See,
we have been educated wrongly.
About ourselves.
See, Dexter, please.
It's empty now.
You see that's exactly the problem. That's the problem right there.
Our people, it's empty.
See, we have been educated very wrongly. We really need to throw out all the garbage you've had and question everything.
No, I don't accept. I don't accept.
We have to question everything afresh. It doesn't mean that your knowledge will evaporate.
I don't accept that.
What do you mean? What do you think I just said?
There was a time you guys were talking. You were saying.
No, see, I don't believe that we've been educated wrongly. You will say that the system have manipulated everything wrongly because the same education you have in Nigeria is the same education you take outside and you excel.
Exactly. We don't excel actually. See, the excel that we excel is because other people keep the system intact. Put Nigerians in charge of that system.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But what is keeping those systems in check is the people.
No. When Nigerians,
the people.
See, when Nigerians run the system also, you will see
exactly. No. If you put Nigerians in charge of making decision making the entire system, with this mindset, they are going to wreck it again. By the time they use it to start building houses to their nice chicks.
You can't just carry everything.
I have one Nigeria here that has a construction company. This guy is doing exceedingly well.
Yeah, but he doesn't own the country. The people that are deciding for him created that system. That's the problem. We are not in charge. If we are in charge, we are going to find a way to sabotage it.
There was them. You
this is our mindset anyway.
So we should change. I think it's like an hour or two ago. No, up to 3 hours. Yes, up to 3 hours now. You were talking about language that we should change. Look for a major language to be speaking.
We do have our own Nigerian official languages.
Look, my brother. Language is not the problem.
Of course, it's not the core of our problem. It's not.
It's not even close to the problem. You understand? Look, we fail to hold individuals accountable for their nonsense.
Their wrongdoings. Yeah.
You understand? We just fail to.
Why do you think we fail?
Yeah, probably because you are also guilty of it. That's why you don't want to
that's the exact point I'm making.
You understand?
Even when we want to, we can't because we are not even equipped to hold them accountable.
This English they are talking about, like, oh look, the time Nigeria was okay, probably maybe earlier, maybe 60s or whatever, it was still the same English. You understand? It was still the same English.
Is there a time Nigeria was okay?
No, hold on. Because look,
comparing to now.
Look. You can't tell me from 1960. No, hold on. Hold on first now. You can't tell me from 1960. Nigeria has just been in the nosedive. You can't tell me that. That's not possible.
You can argue that, actually.
You can argue that.
Exactly. You can't see
from 1970 to around 1977, you can say it was on the rise because of the oil boom.
You get my point.
So the oil boom
was the only time Nigeria
See, the oil boom is what other nations had, and they built other things from that Igbo.
Yeah.
So what did
see,
we build with our own?
look.
We consumed it.
We squandered
So,
it.
hold on.
We squandered it and
See,
got
look,
credit.
Proper.
No,
And
Austin,
got credit.
what
properly.
happened to us is this, right? Look.
Prodigal son.
Oyabun came, right? No problem.
Mhm.
And the people who wanted to take advantage of our oil, you understand, came and sowed the seed of greed to our leaders. At that
Sow the
time,
seed
you
of
understand?
greed.
Like
Oh, we are
to come
very
to that
fertile
because
land to sow this. You know, before you sow something,
you
you have
understand?
to be fertile.
So,
You know what I'm saying now? So they sowed that seed of greediness to our leaders
they
at that
bought
time.
it.
And
Yeah.
they bought it like
Because I know
fly with it.
the same people went to Dubai, and Dubai
Yeah.
refused to buy it.
We
Exactly.
bought it like somebody that is
You get my point?
taste. Like we've
Exactly.
been waiting for this greed for so long.
You
Give it to
understand?
us,
So,
please. It is in
welcome
our
greed.
blood.
Welcome greed.
so the thing
Welcome,
is,
welcome.
the thing is,
We are
it's
still starving
not,
from
it's
it
not.
today.
Look. I think it's if we can just if you do any, because the way Nigeria is right now, any small command mistake you make, in fact, it's gone blazing. Nothing like a slap on the wrist. Okay, maybe because the crime is small, they just give you maybe a slap on the wrist. No, any small mistake, gone blazing. Just like in China, as in like small
but,
mistake.
Our passport server is in America.
In as much as we don't return, unless we return to regional, Nigeria will not develop.
Yes, fine. I agree with that, but to some extent, right? Why is it to some extent? We still break it down to what happened in Edo State now, right? This has nothing to do with federal. You are counting from 390 to 500. To tell you this nonsense thing you're talking about in federal, it has gone deep to individual systems.
So it happens.
Individual
so it is real. It happens in Edo State because there are also don't remove the federal influence.
No way. No.
But the regional government.
There was no federal influence there. Look, what
No,
happened
there was.
that,
No, there was.
Oh, Edo State? How?
Yes,
Why?
there was. In
What's the
APC.
problem?
In APC.
No. Oh, okay. Now you are talking about APC. Now let's go to PDP, right? How come somebody will say because he's aggrieved, his followers will come from their village, come to his compound and do election there in his own compound?
See, there's no way you won't have act laws. So when you talk about system, you also talk about act laws.
No. See what I'm trying to tell you right now. Now you are a deputy governor, right? And because yes, it's your right to be aggrieved to I don't like system, this and that. Okay, now but what happened to your sympathizers or your followers or whatever supporters? They came to your compound in the state capital.
So the challenge.
And you now ask all of them to do the election in your house.
So the challenge with that is if Obaseki had done what was right, if he had left it open. But if he had anointed one person,
hold on. But Shaibu is not the only person.
What do you mean Obaseki had done what was
Shaibu
right?
is not the only person now. But
if he had done the right thing, if he had made it open.
Listen. No, Austin, listen. See,
you understand what I mean?
Let's assume, okay, the guy is selfish. No, Austin, understand you. The guy is selfish. No problem. But other candidates contested with the governor's choice. At least all of them will not agree to say no. Let's go and do our own.
Then don't forget,
it wasn't only the governor's choice that did the election.
Then don't forget
no candidate, no other candidates did not do election with governor choice.
Oh, how many? It was the only governor that was there. Was only
nobody did election with governor.
No, anyway, so let him not forget 2020.
Okay,
remember what this guy. See, remember this guy helped him in winning the second tenure.
Who? The deputy governor?
Shaibu.
Well, there are too many stories on that. Some were saying that
there are too many versions, but the fact that both of them.
No, but so we said PDP, right? Wanted the governor. Then PDP would bring the deputy.
Yeah.
But the governor stood his ground like, no, this guy, if you are giving me the tickets, you must give my deputy the same ticket.
Then remember that Shaibu is related to Oshomole. So if he had left Obaseki and team with Oshomole, would Obaseki won? Would he have
as in
won?
Now
no,
or
that
time? Who team? Hey, that's what I'm saying. Now look, you see, look, there's something about that's why we process are greedy. You understand? You can imagine somebody who is your godfather who trained you to become who you are right now. Because you want to be a leader. because that's what they do in those states. When somebody become a governor, the former predecessor, he break a leg, he push enter us, you stand.
Yeah.
So Shuaibu was going to the extent of becoming a leader in APC in those states. And tell Shomole, your time to pass, enter us. You understand? It was going to that extent before. You understand? Because of the plan of himself and the governor that one day he will also become a governor. You understand? So he was able to sacrifice anything. That's why he was talking to Shomole anyhow. He doesn't care.
Politicians are the same, John.
His eyes was on the target, on like future governor that may be target. So if Oshomole was come and beat the stumbling block, not to achieve Oshomole get that, because there were too many people who Oshomole would have chosen before he got to his turn, and him now is deputy. So with governor's might, he might be the next governor. Oshomole get out, make I be. So his eyes was on the prize. So when there was not a fallout between himself and the governor, shame not let her go. In fact, he was thinking of going back, but the West got to Oshomole in Abuja. Like if you there's no room for, there's no space for prodigal son, whatever. He just said the word to the air. So
Alan he even went to Labour Party.
I didn't have the idea.
But the issue is this. I know it's difficult, but what would make? But the best thing in democracy is all the people that bought tickets. Why won't you line them up? Let people vote. Whoever that wins.
Nigerian politicians don't think like that. Don't waste your time.
Look, for me, I would have said, okay, let the politicians be politicians, do what they do, right? Okay, now, but they have party members. You understand? So inside the whole party members, the poor ones inside, or those that even have conscience, to like, no, it's not really nice. Let's just do this thing the right way. However it goes, let it go. But at least we know that we did this the right way, because doing this the right way will also attract more voters to your party. To like, oh, I like what these people are doing. They just did the right way, and there was no chaos on this and that. You understand? Luckily for Labour Party guy, I think they learned from the two other parties and like, hey, we're not going to allow this kind of happen. We already have enough food on our plate, enough issue on our plate to handle with the state chairman, with the national chairman. So going to be doing this election again with whatever, so they just calmed their head down and did the election normally and voted one person. You understand? Which is the Olumide guy. But my own is, I wouldn't have wanted that guy to win, because for me, when he was the ABA chairman, what did you do?
No, he did well.
Judiciary is still in the menace as it is today.
No, he did well. He did well.
His colleague, his former colleague, the governor of by the Ondo State, was also an NBA chair. He went to Ondo. What did he do? Nothing came out of it there. So whether not.
No, but this guy tried though. No.
Akpata
tried.
I would have loved Olumide to win, but Olumide no get might for Edo State, man. I don't think Edo will vote for him. To be honest, I think it's between PDP and APC. Except he's gonna do something very like have a very strong.
I'm thinking it's going to be Labour Party and the PDP.
No, you truly that APC in Edo State.
So where is he from?
No, the guy is
where is he from?
It's between APC and PDP.
South.
Where is APC from? South or?
Let me do this thing that AY was doing that time. Let's stop talking about this now. Let's stop talking about this. We have to stop talking about this. Can we stop talking about
the APC and PDP? They are both central.
Labour Party is from where?
South.
Central will be the next governor in Edo State.
Yeah, that will affect him.
That will what will affect him.
No, it's not supposed to affect him actually. So
okay, because they have vote. They have more voters that side.
No.
Edo South have
Edo South percentage is
to the other part
almost
of
60%. About 50.
But the problem is Olumide will not. So Bini people, they don't vote like that. So they will not give him a so
they don't really go with tribe per se. Even if Bini is the majority,
they will get the vote.
They don't go with tribe. No,
but I think the proper thing to happen is that the people should allow the candidates to debate themselves on different forums.
Let
the people determine make their choice based on what they promised
Sorry,
and what
in
they
Nigeria
believe will
election,
fulfill their
this is to
aspiration.
me. You know, so you stop picking Nigeria election. Now, what is the debate?
I don't know the APC guy too well, but the other two, they are good.
Debate, which debate? They can debate, but debate will not do anything. No, trust me.
The truth is,
No.
the truth is,
What they say and is how you will hold them to account when they get to office.
The only thing
it doesn't work
what they
like
say.
that.
Ewa, what are you saying?
What they say.
The problem.
Which politicians have you heard responsible for what they
So
say?
among the three of them, one is the politician.
Yeah, because we didn't vote them now. We didn't vote them. They rigged themselves.
One is a politician.
One, the APC guy is
the APC guy is the current senator.
The APC guy is the current senator.
The truth of the matter is the election is for APC to lose if they put their house together. APC that they are divided. If they are able to settle and come together, they can win the election. Otherwise,
are you talking
about a free and fair election? Are you talking about
Nigeria is a stupid country? Yeah, if Nigeria is a stupid country, or Nigeria electorate is a stupid electorate we have in Nigeria. Somebody told you is going to continue where Buhari stopped, and that did not give you a sign. And you went there to see. Let's assume he read his way. But at least he got 30%. Let's assume he didn't win the election, but at least he got 30% vote genuinely first. That is even madness of a country called Nigeria. Now that is different. Then you are not even saying to who help that same party to survive. The elements of governance, because if a party to survive,
it depends on your camera.
It depends on how many governors, how
I
many governors they have.
I didn't know it was
now you are still empowering the government, the federal government of the day, by electing more governors to win.
Let me break this down for you guys. Let me break this down for you.
Nigeria,
let me break it down. Sorry, let me break it down.
But anyway, this breakdown what you want to give? Is it based on free and fair election or based on
sentiment from election? Let me tell you what actually happened in election. Once you have a popular political party, what political party represents? It represents a structure. For example, during 2023 election, APC had, I think, around 26 governors. PDP had, I think 23 or 26, I forgot. What that means is the governors, they have a lot of power in their state.
Of course.
To have control of the leaders. For example, if you know the right people, let's say you want to contest election in Edo State, you know the political big wings. In every community, in every local government, there are leaders that will make that move for people to vote for this person.
No, call them jobless leaders. They don't have job.
No, some of them are not jobless. No.
They don't have job.
No. Hold on.
Okay,
let me give you an example.
Okay.
You see somebody like Ifeanyi Ubah will move to any party and win election. It's not rigging. It's actually winning those elections. As somebody that is from that region, the thing is they have the network in those regions. They are very strong. So it's either they're using money. You know what Tony Aneni used to do now? I never liked Tony Aneni, but Tony Aneni, the way he does politics, that guy.
No, let's use. Okay, see, use like Fani Kayode now. Does he have work?
Forget Fani Kayode.
No, hold on now. Does he have work?
But I'm just trying to explain something here.
Hold on now. But he's a leader.
No, get political value now.
No. He does. No, he does. He
does not have job, of course.
Exactly. So there are many politicians who do have job, but they are leaders. You understand?
But I'm trying to tell you, really. Do you know our popular lawyer, late Ganifa Waimi? He contested election in Nigeria. He didn't get up to 5,000 votes.
That election was rigged now, so it's not.
Hold on.
No rigged. No, it might be rigged. So rigged, but to say Fanika did not get that number.
Contested election in Ekiti.
The thing is,
no. So
the people know.
No, for Ewa, look at it. If you tell people that the election is going to be, see what people say. Since they are going to rig it, let's not waste our vote.
Exactly.
If you convince the people that you're going to do the right thing, the right person will win.
No. See, not even the right thing, Austin. You see, Nigerians, this mentality of they think everything is like a game. Like no, I don't want to lose. For me to lose, I better join the winning party so that even if you fuck up, so far that we win.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, no matter how messed up a political party is, because the supporters doesn't want to lose, they don't want to lose, they don't care. So far that we win. So
no, but what I'm telling you, if the INEC,
somebody like Fanika Yodena, I say Fanika
Gani actually got 161,000 votes.
Gani, thank you. Say somebody like Gani.
Conscience Party.
You got how many votes?
161,333 votes.
Somebody like Gani now.
People will tell
are you sure?
I know.
Yeah, he says National Conscience Party 161,333. That 333 seems to be a funny number. It's all right.
It was written result now. So if you promise Nigerians good election and you test it and they see it, they will vote the right person.
So, but my question is, why not just vote the person, whether or whether not? At least you know the person.
See, local.
So many people will not come out.
I understand your analysis.
Will not come out.
But there are some situations where that, like precedents, based on precedents, it would defy logic. For instance, in Imo State, let's assume that Uzodimma won his first term free and fair. But are we now saying that based on his performance for that 4 years,
the 27 local governments,
the people will willingly now give him their vote again for the second time?
No, they gave him.
You will know that was rigged.
All the local governments he won.
Yeah, that was it was all written. See, look at Ido now. Fine, because we understood what happened in Edo State, where Obaseki was like a revolt vote against Oshiomhole, God for that reason. But now, people are disappointed with his performance. Having won that,
Obaseki was a disaster, man.
You understand?
Was it?
Now people will want to make a different choice. And PDP naturally, based on what they experienced, should not even come near that seat. You understand? Because based on their experience,
that's the problem. So
okay, now Olumide, from what you are saying right now, okay, PDP messed up. PDP should not think of coming to the seats. That's for the state. APC is even killing everybody, so they shouldn't go to the seats. So who will not go to the seat right now?
So that's why we are saying. That's why we are saying that. See, if the candidates go on to campaign, they debate themselves, people make their choice. You understand? On a free and fair, if they use the beavers and the IRF to give us a true result, you understand? Then we can begin to make analysis as to why the people follow, why did that pattern go the way it went? You understand?
Look, Olumide, as a day, so
but they won't give us a true result.
If
I see with my eyes, analysis based on wrong,
See, if I see with my eyes, like PDP messed up, right? There's no need for me to think twice. I should try give them another chance. Not possible.
No, but it depends on the person now.
No. Do you know why? Because look, Austin, you can't be, you know, if you be what do you call them, oil, right? And you dip yourself inside fuel that you will not mix together.
That is the difference.
But again,
Nigerian politics.
Opinion poll can help us too. Opinion poll.
No, wait. That's the problem we have in Nigerian politics. The problem we have in Nigerian politics is that the individual person has overwhelming power over others. So if you have a good person in PDP, he can win. You can see, like the guy from the bank. I don't know him, but he sounds.
What do you mean, good person?
It's too late.
What do you mean, good person in PDP? What do you mean, like good person?
Like as Obaseki messed up.
Okay, no. PDP no get Senate seat for Edo State too.
Especially if that candidate was a candidate.
So, like what I'm saying, how is the candidate?
That Obaseki
as a person, who is he?
Naturally, you don't expect that person to win.
let me tell you the problem. The PDP guy, me assessing him, is actually very qualified to be a governor.
Okay.
But Obaseki factor play out is going to affect him so badly. Let me tell you,
The factor I'm taking is Shaibu's factor, sir.
No, not Shaibu factor. Shaibu factor does not have anything to do with it.
He won't destroy his vote.
Let me tell you Obaseki scene in Edo State.
Okay.
Obaseki disappointed the people. Not only that, started destroying people's houses. Obaseki disrespected the Oba of Benin. Benin can go to war if you disrespect the Oba. Benin person will tell you. So all these things are going to work against him. It's not a good terms with Oba, so it's a problem. Now, they have the vote in Edo State. They have up to 55% of the vote. They can actually determine what happens in an election. So I don't know what he's going to tell that he's going to play that game, but the body language of Oba can play politics in Edo State. He's not going to say anything, but his body language, it can be a problem too for him. So, and Edo State don't want to hear Godfather. They see Obaseki as a godfather. You say you don't want Oshomole to be your godfather. They see you want to be a godfather. Why you see Edo behave like that? Oshomole work for Edo State, right? Why you see Edo State revolting against godfatherism? It was what happened during Aneni. They paid their dues. They passed through a lot during godfatherism in Edo State. So because of that, they don't want to hear that word. They see you want to be a godfather, they move away. I fear that I would actually love to support, I would prefer the Labour Party guy, because he's the only one without a real godfather right now. The money you will use to service godfather, use it to work for the people. So I don't think he has the network to win the election, but we'll see what happens. I think by the time they start campaign, we're gonna know. If you do a very good job,
and I think from analysis,
but it's a lot of job.
Nobody thought he would have won the primaries though.
I know because I saw everybody. There was
the
nobody
Labour
there.
Party guy.
Oh no, I saw him.
There was nobody there. But
I saw him winning that.
There was nobody there. The only person that was
So
there
the only time I had problem was when he was the complaint he made. The letter he wrote to
old politician. They are tired of him.
Who's that?
I say nice man, a old politician.
Yes,
people are tired of him.
Always contesting, but no winning. That's the only person that was there. But nothing. I know it will be a storm. But the truth is this, right? For Olumide, right? What will help him for me is like, look, he should campaign on the ideology of Peter Obi.
Olumide, do you have another system on around you?
I don't know.
Me? No. Oh, you mean there's noise in the background?
Yeah. I think it's you. You understand? So I think Olumide, what will help him, he should campaign on the wings of Peter Obi. I mean, letting them know, look, like productivity will be maximized. You understand? Because if you come and tell them what Shaibu is saying, we build railway, we build bridges, we build and that, look like, come on, man, what is the worry for those states? We the land, we get the space there.
You will take 4,000 people to Europe.
You want be no, come on, man.
The very first thing, two things I think Olumide should work on. One, if you are listening to me, Olumide, one, he should look for a very strong deputy governor that would be more like a politician. Two, he should set up a very strong PR team, very strong one across the state that will market him. Because
I believe he has one on media. He has a good one on media, but I don't know.
Like what Lokopi said now, right? State will not just throw vote at you. So if he told the line of Peter Obi, like one thing Peter Obi did very well, he understand the state of the people. He really understood what the people needed at that point.
What people need to hear.
He needs to speak the language of the people. He needs to study the issues
That's not on ground.
Ordering the people.
Yeah, exactly.
And keep hitting on them, have a strong PR team. If Edo State are convinced about Lumide, they will vote for him and they will be delivered.
Because the truth is, if you come and tell me now, you will make $1 become 500 naira. I was like, I know you don't like the lie.
Yeah, because here is the logic, right? Here is it, right? What Ushume was trying to do by giving Denko the ticket. The PDP and APC, they are from Edo Central. They will divide the vote in Edo Central already. Those votes are going to be divided.
Yeah.
Now, battleground is going to be in Edo North and Edo South.
It's always in Edo. It's always in Edo South.
So, in Edo South, so if they can pull out 50% of votes, PDP and APC will also get votes from Edo South. Pull out 50%, pull out number from other regions. It might actually be very lucky. It needs to work hard.
Like, Abure now. Okay, the chairman now. That one. It doesn't look like somebody who's 2 feet.
I bet forget Abure.
You understand? Abure is from Edo Central. It doesn't have to do legs, and Labour Party do not have. I don't know if they have any strong person in the north. So I do not. So be like
Labour Party no strong for north.
Why you saying forget Abure?
No, the thing is what I think will happen, Shia. Like I said,
a lot of corruption cases
for
around
me. I think
AY, give the guy a chance.
No,
which chance again? We don't give out. Don't be careful.
AY, there is a lot. There's a lot that is going on in the background to destabilize Labour Party.
Don't fuck the guy up badly.
They are doing a lot.
Pressure too much.
They are doing a lot, and you have to give that guy credit for standing firm.
The guy try.
That guy did not crumble.
I'm telling you,
they have done everything.
Was come left and right
to destabilize the party. And so you got to give him a chance.
Check comment section.
What you have not said is that he is innocent. I think we need to watch his space.
Whether he's innocent,
we don't know whether he's guilty or not.
What they are even saying, right? They are breaking proof. The guy is breaking counter proof. You understand? So it's like we against them, or so. But this issue of should resign because of this and that, we know that it's not a Nigerian thing.
But here
so he can step aside. He doesn't have to resign. He can just step aside. Until the investigation is done. It's not like this in Tinubu is going to take over the
investigation. Investigation is controlled by ABC.
What do you mean investigation? I think it's controlled by Labour. It's not controlled by ABC.
Why are you guys holding high standards? None of you have held these high standards against APC, against PDP.
Because we don't, we expect higher standard.
Now, why are you now?
Dexter, how can you argue for this kind of thing now?
No, get my point. Please get my point here. Please get my point. The guy was first of all accused of not being the chairman. There was the Lamidi Apapa faction. They have debunked it. It has gone to the Supreme Court, debunked that it was a lie.
Lamidi Apapa, they said name to him. Wait
now. You are laughing about it. Now you have forgotten about the Lamidi Apapa. All of a sudden, new allegation came up again. The guy debunked the first one. Another one is coming up. Then all everybody say he should leave. Look, the moment Abure
the Papa one was a dispute, not an allegation. But this one is about a kind of embezzlement of party funds.
The embezzlement of party funds.
The second one of death.
The other one is murder too.
Now,
Abure will go use boys attack somebody they won't kill her. Now
who told you that he used? Where is the
AY, you have to be careful when you're making some arrows. You have evidence. Were you there? All the way in America. Were you there? How can you possibly be so sure? We have to have commodities, yes.
Father,
I can hear you, yes.
Abure or no Abure, nobody know Abure for Edo. Abure does not have a say in Edo election, so it doesn't really matter. It's not about him.
It's not Abure.
He's still the head of Labour, the chairman of Labour Party, so that matters, isn't it? We want to know whether he is guilty or not. And personally, I support the idea that he should step aside while the investigation is carrying on, because
I don't
it is
support the
tainting
idea.
the party if he sits there. It's tainting the
No,
party.
okay, forefathers, it's like this now. Look, you have time.
Because it's your own now.
No, hold on now. No, you have time to do all this. Hold on. No, I'm going somewhere now. You have time to do all this while you didn't do it, right? Because you're announcing that it's close to their primaries. When you want to work, where his presence will be needed mostly, that's the time you want to go and cut him off to like, no. After the election, watch now. After this, they are done with this their primaries now, right? And everything is gone. Wait, from now the election period, you will not hear anything against him again. You hear him left and right. You this strong allegation, you will hear it again.
There was no election before Tinubu's this in P2B's election, so I don't know why we will say it's because of election. There was no accusation against Abure during P2B's election, so we have to be careful about saying everything is about election or politics.
Listen to me, Peter Obi, Abure was a nobody. Labour Party was a nobody. It was a the nonsense party. Abure was so it's the feed that so these people are strong like this. We know say Labour Party now Edo State now obedient state, and Abure is from there. So if you allow Labour Party capture Edo, they capture Abia, now for couple, man, let's do everything to her. Since the governor of Edo State is fucking, let's try and capture it right now.
Bro, it doesn't work like that. I said this to if you think Edo State voted for Peter Obi, you're gonna get those votes for free. You wasting your energy.
No.
What it depends on how Olumide campaigns.
Yeah, that's exactly my point.
However, they are saying that that is because of that potential for Labour to win in Edo State is why they are going after Abure. So but okay, AY, you seem convinced. Do you what is the evidence or